Chapter 1. Truly, you are remarkable, old Cao. The Cao father and son sat across from each other, pouring 2 cups of fragrant tea, half a box of cigarettes, and each held a stick casually between their lips. Cao father, with a hint of melancholy, began, I have something to discuss. I have something as well, replied Cao Cheng. With a smile, Cao father urged, you go first. No, you should start. Very well, I shall begin. Taking a puff of his cigarette, Cao father gazed out the window at a 45-degree angle, his expression imbued with a sense of sorrow, a touch of nonchalance, a dash of recklessness, and a faint hint of restraint. Cao father was indeed a man of charisma. Now in his 40s, he was perpetually surrounded by various women, be it Aunt Lu, Aunt Li, Aunt Zhang, or Aunt Shun. The surnames were nearly exhaustive. With his appearance and demeanor, he naturally attracted women, particularly those of a more mature age. A true old sea king. After a prolonged silence, Cao father finally spoke, I wish to find a harbor. Cao Cheng paused, taken aback. His father, an old captain who had spent his life adrift, wished to dock. No longer wandering? Settling down? Faced with Cao Cheng's astonished gaze, Cao father smiled gently, his eyes filled with nostalgia. I met someone, a woman. That day that the sun shone brightly, and the breeze was gentle. To me, it was merely an ordinary small town in Jiangnan, where every brick whispered tales of loneliness, and every vine-clad old wall concealed the solitude of time. It resembled an aged elder, weathered, ancient, and steeped in the trials of life. Yet, it lacked a touch of vitality. However, the appearance of that woman breathed life into the town. I still recall her that day. Wearing a long dress, she too was lonely, but her smile was exquisite. In an instant, I fell in love with her laughter. For 500 years, I had fervently prayed before the Buddha, seeking merely to encounter the right person in a small town. Cao Cheng had always understood why the older women were drawn to his father. It was simply due to Chao's charm. He quipped, how old is she? Cao father sighed softly. Age is but a unit of measurement. It signifies little, especially in the realm of love, where it appears so pale and powerless. Cao Cheng shot him a sidelong glance. Can you speak plainly? Are you preparing for an exam? Ahem. It's a habit. Cao father chuckled. She is about my age, just a year younger. Is she unattractive? No, she's quite beautiful. So, you were drawn by her looks? Not entirely. It was primarily her laughter that struck me like Cupid's arrow, piercing my heart and blinding me to all other women. In this world, she is the soul light. Do you understand how enchanting her smile is? Cao Cheng could not help but interrupt, summarizing. So, she is wealthy? She is a businesswoman. Got it. You could have stated that earlier. Save the unnecessary build-up. For another time, let's converse properly. When do you plan to marry? Father and son, who better understands the other? This elaborate pretext is rather moving, yet it merely seeks to unveil the desire for a new union, tempered by the apprehension of young Chao's potential disapproval. Ahem. Did you perceive it? Well, we intend to embark on a journey of matrimony. Chao's father hastily elucidated, in the past, I refrained from marrying because you were still young. I feared your thoughts and worried that this stepmother might not treat you well. But now that you have graduated from university, it is time for you to carve your own path in life. And thus, I too must seek my own happiness. All that remained for Chao's father was his tongue, ever adept at conjuring excuses for his shamelessness. Yet, Cao Cheng understood that his father had never held a steady job over the years. It was solely through his father's silver tongue that they had managed to survive. Honestly, I am indifferent. I harbor no expectations, as long as you find your own happiness, Cao Cheng replied. Chao's father clapped his hands in delight. Indeed, you are my son. I knew you would comprehend my intentions, and I trust you will come to appreciate this stepmother. Cao Cheng shook his head. My preferences are inconsequential. Your happiness is what matters. You have mentioned that I should lead my own life. This blended family will inevitably be fraught with trivialities, so it will be best for us to reside separately. I shall remain here while you pursue your bliss with her. Well, Chao's father pondered for a few moments. That is acceptable. Cao Cheng inquired, where is she from? Zhonghai. Oh, a lady from Shanghai? Indeed, Chao's father replied, a hint of shyness creeping into his demeanor as he nodded that a distance of several hundred kilometers separates them. His father is to marry far away. Cao Cheng asked, when do you plan to leave? What do you mean? I sense a hint of impatience in your tone. Chao's father was taken aback. With sincere eyes, Cao Cheng replied, "How could that be? I merely wish for you to embrace love at the earliest opportunity. While you have been surrounded by various ladies over the years, I can see your solitude. You require a steadfast love, a stable refuge to harbor your lonely heart. You are finally approaching the shore, and I am even more delighted than you. Indeed, I am quite lonely. You truly understand me," Chao's father mused, his aged eyes deepening with reflection. Cao Cheng rolled his eyes at him. "Truly, old Chao, you do take the hint well." Suddenly, Chao's father recalled something. "By the way, you mentioned you had something to share. Go ahead. I am quite occupied at the moment," Cao Cheng replied with a smile, bringing their conversation to a close. In truth, what Cao Cheng wished to convey was that he had awakened to an innate wisdom and a fortuitous insight. Or perhaps it was a memory. The previous night's dream, akin to a fleeting reverie, transported him to a realm called Earth, reminiscent of his own planet, Blue Star. There, he lived an entire lifetime until the year 2099, when he passed away in a dream, only to awaken thereafter. To call it a dream seemed more akin to a soul traversing realms, merging the memories of two existences. This sensation was profoundly enchanting and ineffable wonder. The most evident change is in his gaze, as the memories of two lifetimes converge. The originally clear-eyed young Master Cao, who had just graduated from university, gradually acquires a profound depth, exuding the essence of time's trials. There's also a system known as the emotion aggregation ring. The name may seem somewhat hasty, yet its function appears remarkably potent. Upon further examination, it can evoke the emotions of those around, particularly negative emotions, and then calculate an emotional value based on the intensity of these feelings and the identities of the individuals involved. This emotional value can be used for a lottery. It is as simple as that. Today, Cao Cheng seeks a sum of money from his father as seed funding, while simultaneously aiming to provoke a reaction from old Cao to gauge the extent of his emotions. Currently, it is 2006 in Blue Star, nearly a century apart from the timeline within his dreams. The opportunities for making money are abundant. It seems one could effortlessly become a billionaire. However, Chao's father's late-life romance disrupts the young master's future plans. He finds himself at a loss for words, unsure how to provoke him. Observing his father's beaming countenance, it seems unlikely that he harbors much negativity. "Oh, by the way," his father remarked, pulling out his wallet and producing a photograph to hand to Cao Cheng. "This is a picture of me and your Aunt Rin. Recognize her face. You'll need to address her differently from now on. She has 4 daughters. Next time, we should take a family photo together." Good heavens, 4 daughters. Quite the prolific family. For will their figures still be presentable? Old Chao has become increasingly indulgent. Cao Cheng felt utterly exasperated. Upon glancing at the photograph, his eyes widened in disbelief. He suddenly looked up at his father. "Wait, how could she possibly be interested in you? Is it because you don't bathe or because you look old? What do you mean by that? Is your father so unworthy?" Chao's father retorted, visibly displeased, his forehead creased with worry, a stark contrast to his usual suave demeanor. Yet, the absence of an emotional response indicates that his father possesses remarkable resilience. Those in love truly are different. Cao Cheng shook his head and pressed on, "It's not that you're unworthy, but rather that you don't fit her standards. She looks at least a decade younger than you. Does she crave paternal affection? Or have you stumbled upon some compromising secret? We do not engage in illicit affairs. Old Chao, I have no desire to become an orphan." "You little rascal, how can you demean your own father?" Chao's father replied, his expression darkening. Still, there was no emotional feedback. Could the system be a sham? Cao Cheng was utterly bewildered. Is it truly the case that those in love are so audacious? Do they not feel anger? Nevertheless, the woman in the photograph is undeniably beautiful. This left Cao Cheng perplexed. Although old Chao had charmed countless women in the vicinity with his charisma throughout his life, his appeal seemed limited to those around him. Yet, this affluent woman, so stunning, what could she possibly see in him? Has she grown weary of finer things and lost her discernment? Wait a moment, did you just say she has 4 daughters? And 1 pair of twins? Yes, they are all slightly older than you. So now you have 4 sisters. Actually, Cao Cheng mumbled, I'm not entirely opposed to a blended family. Living together could have its merits. The old Sea King gazed silently at the young Sea King. In his eyes flickered a blend of 3 parts satisfaction, 3 parts understanding, 3 parts disdain, and a final part transformed into a powerful pat on Cao Cheng's shoulder. A gesture of encouragement. Chapter 2. When people remain silent, they truly laugh. Words may be spoken, and laughter may ensue, yet cohabitation remains an impossibility. Who would be so presumptuous? It feels as though the Cao family has collectively relinquished their dignity, easily subject to scorn. Although Father Cao asserts that Aunt Run is both beautiful and kind-hearted, even suggesting that Cao Cheng move in with them as a family. Who can discern whether such sentiments are merely polite platitudes? Words uttered during a period of sweet affection are often nothing more than empty promises. Should their relationship falter, leaving the father and son unceremoniously cast out, it will be a source of great embarrassment. Moreover, Cao Cheng is no longer the same young man he once was, aside from the system. He possesses a century of experience and the memories of 2 lives, rendering it unwise to rely on others for shelter. The future is bound to be riddled with secrets. Thus, living independently may indeed prove to be the superior choice. Naturally, one would not truly revel in the so-called daily life surrounded by beautiful elder sisters, even if Aunt Ren's appearance suggests that her 4 sisters are likely of similar caliber. But there is no rush. One must savor the subtle nuances akin to slowly savoring fine rice. Give me 100,000 yuan. Robbing me? Before Father Cao departed, Cao Cheng unveiled his true intentions. Father Cao, taken aback and momentarily losing his composure, exclaimed, "Why don't you go and rob someone? Do you think I'm worth 100,000? Ah, so he becomes irate at the mention of money? Truly, he is my biological father." Cao Cheng chuckled. When people fall silent, they indeed laugh. "I wish to start a business," Cao Cheng declared. He refrained from divulging certain matters to Father Cao, particularly as the latter was about to marry into a new family. Should any of his memories become known to others, it could lead to complications. While recounting dreams may elicit laughter now, once Cao Cheng transforms those dreams into reality, perceptions will undoubtedly shift, bringing forth potential troubles. With a stepmother in the picture, it is highly likely that his biological father would become a stepfather. One must remain vigilant. Moreover, how could one even discuss the system? Should I present the system to old Cao? Let's not be absurd. You wish to start a business? What kind of enterprise requires 100,000? Did you not study computer science? Were you not planning to work at that technology company? Fresh graduates can earn several thousand a month. Why would you forsake such a fine opportunity? Father Cao, clueless about these matters, merely sensed that Cao Cheng was being capricious. Had old Cao not been in a hurry, he would have insisted on a thorough discussion. Regardless of the business, just hand over the money, Cao Cheng insisted. "I have none." "You do." For reasons unbeknownst to him. As he gazed into Cao Cheng's tranquil, deep-set eyes, Father Cao felt a pang of guilt. The lie that was poised on his lips faltered momentarily before transforming into, "Have you been secretly peering at my bank book?" Cao Cheng smiled, but remained silent. Father Cao muttered in exasperation, "Damn it, you little ingrate. That is my retirement fund. Only 18,000. Thus, I have set aside 80,000 for you. Moreover, you are about to embark on the journey of matrimony. Should you choose not to bestow upon me these funds, they shall be deemed marital assets, subject to division in the unfortunate event of divorce. Although your partner may be affluent enough to dismiss such a sum, we are not so fortunate, and it would be prudent to retain a financial cushion, would it not?" Cao Cheng remarked. "Furthermore, once I am prosperous, I shall repay you both the principal and interest, even if you are later cast aside by a wealthy woman. I shall ensure your golden years are secure. I trust you as much as I trust a specter. I do not even believe in myself," he retorted. Chao's father scoffed. "Do not curse me. I shall not divorce." "Ah, as long as you are content." Ding negative emotion 3. Chao's father grumbled, losing his composure. Nevertheless, he ultimately consented to provide 100,000, essentially a hush money, or rather, a fee for non-disturbance. He was indeed eager to immerse himself in the world of two. Chao's father departed, heading towards Zhonghai to settle down. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated house of Sanjiang City, only Cao Cheng remained. Accompanied by a newly issued bank card resting on the coffee table, containing a substantial sum of 100,000. In 2006, that amount held considerable value. Although this money would not allow young Master Cao to embark on grand ventures, it still afforded a plethora of possibilities. The memories from his dreams were vividly etched in his mind, akin to a film replaying, every frame crystal clear. Anything glimpsed in those dreams, regardless of how fleeting, could now be revisited in stunning 1080p clarity with the ability to fast forward, rewind, pause, and magnify. Regrettably, young Master Cao had not paid close attention to the stock market during his dream life. He did not engage in trading. Therefore, he possessed only a rudimentary awareness of bull and bear markets, gleaned from news reports in his previous life. His insights were cursory, lacking the specificity of individual stocks. Though he recognized some leading companies and trending sectors, as well as a few sensational stocks that had made headlines. Yet, this knowledge was sufficient. One must not be overly greedy. With a general direction, even a fool could reap abundant rewards. For instance, the white liquor industry poised to soar over the next 20 years, with Matai leading the charge. Even those lacking understanding could sell their properties to invest in Matai. Remaining passive, and a decade later, they would effortlessly become billionaires. Such simplicity and brutality. Additionally, in 10 years, there would be emerging opportunities in sectors such as new energy, real estate, and semiconductors. Furthermore, from his recollections, it seemed that this year would yield effortless profits upon entry, with next year heralding a super bull market, marking a significant peak for the next 2 to 3 decades. Moreover, gold, what was its price this year? Around 100 per gram. In 30 years, it would surpass 1,000. In the years beyond, there would be even more lucrative avenues, such as universal artificial intelligence systems. This interface could be extended across various industries: healthcare, gaming, transportation, communications, manufacturing, aerospace, and beyond. Seated on the couch, he lit a cigarette, quietly organizing the once chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Soon, he had unraveled them all. It is often said that those who have faced death once view wealth with a dispassionate eye. Young Master Cao proclaimed, "Nonsense. Only those who have tasted death truly comprehend the urgency of accumulating wealth. Earn early, enjoy early. Ideally, let others toil for their riches while one indulges in the fruits of their labor. Though dreams may be but illusions, they bear a striking resemblance to the tapestry of real life, akin to having lived once before. Thus, if one barely amassed wealth in a previous existence, this life should be embraced with grace and leisure, aspiring to become the wealthiest. After all, wouldn't it be a pity for this dream to be in vain? Moreover, aside from reminiscing about these memories, merely the name of this rather hastily conceived system seems capable of catapulting one to prosperity. Old Cao has contributed a mere 17 points of emotional value, far too scant. Had he not engaged in romance, today S. Endeavor could have easily amassed 50 points of emotion. According to the system's description, the lottery begins at a threshold of 100 points. The prizes available are described simply as all-encompassing, quite the exaggerated claim. Yet, Cao Cheng harbored no doubts. For it is the year 2006 in Blue Star, and online literature is scarce. However, within the realm of dreams, the subsequent evolution of online literature is formidable, especially 2 decades hence, when it begins to infiltrate foreign markets. What tales of online literature has Cao Cheng not encountered? With so many adapted into television dramas, it is nearly impossible to avoid them. Thus, he finds himself not in doubt, but rather filled with anticipation. Chapter 3. Ding Negative Emotion 20. On this particular evening, far away in Zhonghai, the 4 sisters of the Ren family were convening in a villa for their unique candlelight gathering. Since childhood, each sister harbored her own secrets. Yet when it came to family matters, they would gather at night, lighting various candles to engage in heartfelt conversations. This cherished tradition began when they were merely teenagers and has persisted even as they have matured. The eldest sister, Ren Chenxi, now 26 years old, sat gracefully in a chair, her legs elegantly crossed. The hem of her knee-length nightgown revealed her shapely, fair legs, which glowed with a delicate rosy hue under the candlelight. This posture, combined with her gold-rimmed glasses, imparted an aura of both intellect and restraint. The second sister, Ren Fanxing, exuded a cold but spirited demeanor. Seated cross-legged on the floor with a wine jug beside her, she had a fondness for wine and had never tasted intoxication. The third and fourth sisters, the twins Ren Yuchong and Ren Yuega, were indistinguishable to those unfamiliar with them. In the presence of their poised elder sister and the aloof second sister, they appeared as docile as quails, their cartoon-themed pajamas a testament to their still youthful spirits. As the candlelit conversation commenced, the second sister took a sip of her drink and inquired, "Third sister, how goes your investigation?" The third sister, Ren Yuchong, opened her laptop and replied, "Uncle Cao has been without work for years. I had someone visit Sanjiang City, and surprisingly, many neighbors are unaware of Uncle Chao's profession. However, he seems to be well regarded and is known for his helpful nature. Yet, it is rumored that he maintains close, ambiguous relationships with several women. The specifics are still under investigation and will require more time." Upon hearing this, the second sister raised an eyebrow in skepticism. "So, you're suggesting that he may be approaching our mother for monetary gain? Who knows what kind of charm he used to deceive her?" The third sister nodded in agreement, confirming that the gathered information pointed in that direction. The eldest sister, Ren Chenxi, looked up from her book, her voice gentle, unlike the frosty brilliance of the second sister. She was the most maternal among the four, embodying grace, kindness, and elegance. "Why the haste?" Ren Chenxi gently shook her head. "Isn't it possible that our mother can uncover what the third sister has? Surely, you do not think she is so easily deceived?" Sister Ren Fanxing remained as frigid as ever. Love renders one irrational. I have witnessed numerous such cases at work. For the sake of so-called love, many individuals act without reason, and by the time they regain their senses, it is far too late for regret. Our mother has remained unmarried for many years, and it is likely she yearns for love, making her an easy target for exploitation. What do you think, third and fourth? The two younger ones nodded vigorously, feeling suppressed by familial ties, hesitant to voice their opinions. They held reverence for their eldest sister, yet feared the second. Eldest sister Ren Chenxi smiled gently. "Perhaps you have a point, but don't you officers rely on evidence in your work? What good is mere conjecture? Present the evidence, and I shall certainly approach our mother. Otherwise, no one can persuade her, not even I." Sister Ren Fanxing nodded. "I will do so. Once I conclude my current case, I will personally visit Sanjiang City for inquiries and investigations, and the case will be resolved swiftly. Third, continue your investigations and hand over the information to me when you have it. Additionally, investigate Cao Cheng. His son is named Cao Cheng, correct? He may lead us to further revelations." "Understood, second sister," they replied. As the sisters conversed, fourth sister Ren Yuega felt like an invisible presence. Yet, a spark of mischief flickered in her eyes, reminiscent of a clever little fox, as an intriguing idea crossed her mind, though her sisters remained oblivious. Time passed, and 7 days had slipped by since old Chao's departure. "General, you have perished. Pay up." Cao Cheng chuckled, extending his hand towards the elderly man before him. A crowd of old men gathered to watch. The man seated across the chessboard grumbled, reluctantly pulling out a crumpled 10-yuan note, tossing it onto the board with a pained expression, insisting, "Let us play again." Cao Cheng collected the money, shaking his head with a smile. "Old Li, today you have lost 20. If this continues, I fear you won't even have enough to buy groceries. Let us reconvene tomorrow." Old Li protested. "I refuse to believe it. I have played chess my entire life. How can I lose to a mere child?" He huffed defiantly and set up the pieces. Stubborn as he was, he had not won a single game over the past few days, refusing to accept defeat. With a sip of tea, Cao Cheng spat out the tea leaves, imparting wisdom. "Old Li, chess relies on strategy and intellect, not age. If age were a factor, the millennium-old turtle would be the greatest player in the world." Laughter erupted around them. Old Li's face darkened. "Don't get too cocky, you rascal. Let us see you do it again." "Very well, let this be the final game. If you lose, you must yield your seat. There are many waiting." Cao Cheng gestured to the onlookers, who began to cheer. Old Li, resigned, agreed. Fine, the last game. I shall not be defeated." As expected, 20 minutes later, Oldly tossed down 10 yuan and relinquished his position. Cao Cheng beamed as he collected the money, and another elderly man took his place at the board. In the realm of chess, one could say that Cao Cheng is a seasoned veteran, having spent his last moments in the previous life immersed in the study of strategies and variations. After all, the tactics of a century later encompass thousands more transformations than those of this era. Merely revealing a few of these would leave the elderly gentleman in the square utterly perplexed. Their time is running short. Recently, Cao Cheng has successfully integrated himself into the community in the square, playing chess by day, dancing by night, and occasionally engaging in table tennis, thus becoming the most conspicuous figure in the square. It is a path that spares him from a century's worth of detours. Moreover, the opportunities for profit he recalls have yet to arrive. They're still a couple of days away. At this moment, on the roadside adjacent to the square, inside a sleek black Mercedes, two stunning women peer through binoculars at a gathering of elderly men. Is that him? Cao Cheng? One inquires. Indeed. Is he really just 22? Yes. Are you certain he comes to play chess every day? Well, he occasionally dances with the elderly women, and in the afternoons, he plays table tennis or basketball. More often than not, he plays mahjong. The second sister, Ren Fanxing, furrows her delicate brows, her eyes narrowing in irritation. What a vibrant life he leads. She envisions the recently retired director, holding a thermos in one hand and a string of walnuts in the other, engaged in chess, gardening, shopping, and socializing. She does not perceive this as a leisurely and carefree existence, but rather sees it as a life of aimlessness built upon the wealth of the Ren family. She speculates that their mother has surely bestowed a considerable sum upon the man surnamed Cao, who, in turn, has generously provided for his son. Otherwise, how could his son spend his days in idleness, playing chess and mahjong? Ren Fanxing coldly inquires, how much did his father leave him upon departing? Ren Yuchong replies softly, I used my connections to check with the bank. Uncle Cao left him 100,000. Huh. Indeed, 100,000. What grand sum. To us, it's but a trifle, yet for an ordinary family, it is no insignificant amount. Mother, do you see? This is how an idle young man is being nurtured without cause. Notification. Negative emotion 20. Chapter 4. The mysterious wave of negative emotions. A sudden system notification nearly caused the thermos cup in Cao Cheng's hand to slip from his grasp. What? Is this a critical hit? Cao Cheng turned his gaze towards the elderly man before him. Well, old Zhang, we haven't even begun yet, and you're already overwhelmed with negative emotions? Isn't it just the 20 bucks I won from you yesterday? Old Zhang, feeling the weight of Cao Cheng's stare, looked back at him with confusion. What's wrong? What's with that look? Cao Cheng chuckled lightly. Ah, old Zhang, I didn't realize you were so petty. What? Old Zhang appeared completely bewildered. All right, enough of the charade. Today, I'll only win 10 bucks from you at most. Cao Cheng spoke guardingly, not out of politeness, but out of concern for the old man's health, given that he was in his 70s and reportedly suffered from high blood pressure. More importantly, old Zhang had brought along a hefty 20 points of negative emotions. Let him win a couple of rounds to instill a glimmer of hope, and then gradually exploit his weaknesses. One cannot strip the wool off all at once. We must practice moderation. A feast of saturation at every meal. Young Master Cao understands this well. 18 minutes later, Cao Cheng lost. This marked the third time he had been defeated that week. Old Zhang gleefully accepted the 50 bucks. The stakes were 10 if he won and 50 if he lost. Otherwise, how could so many elderly gentlemen allow him to remain the dealer? The 50 bucks drew envious glances from the surrounding old men. In truth, the money was of little consequence. What mattered most was that young Cao had been on a winning streak lately. Who didn't he know of his exceptional chess skills? If one could manage to defeat him even once, there would be much to brag about upon returning home. Oh dear, Cao Cheng feigen dies mai lamenting. A single misstep in chess, a single misstep indeed. Old Zhang, you're quite impressive. Have you been secretly studying the chess manuals? Old Zhang chuckled like a child at 70, his broken teeth gleaming in the light. What are you laughing at? With teeth like yours, you should be starring in films. However, these individuals were neither kin nor of high status. They belonged to ordinary households, Thus, the negative emotions they could provide averaged around 1 point each. This resulted in Cao Cheng accumulating a mere 53 points of emotions over the week. Adding old Chow's 17, that made 70. And with the sudden critical hit just now, a hefty 20 points. He was merely 10 points away from his first lottery draw. According to the system, the first lottery draw promised a lucky critical hit, guaranteeing a quality item. Cao Cheng's anticipation grew. At this rate, in no more than 3 days, or perhaps even today, he would gather the necessary points. Ding, negative emotions 5. What the hell? Another one. Cao Cheng stared in disbelief at the grinning old Zhang. Wait, does this old man gain negative emotions even when he wins? Is he playing some sort of depressive game with me? The louder he laughs, the quicker he dies. Is it the idea? No, wait. It suddenly dawned on Cao Cheng. It wasn't the old Zhang. He scanned the surroundings, noticing none of the elderly men appeared angry. They were not actors capable of concealing their micro-expressions so adeptly. With his century of experience, if nothing else, he could at least read people well. It certainly wasn't any of these elderly gentlemen nearby. How peculiar it is. Who would harbor negative emotions without any apparent reason? Lao Chao. It can't be him, for he is currently abroad on his honeymoon, having even made an international call yesterday. According to the system, emotions can only be collected from individuals nearby, confined to the same city. Once outside, no emotions can be gathered. The system is not infallible, unless it has undergone an upgrade. Beyond a certain range, even if someone harbors a desire to harm him, no emotional value would be collected. Thus, the sudden surge of negative emotions, previously at 20 points and now at 5, likely originates from someone in close proximity. Cao Cheng stood up, surveying the more distant surroundings. The park in the morning was bustling with retirees. In the distance, 3 bald men were cracking whips. The sound echoed. Further away, there was a table tennis area alongside a basketball court. On the other side, people practiced Tai Chi, while others walked around the square for fitness. He saw no one fixating on him, nor anyone displaying anger. How strange. What are you staring at, Xiao Chao? Lao Zhang inquired, puzzled. Nothing, just observing. Cao Cheng replied, returning to his seat, taking a sip from his teacup, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Not far away, in a car, second sister Ren Fanqing was becoming increasingly irate. Fortunately, she managed to keep her temper in check. Had she been younger, she might have stormed out and overturned a table by now. For the next 2 hours, Cao Cheng did not encounter any sudden influx of emotional values. As noon approached, he finally managed to incite the old men's anger 5 times, accumulating a total of 100 emotional points, enough for a chance at the lottery. Today's work concluded, and tomorrow would bring another opportunity. With $50 in profit, he whistled cheerfully and left, clutching his thermos. Observing Cao Cheng's smug demeanor, the elderly men felt their teeth grind in frustration, providing him with an additional 3 points of negative emotion. Cao Cheng nearly burst into laughter. These old men truly refuse to concede. Just wait. Young Master Cao shall teach them the true meaning of lifelong learning. Before departing, he stopped by the square's management office to collect a cup of complimentary hot water. Skipping home for lunch, he headed directly to the Mahjong Hall, where meals were served for free. After enjoying his meal, he sat down to play, paying a $20 table fee and purchasing 2 packs of cigarettes. Dinner continued at the Mahjong Hall, featuring 4 dishes and a soup alongside meat. As for the lottery, there was no hurry. He would wait until the evening to return home, take a fragrant bath, and wash his hands properly. The first lottery draw must be a ceremonious affair. In the afternoon, he won 8 points of emotional value at the Mahjong Hall, as those who lost were prone to negative emotions. After dinner, he chose not to return to the square, but continued playing. Until at 9:30 in the evening, Cao Cheng returned to the old residence with his thermos. He remained oblivious to the 2 individuals trailing him from a distance. Ren Fanqing possessed exceptional tracking abilities, undetectable by the average person. Second sister, he has returned home. One remarked, I'm not blind. I can see him. Old third shrank her neck, feeling that second sister had grown increasingly aloof throughout the day. Although it was summer, it felt as if an air conditioner was running next to second sister. It was so cold. Ren Fanqing remarked, what a day of both idleness and fulfillment. How did he manage to embody the term rice bug so vividly? Old third whispered, I think it's quite nice. What did you say? Second sister furrowed her brows, glaring at her younger sibling. Old third recoiled, hastily clarifying, I meant if only our mother could take a break like that. She works too hard. Oomph. Do you think our mother would be like him, contributing nothing to society, merely attending university, wasting educational resources? And yet, that Cao still boasts about how wonderful his son is, studying computer science and soon starting a job at a big company. Is that really a job? A big company? The square footage may be ample. I will certainly inform our mother about this, and I intend to confront the Cao directly to see if he speaks a single truth. Faced with second sister's ire, old third dared not speak further, though she understood the source of her sister's anger. The Ren family lacked a pillar of support. Their mother had single-handedly upheld the entire corporate structure while raising them. The eldest sister had recently begun assisting at the company, while second sister was often occupied with work, sometimes away for days without sufficient rest. Meanwhile, Cao Cheng seemed to be living an easy life, funded by the Ren family, which was an unbearable comparison for anyone. Let us go, second sister Ren Fanqing declared, turning away. Are we not going to meet him? Old third inquired. What is there to discuss? I find a mere thought of speaking to such a person revolting. Old third reluctantly followed her sister, whispering, should I continue investigating him, speaking to neighbors and former classmates? Unnecessary, a waste of time. Oh, old third pouted, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Initially, she had been quite excited when their mother mentioned the prospect of having more brothers. As the youngest alongside fourth brother Renuega, she had long desired a brother. Besides, Cao Cheng certainly possessed an appealing appearance. He was handsome, although they had never spoken directly or observed him up close. From a distance, he exuded an admirable aura, carefree and easygoing. Old third found herself drawn to that quality, but with second sister upset, she dared not oppose her. All she could do was hope that this cheap brother would fare well on his own. Notification, Negative Emotions 20, Chapter 5, After the Lottery. My mother no longer fears that I might be killed upon stepping into the room and closing the door. A notification tone echoed in my mind. Another critical hit? Cao Cheng was taken aback. Where on earth did this negative emotion stem from? A surge of 20 points of negative emotion indicated that the individual in question held a significant social status, certainly not that of an ordinary person. If they were just a common citizen, such a magnitude of emotion would be implausible. Each individual possesses their own fortune and luck. Those in positions of power, affluent merchants, and celebrities, regardless of class issues, are unlikely to have poor luck or fortune. Moreover, it is improbable that this emotion originated from a complete stranger. The likelihood of harboring such intense feelings towards someone unknown is exceedingly low. Who would inexplicably harbor animosity towards an unfamiliar face? Thus, there must be some connection, however tenuous. At the very least, they must be a mere acquaintance. Could it be someone's watching me? In a mere 3 seconds, Cao Cheng arrived at a plausible explanation. Since that morning, there must have been someone observing him around the square. For reasons unknown, this individual had developed an overwhelming sense of resentment. Until just moments ago, when he returned home, the person must have still been trailing him, cultivating an inexplicable hatred. It was the only explanation that made sense. The system could not be at fault. There had to be someone following him. With a decisive motion, Cao Cheng switched off the living room light, plunging the entire room into darkness. He made his way to the balcony, peering down through the window. The aged residential complex had little space between the buildings, and the scant greenery was limited to a row of small garages, offering no obstruction to his view. He scanned the area below, and suddenly he caught sight of 2 figures departing in the distance, seemingly women, but they quickly vanished around the corner of the building. Without a moment's hesitation, Cao Cheng turned and rushed out the door. He dashed down the 3 flights of stairs, pursuing the fleeting shadows he had just seen. This old complex had but one exit, so he did not lose their trail. He soon caught up to them, maintaining a distance, confirming they were indeed 2 women. He could not see their faces, but their figures were captivating, exuding an air of elegance. They could easily be dubbed back view killers, as their mere silhouettes sparked thoughts that no man could resist. Cao Cheng was uncertain whether these 2 were indeed tailing him or merely passing by. Yet he believed it wiser to follow than to miss an opportunity. Soon, the duo exited the complex, and the elderly man at the entrance, seemingly oblivious, remained engrossed in his radio, indifferent to the comings and goings of others. Cao Cheng slowed his pace. The streetlights outside cast a bright glow, unlike the dimness of the complex. If he followed too closely, they might catch sight of him if they turned around. Before long, the two women approached a sleek black luxury car parked by the roadside. Cao Cheng stepped back, allowing his figure to blend into the shadows of the complex, ensuring he remained unseen. The luxury vehicle slowly revved to life, turning onto the street. At last, he caught a glimpse of the license plate. Zhonghai. Zhonghai. Cao Cheng's gaze fluctuated for several seconds. Zhonghai. Aunt Ren? It is no wonder that Cao Cheng directly suspected Aunt Ren. After all, old Cao was indeed seeking a wealthy woman from Zhonghai. Moreover, Cao Cheng had not offended anyone. Thus, was it possible that Aunt Ren's husband discovered old Chao's affairs and sent someone to surveil him? A debt incurred by the father to be repaid by the son, endangering the family? This is quite troubling. However, Cao Cheng shook his head, dismissing this speculation. Although old Cao was somewhat flirtatious, he never crossed the line of disrupting another's family, which was his principle. At most, old Cao merely flirted with a few widows. Then, the two women he had just seen, appearing youthful from behind, must be two of Aunt Ren's 4 daughters? Were they his half-sisters? Why would they be watching him? And what was with their overwhelming negative emotions? Surely it could not be solely because he had won some money playing chess. That made no sense. Xiao Gao. Suddenly, a voice startled him. Cao Cheng was taken aback. Turning to see the gaunt old man at the security post, his heart raced. What are you doing standing at my door? Nothing. Cao Cheng quickly turned and left. The old man at the security post was left in confusion. Fortunately, this old man lacked any system. Otherwise, Cao Cheng could have easily provided him with 10 points of negative emotion in an instant. How utterly frightening. Upon returning home, Cao Cheng took a shower, contemplating the earlier events. In the face of such an information imbalance, he could not fathom why they would exhibit such strong negative emotions. Yet, one thing was clear to him. Aunt Ren's daughters seemed to harbor grievances against him, or perhaps against old Cao, leading them to loathe him as well. This thought clarified everything. They were all grown now, and suddenly having a stepfather was something most would find difficult to accept. Moreover, their family was affluent. With no sons in the family, the inheritance was to be divided among the 4 daughters. However, with the addition of a stepfather, half of the assets would need to be allocated to him, potentially rendering the daughters with very little in the end. This realization seemed entirely reasonable to Cao Cheng. It appeared that old Cao had stirred up trouble. Life would not be easy for old Cao going forward. Cao Cheng shook his head and decided not to dwell on it further. Lighting incense and taking a bath were his priorities. Additionally, he discovered a new avenue for earning emotional value. There was a path in Zhonghai. The risks were somewhat elevated, yet the profits were substantial. Had he known to accompany old Cao to Zhonghai, the presence of those 4 half-sisters who despised old Cao so much would likely provide him with ample negative emotions, far more than the elderly men at the square. Once old Cao returned from his travels, he would seize an opportunity to explore Zhonghai. Half an hour later, young Master Cao sat on the sofa, lighting 3 cigarettes. There was no incense, so he used to smoke instead. The sense of ritual was complete. Moments later, the air around him became thick with smoke, slightly stinging his eyes. He called upon the system in his mind. Lottery. In the void, a lottery treasure chest was continuously shifting its colors. One moment, it shimmered with iron hues. The next, it transformed into copper, silver, gold, and then diamond. Ultimately, the color changes slowed, revealing a golden treasure chest. The first lottery draw guaranteed a fine reward. With 100 emotional points, it directly ascended to the golden chest. Open. A radiant golden light burst forth. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a golden treasure chest and received master-level mixed martial arts. This reward was splendid. Mother would no longer need to fear for my safety. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged forth. It felt as though a century of knowledge had been bestowed upon me. Yet these memories contained nothing extraneous, only insights into various martial arts techniques. Thus, in that fleeting moment, Cao Cheng seemed to have trained for 100 years, gaining a profound understanding of mixed martial arts. He amalgamated numerous techniques from traditional martial arts, encompassing fist techniques, leg techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, body techniques, and many more. There were also insights on stances and breathing methods, as well as invaluable experience in combat and knowledge of human vulnerabilities. In essence, apart from the physical prowess remaining unchanged, Cao Cheng had, in terms of martial arts techniques and experience, already attained the level of a master. Henceforth, all that was left was to hone his body, growing stronger each day. The progress was astonishing, advancements that would leave one breathless. Furthermore, Cao Cheng comprehended the ranking of skills acquired from the treasure chests. The lowest tier was novice, followed by minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and master. The corresponding chests were iron chest, copper chest, silver chest, and gold chest. This meant that even if a skill were drawn from an iron chest, it would only be at the novice level. Only gold chests, and those of higher rank, could yield master-level skills. Following the gold chest was the diamond chest. As for what lay beyond the master level, Cao Cheng had yet to discover it, waiting for the moment he would unveil the secrets of the diamond chest. Chapter 6. This brother I do not acknowledge. That night, the two sisters drove back from Sanjiang City to Zhonghai. Upon their return, the first thing Sanjia did was drive home, while Erji Ren Fanjing headed directly to the Ren Group. Upon arriving at the assistant's office, she burst in with a bang. The eldest sister, Ren Chensi, furrowed her brows and, upon recognizing the visitor, relaxed her expression, softly chiding, "Did you consume gunpowder for breakfast?" Although it was a complaint, her tone was laced with a tender, almost playful reproach. Erji Ren Fanjing took a seat directly across from the desk, her face cold. "I went to Sanjiang City yesterday." The eldest sister paused, realizing that Sanjiang was the hometown of Uncle Cao. A flicker of curiosity crossed her face. "And then? You look utterly distressed. Surely something unpleasant occurred?" "Very unpleasant." Erji nearly ground her teeth in frustration. The eldest sister chuckled softly and inquired, "Do tell me about it." Before long, the eldest sister understood why her younger sister was so irate. She knew her second sister well. Fanjing had little tolerance for idleness, whether in men or women. Even within the family, when the younger siblings had been negligent in their studies, she had not hesitated to discipline them. To this day, the third and fourth siblings harbored a natural fear of her. Thus, witnessing Cao Cheng, who seemed like a mere parasite, wasting his days playing cards and gaming, possibly squandering the Run family's assets, was infuriating. If he were truly her biological brother, her anger would have manifested in a more direct manner, as she would have taken action to rectify the situation. It was precisely because of their unfamiliarity that she could only seethe in silence. With a warm smile, the eldest sister Renchensi said, "I largely concur with your assessment of him. He indeed appears rather unambitious. However, there is one aspect you may have misunderstood." "What aspect?" Erji asked, perplexed. "Money," the eldest sister replied with a smile. "I assist our mother in managing the accounts, so I am fully aware of the inflow and outflow of both the company and household finances. It is true that our mother considered giving Uncle Cao a sum of money, but as far as I know, he declined it. He has not taken a single penny from our family, at least not yet. Therefore, that 100,000 should be his own savings." At this revelation, Erji Ren Fanjing was momentarily stunned, then coldly retorted, "Nonetheless, he remains a good-for-nothing, a college graduate who refuses to work, deceiving his father into believing he has secured a decent job and instead squandering 100,000 on indulgence. Such a brother is one I do not acknowledge." "I understand." The eldest sister nodded with a smile. "If you choose not to acknowledge him, then so be it. We are adults, after all, and there is no obligation to recognize him. Even siblings can drift apart. Many sisters do not maintain close relations. No one can compel you to accept a brother. However, one thing to consider is to avoid causing our mother any embarrassment." The eldest sister's nonchalant attitude eased Erji's mood considerably, dissipating much of her earlier anger. In this household, it seemed only the eldest sister had the ability to soothe her. The elder sister raised her hand to glance at the golden watch on her fair wrist. It's nearly noon. Let's have a meal together shortly. All right, please wait for me a moment. With that, she resumed her work on the company documents. Observing her diligent demeanor, she increasingly resembled a mother figure. The younger sibling, lost in thought, could not help but recall Cao Cheng from Sanjiang City. The mere thought of his leisurely lifestyle ignited a flicker of anger within her. Useless. Meanwhile, Cao Cheng, with a cup of tea in hand, sat with a calm demeanor, fixated on the chessboard, showing no urgency towards the elderly opponent across from him, whose face was flushed with restrained frustration. The scene grew ever more amusing. This old man. I hope he doesn't faint from the pressure. Losing a game only costs 10 yuan. It's hardly worth the fuss. Yet it was apparent that with such a mindset, a loss would surely elicit an emotional response. At that moment, Cao Cheng remained oblivious to the fact that hundreds of kilometers away in Zhonghai, a young woman, nay, an older sister, was berating him as a good-for-nothing. Of course, even if he were aware, he would merely scoff. What do you know? I, Cao Cheng, have lived 2 lives. With a century's worth of experience, I possess an innate advantage. Surely you understand the concept of a child of destiny? This is what it means to be favored by fortune. For a child of destiny, a public park serves as a beginner's hunting ground. Do you truly believe I am merely concerned with the negative emotions of these elderly gentlemen? I am here to fish for opportunities. Who knows when I might encounter a retired gentleman with an exceptional granddaughter and an impressive background. At that moment, all I would need to do is casually discuss future prospects, instantly elevating myself to a guest of honor and stepping into high society. I could then find myself attending elite gatherings, where I might encounter antagonists just waiting to be put in their place. At such times, wouldn't my emotional value soar? The higher one's status, the greater the emotional worth they provide. Have you ever read a novel? As evening fell, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the aging community. Some women gathered outside, fanning themselves and engaging in light-hearted conversation. We haven't seen that member of the Cao family recently. Has he gone far? I heard that old Cao seems to have encountered some trouble. When old Qian saw him leave, he was packed and in quite a rush, as though fearing pursuit. Old Qian casually asked if he was going far. Do you know how old Cao responded? Aunt Wang, with an air of mystery, lowered her voice, enveloping the conversation in suspense. How did he respond? The nearby women, resembling an intelligence bureau, leaned in with curiosity. Aunt Wang chuckled softly. Old Cao said he was going abroad. Wow, yes, going abroad? Unexpectedly, old Cao seems to be living quite the prosperous life. TCH, Aunt Wang snorted dismissively. Prosperous? Do you really believe that? The surrounding women paused in surprise. Aunt Wang leaned closer, whispering, You all know what kind of family the Chaos are, don't you? In our old cotton mill community, the Cao family is known for being unemployed drifters. Where would he find the money to go abroad? Selling their house wooden tea even suffice. The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is true. Ever since he lost his job in the 90s, I have not witnessed old Cao engage in any laborious endeavor. He spends his days either chatting with the young widow or flaunting his literary prowess to the elder daughter-in-law. What does he possess, really? Who would not voice such sentiments? It was evident that some spoke with a tinge of bitterness. Aunt Wang chuckled. I actually suspect that old Cao has gotten himself into some trouble and has fled. Huh? How do you arrive at that conclusion? Aunt Wang, shrouded in mystery, leaned in closer, prompting the surrounding matrons to instinctively huddle together, fearful that their conversation might be overheard. Aunt Wang continued. Just a few days ago, several strangers were inquiring about old Cao around our neighborhood. To my knowledge, this includes Lin, who sells rice, Xiaofang, the breakfast vendor, and the butcher. In short, it seems that these individuals have questioned nearly all the local merchants over the past few days. Yes. Now that you mention it, a young girl also asked me about old Cao. At the time, I paid it no mind. Now it appears there is indeed something amiss. Aunt Jean remarked with newfound clarity. It seems old Cao has truly found himself in a predicament. I always knew he couldn't remain idle. Idleness breeds trouble. Hold on. If old Cao has truly fled, why did he not take his son with him? Young Cao is still at home. I saw him just yesterday, one matron interjected, perplexed. Who can say? In times of great peril, even couples may abandon one another. let alone a father and son. Suddenly, a matron let out a piercing scream, startling the others around her. Two small stools toppled over, and two matrons, taken aback, landed heavily on the ground, grimacing in pain. When everyone turned to see the commotion, they discovered that Cao Cheng had unexpectedly arrived and had infiltrated their circle, crouching and eavesdropping on their conversation with a mischievous grin. The screaming matron had been startled by his sudden presence. Chapter 7. The First Pot of Gold. Light-hearted and joyful, a familiar aunt gave Cao Cheng a playful slap on the arm, her face brimming with mock annoyance. "You mischievous child. You arrive without a word and give me quite the scare. Indeed, Cao, when did you come?" Cao Cheng, holding a thermos, chuckled. "I just arrived a short while ago, but I've heard everything you've been discussing. Do continue. I find it quite entertaining." A group of older ladies exchanged awkward glances. While they were well aware that their village's intelligence bureau often gossiped behind others' backs, it was undeniably uncomfortable to be caught in the act, especially when the subject was present. After all, their forte was whispering, not confronting. "We must uphold polite decorum, right?" Aunt Wang, one of them remarked. "Oh dear," Aunt Wang replied with an embarrassed smile. Cao Cheng, still smiling, inquired, "Your younger son has finished his college entrance exams, hasn't he?" Yes, just yesterday," she confirmed. The exam schedule had changed. In previous years, it was held in July, but for the past 2 years, it had been moved to June. "How did he perform?" Not too bad," she replied, though her tone suggested otherwise. "Wait a moment. I heard that your son misread the questions and didn't perform well. He might not even make it to university. Is he going to repeat the year or attend vocational school?" Aunt Wang's expression darkened. "Why bring that up?" Cao Cheng laughed. "Oh, don't misunderstand, Aunt. I'm not cursing you. What I mean is, you must tell your child that failing the college entrance exam is not the end of the world. In society, setbacks are far more common. But regardless, even if one must resort to begging, we must never turn a crime. However, Aunt Wang, with your son doing so poorly, do you really have time to meddle in others' affairs? You truly are idle." Aunt Wang's face twitched as she stood up, clutching her stool, and turned to leave. The other ladies began to follow suit. It was simply too embarrassing. Moreover, this boy had a sharp tongue, always targeting others' vulnerabilities, striking where it hurt most. "Wait, everyone, I have some news to share." The departing aunties paused. Curiosity piqued, their eyes fixed on Cao Cheng. Cao Cheng grinned widely. "I heard that Aunt Wang's son is in a relationship, which might explain his poor exam results." "Really?" "Oh, Cao, do elaborate. When did this happen?" "No wonder he didn't do well. Early romance, perhaps." Aunt Wang, not too far away, caught wind of their conversation and felt a surge of frustration. How could she let this slide? This little rascal would pay for this. "Just wait, Wang. I shall have my revenge." In the midst of unfolding events, Cao Cheng found himself in a rather content state. This neighborhood was once a cotton mill staff quarters, fostering a sense of familiarity among its residents. In stark contrast to the indifference that would characterize society decades later, there remained a hint of warmth, as neighbors were still acquainted with one another's surnames. However, this recent situation prompted Cao Cheng to ponder deeply. It appeared that someone was indeed investigating old Chao's past, and perhaps even keeping tabs on him. It was likely tied to Aunt Ren's daughters. Alternatively, it could be a suitor vying for Aunt Ren's affections. Given her status as a wealthy woman and her striking appearance, there would undoubtedly be many men drawn to her, especially since old Cao had acted swiftly in his pursuits. Cao Cheng surmised that old Chao's forthcoming days would likely be fraught with challenges. Why, one might ask, must he endure such tribulations? Is it not known that one is often undervalued away from home? In Sanjiang City, he once basked in glory. What was the need to seek out a Shanghai aunt? After a decade, Shanghai aunts would be plentiful. When the time came, he could indulge at leisure. There was no need for haste. Cao Cheng harbored no genuine concern for old Cao. The latter was savvy enough to evade peril, and should danger arise, he would undoubtedly make a swift exit. Time passed swiftly, and soon 2 days had elapsed. The opportunity for profit emerged vividly in his memory. On the early morning of June 10th, the German World Cup commenced. As the opening match concluded with Germany triumphing over Costa Rica, the final whistle signaled a definitive moment for Cao Cheng. He felt assured of his future prosperity, This lifetime was secured. Even in the absence of a system, he could effortlessly ascend to the status of a billionaire. His century of memories stood as his greatest treasure, as dreams materialized with striking accuracy. Fortunately, this was a sports lottery, not a welfare lottery. Had it been the latter, even with knowledge of the winning numbers, it was unlikely he would claim the grand prize. Time travelers may not necessarily outsmart the director of the welfare lottery. Thankfully, young Master Cao was an ardent football fan. Though he might not watch every match live, he diligently reviewed the highlights of each game. Thus, he possessed an astonishingly precise understanding of many matches down to the very second. From that day forth, young Master Cao donned the mantle of a gambling deity. During this era, the future betting options had yet to arrive, leaving only traditional sports betting formats, such as predicting the outcomes of 4 matches, halftime and full-time scores of 6 matches, or win-loss predictions for 8 matches. While these options were limited, the maximum prize still stood at $5 million. This sum was precisely what Cao Cheng sought. He was not greedy. He merely aimed to accumulate his capital to $5 million, which would enable him to soar during the impending bull market. On June 11th, Cao Cheng purchased a multi-choice ticket for 152 yuan, ultimately winning 825 yuan, a staggering return rate of 6,200. On this day, the lottery shop owner remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, merely congratulating the young man on his newfound wealth and envying his extraordinary luck. By June 13th, Cao Cheng again spent 152 yuan, winning 794 yuan, a return rate exceeding 4,400. On this day, the shop owner began to sense that something significant was unfolding. June 15th approached. Cao Cheng placed a bet of 728 yuan, once again opting for a complex ticket. The lottery shop owner couldn't help but exclaim, "Young man, you are quite the expert." With a mask concealing his face, Cao Cheng smiled and replied, "Just lucky. Why don't you try your hand at a ticket as well?" Observing the nearly 2,000 yuan complex ticket, the owner quickly shook his head. "I dare not gamble such a sum. In these times, 2,000 yuan is no trifling matter." Cao Cheng was well aware of the scores and outcomes, knowing that one could win such amounts with just a 2 yuan bet, yet he insisted on the complex ticket. Firstly, to deter anyone from copying his numbers. Especially since today's jackpot would be substantial, he chose to increase his investment. Secondly, he feared becoming a target. Winning tens of thousands from a mere 2 yuan bet might be acceptable once or twice, but consistently winning would raise eyebrows. This time, Cao Cheng's winnings amounted to an astonishing 818,264 yuan, with a return rate of 47,000. Upon waking and seeing the results, the shop owner was so infuriated he skipped breakfast, lamenting and beating his chest, wondering why he hadn't placed a bet himself. Regret consumed him. Yet, despite his anger, he had to prepare a banner congratulating the young man on his 800,000 yuan win, setting off firecrackers early in the morning, eagerly awaiting the young man's arrival. Many seasoned lottery players flocked to the shop, and the owner, donning a reluctant smile, regaled them with tales of Cao Cheng's prowess, creating a legend of sorts before the young man had even arrived. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the owner's heart was heavy with sorrow. The more he pondered, the more regretful he became. Why had he followed through on his bet yesterday? The young man had even invited him, but he dismissed it as too expensive, fearing a loss. Moreover, he perceived that the young man, having won 2 consecutive times, was due for a loss statistically. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the young man had not only avoided defeat, but had seized victory, winning 800,000 yuan. Such a sum could purchase 3 apartments in the city center of Sanjian. Even in the capital, one could buy a 100-square-meter apartment. The more he thought about it, the more he wished he could slap himself. He vowed that next time, he would buy a ticket alongside the young man. This wave of events left him burdened with 38 points of negative emotion towards Cao Cheng. It was not a fleeting feeling, but a persistent stream of bitterness, likely intensifying with each reflection on his loss. Cao Cheng, encountering this unusual situation for the first time, could surmise the reason behind it. However, he did not return to the lottery shop. Instead, He donned his mask and took his ticket to the sports lottery center to claim his prize, paying taxes accordingly. The following day, he still refrained from visiting the shop, opting for a different district and another lottery outlet. In these times, it was wise to keep one's wealth discreet. The ban on firearms had only been in place for a few years, and many still concealed their riches. Having lived for a century, Cao Cheng understood the importance of self-preservation. He would not engage in overly reckless behavior. It was simply not worth the risk, nor was the timing right. Did he truly consider himself the favored child of fortune? No retired elders were seen in the square. This was a risk he could not afford to take. On June 17th, he spent 592 yuan and won 142 yuan. He then changed to another store. June 19th, having expended 592 without success on June 21st. And again on June 23rd, the unfortunate streak persisted, leading to a substantial loss exceeding several thousand. It was not until the final round of the group stage that Cao Cheng invested another 592, resulting in a remarkable victory of 5,000,000, prompting him to wisely withdraw from the game. Over the span of just over 2 weeks, his total expenditure reached 16,992 yuan, yielding winnings of 6,304,025. After accounting for taxes amounting to 1,260,805, his net profit stood at 5,043,220, culminating in an extraordinary return rate of 29,480. In this brief period, Cao Cheng had already realized the aspirations he had set for himself, all while the World Cup was only halfway through. With 5 million at his disposal, he envisioned soaring into wealth when the forthcoming bull market arrived, turning the dream of exceeding 100 million into a tangible possibility. The prospect of having over 100 million in cash flow in 2006 was indeed daunting. Throughout this time spent indulging in the lottery, Cao Cheng maintained a semblance of an ordinary life. Mornings were devoted to chess, afternoons to card games, evenings to gossip, and nights were spent at home, practicing standing meditation to refine both body and mind. His abilities improved significantly day by day. On this particular day, his emotional quotient peaked at 200. Yet, Cao Cheng remained unhurried to claim his prize, for the initial opportunity for a guaranteed quality draw had already slipped away. His next objective was to accumulate 1,000 points in emotional value, to engage in 10 consecutive draws, thereby enhancing his chances of acquiring a treasure chest, or perhaps even the legendary diamond chest. Chapter 8. A Peerless Martial Art. Can you withstand it? In the ensuing days, Cao Cheng found himself wealthier, yet more occupied, beyond his usual endeavors. He now frequented the stock exchange. Gradually, he entered the stock market, establishing positions in increments, with a keen eye on the volatile stocks. Fortunately, many of these high-flying stocks had made headlines, allowing Cao Cheng to recall them from memory. Some sensational stocks had already been suspended. For instance, Renha halted trading in April, and news indicated it would remain suspended for a year before resuming, only to skyrocket by 1600. Regrettably, he missed the opportunity. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Cao Cheng's strategic planning. After all, he still had investments in pantyhose, right? Langsha, it is no wonder that men are enamored with pantyhose. They serve not only as a visual delight, but also possess practical uses during times of adversity. In the stock market, they can transform into sensational stocks. Acquiring at a mere 4 yuan could see the price soar to a staggering 84 within just a week by the start of next year. One cannot deny the allure of such volatility. Moreover, there are not too many sensational stocks that gain media attention. Cao Cheng's consideration was not whether to buy, but rather the sequence of his purchases to maximize his profits. Of course, strictly speaking, Cao Cheng lacked financial expertise and would not resort to loans, leverage, or similar tactics. After all, even without these, a mere 5 million could yield astronomical returns in the market. Why engage in leverage operations? A misstep could easily disrupt the finer details, leading to losses and potentially disastrous outcomes. Although a market crash would not truly deter Cao Cheng, he was destined to rise again. Such an event would be a waste of precious time. Thus, after careful deliberation, Master Cao resolved to adopt a prudent approach. By avoiding leveraged financing, the worst-case scenario would merely be being trapped in a position. Yet, with the prevailing trends of 2006 and the current low stock index, who could ensnare him? A month later, he found himself with less than 50,000 remaining. Additionally, his emotional value had reached just over 900. He was merely 100 points shy of achieving 10 consecutive draws. Life was increasingly filled with promise. Little Cao, hasn't your father returned yet? One morning, at the entrance of the community, he encountered Aunt Wang, who expressed her concern for the Cao family. Cao Cheng smiled. Aunt Wang, has your younger son decided whether to repeat a year? Aunt Wang frowned. You child, I am concerned about you. How can you be so ungrateful? Cao Cheng replied, I know Aunt Wang is worried about me, but I care about your son as well. Why do you think I lack gratitude? Is it because you're judging me through your own perspective? What? Why are you at a loss for words? Is it because you do not comprehend the meaning of judging others by oneself? Then have your son come. He is a high school student. Though he did not pass the university entrance exam, he should be able to engage in a discussion with me. My son has been accepted into university. Aunt Wang exclaimed. Her face flushed with pride. Yes, indeed. A college diploma is still considered a university degree. I cannot argue with that. Do not ridicule. Cao, having only graduated from middle school, holds no disdain for vocational colleges, as his desire for survival is remarkably strong. In this round, Cao Cheng achieved a resounding victory, marking his 8th consecutive win, garnering 25 points of emotional value. He realized that by targeting a single individual relentlessly, his gains multiplied for her anger accumulated daily, layering upon itself like a buff. The greater the accumulation, the more intense the eruption of negative emotions. With a thermos in hand, he departed with an air of indifference, while Aunt Wang continued to dispense her negativity. Recently, Aunt Wang's contributions to the negative energy leaderboard were unparalleled. Were it not for her presence, Cao Cheng would have scarcely reached 900 emotional points. He would have been lucky to surpass 700. Grateful to Aunt Wang, he wishes her son success in retaking a year and ultimately gaining admission to a reputable vocational college. What a triumph indeed. After Cao Cheng distanced himself, Aunt Wang spat disdainfully. A nearby woman attempted to counsel her. Oh dear, why provoke him daily? The youth is sharp-witted. Should a quarrel ensue, you cannot outmatch him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Aunt Wang retorted incredulously, declaring, just wait and see. I will undoubtedly settle the score with that brat one day. Unyielding in her convictions, she had never lost a verbal duel in her life, especially against the young. Who could withstand 3 rounds against her? Rather, it was the older widows who posed a true challenge. However, she never anticipated stumbling today against a mere youth, which left her increasingly agitated. Upon returning home, she replayed the scenario in her mind, simulating arguments with Cao Cheng, and infuriatingly, each time she emerged victorious in her simulations. Yet in reality, she could not prevail. The mere sight of that young man incited her ire, disrupting her performance. Consequently, her household atmosphere darkened, her son trembling in fear, often receiving her scolding. Such is the nature of maternal affection. Her son indirectly provided Cao Cheng with 10 emotional points. As he arrived at the plaza, he witnessed a scene reminiscent of a cat-and-mouse chase unfolding before him. A man donning a cap clutched a woman's purse, fleeing frantically, while another man pursued, shouting, "Thief! Stop!" Trailing behind was a woman, despondently lagging, the distance between them widening. A robbery. In an instant, Cao Cheng comprehended the situation. Fortune had truly smiled upon him. Such occurrences are seldom encountered by ordinary individuals. Only one favored by luck could find himself in such a predicament. Nonetheless, one must admit, the environment has become quite chaotic. In 20 years, such incidents will be nearly eradicated. Even a minor gang of youths on scooters could make headlines. Yet now, observe, the streets are teeming with ruffians. For instance, in his dreams, Cao Cheng envisioned himself employed at a technology firm in Pengcheng in 2007, residing beyond the city limits, where in a single year, his phone was stolen 3 times in broad daylight. At that time, an old colleague informed him that outside the gates of Pengcheng, if you had not been robbed of your phone and wallet in broad daylight, you could hardly claim to have visited the city. Conversely, within the gates, the situation was somewhat better, yet if you had never been pickpocketed, you could not truly say you had resided there. Such chaos was evident. The situation in Sanjiang City was not much better, particularly at the train station, which was a complete mess. After all, being a hub connecting 9 provinces, it attracted a substantial transient population. Get lost. Move aside. Don't block the way, just move. The assailant, wearing a baseball cap, brandished a knife and charged toward Cao Cheng. There was no escape. Cao Cheng had just arrived at the square, and the exit was precisely in his path. What a coincidence! Observing the robber's demeanor and hearing his shouts, it felt reminiscent of many novels. His luck had arrived. With a swift motion, he let go of his thermos. Though skilled, Cao Cheng would not recklessly attempt to disarm an armed assailant. This was not a film, after all. In reality, if faced with a knife, it was best to flee. Tossing the thermos was already a bold move for someone of his caliber. With a resounding crash, the thermos struck the robber directly. The force was substantial. The assailant collapsed to the ground. Cao Cheng advanced with a masterful technique, pressing his knee against the robber's neck, swiftly subduing him. Ding, negative emotion 2. Ding, negative emotion 2. Ding, negative emotion 2. The robber was left dazed by the blow, struggling to catch his breath and unable to utter a single harsh word, only overwhelmed by a surge of negative emotions. Internally, he cried out, "I can't breathe. I can't breathe." Chapter 9. The arrival of the 4th sister young man. Well done, exclaimed the man who had chased down the robber, breathlessly giving Cao Cheng a thumbs up. Just a small matter, Cao Cheng replied with a smile, feeling quite pleased. After some casual conversation, he learned that the man who had pursued the thief was a police officer on his day off. As for the woman who had been robbed, well, it was best not to dwell on her. She was rather unremarkable in appearance, with an average figure and a commonplace background. Something felt amiss. In the realm of online literature from his previous life, such a woman would at least be a CEO. Would a robber target her otherwise? Yet, she was indeed just an ordinary middle-aged woman without even stockings, having been singled out merely for withdrawing cash at the bank. She incessantly expressed her gratitude to Cao Cheng, appearing genuinely appreciative. Yet, her positive emotions yielded merely 1 point. Alas, that was insufficient to cover even the loss of the thermos. It appeared that negative emotions were far more fruitful to collect. For instance, after being handcuffed by the police, the robber provided Cao Cheng with 12 points of negative emotion. In total, that amounted to 30 points, more than Aunt Wong. Oh, Aunt Wong, I have no qualms about saying this. I have defeated you 8 times. Yet your amassed negative emotions cannot even rival those of a common thief. What does that make you? Nothing at all. Unbeknownst to Cao Cheng, a girl in the distance, gazing intently from a BMW, observed him with an expression imbued with emotions that were difficult for outsiders to comprehend. Regrettably, he failed to notice her. Otherwise, he would surely have exclaimed, "Fortune smiles upon me. The heroine approaches." At that moment, Cao Cheng felt like a hero, lauded by a group of elderly men engrossed in chess. However, he was not particularly elated. He had assumed himself to be a child of destiny. Yet after a month of waiting, he had finally encountered a robber, but sensed that the narrative was askew. In novels, wouldn't he, the police chief, express astonishment and personally offer thanks, ultimately leading to a meeting with an exquisite policewoman? Wasn't that the conventional trope? In reality, the officer merely praised him a few times before taking the criminal away, failing even to inquire his name. Did he truly believe the officer would return to thank him? Alas, if only 10 years hence, a short video could be shared, leading to the acquisition of a local estate. Yet, after such an extensive period of playing chess, he had not encountered any remarkable old men. Suddenly, among the chess players, an unfamiliar elderly gentleman caught Cao Cheng's attention. This man was a newcomer, exuding a formidable presence. His gaze was steely, devoid of any trace of emotion, as if he were accustomed to the sight of death. Cao Cheng's focus sharpened as he observed this elderly gentleman. Likely in his 60s, could he possibly be a retired general? However, upon inquiry, he discovered that this man had worked at a crematorium for over 20 years, recently retiring after a long career of handling the deceased. Never mind, I lack the inclination to play chess. I shall go for cards instead. Soon, Cao Cheng departed from the square, and made his way to the mahjong parlor. Inside, some familiar female players regarded him with unkind expressions, their faces reflecting a palpable negativity. It is not merely because Cao Cheng has won a considerable sum from them. In fact, he has intentionally lost a fair amount as well. However, Cao Cheng is the kind of person who plays cards in a way that harms others while benefiting himself not at all. Even when he does not win, he ensures that others cannot either. He meticulously dismantles his own hand, making it impossible for anyone to form sets or melds, frustrating his opponents to no end. "Come, ladies, gather around the table. I shall cover the table fees," Cao Cheng exclaimed. "Xiao, do be careful not to play recklessly today," cautioned Lin Jia. "Oh dear, Sister Lin, it's not my fault. I've only just learned and am still figuring it out. Please bear with me, ladies. I'll treat you to drinks. Feel free to smoke as much as you like, and I'll treat you to some chicken legs at lunch," Cao Cheng promised sweetly. Yet, as soon as the game commenced, he began to irritate everyone. First, he played coy, holding onto his cards and hesitating to play, making the sisters feel as if they were about to assist him. In his indecisiveness, he even imitated others by shuffling his cards without looking, only to eventually reveal a wrong call, 9-1, when it was in fact an 8-tong. The discrepancy was vast. Upon seeing the 8-tong, the adjacent sister's eyes lit up with the prospect of melding. However, Cao Cheng immediately snatched the card back, insisting, "I misplayed, I won't play the 8-tong." The sister's expression was one of deep frustration. Yet, after she had discarded the 8-tong, Cao Cheng played it again, nearly provoking her to overturn the table. Then, he began his incessant chanting, 8-1, 8-1, come on, 8-1, his voice sweet as honey, causing the other sisters to feel dizzy from the repetitive incantation. He occasionally slammed the cards down on the table, startling everyone with loud thuds. Had it not been for the fact that he was footing the bill for the table and drinks, and given his charming looks, the sisters might have genuinely considered taking action against him. Thus, a considerable amount of negative emotions accumulated, particularly from one sister who bore the brunt of it. After lunch, Cao Cheng left with a gratifying 50 points of negative energy, feeling quite content. His recent gains far exceeded those of the past, primarily because familiar faces tended to amplify the negativity they provided, unlike the early days when he would gather a mere 10 points in a day. In the afternoon, a change of venue to another mahjong parlor was necessary, as he feared being targeted. As night fell, shortly after 7, Cao Cheng returned home, satisfied with his bounty. He was on the cusp of a tenfold draw. The more intense the negative emotions around him became, the quicker he would gather them. Life was increasingly favorable. If things continued this way, he would soon be able to make a significant draw. As he settled in, a soft knocking at the door interrupted his reverie. "Is this the home of Uncle Cao?" came a gentle voice from outside. From the sound alone, he sensed that this young lady would not be lacking in charm. With curiosity piqued, Cao Cheng opened the door, momentarily captivated by the sight before him. The young lady was rather beautiful, with exquisite features and an impeccable sense of style. In this era where non-mainstream trends still prevail, such a refreshing young lady is indeed a rarity. The streets are teeming with followers of the trend, clinging to the notion of eternal life. Thus, this young woman before me is undoubtedly a true gem. Even a decade from now, her vibrant and stylish attire will surely remain at the cutting edge of fashion. Particularly her appearance, she is undoubtedly a genuine goddess. In this lifetime, Cao Cheng has only experienced one romance, yet in dreams spanning centuries, he has encountered many. After all, one learns skills from those they associate with. With an old sea king as a guiding influence, despite his loyalty, Cao Cheng finds himself yearning for more. Nevertheless, the beauty before him is truly exceptional. Even many celebrities on television, at their most glamorous moments, pale in comparison to her. She playfully tossed her hair and smiled. "Do you think I am beautiful?" Cao Cheng was taken aback. "How could you be so familiar?" "Who are you?" "I am your elder sister, Ren Yuega," she replied with a light laugh. Though she feigned modesty, her lively eyes revealed a spirited nature that was anything but subdued. "Ren Yuega, are you the daughter of Aunt Ren?" Cao Cheng suddenly connected the dots. "Clever," Ren Yuega remarked, her gaze appreciating him. "Why do you share your mother's surname?" He dismissed the thought. Her background was not something he wished to pry into, as their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. Moreover, Cao Cheng found her rather presumptuous. Have we met before, to call each other siblings? Rin Yuega stepped gracefully into the room, leaving a trail of fragrance in her wake. After surveying the surroundings, she commented, "The environment is decent. Although the house and furniture are somewhat outdated, they are quite tidy, far better than I had imagined. However, the smell of smoke is rather strong, which is not good for your health, dear brother." As she spoke, Ren Yuega opened the balcony window and then the kitchen window to improve ventilation. "Hi, Cao Cheng in does it? I just turned on the air conditioning. That's all the more reason to open the windows. Otherwise, it will become quite unpleasant. Can't you smell it?" "It's not a matter of whether I can smell it. It seems you haven't asked for my permission, but I am your elder sister." Chapter 10. Familial Feuds. Cao Cheng gazed at the audacious young girl before him, a sense of exasperation washing over him. With the sum of his experiences across 2 lifetimes, he had lived for a total of 115 years, having been a father for half his life and a grandfather for the other half. How could he now be at the mercy of a mere child? "Sister, you may as well plead," he mused. In terms of experience, she truly was just a child in his presence. Rin Yuega prowled about like a lioness surveying her territory. She meandered from the living room to the kitchen, from the kitchen to the bathroom, and then to the master bedroom and the guest room, before finally returning to the living room. "The environment is quite pleasant and cozy," she remarked. "I shall be residing here for the next few days. You have no objection, do you, brother?" "Let us put a stop to this," Cao Cheng interjected, raising his hand. "Firstly, we are not particularly familiar with one another. Secondly, it seems that my father and your mother have yet to tie the knot, correct? They are merely on a trip together, which could be considered a trial marriage at best. Thus, strictly speaking, we share no relationship, neither by blood nor by law. If you were to stay here, the rumors of an isolated man and woman living together would tarnish my reputation." Rin Yuega's mind briefly malfunctioned. For a moment, she doubted her hearing. "You said it would be detrimental to your reputation? Is there any alternative?" He retorted, "This is the former Cotton Mill S residential complex, where a majority are families of former employees. We see each other daily and know one another. If word got out that I allowed you to stay here, how could I bear to face anyone? I might as well leap from the 3rd floor and end my life to prove my innocence," Cao Cheng stated with gravity. In this era, the age of the internet had not yet dawned. Such absurdity left her thoroughly bewildered. After a lengthy pause, Ren Yuega chuckled softly. When one is at a loss for words, laughter often ensues. "You are quite amusing, brother," she said, her expression a blend of mirth and intrigue. "Are you attempting to speak like a character from a fantasy novel?" she teased, reaching into her satchel to retrieve her phone. In this age, mobile phones were equipped with buttons, yet they possessed a camera function, albeit with less than stellar image quality. "Look here. This is my mother S and your father S marriage certificate. Although their household registrations have not yet been consolidated, legally speaking, we are indeed siblings. Do you see it clearly, brother? Do not accuse me of taking advantage of you." Cao Cheng found himself momentarily dazed as he gazed at the photograph on her phone. Had they procured the certificate so swiftly? Was this affluent woman truly so naive as to marry without fear of asset division? Old Cao, it seemed, was quite capable. No wonder. No wonder so many had recently begun investigating old Cao and keeping a close watch on him. It appeared that someone was growing anxious. This Rin Yuega likely intended to keep a watchful eye on him, perhaps seeking leverage against both father and son, to ensure old Chao's expulsion without the need for a division of assets. Should I give old Cao a call and have him clarify things with you? I cannot fathom that he would cast me aside, nor refuse me entry at this late hour." Rin Yuega put away her phone and gazed at Cao Cheng with a smile. "Such words are truly brazen. You stay, as long as you are happy." Cao Cheng shrugged. After all, he had brought old Cao into the conversation, leaving young Master Cao with little to say. In truth, he did not harbor any aversion to living with a girl, particularly one as beautiful as she. However, Cao Cheng was acutely aware that the sisters harbored ulterior motives, and given his own secret, he was reluctant to have outsiders in his home. Unfortunately, Old Cao remained oblivious to the schemes of these girls. Were Ren Yuega to make a phone call, Old Cao would undoubtedly agree and insist on taking care of this sister. Here, this is a gift from your sister, specially chosen for you. Tell me if you like it. In the next moment, Ren Yuega retrieved a box from her handbag and handed it to Cao Cheng with a smile. Were it not for his awareness of their scheming, he could easily be deceived by her appearance and demeanor. An outsider might genuinely believe in the cordiality of their sisterly bond. Cao Cheng accepted the ornate box and opened it. Although he was unfamiliar with the specific collection, he recognized the brand, a highly esteemed luxury label. If it were authentic, even the most basic men's watch from this brand would start at a minimum of 100,000. This gift was undoubtedly not inexpensive, and Cao Cheng felt a flicker of surprise. Of course, I took quite some time to choose it. The sales associate mentioned it is a new limited edition. Do you like it? Ren Yuega's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of anticipation for Cao Cheng's response. He blinked, beginning to feel puzzled. Her demeanor did not seem to reflect any grievances towards old Cao. Was it all an act? Cao Cheng discreetly shook his head. He had seen enough of life's complexities to discern pretense easily, unless she was a seasoned actress. Moreover, even if it were a fade, if she genuinely disliked the Cao family, there would likely be some negative emotional feedback. Yet, since their meeting began, he had not sensed a trace of negativity from her. Could it be that the four sisters were not truly united in their intentions? It was conceivable. After all, the affairs of the affluent are often fraught with conflict. Harmony is rarely found amid such interests. This should be a good sign. The last one was the antagonist, wasn't it? How much did this one cost? Cao Cheng in quit. Ren Yuega's eyes sparkled, and in a sweet voice, she replied, "As long as you like it, let us not discuss the price." A sister gifting her brother is priceless in sentiment. Then I thank you, Cao Cheng responded, not wishing to seem overly sentimental, although his caution remained intact. Could you accompany me outside for a moment? What do you need to go out for? I need to buy a few items. I only brought one suitcase, and I lack other daily necessities. Besides, you must help me lift my suitcase from the car. There's no elevator in this building, and I cannot manage it alone. As the refusal rose to Cao Cheng's lips, he caught sight of her smile and hopeful gaze, and he reluctantly swallowed his protest. Fine, considering you gifted me the watch. I shall accompany you. The time was still only a little past 7 in the evening, with many large supermarkets aglow with lights, as they drove towards their destination. Upon entering the supermarket, Ren Yuega donned a mask that concealed her exquisite features. Nevertheless, she garnered frequent glances as she walked by. With a graceful figure and an air of elegance, she wore sheer stockings that added to her allure. In this era of nonconformity, such refinement is a rarity, as contemporary society is rife with mediocrity. Nowadays, many families suffer from nutritional deficiencies, leading to a scarcity of naturally beautiful girls. Many children in these households appear emaciated and frail. This abundance of mediocrity has contributed to the rise of the shammate subculture, where unconventional hairstyles and attire serve to mask the less flattering physiques of many young women. This is one of the reasons behind the fleeting popularity of the shammate style. As she entered the mall, she naturally linked her arm with Cao Cheng's, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Come on, little brother, today. You shall assist me with my purchases, and of course, I shall not let you go unrewarded. I'll gift you an outfit later." Thus commenced her fervent shopping spree, with bags of all sizes quickly filling Cao Cheng's hands. True to her word, she indeed gifted him a complete suit, a formal work ensemble. Cao Cheng was taken aback, realizing the mischievous intent behind her gesture. Did she truly expect him to work? Was he not the epitome of leisure, destined to spend his days idling, playing cards, and engaging in games, merely to irk others? Her spending was extravagant, as if money flowed like water, even with Cao Cheng's substantial earnings. He was stunned by the magnitude of her shopping habits. The ensemble, a three-piece suit complete with a tie and belt, cost a staggering sum, equivalent to a lifetime's worth of savings for his father. Chapter 11. Because you are my sister, you must take care of me upon returning home. I ascended the stairs burdened with numerous bags. In truth, it was not exhausting. With Cao Cheng's current physical condition, he felt quite robust. The most arduous part was the repetitiveness of making 3 trips to transport everything upstairs, including the luggage from the car's trunk. Gazing at the cluttered room, Cao Cheng fell into contemplation. Did you not say you would stay for just a few days? Is such an abundance of items truly necessary for a brief visit? Ren Yuega giggled. Indeed, it is just a few days, but these things will remain here. I shall return whenever I have the time. Is that a problem? After all, I am your sister. The way she emphasized the word sister left Cao Cheng somewhat overwhelmed. He could not fathom her eagerness to assume that role. Was she truly the youngest among her 4 sisters? You must be the youngest, right? Cao Cheng speculated. How did you know? Did Uncle Cao mention me? Paying Yui inquired, her curiosity evident in her sparkling eyes. Cao Cheng sighed, realizing the truth of the matter. A younger sibling complex, perhaps? I merely guessed. You can tidy up at your leisure. This will now be your residence, your sanctuary. I shall refrain from intruding further. With that, he fabricated an excuse to retreat and avoid the arduous task of cleaning. This room had previously belonged to old Cao, and after his departure, Cao Cheng had hired someone to tidy it up, initially intending to transform it into a studio or gaming room. However, before he could even purchase a computer, Sister had already taken over. Hey, Ren Yuega called out. My dear brother, are you not going to lend me a hand? I shall not assist unless you address me as brother. Then I shall manage on my own, she retorted with a light huff. Cao Cheng quickly discerned that this spirited girl was genuinely reluctant to be the youngest. Otherwise, she would not be so preoccupied with her sisterly identity. Strangely, he found himself not helping her, initially anticipating a wave of negative emotions, yet she remained unfazed. Her demeanor was truly perplexing. Was she still a girl if she did not express anger? It appeared there was no advantage to be gained from her. He pondered about the 2 sisters from the previous encounter. He would inquire about them later, particularly the one who could be more easily influenced. After a moment, holding a teacup, Cao Cheng stood at the doorway, observing her busy figure and grinned. Sister, do you require assistance? Bah! Ren Yuega playfully spat in response. Cao Cheng remained unfazed, smiling as he asked, The last time I was followed, the pursuers were 2 women. Which sisters are they? A flicker of surprise crossed Ren Yuega's eyes, but she did not respond. If you tell me, I might consider calling you sister. She hesitated for a second before decisively betraying her sisters. It was the 2nd and 3rd sisters. Oh, Cao Cheng nodded and turned to leave. You have yet to call me. Sister, I was merely jesting. You. He walked over to the sofa, still devoid of any negative emotions. Ah, this little girl possesses such a pleasant temperament. This could be troublesome, Cao Cheng thought, shaking his head in resignation. Is the endeavor of collecting emotions destined to falter midway? I refuse to believe it. Cao Cheng squinted his eyes, beginning to contemplate mischievous schemes. After 10 minutes, he arrived once again at the doorstep of Ren Yuega. She was tidying her clothes and bedding, glistening with a light sheen of sweat, for the heat was quite oppressive. It was indeed summer, and situated in the furnace-like city of Sanjiang, which is a nexus of 9 provinces, the sweltering heat was relentless. Although the air conditioning was on, the windows were also ajar, allowing waves of heat to rush in. It was no wonder she felt hot. Ren Yuega glanced at Cao Cheng, huffed lightly in defiance, and continued her work. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Cao Cheng sighed. Alas, I suppose I, being a warm-hearted person, shall lend you a hand. Ren Yuega, easily appeased, brightened up at his words. You still owe me a sister. All right. I'll make sure to call you that when the opportunity arises. After all, I need to be mentally prepared, don't I? This is our first meeting. After all, Cao Cheng replied. Very well. I shall await that moment, Ren Yuega said, her delicate eyebrows arching playfully. Cao Cheng entered the room, observing the neatly spread bedding. He began to assist her with the tidying up. A minute later, Ren Yuega exclaimed, What are you doing? Oh no, I painstakingly arranged that. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You mischievous little brother. How infuriating. Ding negative emotion 1. Ding negative emotion 1. Cao Cheng erupted in laughter, promptly being shooed out of the room. You expect me to assist you? You must be out of your mind. Umph. Indeed, the irritable girl was the most delightful. He almost turned into a fool. Knock, knock, knock. A few minutes later, Cao Cheng rapped on the door and called, Do you need my assistance, little sister? Get lost. You annoying little brother. Ding negative emotion 1. Ha ha ha. Cao Cheng chuckled heartily, shouting through the door, if you need help, just let me know. I shall be right outside. No, I do not need assistance. Ding negative emotion 1. All right. It's good to know you're feeling vulnerable. Cao Cheng cheerfully returned to the sofa, leisurely sipping his tea. In truth, he hadn't done much. He merely lifted the bedding, causing minimal disruption, yet it was enough to incite annoyance. He was also curious if this tactic would compel her to leave, as he truly had no knowledge of her intentions. Moreover, he had no desire to cohabit with someone of unknown background. What if secrets were unveiled? Most importantly, our handsome Cao Cheng, a pure-hearted young man, pondered the potential mischief she might harbor in her heart after a while. Renuega exited the room, casting a disdainful glance at Cao Cheng, exclaiming, "You annoying little brother." Cao Cheng chuckled, shaking his head, wondering why she held such a grudge. It had been over 20 minutes, yet she remained upset. Women, your name is petty-minded. Renuega resumed her busyness, clutching new bed linens and heading to the washing machine on the balcony. After a while of fiddling, she could no longer contain herself. Annoying little brother, how does this washing machine work? Were these rotating knobs? Cao Cheng, burdened by his weight, barely rose from his seat. Are you serious? You can't even operate a washing machine? My sister has a maid. All right. So you're just pretending to be impressive, are you? With a sigh of resignation, Cao Cheng stood up to assist him. Indeed, the washing machine of this era was rather cumbersome to use, and the letters on the knobs had faded over time, considering it had been in service for over a decade. It was still a semi-automatic model. After the clothes were washed, one still had to transfer them to the spin dryer set aside. After much adjustment, Cao Cheng found that Renuega was quite clever and quickly learned how to operate it. Cao Cheng remarked, from now on, all the laundry at home will be your responsibility. Why should it be? She retorted, I am a sister. Precisely because you're the sister. You ought to take care of me. If you can't even look after me, what kind of sister are you? Perhaps I should take care of you instead. And you can call me brother. Absolutely not. You annoying little brother. Such is the nature of human relationships. Sometimes, when you provoke a girl, it paradoxically brings you closer together. If there is no closeness, it indicates she harbors no feelings for you at all. Thus, if she gets upset, what does it matter? Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 12. This waste is extraordinary. At 10 o'clock, after her bath, the scene of the beautiful woman emerging from the water captivated Cao Cheng once more. This girl truly possesses a bold heart. Even though they are siblings, it is their first meeting after all. Does she understand his character? His integrity? How could she dare to bathe so freely in his presence? And after bathing, she merely dons a nightgown. How convenient. Where did you put the hairdryer, pesky brother? Cao Cheng rummaged through the cabinet to retrieve the hairdryer. Thank you, pesky brother. Could you possibly drop the pesky? Can't think you and pesky coexist? You are indeed a pesky brother. Who told you to mess up my bed? She huffed. Renuega let out a delicate huff and added, by the way, pesky brother, could you check if the laundry in the washing machine is done? If it is, would you mind helping me wring it out? Cao Cheng grimaced. She had bought several sets of bed linens. Aside from one new set for immediate use, the rest required washing. Ideally, they should be washed before use. But today there were no other linens available, so she had to make do with the newly purchased ones. Tomorrow, once the freshly washed linens had dried, they could be swapped out. One night wouldn't make a difference. Soon, the sound of the washing machine spinning echoed from the left balcony, while the right side resonated with the sound of hair being dried. Strangely, the home felt infused with a certain liveliness. Cao Cheng couldn't quite articulate this feeling. It was distinctly different from when he was at home with his father. Perhaps it was simply the presence of a woman that altered the atmosphere. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if he had returned to a dream, a sensation reminiscent of when he married at 34, and the house was filled with the bustle of a woman. After Renuega finished hanging the second batch of laundry, she returned to the sofa, wiping away beads of fragrant sweat. I'll wash the rest tomorrow. There is no space left on the balcony now. Oh, and I have some new clothes that need to be taken to the dry cleaner. Pesky brother, where's the nearest dry cleaner around here? Cao Cheng set down his teacup. I'll take you there tomorrow morning. Thank you, pesky brother. The term pesky brother had become second nature to her in just a few short hours. Cao Cheng found himself suspecting that this woman possessed an innate ability for psychological manipulation. Or perhaps she had honed her skills through experience. Coupled with her background, financial resources, appearance, physique, and character, it was likely that during her school days, she could have made a throng of boys dance to her tune. Cao Cheng cast a glance at her exquisite legs, pale and alluring. Well, under such conditions, most boys would willingly play the role of a devoted admirer, even fearing they might not have the chance to express their admiration at all. This woman was utterly incomprehensible. Noticing Cao Cheng's gaze, Renuega looked down at her exposed, fair calves. Pesky brother, your eyes are rather restless. What is wrong with having them here for you to see? Her playful words elicited a laugh from her, and she playfully slapped his arm, not hard, but with a hint of flirtation. Subsequently, Renuega lifted her calf, glancing left and right, murmuring, I must admit, my legs are rather attractive, don't you think? Cao Cheng chuckled. I share your sentiment, though I wonder which unfortunate soul will benefit in the future. Indeed, Renuega nodded in agreement, and in that moment, it felt as though they had discovered a kindred spirit in one another. They exchanged a glance, and Renuega chuckled lightly. Silly brother, no inappropriate thoughts allowed. I'm tired and off to sleep. Good night. Watching Renuega's slender silhouette fade away, Cao Cheng sighed softly. To be frank, the girl was undeniably beautiful, and her personality seemed quite agreeable. Yet, he felt no inclination towards her. Perhaps it was due to a lingering sense of wariness, or perhaps it was simply a reluctance to invest time in winning someone's affection. Some matters are best approached with a spontaneous connection, where mutual attraction leads directly to intimacy. It is the simplest path. Conversely, pursuing someone, particularly through a tedious effort to garner their favor, is utterly exasperating. Ultimately, with a lifetime of experiences, Cao Cheng was no longer the youthful soul seeking novelty in everything, and he was naturally disinclined to expend excessive energy for the sake of a fleeting romance. Surely, with that time, he could earn more money, and upon acquiring wealth, one could find companionship of any sort. Inside the room, Renuega was on her phone, sending a message. I'm at his place. The reply came swiftly. So soon? Didn't you just go to Sanjiang? Yes, I wandered around all day, and after nightfall, I went over. The response continued. Does he recognize you? Renuega replied. Not really, but he doesn't seem to trust me either. He appears somewhat wary. Furthermore, he is aware of your visit to Sanjiang and the fact that you were following him. The other party did not respond with a message, but rather called directly. Once connected, the voice of her third sister, Ren Yuchong, resonated. How could he know? Did you tell him? How could I possibly tell him? Renuega whispered, cautious of being overheard by Cao Cheng outside. Her sister replied in astonishment. If you didn't inform him, how does he know? It was our second sister who was following him, and her surveillance and counter-surveillance skills are not easily detected by ordinary individuals, right? Renuega lowered her voice. I have no idea. It wasn't Timmy who mentioned it. He just abruptly asked me which sister was following him last time. After a moment of contemplation, her sister inquired, Did you tell him it was us? Renuega smiled sheepishly, assuring her, Don't worry, he wasn't angry. Her sister sighed softly. How could someone not be upset about being followed? However, he seems rather exceptional. Indeed, who among the sisters was unaware of the prowess of their second sister? Despite her youth, she held the position of deputy captain in criminal investigation, a role not attained through mere familial connections. Given that, it was remarkable that such a distant following could still be detected by the so-called useless one, proving that this useless individual was anything but ordinary. Renuega nodded. What I encountered today was indeed different from what the second sister described. You won't believe it. I stumbled upon a robber. What? On the phone. Sister San was taken aback. Are you hurt? Renuega shook her head. It's not me who got hurt. It was him. At that moment, he was at the square when a robber brandishing a dagger appeared. Renuega recounted everything she had witnessed. She concluded, although I was a bit far away and couldn't see precisely how he acted, he is certainly not the kind of university graduate who is utterly helpless. Just from his swift movements and the way he subdued the robber, it is evident that he possesses extraordinary skills. A true expert's proficiency reveals itself immediately. Sister Sen pondered for a moment. It seems our brother is concealing quite a lot. Renuega nodded. I share that sentiment. especially after interacting with him. His aura does not resemble that of a typical university graduate in his 20s. His gaze is truly inscrutable to me. Sister San whispered, "Perhaps you should spend more time with him and observe further. I will keep your visit to Sanjiang a secret." "All right, I shall retire for the night. I am quite fatigued after washing 2 buckets of clothes." Sister San expressed her astonishment. "You can manage household chores now? Didn't he assist you?" "Ugh. Speaking of that infuriates me. That insufferable brother not only refuses to help, but also creates chaos for me. It's maddening." Rin Yuega recounted the earlier incident with irritation. "I finally made my bed myself, and before I could properly admire my handiwork, he just flipped it over. I was nearly beside myself with anger." Ha ha. Chapter 13. This is an opportunity for you to please me. The incessant chattering within the house was utterly impossible to conceal. Even from a living room where Cao Cheng was watching television, the sounds were audible, though the specifics remained elusive. Perhaps they were merely sharing updates on their lives? Those sisters, harboring unkind intentions. The following morning, Cao Cheng set out with Rin Yuega, who needed to drop off some clothes at the dry cleaners. As they settled into the BMW and exited the community, they spotted a gathering of gossiping aunties at the entrance. In a flurry of urgency, Cao Cheng rolled down the window and leaned out, calling out, "Aunt Wang." A group of ladies, busily plucking vegetables while exchanging gossip, turned in response to the shout. Among them was Aunt Wang, seemingly in the midst of a conversation. Upon hearing her name, she gaped in surprise at Cao Cheng. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "For those who won't make it to college and will never sit in a luxury car, it's time to hit the books again." With that, the luxury car sped away. "You little rascal. Stop right there," Aunt Wang exclaimed, hopping in place. She grabbed a handful of green beans and chased after the car for several meters, leaping up to point the beans at the retreating vehicle. Her words a rapid-fire stream of expletives, rendered incomprehensible by their speed and punctuated by a flurry of asterisks. Only when the BMW had turned out of sight, its taillights no longer visible, did Aunt Wang, panting heavily, return to her seat, tossing the beans into her basket in frustration. Fuming, she muttered to herself, "That little brat is infuriating. What's so impressive about him? It's just a lousy BMW." "Bah." One of the nearby ladies chimed in, "That's a 5 Series. The owner of my son's company drives one. My son mentioned it costs over 700,000. Aunt Wang's face darkened considerably. "Well, that is nothing to brag about. He is merely a passenger. The car isn't his." "Bah," another lady remarked, "but the woman driving looks quite attractive." "Isn't she Cao Cheng's girlfriend?" "Bah, that little rascal. What right does he have to have a girlfriend? What kind of woman would be foolish enough to look his way?" "Bah." Aunt Wang's cheeks flushed with indignation. If she wasn't Tia's girlfriend, then why was she leaving with him so early in the morning? Moreover, wasn't Tia that license plate from Zhonghai? Zhonghai's wives are affluent and impressive. Bah. Both men from the Chow family are no good, bah. The group of aunties discreetly tucked their vegetable baskets away, lest they be splashed with water from Aunt Wang's ire and their produce lose its crispness. Cao Cheng, meanwhile, was inundated with negativity. Approaching his 30s, he occasionally felt a surge of frustration. Today, however, was a breakthrough, a critical hit. He clapped his hands in delight. "It's over 1,000. Over 1,000. Time for a 10-fold draw. Many thanks to Aunt Wang and her entire family." Rin Yuega found it amusing. "Do you have a grudge against Aunt Wang?" "None whatsoever." "Any hatred?" "None at all." "Then why provoke her? Why should you care? Drive carefully and take a left ahead." "You little brat." "Vain you eat a poodle." Soon they arrived at the dry cleaners, where Rin Yuega retrieved the clothes she had purchased the previous day from the back seat. After paying for expedited service, she arranged to collect them the following day. Once everything was settled, she got back in the car and inquired what next. "Home," Cao Cheng replied nonchalantly. Instinctively, Rin Yuega asked, "Aren't you going to the square today?" Cao Cheng responded with a knowing smile. "It seems you've been following me." I haven't. I just heard it from my second sister, who said you spend your days either playing chess or cards." Rin Yuega inadvertently revealed her home's female tyrant. Cao Cheng pressed further. "Second sister? She must have quite the temper, doesn't she?" "How do you know that?" "Ah, the case is solved. The outburst from before must have originated from this second sister. I'll remember that. Next time I have the chance, I'll grab her for a chat." Second sister. Is it? Very well. I shall turn you into a husky. Now let us head home. Oh, so. Today Cao Cheng has no plans to visit the square or play cards. With an outsider in the house, he had lost interest in leisure activities. Upon entering the community, Cao Cheng rolled down the car window and called out, Aunt Wang. The surrounding aunties were taken aback. Ren Yuega remained silent. Aunt Wang felt her hair stand on end, wondering why this little rascal had returned. Upon looking up, she saw Cao Cheng cupping his hand around his mouth, exclaiming, You must go back to school. A college degree is the gateway to the most lucrative job, stand-up comedy. Although she had no idea what stand-up comedy entailed, it was clear it was not a serious pursuit. Aunt Wang, holding her beans, jumped up and scolded, Mind your own business. I'm doing this for your own good. Her voice faded as she walked away. With a vehement spit, Aunt Wang grumbled, What is it to you afterward? She turned and went home with her basket, wondering if this little rascal would dare come out again. It was truly an unfortunate day. She wished not to see him again. Before long, shouts erupted from Aunt Wang's house. With your exam results in this state, you still dare to play on the computer? How much did that computer cost? Wasn't it meant for studying? Now, you're playing shooting games? Were you shooting? Turn that off and study. Are you done studying after the exam? Haven't you heard that one learns throughout life? Go study, right now, or I swear I'll smack you. Are you even thinking about a relationship? You dare date before your exams? I'll beat you to a pulp. Aunt Wang's youngest son shouted back, I'm not dating. The atmosphere in Aunt Wang's household was a perfect display of maternal care and filial piety, much to the envy of their neighbors. At noon, Cao Cheng looked at Ren Yuega and asked, Can you cook? Ren Yuega shook her head, I can't. Can you? Cao Cheng replied, Who among the serious does the cooking? A moment of silence ensued. Cao Cheng then suggested, Why not order some gourmet dishes from a 5-star hotel and have them delivered? Ren Yuega was speechless. Cao Cheng added matter-of-factly, Aren't you the older sister? Shouldn't the elder sister take care of the younger brother's daily needs? I desire the cuisine of a 5-star hotel. I am unaccustomed to anything less, for I am inherently delicate. Ren Yuega chuckled at this. Yet she understood that her bothersome brother was deliberately trying to provoke her. Although she found it perplexing why he seemed to harbor discontent towards her, considering that her following him had not resulted in any wrongdoing. Even if he were upset, it should not concern her. Moreover, it had been some time since that incident of her trailing him, a month ago to be precise. Nevertheless, Ren Yuega acutely sensed that her bothersome brother did not appreciate any of his older sisters and seemed reluctant to have her reside in the family home. Her intuition was keen. Ren Yuega felt a tinge of frustration as well. In the past, whether at school or during grand gatherings, the young men would eagerly engage in conversation with her. Even a single word would send them into a flurry of excitement. Yet this bothersome brother, he even expressed disdain. Very well, if it is 5-star cuisine you desire, then I shall treat you. Cao Cheng spoke nonchalantly. You need not feel wronged. I am merely providing you with an opportunity to please me. Most would not even be afforded such chance. With a huff, Ren Yuega retreated to her room, dialing her third sister, Ren Yuchong, to inquire about 5-star hotel chains in Sanjiang and to procure a contact number for food delivery. In this era, the convenience of modern food delivery applications had yet to emerge, but the industry was already well established, tracing back to the Han Dynasty and flourishing during the Song Dynasty. As for the present, cities like Pengcheng and Yangcheng featured many small establishments that employed delivery personnel to take orders over the phone and deliver meals. Thus, there is nothing new under the sun. It merely depends on one's ability to seize opportunities. Cao Cheng was contemplating investing in this industry in the future. Additionally, as a computer science student, his programming skills would far surpass those of the present day, having dreamt of a century in the future. As for cooking, Cao Cheng was quite adept, having developed his culinary skills through years of independence, whether due to his unreliable father or the century he dreamed of. He possessed a repertoire of signature dishes, albeit he was often too lazy to prepare them. Chapter 14, Do you have any idea how many individuals I have offended this past month? While waiting to place an order, Cao Cheng retreated to his room and locked the door, commencing his treasure chest draws. This was precisely why he preferred to keep outsiders away from his home. Were it not for the presence of fourth sister in Yuega, he would be indulging in a fragrant bath and lighting 3 incense sticks, fully embracing the ceremonial atmosphere. Instead, he found himself hiding away, akin to a thief engaging in his lottery. The 10 consecutive draws commenced. In the ethereal void, countless treasure chests whirled, their colors shifting in a mesmerizing display. Iron, copper, silver, gold. Occasionally, a radiant diamond chest flickered past, so fleeting that it was nearly impossible to perceive, underscoring the minuscule odds of obtaining such a treasure. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn an iron chest, gaining 1 strength. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an iron chest, gaining 1 agility. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an iron chest, gaining 1 constitution. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an iron chest, gaining 1 strength. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an iron chest, gaining 1 strength. Congratulations. Iron chest. Cao Cheng's veins throbbed with irritation. Beyond the physical discomfort from strength increases, what truly pained him was the realization of his losses. What was this? While the attribute enhancements were undeniably beneficial, elevating his combat prowess significantly, the cost was exceedingly steep. After diligently accumulating emotional points for an entire month, was this truly the best he could receive? The past month had indeed been a struggle. Despite the seemingly abundant rewards now, he had initially earned merely 10 emotional points a day, peaking at 16. Do you have any idea how many individuals I have offended this past month? Could the system not show a modicum of grace? Congratulations, host. You have drawn a silver chest, acquiring culinary mastery of the 8 great cuisines, advanced. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a silver chest, obtaining 1 pound of fragrant tea. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an iron chest, gaining 1 agility. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a gold chest, acquiring mastery in piano skills. Phew! Thankfully, the final draws yielded 1 gold and 2 silver chests. Cao Cheng exhaled in relief. At long last, his month of toil bore fruit. Those he had offended had not done so in vain. He expressed gratitude to Aunt Wang. Although the piano skills offered little practical utility, they were nonetheless a prestigious mastery, perfect for impressing others. Who knew when he might dazzle someone with his talent? After all, it is said that possessing numerous skills is never burdensome. As for the advanced culinary skills, he chose to overlook those for now. Cooking was not to his liking. It was quite harsh on the skin. Furthermore, among this round of 10 draws, the most remarkable treasure was undoubtedly the fragrant tea. According to its description, it was a mid-grade celestial tea from a certain realm of cultivation, capable of aiding practitioners in achieving tranquility and profound insights during their training. For ordinary individuals, its effects were even more extraordinary, offering healing properties and extending one's lifespan. Most significantly, the appearance of such celestial tea hinted at the possibility of drawing cultivation techniques in future lotteries. Subsequently, Cao Cheng assessed the changes in his physique. His strength had increased by 3 points, causing his muscles to swell noticeably. His six-pack abs began to emerge subtly. Typically, the strength attribute of an average adult male is less than 10 points. Although Cao Cheng had been exercising during this period, his progress had been rather slow. However, this recent boost of 3 points represented a significant leap. If his previous physique could harness 10% of the master combat technique, then this new body should be capable of exceeding 20%. With a few more enhancements, his physique would grow even stronger. The future appeared promising. Before long, the hotel's meals arrived, delivered by a group of 7 or 8 individuals, filling a table with an array of dishes. Chicken, duck, fish, and meat. The aroma was tantalizing and the spread was lavish. Yet, after taking a bite, Cao Cheng instantly comprehended the reality. The culinary skills he had acquired through the system, classified as mastery, surpassed those of an average 5-star hotel chef by at least 1 or 2 tiers, representing an entirely different level. To Cao Cheng, these dishes, while presented beautifully, tasted rather mediocre. His mastery of the 8 major culinary styles had heightened his palate, allowing him to discern every ingredient within. Any flaws were immediately apparent upon tasting. Is it not to your liking? Ren Yuega noticed Cao Cheng's expression and instinctively inquired. She took a bite herself and nodded. I think it's quite all right. Cao Cheng's lips twitched in response. You must not have experienced fine cuisine. Ren Yuega retorted. Have you? Cao Cheng shook his head. He couldn't admit to having tasted exquisite food, nor could he confess to culinary skills. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly insist he cook. That would be quite exhausting. If he were to start cooking, the only rewards would be her compliments and the scant positive emotions that accompanied them. Never mind, he thought, he would manage to eat. After all, it wasn't entirely terrible. Ren Yuega had a small appetite and ate with grace. After a few bites, she set down her utensils, declaring, I'm full now. You take your time, stinky little brother. Cao Cheng pointed at the 7 or 8 dishes on the table. Bewildered, you've only eaten 2 bites. Are you feeding the birds? He noted that she wasn't even overweight. She didn't need to lose weight, did she? Ren Yuega shook her head. I don't have a big appetite. You eat. Go ahead and have more. Can I possibly finish all this? He questioned. You know your own appetite isn't great. Yet you ordered so much? I was worried you wouldn't have enough to eat. And here you are, taking my kindness for granted. Should I then thank you? No need for thanks. After all, I am your sister. She chuckled playfully. Oh, you can't discern good from bad, can you? Cao Cheng cast a glance at the dishes on the table, feeling overwhelmed. As long as it's 5-star cuisine, you'd better not leave any leftovers, stinky little brother. Ren Yuega giggled. By the way, are you going out this afternoon? Do you have any plans? Cao Cheng replied, somewhat irritated. I'm not going out. I have nothing to do. Perfect. Since you have no plans, accompany me out this afternoon. Ren Yuega chuckled softly. I shall step out for a moment to purchase some gifts. This afternoon, I will visit the teacher. You, my dear brother, must remain at home and behave. After your meal, be sure to tidy the table and wash the dishes. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind her. Cao Cheng surveyed the array of dishes before him and sighed. Although each plate contained a modest portion, the variety was overwhelming, particularly with several large dishes among them. It was not that he could not finish the meal. His appetite was considerable, and having recently enhanced his physical strength, he felt ravenous enough to consume half a cow. His body craved a substantial influx of nourishment. However, his heightened sensitivity to flavors made some of the dishes rather unpalatable. Let us warm this up, he decided, rising to carry several large dishes to the kitchen, where he would adjust the seasonings and reprocess them. Soon, the revitalized dishes returned to the table. The home-cooked meals did not look as appealing as before due to the softer cooking method, yet their flavors had elevated by at least a notch. In the culinary world, one could easily become a chef with basic skills, opening a restaurant that would attract a multitude of patrons. A small achievement in culinary arts would classify one as a star chef, while mastery would elevate one to the ranks of industry giants, effortlessly winning cooking competitions. As for a culinary master, one could establish their own school, creating unique dishes and mentoring disciples. Thus, the system's mastery level culinary skills infuse the reheated dishes with a burst of flavor that tantalizes his palate, causing him to squint in delight. Yet, a flicker of concern gripped him. Would he find himself unable to enjoy meals at restaurants in the future? Cooking daily could become quite burdensome. Please, system, he implored. Can this reward be exchanged? I no longer desire culinary skills. What if I were to trade it for a mastery-level cultivation technique instead? Chapter 15. The first sister breaks down. The wind sweeps away the clouds. A table laden with delectable dishes was soon cleared. Cao Cheng let out a satisfied burp, feeling quite full. He rose and picked up his thermos. This thermos, having met with an unfortunate fall yesterday, bore numerous dents, yet it did not affect the functionality of the inner lining. He retrieved some Ningxiang tea, tossing a few grams into the cup. Even before steeping, the exquisite aroma of the tea wafted through the air, instantly refreshing his senses. What a splendid tea! He boiled a kettle of water and began to brew the leaves. As steam rose, a rich fragrance enveloped the room, and the tea manifested a deep purple hue, remarkably elegant and alluring. Brewing it in a stainless steel thermos felt somewhat lacking, with finer tea where one could sip while admiring the beauty of the brew. Slurp, how the taste was scalding. Yet beyond the heat, the ethereal quality of the tea, as if it belonged to the heavens, awakened his soul. The oily residue from the meal he had just consumed dissipated in an instant with that single sip, even stirring a mild urge to relieve himself. Slurp. Moments later, he placed the teacup down and retreated to the restroom. Much like the miraculous cleansing elixirs in novels, this tea seemed to purge his insides of impurities. Truly, it was celestial tea, bestowing unparalleled benefits upon mere mortals. 1 pound should suffice for several brews, at least enough to last until the next infusion. After cleansing his system and hastening the absorption of today's nourishment, Cao Cheng returned to the living room to continue his tea ritual. He wondered how many times he could steep those few grams of tea. Regardless, he intended to enjoy several cups until the color faded. For wasting, it was out of the question. Click! At that moment, the door swung open, revealing the graceful figure of Ren Yuega. Well, what, you rascal brother, sneaking some good tea? Her expression was far from friendly. Cao Cheng typically drank low-grade, mediocre tea that bore a common scent. Having spent a day at home, she had not encountered anything of quality. Yet, as soon as she stepped out, this little scoundrel was indulging in fine tea. Ren Yuega hailed from a distinguished background. Although she was not particularly fond of tea, she possessed discerning taste. With a mere whiff, she recognized it as something exquisite. Cough, cough. Cao Cheng feigned calmness, capping the thermos and concealing it behind his back. You little rascal. Are you hiding it? Show it to me. This tea is for my personal enjoyment. It's not that I refuse to share, but you truly cannot drink it, or there will be consequences. Cao Cheng's expression turned earnest, his eyes serious and sincere. I don't believe you. Show it to me. Let me taste it. There's no way a brother should hide something from his sister. I'm not stingy with you, yet you hide your tea? Do you think that that's appropriate? It's not that I'm hiding it. You genuinely cannot drink it. It will cause trouble. Just tell me whether you will share or not. Or shall I call Uncle Cao? Let him know you are so stingy as to not even brew a cup of tea for me. Ren Yuega once more invoked the name of Uncle Cao. Cao Cheng wore a mock expression of helplessness. This is a predicament of your own making. Do not blame me. I shall not hold it against you. Just hand it over. Cao Cheng took a porcelain cup and poured some tea from the thermos, observing the color of the leaves. She unexpectedly remarked that purple possesses a certain charm, with its fragrance wafting through the air, refreshing and delightful, uplifting the spirit. Ren Yuega showed no disdain for the tea poured from a thermos. She approached, inhaled deeply, and her eyes sparkled with surprise. After taking a sip, the gentle tea glided down her throat, and Ren Yuega's beautiful eyes grew ever brighter. She swore that in her lifetime, she had never tasted such exquisite tea. Not merely tea, but any beverage or broth. Nothing compared to this delightful sip. The flavor of this tea seemed to penetrate the soul, lightening her very being. A hint of dissatisfaction crossed Ren Yuega's face. You little rascal, such delicious tea. And you've been sneaking it? And you deceived me into thinking something would happen? What could possibly happen? I've been so kind to you. After speaking, Ren Yuega handed the teacup to Cao Cheng. Another cup, please. Do you think this is a lottery? Another cup? Cao Cheng smirked, pouring her a small cup while teasingly asserting, something will indeed happen. She ignored his words, savoring a few more sips, smacking her lips in delight, repeatedly nodding. So delicious. What kind of tea is this? The color is even purple. Did you add something? Blueberries? No, it doesn't taste like blueberries. I've never seen anything like this before. Another cup, please. Don't get carried away. If you drink too much of this, something will truly happen. Cao Cheng warned for the umpteenth time. Oh, really? I don't believe it. Ren Yuega felt a bit lightheaded. Cao Cheng continued to pour her another cup. After this one, she began to feel it. Her complexion shifted slightly. Cao Cheng chuckled, pointing toward the restroom. Please be on your way. Ren Yuega stifled it for a moment, but seconds later, her face flushed and she cursed, You little rascal. In the process, she provided 20 points of emotional value. Once in the restroom, she continuously contributed negative emotions. Cao Cheng was delighted. This sister had learned to unleash critical hits. Splendid. With her around, the next 10 consecutive draws were not far off. Cao Cheng reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, humming a tune, leisurely sipping his tea. Indeed, it was quite delicious, especially after his mood had improved. The flavor was even more exceptional. From the adjacent room, The sporadic sound of firecrackers echoed, each blast accompanied by 1 to 3 points of negative emotions. In just 20 minutes, the emotional value that had recently been emptied was nearing 100 again. Truly marvelous. After half an hour, Renuega emerged from the restroom, her gaze melancholic, enveloped in a shroud of negative energy, as if she might darken at any moment. Cao Cheng, pretending not to notice her expression, poured her another small cup. Here. If you like it, drink more. Ding negative emotion 10. All right. Over 100 now. Thanks to the top contributor, Sister C, for the emotional value. Renuega, flustered and her cheeks flushed, stepped forward and grabbed Cao Cheng's ear. This marked the first instance of physical contact between the siblings. Alas. Cao Cheng tilted his head, remarking, "At your age, still tugging at someone's ears?" Renuega, still simmering with anger, retorted, "Are you doing this on purpose? Speak. What should I say? I have already warned you that this would happen, and I have repeated it countless times. Is it my fault that you chose not to believe me? Besides, it's just about a diarrhea. Do you really think you're a fairy who is immune to such things? Ding 20. Haha. It's good that you finally cracked." Cao Cheng gasped in discomfort. Ouch, let go. Although his muscles had tightened somewhat, the ears were devoid of muscle, comprised solely of bone, making the sensation of being pulled quite painful. Renuega, gritting her silver teeth and glaring fiercely, accused, "You, wretched brother, of doing this on purpose." Indeed, Cao Cheng was intentionally provoking her, employing his clever tactics. However, he could not admit it. He explained, though diarrhea may occur, the tea is of excellent quality. It aids in your metabolism. Can't you feel it? Drinking more of this tea can strengthen your constitution and promote longevity. I possess only a few grams, which most people cannot even taste. Do not be ungrateful, dear sister. Let go. Hurry, or you shall have none left for the future. Chapter 16. Anxious, she grew anxious. Renuega could distinctly perceive the changes in her body. It was simply too embarrassing. After all, she was the eldest daughter, not an experienced matron, so a touch of shyness was only natural. Thus, as the conversation unfolded, her eyes began to redden. Cao Cheng inwardly lamented the situation, realizing that an abundance of negative emotions was about to unfold. What a predicament! Indeed, she began to accumulate points of distress once more. Renuega sat beside him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Only when Cao Cheng noticed her emotional response had ceased did he pour her another cup and began to console her. All right, do not weep. Have some tea. I want tea, drink it. You are trying to lead me astray. I have never encountered someone as mischievous as you. Renuega retorted, her eyes still red. Cao Cheng chuckled softly. Worry not. It's merely a detox this once. Afterward, you shall be fine. Look at me. I haven't even visited the restroom. Really? Of course. If you doubt me, I shall drink first. Cao Cheng raised his thermos and took several hearty gulps. Renuega sniffled and scolded. I have never met someone as wicked as you. Typically, men in her presence maintained a polished demeanor. Not one dared to jest with her, let alone utter profanities in her vicinity. Cao Cheng shrugged. As I've said before, you cannot blame me for this. I have warned you numerous times. This is my own drink. Others may face dire consequences. Thankfully, you are at home. Had it been elsewhere, the repercussions would be TSK. With a swift motion, Renuega lightly smacked Cao Cheng's arm. It wasn't painful, yet it carried more weight than her previous playful reprimands, indicating her lingering annoyance. Indeed, with her emotional turmoil reaching a staggering 150, it was hardly surprising she felt irate. Is it truly just a single detox? Renuega pondered, eyeing the teacup with uncertainty. Although reason urged her to refrain from drinking further and chastise her disobedient younger brother, her inner self longed to indulge. It was simply delightful. Drink with confidence. I've been at it for quite some time without issue. What are you afraid of? And when have I ever deceived you? Cao Cheng wore an expression of earnest sincerity. Renuega, torn between belief and skepticism, lifted the teacup and took a tentative sip. To her surprise, it remained as delectable as ever. Cao Cheng extended his thermos. Come, let us toast. I refuse to toast with you, you wretched brother. Renuega rolled her eyes, turning her head away, before downing the purple brew in 2 gulps. The invigorating sensation prompting her to narrow her eyes in delight. Such fine tea, she thought, as it seemed to dispel some of her negative emotions. Suddenly, Cao Cheng's countenance shifted, and he rose abruptly. "Oh dear, my stomach aches. I must rush to the restroom. Please, do not follow. You must find a way to resolve it yourself." Ren Yuega's expression morphed in shock. Instantly, an additional 20 points of negative emotion surged within her. She could scarcely fathom the embarrassment of having to venture out for relief. "Cao Cheng," she called out, urgency lacing her tone. She was anxious. Indeed, she was very anxious. Her mind raced with a flurry of 1111. Cao Cheng leisurely returned to the sofa, a relaxed demeanor gracing his features. "I was merely teasing you. Look at how frightened you are. I assure you, there will be no further incidents. Drink freely." Ren Yuega's breaths became quickened, her heart racing in response. Although she was aware that Cao Cheng was deliberately teasing her, her anger intensified. Negative emotions surged once more. "Why are you so mean?" Ren Yuega reached out her delicate hand and twisted Cao Cheng's ear again. This time, the experience was quite enjoyable. As she was on the brink of reaching 200, it had only been a little over half an hour. Suddenly, Cao Cheng contemplated whether he should leave Sanjiang City and head to Zhonghai instead to visit Aunt Hu. After all, there were 4 sisters there. The mere existence of this sibling relationship could provide ample negative emotions, and with a little teasing, the accumulation of these emotions could lead to an exponential effect. Wouldn't it be possible to achieve 10 consecutive draws in just one day? However, this approach would be excessively taxing on the sisters. Didn't he see that Ren Yuega was nearly in tears from anger? This intensity would take at least a day to dissipate. Moreover, such antics couldn't be a daily occurrence, as it might lead to a resistance on her part, making it difficult to elicit such explosive reactions again. These explosive moments could be delightful when they occurred occasionally, but should not be too frequent. Thus, it was still Aunt Wang who provided the most, as the accumulated emotions built up over a month would easily trigger her with just a little tease. The only uncertainty was how long Aunt Wang could sustain this, and how many more years she could provide such reactions. He sincerely hoped she would live a long life. "All right, don't be angry anymore. I already said I'm sorry," Cao Cheng said, rubbing his sore ear. Ren Yuega turned her back to him, ignoring his presence, and muttered softly, "I'll call Uncle Cao tonight." Cao Cheng was speechless. "At your age, are you still going to tell on me? Besides, you should assess your own physical changes. This tea, you can only enjoy a bit here. If you go elsewhere, you won't have this privilege, even with your vast wealth." This is quite an exaggeration. Yet Ren Yuega believed half of it. She had tasted fine teas before and could discern that this tea was superior to the legendary mother tree, De Hong Pao. She had tried the mother tree variety years ago when her mother gifted some to someone, and her sisters had all tasted it. However, compared to this purple tea, the mother tree variety seemed trivial. This horizontal comparison revealed that this purple tea was indeed a priceless treasure. She just wondered where this insufferable brother had acquired it. Indeed, this insufferable brother was quite remarkable. He had his own secrets. Ren Yuega turned to look at Cao Cheng, her gaze penetrating. "Are you truly apologizing?" "Yes." Cao Cheng noted that it was essential to appease her. Only when her emotions settled could he effectively provoke her again. A compressed spring could only leap higher. "Then, give me some of that tea." "I don't need much, just half a pound," Ren Yuega requested. "You might as well stay angry," Cao Cheng retorted as he turned to leave. Seeing this, Ren Yuega hurriedly called out, "Insufferable brother, just give me a little 3 taels. 2 taels. Even 1 tael would suffice." Cao Cheng turned back. 10 grams. 10 grams? That's far too little. Ren Yuega frowned. "Cao Cheng, I possess barely 30 grams. Yet I yearn for a couple more. This tea is remarkably light. 10 grams can be savored multiple times." "Very well, 10 grams it shall be. I shall take it home for my mother to sample. She has been preoccupied with work, and over the years, her health has not been particularly robust, often plagued by minor ailments. However, this tea imbues a sense of lightness to the body, and even seems to invigorate the mind significantly. It proves to be quite effective for those engaged in prolonged intellectual endeavors." Cao Cheng remarked. "Who would have thought you were such a devoted daughter?" Ren Yuega rolled her eyes. Indeed. By the way, where did you acquire this tea? Is it possible to procure more? I shall cover the cost. The price is negotiable. It is not something that can merely be bought with money. Cao Cheng shook his head. I once saved someone, and this was a gift from him. Ren Yuega nodded, albeit with some skepticism. Upon reflection, she realized that such tea could not be purchased with mere currency. The news of the mother tree, Da Hong Pao, ceasing its harvest this year had already circulated, causing prices to soar exponentially. Not to mention the exquisite quality of this purple tea. Furthermore, knowing that Cao Cheng had indeed saved someone, she instinctively associated it with the prior narrative, believing he could not possibly be deceiving her. Little did she know, not a single word from young Master Cao was steeped in truth. Chapter 17, Is it really appropriate for me to come along? Will you accompany me to see my teacher? Why should I accompany you? I don't even know your teacher. But you are my brother. So what? Thus, you ought to be introduced to my teacher. She's akin to family for me. As Ren Yuega elucidated, Cao Cheng gradually comprehended the concept of this teacher, which differed significantly from the conventional notion of a teacher. This was not merely an educator from school, but rather a mentor he had revered since childhood for 2 decades. The elderly lady had once held the esteemed position of professor and dean at the Beijing Conservatory of Music, a virtuoso in instrumental performance. Now retired, she still retained the title of a visiting professor, occasionally traveling to Beijing to impart knowledge at various music academies, yet she predominantly resided in Sanjiang City, her hometown. However, Cao Cheng was not particularly invested in this teacher. His primary concern lay in whether Aunt Wang would be present at the entrance of the community when they stepped out. That was the crux of the matter. Unfortunately, as they exited, the heat was oppressive, the sun had yet to set, and the community's information team was not on duty. This team only operated during the morning and evening, and it was merely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the peak of the heat. The absence of Aunt Wang left Cao Cheng profoundly disappointed. Unconsciously, his gaze drifted back towards Sister Four's teacher. Sitting in the passenger seat, he wore an expression of keen interest. So, you mean to say, your teacher is quite renowned in the industry? Absolutely, Ren Yuega replied while driving. Stinky brother, since you are not in the circle, you wouldn't understand. My teacher is of high lineage, with impressive credentials and extraordinary prowess. She can effortlessly handle instruments from both domestic and international repertoires. Do you play music? I do not. Cao Cheng shook his head, slightly astonished. After all, he had just drawn the card of a piano master. Indeed, he was a child of fortune, capable of boasting once again. Yet, he refrained from feigning superiority, for the piano was meant to bring joy. Cao Cheng could hardly imagine the enchanting melodies that would emanate from his master-level piano skills. Surely, there would be an abundance of positive emotions in response. Nevertheless, it was evident that positive emotions did not outweigh negative ones. This posed a bit of a conundrum. Nonetheless, given that Sister 4's teacher was famous in the industry and held a significant status, the emotional feedback should not be scant, right? The only concern was whether it might overwhelm the elderly lady. How old is your teacher? Just over 70, Ren Yuega replied. Do not be deceived by her age. Her skill remains top tier. Cao Cheng inquired, is she in good health? Of course, Ren Yuega nodded, then furrowed her brow, casting a suspicious glance at Cao Cheng. Wait, what do you mean, stinky brother? Nothing at all. I am merely expressing genuine concern for an elderly person. After all, she is your teacher, and, to some extent, mine as well. Is there any problem with showing some concern? Cao Cheng maintained a sincere expression. However, Ren Yuega began to grow wary. Her stinky brother was up to something, especially with that innocent, pure, and naive demeanor. He was undoubtedly harboring mischief. Ren Yuega had a keen eye for people. Within the confines of her home, Ren Yuega, despite her somewhat mischievous nature, had recently encountered considerable difficulties at the hands of Cao Cheng during her visit to Sanjiang. As they conversed, the vehicle entered an aged residential complex, a quaint unit community. The elderly lady resided in her ancestral home, a 2-story dwelling adorned with a courtyard, where a grapevine flourished, heavy with clusters of grapes nearing ripeness. Beneath the vine, various large antique water jars held a few fish, while the garden was filled with the fragrant aroma of freshly grown vegetables and scallions, bestowing a sense of tranquility and beauty upon the surroundings. It was evident that this elderly woman cherished a peaceful existence. Observing his surroundings, Cao Cheng mused internally. With my arrival, tranquility shall surely be disrupted. The two of them carried an assortment of items. Some were brought by Ren Yuega from Zhonghai, while others were recently purchased, nutritional supplements and an array of premium traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. Teacher, I have come to visit you. The courtyard gate was ajar, so the elderly lady remained unaware of their presence until Ren Yuega spoke. A gentle voice resonated from within. Yuega has arrived. An elderly woman, clad in simple attire and possessing a head of white hair, emerged from the kitchen, exuding warmth. Cao Cheng couldn't help but observe. It was undeniable that this lady must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. Even now, she radiated an elegance that time had failed to diminish, showcasing grace, refinement, and a striking bone structure rather than mere physicality. Teacher, Ren Yuega exclaimed. Oh, you need to have brought so much. The elderly lady chuckled, glancing at Cao Cheng. Ren Yuega introduced him. Teacher, this is my younger brother. The elderly lady, somewhat taken aback, responded, Do you have a brother? No, my teacher is not old at all. Ren Yuega replied with a light laugh. It's just that my mother has remarried. Without needing further explanation, the elderly lady's expression shifted to one of understanding as she smiled. How fortuitous for you, as you have always desired a brother. Haven to you? Not exactly. Ren Yuega shot a glance at Cao Cheng. I wanted a well-behaved one, but this troublesome brother of mine is quite the opposite. Cao Cheng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Shouldn't such remarks be made in private? Isn't it a tad inappropriate to say them in front of him? The elderly lady chuckled at this. Ren Yuega retorted playfully, You are indeed a troublesome brother, and I see no reason to hold back my words. Cao Cheng shook his head in disbelief. The elderly lady could discern that despite her disciples' verbal complaints, their bond was evidently strong, for such familiarity could not exist without affection. You're quite the spirited young man, she said. Thank you, teacher. I'm Cao Cheng, he replied. The elderly lady smiled warmly, inviting them to sit. Please, make yourselves at home. As they conversed, she turned her gaze to Ren Yuega. Knowing you were coming today, I prepared a feast for dinner. We shall dine at home. Thank you, teacher, Ren Yuega replied graciously. At that moment, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Sister Yuega, looking up, a girl in a flowing white dress, wearing slippers, bounded down the stairs with small, eager steps. Lingling is home too, Ren Yuega exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. Lingling began, I heard from Grandma that you were coming today, so I decided to stay in, hee. The two engaged in animated chatter. At that moment, Cao Cheng felt like an outsider. He regretted his decision to come. However, since he was already here. Wait, that's not quite right. Shouldn't the favored child of destiny say, Since I have come, I shall make myself comfortable? He pondered how to acquire some emotional value, as that was the crux of the matter. Although he yearned for emotional value, he was not devoid of emotional intelligence. The atmosphere was warm and inviting, devoid of antagonists ready to ridicule him. Naturally, young Master Cao would not recklessly offend anyone. It was uncertain how much emotional value he could garner, but he was certain it would lead to an awkward situation for everyone involved. As the saying goes, if the price is too low, there is no need to act irrationally. If he could receive 1,000 emotional points in one go, he would not hesitate to embarrass himself on the spot, regardless of the awkwardness. At worst, he could simply apologize and pick up the pieces. While Cao Cheng was lost in thought, Ren Yuega nudged him. What are you daydreaming about? Come on, let us head upstairs. Huh? Cao Cheng glanced at Lingling, then at Ren Yuega. Isn't it inappropriate for me to go upstairs while you two are sharing private conversations? What are you thinking? I want to see my skills. What skills? Piano. Isn't this a bit too much? Elbow. Chapter 18. A modicum of understanding. On the second floor, there exists a secluded music room. Despite the age of the building, the decor on the upper level is anything but shabby. The music room is equipped with soundproof panels and an array of professional recording equipment, boasting ample space. At its center rests a piano of the highest caliber. Everyone, please make way. I am about to showcase my prowess. Yet, Before Cao Cheng could step forward to demonstrate his own flair, Rin Yuega took the lead, gracefully positioning herself before the piano. Was she truly eager for Cao Cheng to witness her skill? Rin Yuega arched an eyebrow at Cao Cheng. Listen closely, dear brother. Cao Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. How audacious to flaunt such trivial skills in front of a master. Soon, he would enlighten her on the true essence of greatness. One must acknowledge that Rin Yuega was somewhat unfortunate. This room was adorned with at least dozens of Western and Eastern instruments, ranging from the grand piano to the humble sun. Had she chosen any other instrument, the young master would have tolerated it, silently observing her display. However, when it came to the piano, pardon me, I am an expert. In no time, a lively melody flowed from Rin Yuega's delicate fingers, gracefully cascading into the air. While one might refrain from claiming it as a lingering echo or a heart-stirring sound, it nonetheless exhibited a professional caliber. Little did anyone realize that this young lady was of concert-level prowess. Although Cao Cheng had never taken formal examinations, he understood that piano grading does not accurately reflect one's true skill. Many virtuosos have never participated in traditional assessments. Thus, based on Cao Cheng's own modest abilities, it could be surmised that she was indeed capable of performing in esteemed venues, interpreting various compositions. At the very least, her ability to infuse her own emotion into this relatively simple piece qualified her as an accomplished musician. The absence of any awkwardness indicated that she must have practiced diligently prior to arriving in Sanjian. As the piece concluded, Ling Ling, enraptured, applauded, "Sister Yuega, your skill has improved yet again. This piece is so gentle." Rin Yuega responded with a light laugh. "You're not too shabby yourself. And considering you are several years my junior, by the time you reach my age, you will undoubtedly have developed your own unique style. Soon, I may even see your performances on television." Ling Ling's face lit up with delight. "Is that true, sister?" "It is most certainly true," Rin Yuega affirmed. "Even our teacher praises your remarkable talent. By the time you graduate from university, you will surely become the youngest pianist in our nation." After a brief exchange of mutual admiration, Rin Yuega turned to Cao Cheng, her brow raised in pride. "So, dear brother, have you discerned anything? No, perhaps I should ask, do you know the name of this piece?" For those unversed in music, identifying a composition simply by listening is no small feat. Cao Cheng smiled. "The Imprint of Rain." "Oh," Rin Yuega was taken aback. "You actually know it?" "Just a bit," Cao Cheng replied slowly, wishing for a feather fan to effortlessly enhance his display of sophistication. Alas, the trend of ancient styles was not quite in vogue at the moment. Otherwise, he would don a full set of hanfu to truly impress. "Would you like to witness the charm of a hanfu, gentlemen? Do you also play the piano?" This was something Rin Yuega had not anticipated. Her astonishment was genuine. She had merely claimed to possess a slight understanding of the matter. "Come on." Rin Yuega rose and gestured invitingly. Cao Cheng feigned embarrassment with a smile. "That won't be necessary." Rin Yuega chuckled. "Aren't you the one who claims to have a slight understanding? If you can play just a simple tune, I shall concede that you indeed have some knowledge. Otherwise, my dear little brother, you are simply boasting." Ling Ling stifled a laugh, but hesitated to put anyone in a difficult position. Thus, she interjected, "Let it be, senior sister. Why don't I perform a piece so you can see if I've made any progress lately? You can comment after that. Let us first focus on him." Rin Yuega nodded towards Cao Cheng. Just as Cao Cheng was about to reluctantly show off his skills, a gentle voice resonated from downstairs. "Ling Ling, Yuega, Xiao, come down for some fruit." Cao Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. "Wait a moment. The destined child hasn't even begun to show off, and the gathering is already dispersing? What's so special about fruit? What is delectable about it? I was just about to showcase my talents." Rin Yuega called out, "Just a moment, teacher. Let me play one more piece, and we'll come down right away." Indeed, that was the essence of the narrative. Cao Cheng, not wishing to linger, thought it best to avoid any further interruptions. "Very well, since you have sincerely invited me, I shall begrudgingly offer you some guidance." Slowly, Cao Cheng ascended the stage and took a seat. Blue Star differs from Earth in numerous intricate details. For instance, while some celebrities from Earth also exist on Blue Star, not all of them do. The same applies to music and films. There is a mixture of both familiar and foreign. Therefore, Cao Cheng was contemplating whether to create an original piece, as it would be more befitting of a time traveler. Although this ambition seemed somewhat grandiose, akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito, he had just acquired this skill and was brimming with compositions in his mind, leaving him a tad restless. However, Ren Yuega did not share this sentiment. Observing Cao Cheng sitting there in hesitation and daze, she smirked, relishing the unfolding drama. Lingling, sensing the tension, murmured, "Senior sister, perhaps we should let it go." "Absolutely not," Ren Yuega huffed. After all, it was a rare opportunity to educate this insufferable little brother. She was not about to let it slip away. Moreover, this was her own realm. What was there to fear about losing face? Besides, it was he who had presented himself at her mercy. Had he not boasted about his slight understanding with such pride, she would not have pressed him to play. This was entirely an opportunity he had handed to her. She vividly recalled the earlier incident with the tea leaves. Noticing Cao Cheng's prolonged silence, Ren Yuega approached him with a smile and tapped the piano keys. Do, re-mi. Are you unsure of the notes? Let me teach you. This is do, this is la, and this is si. Have you got it, my slightly knowledgeable little brother? Ren Yuega teased. Lingling nearly burst into laughter. Aware of her senior sister's occasionally mischievous nature, surprised by her sharp wit, Cao Cheng shot her an irritated glance. Do you take me for a fool? Is that not you? Ren Yuega exclaimed suddenly. Hey, Cao Cheng chuckled. All right. I initially had no intention of showcasing such grand skills, but you've compelled me. Little girl, allow me to demonstrate the power that emanates from Earth, the dazzling performance of the wild bee dance in 8 octaves. With the first strike of the keyboard, a torrent of sound cascaded forth, surging like a raging waterfall. Before Ren Yuega could retract her smile, her expression froze in astonishment. Her lips parted slightly, and within mere seconds, her gaze became vacant. Cao Cheng was playing at an astonishing speed. In less than 40 seconds, he completed a piece that should last for a minute and a half, leaving no time for breath. As the final note resonated, it seemed Ren Yuega could finally exhale. Her entire being recoiled suddenly, her legs trembling. The atmosphere was palpably still, until the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. The elderly lady downstairs had heard the commotion but refrained from moving earlier, concerned that the noise might disturb those above or disrupt her own listening experience. Thus, only after the performance concluded did she hasten upstairs. Meanwhile, a series of system notifications buzzed in Cao Cheng's ears. Chapter 19, Understanding, albeit slightly. There exists both a positive and a negative emotion. The music is exhilarating, quickening the heartbeat and igniting the blood. Such fervor, such tension. There is an element of positivity, as well as a shadow of negativity. Which school did Xiao Chao graduate from? Who was the teacher? The elderly lady asked directly. She had heard it. Naturally, she concluded that a child of such remarkable ability could not have been educated by an ordinary teacher, nor could they have emerged from a typical institution. Yet, as she ruminated and strained to recall, she simply could not remember any child with the surname Chao. Logically, this should not be the case. While there are millions of children studying piano in the country, the elite circle is rather limited. If there were a young person of such caliber, she should have at least heard of them. She is retired, but certainly not oblivious. Regrettably, in the brief moment she ascended the stairs, she sifted through countless memories, but none surfaced. The most terrifying aspect was that she could not even recall from which score this piece originated. Could it be an original composition? Such talent seems almost otherworldly. It has been many years since she took on a disciple, and now she found herself tempted, even somewhat apprehensive, feeling as though she might not be able to nurture a student of such potential. The distance she had just heard from was too far. The nuances had escaped her. Nevertheless, she sensed that this child's prowess far surpassed that of Ling Ling and Yu Gu, existing on an entirely different plane. Perhaps only in her prime could she have measured up, but even then, she now felt inadequate. Just the speed alone left her in awe. I am not from a professional music academy, nor did I have a formal teacher. I once studied at a youth center and later practiced on my own. Cao Cheng casually offered an excuse. Some things cannot be overly explained. The environment of mentorship is indeed pivotal. It is not as simple as declaring self-study. Especially in this era, there are few online tutorials, unlike in the decades to come when many masters will begin to offer online courses. These are bona fide masters. The current masters are rather elusive. How is this possible? The elderly lady was taken aback. Indeed, Cao Cheng chuckled. Actually, I wouldn't call it self-study. After I grew up, I encountered an elderly gentleman who taught me for a while, though I do not know his name. He had a rather eccentric temperament, fond of smoking and drinking, perpetually inebriated. A rather flimsy excuse. The elderly lady was enlightened. A storm of thoughts began to swirl in her mind as she pondered who this elderly gentleman might be. He must be in his 60s. Who could it be? There were quite a few who fit that age bracket, and some with peculiar dispositions. Rinyu seemed to finally snap back to reality at this moment. You are actually this formidable? Keep it low-key, Cao Cheng urged, pressing his hand down. Various emotions continued to surface every few seconds. The elderly lady spoke. Could you play it once more? Albeit. This time, Cao Cheng slowed down. A minute and a half later, the elderly lady slowly opened her eyes, a hint of melancholy crossing her features. Indeed, the child's innate talent was astonishingly formidable, a level of stability unmatched. It was beyond her capacity to take him as a disciple. Even at her peak, she could not compare. This composition was an original. Would you be interested in pursuing further studies at the Music Academy? The elderly lady invited. She continued, your foundational skills are impeccable, and your abilities are commendable. Further studies are merely a formality, enabling access to the school's resources, thus facilitating a path to international recognition. Rinyu listened intently, coming to realize just how formidable her younger brother truly was. You little rascal, aren't you going to thank the teacher? Rinyu urged anxiously. However, Cao Cheng shook his head. I appreciate the teacher's kindness, but my aspirations lie elsewhere. The elderly lady sighed. Rinyu grew impatient. You little rascal. Though the teacher's words were few and her promises limited, she understood the magnitude of this opportunity. It could lead to a prestigious future, at the very least, a globally renowned piano master. Moreover, with original compositions, he would be immortalized, standing shoulder to shoulder with ancient greats. If you ever change your mind, come find me. The elderly lady quickly regained her composure, her momentary disappointment giving way to warmth. All right, teacher, Cao Cheng replied earnestly for once, acknowledging the impact of his earlier refusal. It was clear she felt a genuine sense of disappointment. The elderly lady then excused herself to prepare a meal. Rinyu, gritting her teeth, pinched Cao Cheng's ear. You little rascal, do you have any idea how rare this opportunity is? Do you know how lazy I usually am? Cao Cheng, irritated, swatted her hand away. Rinyu fumed further. Is it just because you're lazy? That's why you say you have no interest? You're wasting your talent. What do you understand? Cao Cheng shook his head. He likely grasped the rarity of such an opportunity, yet his talents were abundant. His greatest gift was the ability to gather negative emotions. As long as this path remained open, he would have countless future prospects. There was no need to confine himself to a singular route. Lingling, who had been silent, began to regard Cao Cheng with a peculiar look. So strong. The room fell into a quiet lull. Negative emotions lingered, occasionally interspersed with fleeting positive sentiments. It was indeed a fruitful harvest. Cao Cheng, feeling relaxed, said, You all carry on. I'll head downstairs to assist the teacher with the preparations. Once he departed, Rinyu sat furiously on the piano bench. This little rascal was far too lazy. Lingling whispered, Senior sister, could you ask this brother of yours to write me a score? Rinyu was taken aback. Lingling continued, I wish to learn that piece from earlier. Rinyu sighed, I'll ask him later. I'm quite vexed at the moment. Lingling chuckled softly. Everyone has their own choices. He may not be interested, but you can still learn his skills and perhaps ask him to compose some original pieces for you. There is so much potential there. Rinyu post, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, you've reminded me. This wretched younger brother of mine shall not evade his responsibilities. I demand that he composes original piano pieces for me each day. Rinyu rose, elbows propped, ready to negotiate. Lingling, taken aback, inquired, Must we truly negotiate? Rinyu affirmed, Indeed. You cannot fathom how infuriating and indolent he is. Even after graduating from university, he refuses to seek employment, spending his days in the square playing chess with a group of elderly men and occasionally visiting the mahjong parlor to play cards with the aunties, all while neglecting the pursuit of income. He delights in vexing me. If this insufferable brother discovers my desire for original compositions, he will surely impose some exasperating conditions. Lingling's curiosity deepened. Had she heard such words previously, she might have, like her second sister, deemed him unlearned and a ne'er-do-well. However, having witnessed his prowess, though uncertain of its exact caliber, it was evident that he surpassed her in skill. Thus, her initial impression was firmly established. Observing Cao Cheng's actions, she found not a lack of knowledge, but rather a certain charm. He truly is a brother of character. As the two descended the stairs, they heard voices from the kitchen. The elderly lady exclaimed, "I never imagined you could cook. Your knife skills are quite impressive." Cao Cheng humbly replied, "I possess some modest understanding, but my ambitions lie elsewhere." The elderly lady was left speechless, while Lingling felt a sense of déjà vu. However, Ren Yuega's expression darkened. He can cook. Hadn't the dog claimed otherwise at noon? No. Ren Yuega recalled that he himself had also made such a statement. At noon, the dog deceived us. Ding 20. Chapter 20. Aunt Wong in the kitchen. Cao Cheng stood resolutely with a knife in hand, embodying the stability of a mountain. The blade shimmered like a shooting star, slicing through the air with a precision that seemed to pierce the void itself. The sound of the julienne potatoes echoed like a fierce wind, each cut landing with unerring accuracy, leaving the potatoes defenseless against his relentless assault. The ferocity of his knife skills was impenetrable, with not a single strike going amiss. Suddenly, a peculiar cry escaped Cao Cheng's lips as a delicate hand seized his ear with a deft grip. The force and angle so skillful that it elicited a grimace from him. Ren Yuega, twisting his ear, admonished, "You insolent little brother. Did you not claim you cannot cook?" Cao Cheng, with a sheepish grin, refrained from retorting, instead offering a contrite smile to the elderly lady. "I apologize, dear teacher. My sister is rather impetuous and has embarrassed you." The elderly lady chuckled and shook her head. The sibling duo was indeed a fitting pair. Previously, she had thought Ren Yuega overly vivacious, being the youngest daughter who was indulged by the family. Now, it appeared there was someone even younger who could keep her in check. "How dare you call me reckless? You wretched boy. How many times have you deceived me in the past few days? Today alone, it must be 2 or 3 times. Ren Yuega exclaimed in exasperation. Cao Cheng swatted her hand away, rubbing his ear. "Behave yourself when we're out in public. It's best not to act foolishly and to let me cook in peace. Go play outside, and I'll call you when a meal is ready. Understood?" Ren Yuega reached out again, feigning indignation. "Who do you think you are, calling yourself my brother?" Cao Cheng evaded her grasp and darted out of the kitchen, with Ren Yuega in hot pursuit. Lingling stifled a smile, while the elderly lady also chuckled softly, returning to her culinary tasks. The lively atmosphere in the home was quite delightful, a sentiment the elderly lady cherished. The only lament was that the child's prodigious talent was not directed toward culinary arts, which was indeed a pity. Ultimately, Cao Cheng reluctantly acquiesced to Ren Yuega's somewhat excessive request to compose an original piano piece for her. It was an overly ambitious demand, yet, considering her constant provision of emotional support, he begrudgingly agreed. After all, one cannot expect to milk a cow without ensuring it is well fed. In truth, the primary source of emotional sustenance was Ren Yuega, while Aunt Wong had fallen to second place. This clearly indicated that Ren Yuega was the true contributor. After all, it had only been a few days since they had met, whereas Aunt Wong had been around for over a month. Thus, it was essential to take good care of the leading lady and occasionally bring her joy. Conversely, these original compositions served little purpose for Cao Cheng aside from showcasing his talent. Providing them to Ren Yuega could yield substantial royalties. Cao Cheng always came out ahead. In the ensuing hours, instead of helping the elderly lady with the cooking, Cao Cheng retreated to the second floor, where he transcribed the musical score he had just composed and presented it to Ren Yuega and Lingling. While it could not be used commercially, they were free to play it as they pleased. Cao Cheng, wise beyond his years, could not overlook the flickers of admiration that occasionally sparkled in Ling Ling's beautiful eyes. That feeling was quite gratifying. After all, being admired by a beautiful young lady is something that would bring joy to anyone. Once the score was completed, Cao Cheng guided them in practicing the piece. Naturally, he did not remain idle. He occasionally teased Remarried, and the afternoon passed pleasantly. During dinner, the soup prepared by the elderly lady was delightful, and Cao Cheng savored 2 bowls. As he was about to leave, the elderly lady invited him to her home for a meal whenever he had the time. During dinner, she had learned that he was alone in the area, hence the invitation. Perhaps she hoped that through repeated encounters, she could persuade him not to let his talent go to waste. Cao Cheng readily agreed, jotting down the elderly lady's private number, as well as Ling Ling's. On his way home, he encountered a group of ladies from the intelligence team at the entrance. There were fewer than usual, as many had gone out to dance. He did not see Aunt Wang, which left him feeling disappointed. However, he soon spotted a familiar figure, Aunt Wang. It was definitely her. At that moment, Aunt Wang held a wooden stick in her right hand while twisting her younger son's ear with her left. He was stumbling along, clearly having gotten into trouble. It was obvious that he had snuck out to play games with his friends while Aunt Wang was out. Such scenes were not uncommon. "Stop the car!" Cao Cheng exclaimed with delight. Remarried, not recognizing Aunt Wang, halted in confusion and asked, "What is going on?" Without answering, Cao Cheng opened the door and leaped out, rushing toward her while picking up a few bamboo sticks along the way. Aunt Wang's hair stood on end, her anger flaring. She turned to see Cao Cheng approaching with a broad grin, which only added to her irritation. Words of reproach nearly escaped her lips. "Good evening, Aunt Wang. Just having a bit of fun with your son?" Cao Cheng greeted her politely. "What is that to you?" "Go away," Aunt Wang scoffed. "Come on now. You know we're all neighbors in this community. There is no need for such animosity. One must be generous in spirit," he replied with a playful tone. Aunt Wang's lips twitched. The words sounded familiar. "A boomerang, is it? Now it's turned back on you." She instinctively tightened her grip. That hurts," her younger son cried out. Aunt Wang quickly released him, and he jumped up and down in pain. Cao Cheng sighed. "Aunt Wang, I'm not criticizing you, but the child is still young. What is the harm in a little mistake? No one is perfect. Must you be so harsh? Are you sure he is really your own?" The younger son remained silent. Aunt Wang's expression darkened. "Don't meddle in my family affairs. It's none of your business." Cao Cheng shook his head, asserting, "I am not meddling in your family affairs. My intention is simply to discipline your son. A little lesson suffices. There is no need for excessive force. With such a thick stick in hand, do you intend to inflict mortal harm?" As he spoke, Cao Cheng handed over a bamboo stick, suggesting, "Use this instead. It is quite effective, causing superficial wounds rather than deep injury, though it may leave marks on the skin. A little iodine will have him bouncing back by the next day." The younger son gazed at the bamboo stick, his demeanor visibly deflated. A stick might serve merely to intimidate, at most delivering a light smack to the backside, allowing for control over the force applied. However, the bamboo stick, though lightweight, could deliver a heavy blow with little precision. A careless swing could easily result in a painful bruise on the face. How ruthless! The younger son glared at Cao Cheng, his emotions spiraling downward. It was no wonder they were mother and son, both heavy taxpayers. Without waiting for Aunt Wang to refuse, Cao Cheng seized the stick and thrust it into her hands. "Aunt Wang, trust me, you won't regret this. A single strike will ensure he thinks twice before misbehaving again. Of course, if you are reluctant, I shall not press the matter. After all, he is your son. However, remember, indulging a child is akin to harming them. If you do not discipline him today, the world will, and who knows, even the police may get involved. Wise words are often unwelcome. The choice is yours. I shall take my leave now. No need to see me off." With that, Cao Cheng hurried back to his car. "Quickly drive," he urged, and with a swift motion, the BMW zoomed away. The mother and son exchanged glances, both wearing troubled expressions. The younger son jumped in frustration, exclaiming, "What business is it of yours, Cao? Just wait. I'll make you pay for this." His curses were harsh and unsightly. Onlookers raised their eyebrows, turning to Aunt Wang with disapproving gestures. What kind of upbringing is this? A teenager, fresh out of high school, displaying such poor character? Truly, he was born of a mother but lacked proper guidance. Aunt Wang felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her, anger igniting within her. With a swift motion, she struck the bamboo stick towards her son. Though his clothing offered some protection, the summer fabric was thin, and the blow stung, prompting the younger son to leap, exclaiming, Mom, I was wrong. I swear I won't do it again." Cao Cheng, reclining in the passenger seat, observed Aunt Wang's intervention and, hearing the system's prompt, let out a hearty laugh. Chapter 21. A Heart Unburdened by Women. The blade draws naturally. Do you not fear retribution for your debts? Ren Yuega has come to realize that this troublesome younger brother is simply seeking trouble. Cao Cheng scoffed. Who would dare to seek revenge against me? From a young age, I have endured the bitter cold of winter and sweltering heat of summer, mastering various martial arts, and my agility and techniques are well honed. 3 or 5 women could never approach me. Ren Yuega retorted. So, 3 or 5 women cannot approach you. How proud you must feel. Do you understand? A man who can keep women at bay possesses immense willpower and self-discipline. A gentleman knows this, right? In ancient times, there was Liu Xiahui who remained unperturbed in the presence of women, and today there is me, Cao Cheng, who both rejects and welcomes. Is that how this idiom is used? Ren Yuega thought, exasperated. Cao Cheng waved dismissively. Close enough, as long as you grasp my meaning. Just tell me, do my words hold any truth? How many men can truly refuse women? Any man who can master his desires has a boundless future ahead. Have you not heard? A heart unburdened by women. The blade draws naturally. Nonsense. I need to relieve myself. Could you heat some water for me? I shall brew some tea shortly. After that, Cao Cheng retreated to the restroom. Ren Yuega muttered her discontent, but obediently began to heat the water. She too wished to enjoy purple tea. Time passed swiftly. A week had gone by since Ren Yuega's arrival, and their relationship had deepened significantly. Even Ren Yuega herself could not comprehend how they had grown so close. Akin to siblings in such a short span. If they ventured out together without speaking, one would hardly guess that they had only recognized each other a week prior. Yet, life is filled with joy and sorrow. I must depart. Today, Ren Yuega was to leave. Cao Cheng accompanied her downstairs, assisting with her luggage into the trunk, silently nodding. The atmosphere was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Cao Cheng could not conceal his reluctance. His gaze was filled with an unmistakable sense of loss. This stirred feelings of sadness in Ren Yuega as well. Why not return with me? After all, my mother and your father have already returned. And it must be lonely for you to stay in Sanjiang alone, no? Lonely? Which of your eyes sees me as lonely? I'm exceedingly content every single day. Cao Cheng slowly shook his head. The time is not yet right. When then is the right time? Ren Yuega asked, puzzled. In truth, she had extended an invitation 2 days prior. She mentioned that aside from her second sister, who was somewhat exclusive, she and her third sister would not mind Cao Cheng visiting. And as for her eldest sister, she was the gentlest of them all and would surely not reject him. However, Cao Cheng's response had been the same. The time is not yet right. Ren Yuega did not understand when the right time might be, and despite her inquiries, Cao Cheng remained silent. Be careful on your journey. In a few months, I shall visit Zhonghai. Cao Cheng waved goodbye. Ultimately, Ren Yuega drove away, and Cao Cheng watched her depart, filled with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Such a torrent of emotions weighed heavily on him. After a week, he felt as though he was on the brink of another emotional outburst. Ren Yuega's contributions to this emotional upheaval were undeniable. Aunt Wang could hardly keep up. As for the reason behind the timing, it was in fact tied to financial matters. As Cao Cheng had anticipated after the past, it is highly probable that he would eat, live, and spend on Ren's family. Not to say he is living under someone else's roof, at the very least. He is sheltered beneath their eaves. Currently, all of Cao Cheng's finances remain dormant in the secondary market. Each day brings fluctuations. He has earned over 100,000, yet it has not reached the true market boom. Therefore, even if he were to go to Zhonghai now, he would have little else to engage in. It would be more prudent to remain in Sanjiang, waiting until he profits before heading to Zhonghai, which would also facilitate his investments. That evening, Ren Yuega returned to the opulent mansion in Zhonghai, her complexion showing slight signs of fatigue. However, having consumed ample purple tea in recent days, her constitution had improved significantly. After a day of driving, she found herself less fatigued than before. As she parked the car in the garage, a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to her approached to assist with the luggage from the trunk. In a low voice, she inquired, "Did that troublesome younger brother not accompany you back?" At this, Ren Yuega pouted in mild displeasure and shook her head. "He mentioned discussing it again in a few months. I can't fathom his thoughts. He appears so aimless on the surface, yet who knows what he is secretly up to." Ren Yuega was not naive. Although Cao Cheng seemed to lead a retired life devoid of purpose, her recent interactions had led her to believe that this troublesome younger brother was far from docile. The third sibling, Ren Yushang, would almost nightly engage in phone conversations with Ren Yuega. Thus, even though she had not visited Sanjiang, she remained well informed about events there. Moreover, as they were twins, their thoughts often aligned, transcending the mystical notions of telepathy. They even shared the same moniker for Cao Cheng. "Seems you are quite eager for this troublesome brother to come live with us," Ren Yushang curiously probed. She was aware of many aspects regarding Cao Cheng, yet her lack of direct interaction left her intrigued about the fourth sibling's current state. Ren Yuega shook her head, feigning stubbornness. "I do not wish for him to live with us. I merely fear that if he remains alone in Sanjiang for too long, he may encounter peril." A light laugh escaped Ren Yushang. She knew of Cao Cheng's recent antics, which sounded infuriating, akin to a troublemaker. Back at home, the fourth sibling had already been quite mischievous, yet in comparison to Cao Cheng, he seemed remarkably well-behaved. "Never mind him for now. Is my second sister at home?" Ren Yuega inquired. "She is not. Since Uncle Cao and Mom returned, she has scarcely been home, only occasionally coming back to dine when Mom calls her. During this time, she has returned twice, spending most of her time at the dormitory near her workplace," Ren Yushang replied. Ren Yuega nodded, her concern resurfacing as she asked, "No one knows that I am staying at his place in Sanjiang, right?" "Rest assured, no one knows. They only believe you went to visit your teacher and close friends." The two sisters chatted for a while before returning to the grand living room from the parking area. In the transparent, open-concept kitchen, Old Cao was preparing soup. "Uncle Cao," Ren Yuega greeted him. Old Cao looked up, still unable to distinguish between the twins, given their limited encounters. However, the distinction between clothing is clear. A gentle smile. "Yuega has returned. Soon we shall have soup." "Very well," Ren Yuega nodded politely. In truth, the addition of Uncle Cao to the household did not disrupt anyone's accustomed way of life. The mansion is spacious, with multiple levels, and each individual possesses their own designated space, ensuring no interference with one another. Furthermore, Uncle Cao is quite the culinary adept, preparing various nourishing soups and broths for Mother each evening. Since her return from her travels, Mother has fully immersed herself in her work at the company, poring over documents and news until the late hours. Thanks to these nourishing delicacies, her complexion has improved, perhaps also due to the sweet nectar of love. Although there is a housekeeper, the soup made by a devoted husband cannot be compared to that prepared by a hired hand. Before long, the soups were ready. Everyone gathered in the dining room, save for the second child. Initially, the atmosphere was casual, but Mother insisted on a more formal gathering, as if she had something significant to convey. Once everyone was present, Aunt Rin took a seat at the center and cleared her throat. "I have discussed with Uncle Cao, and tomorrow we shall move out." What? The three sisters were momentarily taken aback. However, it did not take long for them to grasp the intricate reasons behind this decision. There were numerous factors at play. For instance, the second sister. Ren Fanxing's disapproval of Uncle Cao had resulted in the second sister's absence from home. Such discord could not be allowed to fester further, as it would only lead to disharmony. It was better to live apart for the time being. Additionally, Mother and Uncle Cao cherished their private world, seeking to avoid any disturbances. Living together, despite having personal spaces, inevitably led to inconveniences. They might even be contemplating the desire for a child. In light of these considerations, living apart seemed prudent. Mother had previously mentioned this possibility, so everyone was somewhat prepared, albeit surprised by the swiftness of the decision. Chapter 22. This troublemaking younger brother, if one were to move out, accommodations would not be lacking. Not far from here stands a smaller villa, as the Rin group boasts its own collection of upscale properties. That evening, the Rin sisters found themselves unable to sleep. From a young age, Aunt Run had taken the reins of the company, stabilizing the group while also balancing family and their education. In their hearts, no matter their age, their mother remained the most irreplaceable figure in the household, a spiritual refuge for the sisters. They were acutely aware that one day they might marry, establish their own families, and even have children, inevitably leading to separation. Yet the later this moment arrived, the better. Among the sisters, this unspoken understanding had become a tacit agreement, a reason why, throughout the years, no one had broached the subject of boyfriends. In truth, they were no longer children. In a typical family, girls might have changed partners multiple times, with some already married and even with children. In affluent families, arrangements would have been made long ago. Yet within the Rin household, there wasn't a single man in sight. Thus, despite their mental preparation, this night still brought insomnia. Even the eldest, Rin Chensi, usually the epitome of composure, found herself restless. She even called her second sister, Rin Fanqing. What? Moving out? The second sister's voice changed upon hearing the news. Her absence from home was not aimed at their mother. Rather, she wished to spare her the discomfort of being caught between them. She understood her temperament all too well. If they were to live together, she would undoubtedly show disdain towards that man, possibly even leading to arguments. That would indeed place their mother in a difficult position. Currently, residing in the dormitory provided a convenient excuse, claiming the case workload was heavy, thus making it easier to stay at the dorm. This was already quite considerate of that Mr. Cao. Were it not for her mother's dignity, upon their return from a trip, the second sister would have directly questioned Cao Cheng about the praises sung by Mr. Cao regarding his son, only to find them unfounded. Because of these considerations, she had ultimately decided against confronting the matter in front of their mother. To her surprise, the mother had chosen to move out. The eldest sister, Rin Chensi, holding the phone, softly remarked, "You're not home tonight. Mom asked me to convey this decision to you. You should return home. The conditions at your dormitory are rather poor. You work so hard and need to practice martial arts. If your nutrition and medicinal diet fall short, it could harm your foundation." The second sister pondered for a moment. Understood, I will move back tomorrow. She refrained from uttering any harsh words or complaints, silently accepting the situation. Resistance was futile, unless their mother chose to divorce Mr. Cao. But was that even a possibility? Their mother was gentle, yet her decisions were rarely subject to change. Sister Rin Chensi continued, "Mother said, do not overthink. This is not directed at you, it is merely." She paused for a moment before continuing. Simply that as we age, the time to enjoy love diminishes, hence, she desires more moments for just the two of them. I hope we can comprehend the love of a nearly 50-year-old woman, which is hard one. Sister Rin Er listened, feeling a pang of discomfort. Truly, a woman in love speaks in a manner so unlike our former mother. Although she was gentle and her tone soft in the past, her essence was profoundly assertive. Every word she uttered carried weight. Yet now, she openly speaks of romance, even uttering such sweet nothings. Love, indeed, transforms a person. The nauseating sweetness of it all sent chills down Sister Er's spine, even through the phone. With a sigh, Sister Er inquired, "Do you think I was wrong? Should I not have opposed their relationship?" After a moment's thought, Sister De replied, "Regardless of right or wrong, I believe Mother can understand your concerns. She knows your fears of her being deceived, hence your resistance. She will not hold that against you. Conversely, you should also strive to understand her. At the very least, I trust she would not frivolously seek out a man, especially not for a hasty marriage. Mother is not one to act impulsively. While your worries are valid, a woman in love may lose her usual composure, but I am confident Mother will not lose her intellect entirely. Moreover, you must recognize that she would not jeopardize our collective interests for a late-life romance. This is the crux of the matter. Once married, asset distribution becomes a concern, indirectly affecting the four sisters' inheritance. This is simply not something Mother would do unless she were to lose her senses. The next day, Just before their mother's departure, Sister Heir, Ren Fanqing, took a day off to assist with the move, extending a gesture of goodwill. Upon seeing her return to help, Aunt Ren smiled brightly. Lao Chao also managed a sheepish smile towards Sister Heir. If Cao Gongzi were to witness this, he would surely find it amusing. Lao Chao's life was no bed of roses, akin to a lowly servant, his status in the family at an all-time low. It was rather disheartening, especially compared to his once carefree demeanor at home. "Mother, this tea, drink it quietly when no one is around." As they were leaving, Sister C handed Aunt Ren a small box. Aunt Ren was puzzled. "What is this tea? I went to great lengths to procure it. Just drink it, and you will understand its value. But ensure you are alone and have access to a restroom nearby. Remember, I insist." Sister C whispered mysteriously in Aunt Ren's ear. Aunt Ren was taken aback. "A restroom? You and T be giving Mother a laxative, would you? We all know how mischievous you were as a child. Though you've matured somewhat, who knows if those old habits might resurface. After all, in her childhood, she once mixed super spicy peppers into her cosmetics, nearly causing her great distress. This child has also experimented with croton powder. It is certainly not a laxative, though the effects are quite similar. Nonetheless, it is undeniably a valuable item. Mother, trust me, this is quite expensive." Lao Si spoke in a hushed tone. Aunt Ren pondered. "Is this something your teacher gave you?" She was aware that Lao Si had visited his teacher a few days prior. "Not exactly, but it's close." Ren Yuega feigned mystery and then exclaimed, "Oh, don't ask me. Just trust me. I would never harm you." Aunt Ren scrutinized her for a moment before nodding. "All right then, but if you dare to trick me, I shall have your second sister give you a good thrashing." "I would never do that. I would never." Ren Yuega shook her head vigorously. Ultimately, they parted ways. Lao San tugged at Ren Yuega. "What did you just give to Mom? You were acting all secretive. Did you obtain it from that wretched brother of yours?" Ren Yuega smiled ambiguously. "What on earth is it?" "Tea leaves. Is it that purple tea you mentioned?" "Yes." "How wonderful. You possess such a treasure, and didn't Tea offer me a taste?" "Alas, it's just a tiny bit. I must first present it to our mother. Later, we shall quietly venture to Sanjiang to bother that odious brother and compel him to part with some more. By then, he must have consumed it all, right? Didn't T you say he only had a mere 20 grams? Lausen rolled his eyes. Ren Yuega softly scoffed. "I hardly believe him. Based on what I've observed of him these past few days, that wretched brother is quite cunning and is surely hiding plenty." Chapter 23. Indeed, I am the child of fortune. On the very first day after Sister C departed, I found myself missing her. Cao Cheng, having lost the top position, fell into a state of despondency. Yet, as a man, one must gather one's spirits and confront Aunt Wang, who occupies the second place. A man, after all, should not be vanquished by the harsh realities of life. However, for 2 consecutive days, Aunt Wang was nowhere to be seen. Cao Cheng speculated that she was deliberately avoiding him. Truly, as an experienced widow, she was adept at cunning and guile. When faced with challenges, she would retreat, perhaps honing her eloquence in the meantime. He resolved to be cautious upon their next encounter. That day, as Cao Cheng stepped out of his home and ventured a short distance, he found himself confronted by 3 individuals. One was Aunt Wang's youngest son, and another appeared familiar. After some contemplation, he recalled that she was Aunt Wang's eldest daughter. What a surprise! Had the younger one been bullied, and now the older one had come to confront him? Indeed, I am the child of fortune. The final figure was an ostentatiously dressed man, clad in a tight-fitting outfit that showcased his bulging muscles, clearly a specimen freshly emerged from the gym. At that moment, the youngest son wore an expression of fury, while the eldest daughter's demeanor was far from friendly. As for the muscular man, he stood with his arms crossed, a look of disdain and a smirk adorning his face. Their intentions were clearly hostile. Cao Cheng felt a surge of excitement. Was this finally the emergence of antagonists? Surely, he must not let them go unchallenged. With a chuckle, Cao Cheng, clutching his thermos, remarked, "Oh, it's you, little Wang. What happened to your face? Did you get beaten up?" Aunt Wang's youngest son had a black eye and a swollen face, unmistakably the result of a brutal beating. Taken aback, he retorted angrily, "My surname is Zhou." Cao Cheng was momentarily speechless, repeatedly apologizing. "My sincere apologies. I assumed you took your mother's surname, given how formidable Aunt Wang is." Who would have thought you could bear the surname Zhou? Notification. Negative emotion 30. Cao Cheng shook his head with a smile, clicking his tongue. But your surname doesn't matter much to me. I am concerned about your injuries. It seems quite severe. Aunt Wang has been excessively harsh, hasn't she? It's merely a matter of not performing well in the college entrance examination. Does she really need to resort to such violence? Fear not, little Wang. When I next encounter Aunt Wang, I shall certainly speak on your behalf. It wasn't my mother who did this, little Zhou exclaimed, furiously stomping his feet. If it weren't for that scoundrel, would I have been beaten so mercilessly? Just look at you, young man. You're not very big, yet your temper is colossal. If you don't get beaten, then who will? Tell me who did this to you, and I will help you seek vengeance. No need to thank me. After all, we reside in the same courtyard. Cao Cheng. Aunt Wang's eldest daughter interjected with a scoff. You are Cao Cheng, correct? Yes, Sister Wang. I remember you. We played together as children. It's been a long time. Cao Cheng nodded with a smile. The eldest daughter narrowed her eyes. I've heard that you've been quite arrogant lately. I thought it was mere hearsay, but it seems your arrogance is indeed real. Bullying my mother and my brother. Do you believe that just because there are no men in our family, you can take advantage of us? Cao Cheng's expression turned serious. Sister Wang, that statement is somewhat excessive. How could you accuse me of bullying Aunt Wang? I am surnamed Zhou, the eldest daughter rebuked. That is of little consequence. Cao Cheng waved his hand dismissively, stating, let us reason this out. You cannot rely solely on your brother's account, can you? You should investigate further. Aunt Wang and I are engaged in a straightforward exchange of intelligence, where the outcomes are left to fate, and we must adhere to the rules of our courtyard. Moreover, the spark for this incident originated from Aunt Wang's initial provocation against my father, which led to my subsequent retaliation. It is merely a matter of reciprocity. How can this be construed as me bullying her? Cao Cheng chuckled, adding, Sister Wang, do not think that just because we played house together as children, with me as the emperor and you as the concubine, you can arbitrarily accuse me. Such behavior is unbecoming. We share the same courtyard and will inevitably encounter each other. Bringing outsiders into this is a breach of decorum. The Wang siblings felt their negative emotions surge. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? At that moment, a muscular man interjected, cracking his knuckles ominously, radiating an intimidating aura. And who might you be? Cao Cheng inquired with a smile, turning his gaze towards the siblings. The muscular man lifted his chin, disdainfully regarding Cao Cheng through his nostrils. I am her boyfriend. You have bullied my brother-in-law. Do you think I won't teach you a lesson? Don't claim I am the one bullying you. I could easily take you down with one hand. That hardly seems appropriate. A gentleman should use words, not fists. Cao Cheng replied with a strange chuckle. The trio perceived that Cao Cheng was intimidated. Young Wang shouted in anger, brother-in-law. Beat him up. Sister Wang coldly remarked, Cao Cheng, do not accuse me of bringing people to bully those in our courtyard. If blame is to be laid, it is you who first targeted my brother. The muscular man scoffed derisively. Then, with his left hand holding a thermos and his right hand suddenly reaching out with astonishing speed, Cao Cheng caught the man's left cheek. In the next instant, he swung, slamming the man's face and body against the adjacent wall. The dust from the old wall erupted as the peeling plaster fell away. Cao Cheng possessed a power attribute of 12 points. How formidable is that? To put it in perspective, a score of 10 represents the peak of an average adult male, a summit not easily reached. In the dreamlike realm of Earth, Li Xiaolong achieved this purely through natural physique, later enhanced through training, undoubtedly surpassing that initial threshold. Thus, despite the muscular man's imposing physique, he could not even approach the pinnacle of 10. Even with further training, he would only come close. In contrast, Cao Cheng surpassed that peak by 2 points, boasting remarkable agility and resilience, along with a keen understanding of human vulnerabilities. What appeared to be a simple maneuver was, in fact, an overwhelming display of superiority. The muscular man collapsed to the ground, half of his face scraped white from the wall, with traces of blood marring his skin. The sisters trembled in fear. Cao Cheng turned, laughing. Fortunately, I am not a gentleman, allowing me to take action. That was quite frightening just now. The negative emotions escalated. Young Wang staggered back 3 steps, his face a mask of terror. while Sister Wang's complexion paled in shock. Rest assured, I am not one to resort to violence. Shall we engage in a conversation? What shall we discuss? Wang Jie swallowed hard. Let's talk about Aunt Wang. The young man retorted, damn you. And with a swift kick, he struck the face of a muscular man behind him. The muscular man spat blood and collapsed to the ground. The two sisters attempted to flee, but their legs turned to jelly, leaving them unable to move. Unfazed, Cao Cheng smiled and said, come, let us converse over there. Paying no mind to those outside the courtyard. Trembling, the siblings reluctantly followed him a few paces. Cao Cheng inquired, I haven't seen Aunt Wang these past couple of days. Is she well? Is her health satisfactory? Wang Jie's lips twitched. The tone in which Cao Cheng spoke suggested he cared for her mother. It felt utterly surreal. She is fine, Wang Jie stammered. That is good to hear. I shall pay her a visit soon. Cao Cheng nodded and turned to the younger son, young Wang. Who has struck you? It truly wasn't Aunt Wang, was it? Do not hesitate to speak. There is no need for fear. If it was indeed Aunt Wang, I could speak to her on your behalf. After all, she is your mother. How could she strike you? You are already not the most handsome, and your studies leave much to be desired. If you were to suffer any injuries, your future would be jeopardized. Notification, negative emotion 20. So, you are retaliating? The younger son clenched his fists, visibly indignant. Thank you, brother. Oh, what is there to thank me for? We reside in the same courtyard. Now, do tell. Who struck you? It was my classmate. The younger son mumbled, his head lowered, suppressing his rage, negativity enveloping him. Cao Cheng frowned. Do you require my assistance? Fear not. I'm certainly more formidable than your brother-in-law. Do not be deceived by his appearance. Most of it is merely the result of protein powder. In terms of fighting, you ought to rely on me. No. Thank you, brother. Why this formality between us? Are you feeling shy? Cao Cheng chuckled, pointing at him. The younger son forced a laugh. Suddenly, Cao Cheng's expression darkened. What are you laughing at? Chapter 24. Discovering the true mechanics of the system, Xiao Wang gazed at Cao Cheng, his expression shifting dramatically, causing him to recoil in fright and nearly collapse onto the ground, his legs trembling beneath him. Tell me, how did this happen? Why were you fighting with your classmate? Cao Cheng wore a half-smirk. He hadn't encountered Aunt Wang in several days, and his points were insufficient. Finally seizing this opportunity, he felt it would be a disservice to Aunt Wang if he did not extract some amusement from this brother-sister duo. Moreover, having just surpassed 1,000 emotional points, his spirits were elevated, and he thought it amusing to tease them. It's my classmate, we were fighting. Xiao Wang was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by fear. Do not be afraid, come, sit down and talk, Cao Cheng encouraged, gesturing toward a nearby step. Then sitting down first, Xiao Wang timidly shuffled over and slowly took a seat beside him. Cao Cheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. You really sat down? Xiao Wang shot up abruptly. I was just joking. Please, sit comfortably. There is no need for formality between us. Cao Cheng chuckled. Ding, negative emotion 20. Tension, anger, embarrassment, these all counted as negative emotions. The system's notifications chimed in every moment, a delightful experience indeed. As Xiao Wang stammered, Cao Cheng pieced together the story. Just last night, mere hours ago, Xiao Wang had gone to an internet CAF with his classmates to play games. Everything was fine until a classmate casually remarked, Are you really going to repeat a year? What is the point of someone like us repeating? It's a waste of time. An innocuous statement. Yet it struck a nerve with Xiao Wang, perhaps exacerbated by Aunt Wang's recent remarks, making him particularly sensitive to the topic. In a fit of rage, he retorted, Mind your own business. Such a response was quintessentially Aunt Wang. Naturally, a verbal altercation ensued, escalating into a physical confrontation, resulting in injuries for both parties involved. The situation was far from resolved, as the matter extended beyond mere fighting. They had also damaged a row of computers in the internet CAF, toppling tables and shattering monitors. This morning, Aunt Wang and the other party's parents had returned to the CAF, even involving the police to discuss compensation. The more Xiao Wang contemplated the incident, the angrier he became, prompting him to seek out his sister and share the details, bringing along a muscular man for support. Cao Cheng glanced at Wang Jie, who smiled awkwardly. Cao Cheng, I didn't actually intend to fight. I merely wanted to intimidate them. Cao Cheng chuckled. Really? Truly? His expression turned serious. I find that hard to believe. Yet, he quickly resumed his playful demeanor. Of course, we grew up in the same courtyard. I could never truly harm you. The siblings nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes, indeed. Cao Cheng raised an eyebrow. Besides, my banter with Aunt Wang is merely a matter for our elders. It has nothing to do with you children. Assuming the role of an elder, are we? Taking advantage, perhaps? Playing ethical games, are we? The siblings restrained themselves from voicing their thoughts, especially with the muscular man still lying there, appearing gravely injured and unresponsive. Never mind. Let's pretend today as events never occurred. When we meet again, we shall still be friends. Go on and enjoy yourselves. Cao Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Thank you. Thank you. Wang Jie expressed her gratitude promptly. As she prepared to approach the muscular man, Cao Cheng interjected once more. Let this muscular fellow stay. I wish to converse with him. This Wang Jie's expression stiffened. What, is that not permissible? Cao Cheng retorted. Fine, fine, fine. Wang Jie tugged at her brother and hastily retreated. Yet, they did not stray far, choosing instead to conceal themselves around the corner of a distant wall. Intently observing the scene, Cao Cheng lit a cigarette, casting a glance at the unconscious muscular man. Truth be told, he had profited considerably from the Wang siblings. Yet, in comparison to this muscular figure, it paled in significance. This fellow's negative emotions surged upwards, consistently hitting the 30 mark. Although the system lacked specific name prompts, Cao Cheng surmised he was likely feigning unconsciousness. The rapid escalation of his negative emotions was presumably due to pain. Under duress, one's negative feelings tend to amplify exponentially. Cao Cheng felt as though he had discovered the true mechanics of the system. This man was nearly on par with the top-ranked fourth sister. He appeared to be merely fainted. It seemed the only recourse was to splash water to rouse him. However, there was none nearby. Perhaps he could make do with urine. After all, he had not relieved himself since waking up, and it was likely to be quite yellow. Ding, negative emotions, 50. Bro. The muscular man opened his eyes, his face marred by an array of black and white. The right side was pale, the center bore a black footprint, and the left was coated in the dusty hue acquired from his fall, akin to a tricolor ice cream. Awake? Cao Cheng expressed his disappointment. The muscular man's face twitched. What are you disappointed about? Did you genuinely want to urinate on my face? You beast. Bro, I was wrong, I apologize. With no one else around, the muscular man, enduring the pain, continually begged for forgiveness. In truth, Cao Cheng had exercised restraint. There was no deep-seated animosity. Why escalate matters? In this day and age, while fighting might not incur heavy losses, murder is still a crime. There is simply no need for it. What went awry? It's all that which's fault. Truly. Bro, she's the one who sent me here. Had I known it was you, 100 of me wouldn't have dared to show up. The muscular man whimpered. Cao Cheng raised his voice. So you claim it's all that witch is doing that led you to trouble me? It wasn't your intention? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Cao Cheng sighed. Honestly, I rather enjoyed your earlier arrogance. How about we have a fair fight again? I was wrong. I want to do it again, bro. Please don't fight. Here's your chance. You're utterly useless. Cao Cheng seized his hair, shaking him back and forth. You're utterly useless. It hurts. Bro, it hurts. I was wrong. The intense pain from his scalp made him plead once more. Cao Cheng released his grip, seizing his collar. And you have tattoos? Running with street gangs? And no. The muscular man hastily shook his head. Cao Cheng scoffed. Remember this. Next time, bring more people. This time, I wasn't satisfied. I wouldn't dare. Smack. Cao Cheng delivered a resounding slap. I urge you to bring more people, so why hesitate? Yes, I will bring more. Do you truly dare? No, please, spare me. I have realized my mistake. After a while, the negative emotions surged and eventually began to subside, likely reaching a certain threshold. Only then did Cao Cheng cease his torment. Moreover, this matter is not urgent. In this era, there are countless ruffians wandering the streets. Today's incidents serve as a wake-up call for Cao Cheng. It appears that the negative emotions stemming from violence exceed those from engaging in a game of mahjong. Had I known earlier, I would have seized territory and become a leader. Yet, such thoughts are fleeting. After all, why would one aspiring to amass wealth tarnish their own reputation? Even for the sake of negative emotions, it is not worth the cost. Go away. Yes, thank you, brother. Thank you. The bullfrog stumbled to his feet and wobbled off. As he turned the corner, he encountered a pair of siblings. Sister Wang overheard his earlier remarks. Calling her a shrew? That scoundrel! Sister Wang exclaimed, "You wretched fool." Just then, the muscular man took the initiative and struck her with a resounding slap, leaving her momentarily stunned. Not only did he insult himself, but he also resorted to violence. I will not stand for this. Sister Wang, in a fit of rage, lunged at him, attempting to pull his hair. You insufferable shrew, let go of me. Despite the muscular man's inability to match Cao Cheng, his actions against women were surprisingly adept. Chapter 25, Ding Negative Emotion 200. Cao Cheng stood at a distance, holding a thermos in one hand and a cigarette in the other, watching the spectacle unfold, clucking his tongue in disbelief. Oh dear, that punch. Wow, what a sight. Sister Wang is certainly not to be underestimated. Her scalp is torn and bleeding. Ouch, just watching it makes one wince. In truth, Cao Cheng empathized with the muscular man. It was embarrassing. Just moments ago, he nearly knelt down to apologize, even attempting to shift the blame onto his girlfriend. He had assumed no one had witnessed his disgraceful moment. Yet, fate intervened, and he encountered his beloved around the corner. In that instant, the awkwardness of betrayal transformed into indignation. Moreover, had it not been for this brother-sister duo seeking him out, he would not have endured such humiliation and physical confrontation. Fueled by anger, he instinctively retaliated with a slap. As for Sister Wang, she was a woman of strong temperament, feeling equally humiliated and consumed by the wrath of betrayal. Thus, upon their encounter, she was prepared to unleash her fury. The muscular man's slap momentarily stunned her. This strike triggered a manic episode akin to bipolar disorder, igniting a fierce bout of mania. In such a manic state, engaging in a fight rendered one nearly invincible. Even if Cao Cheng attempted to intervene, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage against Sister Wang. It was best to retreat. Cao Cheng chose to circumvent the chaos. It wasn't that he was incapable of fighting back. Rather, at that moment, Sister Wang was in a frenzied state. Unless one were to incapacitate or kill her, she would persist like a relentless zombie, seeking vengeance. Why bother? He certainly did not wish to be on the receiving end of her claws. The pain would be excruciating. As expected, Cao Cheng had not ventured far when he was pulled back. Those attempting to mediate were met with a few swipes from Sister Wang. The muscular man, bloodied and furious, cursed, crazy woman, damn it. And with that, he fled the scene. Sister Wang's voice pierced the air, and she scanned her surroundings, seemingly searching for someone to confront. Her gaze was ferocious, causing those nearby to step back in trepidation. Not spotting Cao Cheng, she ultimately broke down in tears. Oh, why must it come to this? Cao Cheng shook his head, leisurely exiting the community. In truth, the incident was not as grave as it seemed. He had not struck the brother-sister duo, given their shared living space. He had not anticipated the situation escalating to such a degree. Indeed, Aunt Wang's upbringing had its flaws. The next time they crossed paths, he would have to address the matter with her. According to age, he ought to refer to her as Little Wang. According to experience, he would speak, and she would have no choice but to listen. Let her defy him and see what happened. Oomph. Ding Negative Emotion 200. What the hell? Cao Cheng was taken aback. Who on earth could this be? Surely, they did not intend to harm him. It couldn't possibly be the trio he had just dismissed. Quickly, he ruled out those three, for they were still immersed in their emotional feedback, their numbers fluctuating between 1 and 3, barely exceeding 3. Suddenly, a score of 200 appeared. This was a figure even the top-ranking fourth sister had never achieved. Could it be Aunt Wang? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible that she had gone to settle some debts. The sight of a row of computers in these times was indeed daunting. Even if it is merely a monitor, the financial burden will likely be shared between the two parties, and it is estimated that each will incur a significant loss. After all, it impacts business operations. Disrupting a day's trade for the internet CAF, a considerable loss indeed. Thus, this devastating blow is most likely attributable to Aunt Wang. Cao Cheng glanced at the emotional value, which had just surpassed 1,000 and now soared to 2,000. Gratitude is owed to Aunt Wong and her family. Today, he truly encountered a benefactor upon venturing out. He must remember to bring a token of appreciation to visit Aunt Wong. Moreover, Cao Cheng firmly believes that in a few days, he may receive another windfall. This muscular man would undoubtedly not rest easily. On the streets, especially in these times, many individuals fear nothing but are keen on maintaining their pride. Having been beaten to such a state, the muscular man would inevitably seethe with anger upon returning home, feeling increasingly aggrieved by his decision to endure the humiliation. Coupled with the jeering and mockery from his associates, it would be strange indeed if he did not seek revenge. Cao Cheng stepped out to purchase breakfast, skipping the mahjong parlor altogether, and returned home with a steaming bowl of hot dry noodles and a soda. First, he would draw his lottery ticket to enhance his abilities, preparing himself to confront 10 adversaries when the time came. At noon, Aunt Wong stormed home, furious, seeking to confront her son. She wished to inquire how this little rascal, whom she had painstakingly raised as a widow, could be out causing trouble. Today, she had incurred losses amounting to several thousand. The thought nearly caused her heart to seize. However, upon entering, Aunt Wong was met with the sight of two monstrous figures on the sofa, exclaiming, "Who are you?" The siblings' negative emotions surged. They had been beaten to a point where even their own mother could scarcely recognize them. The elder daughter's hair was disheveled, her face marred with injuries and swelling. The younger son had also joined in the fray against the muscular man, sustaining further injuries. After a brief moment, Aunt Wong recognized her children. "Who did you fight with?" she demanded. The younger son replied, "Cao Cheng." Aunt Wong, alarmed, sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "He actually dared to lay hands on someone? Is there no law? I shall confront him." Aunt Wong was aware of the unspoken rules. In their neighborhood, the intelligence group was always gossiping, but it was largely just talk. While physical altercations were not unheard of, they were rare. These seasoned women would tear each other's hair out if provoked. Yet significant conflict had diminished, particularly in recent years, as the members of the intelligence group aged and honed their verbal skills. They preferred to hurl insults rather than resort to violence. "No, Mom," the daughter interjected urgently. "It wasn't Cao Cheng who hit me." She feared her mother might suffer if she confronted him. The state of her bipolar disorder had dissipated, leaving her somewhat apprehensive at the mere mention of Cao Cheng. Aunt Wong furrowed her brow. Then what exactly transpired? The daughter recounted the events, explaining that she had intended to seek retribution for her brother's sake, initially accompanied by her boyfriend. No, rather that foolish boy, only to find. Aunt Wong sighed with relief. "So, you mean to say that Cao Cheng did not strike you?" The daughter shook her head in affirmation. Aunt Wong nodded. "Indeed, we all reside in the same courtyard. How could one be so ruthless? But tell me, how did you sustain those injuries?" She referenced the muscular man her daughter had mentioned. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wong's anger flared. "You must break up with him. If he resorts to violence against women now, what will happen once you are married? Will it lead to domestic abuse?" Her daughter replied softly, "We've already separated." "Good decision." With that, Aunt Wong unexpectedly slapped her son on the back of his head. "You little scoundrel! What nonsense were you spouting just now? I thought it was that rascal, Cao Cheng, who harmed your sister. If you continue to misrepresent the situation, I shall deal with you." The younger son protested. It was indeed Cao Cheng. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Aunt Wong responded, "I will confront him about this matter, but we must refrain from fighting. It would be a disgrace for all of us to engage in a public brawl within our own courtyard. Furthermore, none of you are permitted to bring outsiders into this courtyard to stir up trouble. If word gets out, we shall all lose face." It was evident that Aunt Wong held traditional values. According to the customs of old, bringing outsiders to bully those within the courtyard would be scorned by all. If things escalated, the entire family would be humiliated. Additionally, since Cao Cheng had only attacked outsiders and spared his own kin, Aunt Wong felt this was somewhat considerate. Therefore, she harbored no resentment towards the situation, but rather a sense of gratitude. However, that rascal Cao indeed warranted a reprimand. She would certainly give him a piece of her mind later. "I refuse to believe that after living half my life, I cannot best a mere child in a verbal spar." She addressed her children. "Did you hear me? You're not to seek out anyone from outside. Understood?" Her younger son mumbled, while her daughter nodded in agreement. Chapter 26. The bully has come to my doorstep. You have gone too far. Incense wafted in the air as 3 sticks were lit, and smoke billowed forth. Congratulations, host, you have drawn. 20 consecutive draws yielded 1 golden chest, 3 silver chests, and the remainder were all made of fine iron and bronze. Upon seeing the treasure chests, Cao Cheng's expression darkened significantly. What was the difference between this 20 consecutive draw and the previous 10? In the last 10 draws, he had obtained 1 golden and 2 silver chests. This time, with 20, he had only gained an additional silver. Nevertheless, as Cao Cheng opened the chests and beheld their contents, his mood brightened considerably. Although there were no flashy skills among the items, they were all quite practical. This system's lottery was becoming increasingly pragmatic, which was indeed commendable. The 3 silver chests yielded Ningxiang Tea, 1 pound skill enhancement card, 1, and reinforcement serum, 1 vial. The golden chest revealed storage space 1,000 cubic meters, 10 meters in length, width, and height. This was quite fantastical. Upon encountering the Ningxiang Tea, Cao Cheng had sensed that the chests might contain items related to cultivation, such as techniques or elixirs. Unexpectedly, the first item to emerge was the storage space. This was an indispensable artifact for concealing bodies after a kill or for travel. Furthermore, the reinforcement serum could significantly boost physical attributes. The skill card was also quite beneficial, allowing for the elevation of skills below the master level. For instance, his culinary expertise could be elevated to master level with this card. However, Cao Cheng chose to hold on to it for the time being. After all, his current culinary skills were already quite sufficient. As for the other chests, they yielded a fair amount of attributes, but also some worthless items, such as cheap chewing gum and a diminutive umbrella, which was rather ridiculous. The lottery truly encompassed a vast array of items. An hour later, Cao Cheng emerged from the restroom, feeling as if he had been drained of all moisture. The reinforcement serum had caused his attributes to soar, redefining his physique to perfection. Coupled with the attributes from the other chests, his average attributes had reached 20 points, exceeding the pinnacle of human capability by a factor of 2. Yet, his combat power had increased several-fold. His comprehension and application of martial arts had also become more intuitive. After his shower, standing before the mirror, Cao Cheng gazed at his physique, momentarily entranced. Could he truly be this handsome? Even he felt dizzy at the sight. What girl could possibly resist? His appearance, though reminiscent of his previous self, had been subtly refined, making him look even more striking. This minor adjustment was remarkably effective. Now, clad in a tight-fitting outfit that accentuated his physique, he resembled a human embodiment of a charismatic hero. At 8 o'clock in the evening, at the Dynasty nightclub, "Brother, you're here, What on earth happened to you?" The man seated at the main table, his expression darkened, fixed a fierce gaze upon his younger brother, who bore a face marred by injury, his head wrapped in bandages. He looked particularly wretched. How dare someone bully his younger brother, the frenzied dragon? They were courting death. The muscular man, once a formidable figure, now bore the appearance of a pitiful creature, his head swathed in 2 circles of white bandages. Yet, despite his disheveled state, several of his subordinates rose to greet him, addressing him as Brother Tiger. In the past, he relished this moniker, but now it rang somewhat discordantly in his ears. What had transpired? Had he been cornered? Who was responsible for this indignity? Infuriated, the leader, Brother Dragon, bellowed in anger, prompting the nearby women to instinctively withdraw. Brother Tiger, with a pained expression, meekly replied, "The assailants are not from our circles." Brother Dragon paused, momentarily bewildered, then closed his eyes and shook his head in disbelief, turning to his brother. "What did you just say?" "Repeat that." Brother Tiger awkwardly clarified. "They may not be part of the underworld, but this fellow possesses skills. He is a trained fighter." This assertion was implicitly understood by all present. Among those gathered, the most capable fighters were undoubtedly the brothers of the Tiger and Dragon Gang. Brother Tiger's muscular physique was not the result of mere luck. He was renowned for his ferocity in brawls. If his opponent lacked prowess, how could they have reduced him to such a state? Brother Dragon inquired, "So, you mean it was just one person?" Brother Tiger lowered his gaze. "Yes. Brother Dragon's frustration boiled over, and he delivered a swift kick, sending Brother Tiger sprawling to the ground. Where's that fierce spirit of yours when fighting? You can't handle one person? Are you merely feigning strength? The surrounding subordinates fell silent, and the women kept their mouths shut. After venting his ire for a while, Brother Dragon calmed somewhat and asked, "Do you know where he resides?" "Yes, I do," Brother Tiger hastily nodded. "Then lead the way," commanded Brother Dragon as he rose, and his subordinates followed suit. Brother Tiger cautioned, "Brother, this fellow is no pushover." By heavens! Brother Dragon was both furious and amused, delivering another kick that caused Brother Tiger to stumble back a few steps. His anger was not without cause. In a street brawl, it was common to have several participants, and the presence of heavier weaponry was somewhat justifiable. Yet, facing a solitary adversary, one unassociated with the underworld, did they truly need to arm themselves? Were the daggers they wielded mere toys? Furthermore, despite the opponent's skill, how could they possibly outnumber them? Were they to consider themselves invincible? Everyone present had emerged from the crucible of street fights. Who among them lacked the capability to defend themselves? Brother Dragon's ire stemmed from the realization that his brother appeared utterly intimidated. Stop wasting time with excuses. Hurry and show the way. In our world, vengeance is never delayed. Meanwhile, Cao Cheng remained blissfully unaware of the storm of negativity about to descend upon him. After dining that evening, he purchased some fruit and a carton of milk, intending to visit Aunt Wang. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Why such a loud knock? Creak. The door swung open, and Aunt Wang took a step back. What brings you here? Indeed, it seems the bullying has reached my doorstep. This scoundrel is exceedingly arrogant. Ding, negative emotion 10. Oh, so seeing me incites your ire, does it, Aunt Wang? Cao Cheng smiled, raising the gift in his hand, and cheerfully remarked, "Aunt, I came to visit little Wang." Little Wang? Aunt Wang paused for a moment, her expression darkening. What nonsense are you spouting? My apologies, I meant the two siblings. Little Wu, right? Their surname is Zhou. Yes, little Zhou's siblings. My mind is such a jumble. I could only recall Zhou Wu, Zheng, and Wang. And it turns out it's Zhou. My sincere apologies. Cao Cheng wore a look of regret. I was quite troubled to see the siblings injured today, so I thought I'd bring some fruit and milk for their recovery. Aunt, won't you invite me in for a bit? Where did you learn such manners? Aunt Wang's mouth twitched in irritation. Hey, this little scoundrel. Your actions and words are completely at odds. You come bearing gifts only to insult me. Do you? Mocking my upbringing, are you? Truly, only you would engage in such behavior. Guomean. Aunt Wang's face was stern. Very well. With a smile, Cao Cheng stepped inside and casually inquired, By the way, Aunt Wang, I heard you lost quite a bit at the Internet CAF today, did you? Ding, negative emotion 20. Chapter 27, Aunt Wang. I am unaware of your temperament. Let young Master Cao enter. Young Wang emerged from his room upon hearing the commotion. With a single panda eye, he instinctively took a defensive stance upon seeing Cao Cheng, exclaiming in surprise, What brings you to my home? Cao Cheng, with a sincere expression, replied, What do you mean, child? I merely came to check on you and bring you some gifts to replenish your spirits. Young Wang, brimming with anger, retorted, That is unnecessary. My home does not welcome you. He stood his ground. Cao Cheng understood the situation. After all, it was a case of a dog relying on its master. In his own home, with Aunt Wang by his side, young Wang felt emboldened, which explained his audacity. Yet, did he not venture outside regularly? Cao Cheng, bewildered, inquired, Do you not usually go out? Young Wang momentarily failed to grasp the implication, responding, What do you mean? Cao Cheng clarified, I mean, do you not go out to surf the internet? Are you not afraid of being alone? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Cao Cheng felt confusing deep and bad. Young Wang felt a pang of uncertainty. Aunt Wang's expression also darkened. Cao Cheng, what do you imply? Are you threatening my son? Not at all. Cao Cheng chuckled. Aunt Wang, you have misunderstood. I understand your urgency, but please allow me to explain. My intention is that if young Wang ventures out and encounters trouble, should I happen to be there, I would assist him, as we all reside in the same courtyard. As the elder brother of the courtyard, I cannot simply stand by while my younger siblings are bullied by outsiders. Yet, Aunt Wang, look at this child, I bring gifts, and he responds with such hostility? If I were to witness him in danger in the future, I might choose to disregard it. I would not wish to be scolded for meddling when my good intentions are met with ingratitude. Aunt Wang turned to her son, glaring. What nonsense have you just spoken? When did you become the master of this household? You cannot simply declare that someone is unwelcome. She continued. Young Cao, do not take it to heart. Cao Cheng set down the gifts. Waving his hand, I am not particularly bothered, but Aunt Wang, I am unfamiliar with your character or temperament. However, if it were my own brother behaving so rudely to a guest, he would certainly face my wrath. This is not an attempt to sow discord. It is a matter of education. Cao Cheng spoke with earnestness. Allow me to elucidate. A boy must receive discipline from a young age. Otherwise, he will suffer greatly in the outside world. Take today's incident at the Internet CAF, for example. He faced significant losses. Had he not insulted that person's mother, would he have ended up in a fight with his classmates? If there had been no conflict, could you have incurred such a hefty fine? Aunt Wang's face grew increasingly dark. Indeed, the thought of the thousands of dollars lost ignited her fury. Young Wang's complexion paled. You Cao. Aunt Wang pointed at him. Silence. Go back to your room. Young Wang recoiled slightly, shooting a glare at Cao Cheng before retreating to his chamber. Cao Cheng sighed and smiled, continuing, Aunt Wang, do not be angry. Today's events are still manageable, as it is merely a monetary loss that can be resolved. Money can resolve matters that are not overly significant. Yet, consider the youth's tender age. He has yet to leave the nest, to embrace independence. Once he steps into the world, navigating the rigors of study, life, and work is already a formidable challenge. Should he inadvertently offend someone, and a conflict ensues, the consequences may not be dire. After all, damaging property can merely necessitate financial compensation. However, if he were to injure another, the implications would be far graver, potentially leading to incarceration. Even more alarming than the prospect of him causing harm is the fear of him becoming the victim of such violence. Aunt Wang, my Uncle Wang. Well, my Uncle Zhou departed too soon. It has not been an easy journey for you to raise two children, particularly this boy, the sole heir of both the Zhou family and your lineage. Your hopes for him to support you in your later years rest on his shoulders. What will you do if misfortune befalls him? When your time comes, how will you explain this to my Uncle Zhou? Should such a tragedy occur, wouldn't it spell the disintegration of this family? Thus, Aunt Wang, it is imperative to educate the boy early. One must not be too lenient. Countless examples abound of indulgent mothers leading their sons astray, especially those without fathers. If a mother fails to guide her child, the outcome can be dire. He is merely 18, and the window for his education is fleeting. Once he enters university, opportunities for guidance may vanish. It is crucial to discipline him now, while the chance still exists. Aunt Wang's eyes burned with fury, her aged fists clenched tightly, her complexion shifting between shades of green and white. This wretched boy, though irksome, speaks truth. A mere monetary settlement today is trivial. A simple apology to the Internet CAF owner would suffice. But should he inflict real harm, what if a knife is drawn? The ramifications are unthinkable. After all, it was his foul mouth that incited this turmoil. If he had not spoken so disrespectfully, would any of this have transpired? Aunt Wang, judging by your demeanor, it seems you have come to a realization. So I shall refrain from further admonitions to avoid being irksome. The gift has been delivered, and my apologies conveyed. I shall not intrude further. We shall meet again at the information station at the entrance. Cao Cheng smiled as he exited the room. Aunt Wang regained her composure. Though she did not fully grasp the meaning of the information station, she surmised it referred to the community entrance. Thank you, young Cao. Aunt Wang. Do not mention it. Despite our frequent bickering, neighbors ought to engage in such lively exchanges. It is the essence of life. However, when adversity strikes, we must support one another, Cao Cheng replied. Aunt Wang reflected, indeed. Now, Aunt Wang, no need to see me off. Please tend to your child. It is imperative to discipline him while the incident is fresh in mind. Today is the perfect opportunity for correction. In a few days, we may lack justification. Cao Cheng advised. Aunt Wang nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Aunt Wang, please do stay, she urged. As Cao Cheng turned to descend the stairs, Aunt Wang watched him disappear around the corner before slamming the door shut and retrieving a feather duster. Before long, the house echoed with anguished cries. Downstairs, Cao Cheng listened intently, baring his teeth. Is this for real? Aunt Wang truly has quite the execution power. When we establish our company in the future, I shall invite her to serve as the janitor. At that time, our office shall be impeccably clean. It is settled. With a snap, he lit a cigarette. Cao Cheng could no longer bear to listen. Brother, this is all I can do to assist you. In the future, you will be grateful. He ventured to the information booth. Wow, it must be nearly 9 o'clock. A swarm of women is sitting outside to cool off. Cao Cheng approached and borrowed a small chair, also snagging a fan. The older sister from whom he had taken the fan darkened her expression. Cao Cheng hurriedly spoke. Let me tell you, the Wang family is wailing. That fellow is howling so heart-wrenchingly that it can be heard from 2 miles away. The woman from whom he had snatched the fan was taken aback. Her curiosity piqued. The Wang family? Which Wang family? Wang Yutian? No, I misspoke. It's not the Wang family. It's the Zhou family, Aunt Wang's family. Oh, the crowd suddenly understood. An older lady inquired, I've heard about this, the Wang family. No, what am I saying? The Zhou family member went out today and reportedly lost quite a bit of money. Why? Curiosity enveloped the group. As for the reasons, none were clear. They had not hit the nail on the head. It fell to our young Master Cao, holding a feather fan. He fanned himself with a knowing smile. I have a bit of insight into this matter, esteemed guests. Would you care to hear more? Speak, we are listening. Young Cao, do share swiftly. An observant older sister passed him a handful of sunflower seeds. Cao Cheng accepted the seeds and began. This story begins with young Wang. No, young Zhou, Aunt Wang's son. It also involves the elder Zhou, Aunt Wang's daughter, who has a boyfriend. Chapter 28. Our young Master Cao. A true hero. Speaking of Wang's son-in-law, he is no ordinary individual. With his wide-open eyes and a full beard framing his face, he is perpetually clad in tight-fitting attire that showcases his muscular physique. Truly formidable. One matron expressed her confusion. I have seen him. He indeed possesses a robust physique, but I do not recall him sporting a beard. Cao Cheng shot her a glare, questioning the audacity to interrupt his discourse. Just because he lacked it before does not imply he cannot have it now. This is called performance art, a trend that has gained considerable popularity. Do you not grasp the essence of fashion? The surrounding ladies nodded in unison, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. How sophisticated, they mused, clearly impressed by the notion of performance art and contemporary style. However, this young man is, in fact, a ruffian, Cao Cheng remarked, inciting gasps from the crowd. Just think about it, he continued. If the brother-in-law is like this, how could the younger brother possibly turn out well? He must have been quite the figure at school. And naturally, his academic performance has plummeted as he delves deeper into this unruly lifestyle. The assembly nodded in agreement, finding the rationale sound and the cause and effect relationship evident. It was no wonder his college entrance examination results were dismal. Cao Cheng elaborated. And just yesterday evening, young Zhou got into a brawl at the internet CAF, causing considerable havoc and damaging numerous expensive computers. Consequently, Wang had to compensate quite a sum this morning, and the police were involved. And did you hear? He added. Wang's elder daughter was embroiled in a confrontation with a man in the courtyard today. Nods of acknowledgement rippled through the crowd. Cao Cheng slapped his thigh in exasperation. That man she fought with is her boyfriend, and I happened to witness the entire ordeal. As an elder sister, Zhou was genuinely concerned for her younger brother, so she confronted her boyfriend. Yet, this boyfriend is no saint himself. Being a ruffian, he did not back down. He simply slapped her. It was a resounding crack. Cao Cheng's exaggerated gestures elicited gasps and winces from the women around him, who empathized with the situation, some even covering their faces in indignation. How despicable. Striking a woman. A ruffian can never be a good person. Otherwise, how could he assume such a role? Exactly. Cao Cheng nodded. Then the siblings joined forces. But how could they stand against a muscular opponent? They both ended up injured. Now, Wang is attempting to discipline her children, while educating them is necessary. Her methods seem excessively harsh. Alas, with Uncle Zhou gone, Wang has become quite unrestrained, showing no mercy towards her son. The crowd shook their heads, sighing in sympathy. Every family has its own burdens to bear, and given the circumstances, it was inappropriate for those present to intervene. Thus, the gossip continued to circulate, and everyone was well fed with the latest news. The intelligence station's database gained yet another intriguing entry, igniting fervent discussions among the attendees, all accompanied by the crunching sounds of Cao Cheng munching on seeds. Before long, a raucous group approached the entrance, instantly captivating the attention of those gathered at the intelligence station. Leading the pack was a man with slicked-back hair, accompanied by a figure whose head was bandaged, trailed closely by nearly 10 young ruffians. Although they bore no weapons, their aura was undeniably menacing. Cao Cheng's excitement surged. They've arrived. So swiftly. Originally, Cao Cheng thought he would have to wait for 2 days, but he did not expect the thugs to be so efficient. They arrived that very evening. Such work efficiency surpasses that of many congressional offices. What a pity it is for these ruffians. Oh dear. Everyone, look over there. The one with the bandaged head and injuries on his face is Wang Ante, his eldest son-in-law. He brought so many thugs here, clearly with ill intentions, presumably to cause trouble for Wang Ante, especially after the siblings had assaulted him together that morning. Cao Cheng began to speak. An older lady remarked, "Indeed, it is him. I've seen him before. Where's his beard?" Cao Cheng shot her a sideways glance. "Your memory serves you well." He continued, "He must have been injured today. When he went to the hospital to treat his wounds, the doctor surely had to shave off his hair." The crowd nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Suddenly, the group of older ladies became unsettled. Although they were all women, outsiders bullying people in their courtyard was intolerable. "Hey, stop right there. What are you doing?" A formidable matron stood up, scolding them. The leader of the thugs, Quang Long, cast her a glance, his face dark with disdain. "Mind your own business. Get lost." "Oh, you little brat. So arrogant. You better leave, or we'll call the police." The group of older ladies rose in unison. Quang Long had not anticipated the solidarity of this courtyard. He pointed and said, "I'll say it again, this is none of your concern. I'm here to find someone. If you don't want to get hurt, step aside." Cao Cheng, seated behind, remained unseen by the thugs. The group of ruffians pointed at the older ladies, trying to intimidate them with their bravado. To be honest, it was somewhat effective. The ladies felt a bit intimidated, especially since there were over 10 men. If a fight broke out, it would be a battle of brawn. Their own men were not present, leaving them feeling vulnerable. At this moment, it was time for Cao Cheng to act. Suddenly, a shadow flitted beside the older lady. Cao Cheng delivered a swift kick, striking the muscular thug, Brother Tiger, in the face. The speed was so remarkable that everyone was caught off guard. Brother Tiger let out a wail as he was sent flying. "Cao Cheng, Sautet, dare to cause trouble in our cotton mill courtyard? You must be seeking death. Damn it, brother, finish him." Seeing his brother knocked down and bloodied, Quang Long was filled with rage, his teeth scattered, and he drew a dagger in fury. Cao Cheng, having significantly increased his strength since the afternoon, was now exponentially more formidable, especially in close combat. Each punch and kick could render a young thug incapacitated. Cao Cheng targeted the weak points, swiftly disarming Quang Long by severing the dagger from his grasp with a precise hand strike, then delivering another strike to his neck. Quang Long clutched his throat, his face turning crimson, and collapsed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, within mere seconds, the majority of the thugs found themselves sprawled on the ground. The elderly women finally realized the situation, rushing forward with various implements. Some brandished stools, others wielded sticks, fans, or sunflower seeds. A cacophony ensued. Gradually, more neighbors gathered to witness the spectacle, a mix of men and women. In Cao Cheng's mind, negative emotions surged, reaching a staggering 600, and it was still climbing. After launching a round of strikes, he began to munch on sunflower seeds, contemplating how to maximize his gains. Such negative emotions from a critical hit were hard-earned. Thus, one must seize the opportunity. These ruffians were not innocent. They needed to be dealt with repeatedly, primarily to rid the community of their menace. If Cao Gongzi lived in ancient times, he would undoubtedly be a great hero, serving the nation and the people. Therefore, my marriage to Huang Ron should meet with no objections, right? Before long, a pile of defeated troublemakers lay on the ground, some cradling their heads, others howling in agony. The elderly women felt invigorated. The thrill of striking was exhilarating. "Call the police." Arrest this gang of rascals. How dare they bully us in our own courtyard? Young Cao, who would have thought you had it in you? Cao Cheng smiled and waved his hand, saying, I have a rudimentary understanding of martial arts, but dealing with a few ruffians is rather simple. By the way, everyone, refrain from touching their knives. Those are evidence for the police to take away shortly. He began to organize the gathering to maintain order at the scene. Soon the police arrived. The elderly women surrounded the officers, chattering incessantly. Cao Cheng observed the officers' expressions shift from normalcy to shock, then discomfort, and finally to pallor. 3 women equated to 1,000 squawking ducks. 3 older women were like 5,000. With a dozen elderly women present, they encircled the officers, unleashing a barrage of noise. The scene resembled a magical assault on the officers, whose faces turned increasingly pale. In that moment, the officers felt an overwhelming urge to draw their firearms and fire into the air, hoping to silence the clamor. It was unbearably loud. Not only was it noisy, but not a single word was discernible. Everyone, please be quiet. One at a time. Silence. A young officer could no longer contain himself. His face flushed as he shouted. The elderly women paused momentarily, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Then, the volume escalated. What is wrong with you, young man? We're trying to report a case here. What's with your attitude? These ruffians blah blah blah. The elderly women began to berate the young officer. The young officer appeared on the verge of fainting. Cao Cheng nearly burst into laughter. All right, everyone, stop talking. Clear the way. Reluctantly, he realized he had to intervene personally in this matter. There was no alternative. Such was the duty of a hero. Stepping forward, his voice commanded silence, and the surrounding women parted to create a path. The officers exhaled deeply, and finally, tranquility descended upon the scene. It is truly delightful to have no one whispering in my ear. They gazed at Cao Cheng as he approached with measured steps, their eyes reflecting gratitude. Simultaneously, they sensed an overwhelming aura of leadership emanating from him. Chapter 29. Aspirations beyond this esteemed officers. I apologize for the recent commotion. A conflict transpired earlier, leading to heightened emotions among these ladies, which remain unresolved. I hope for your understanding. Cao Cheng spoke softly, a smile gracing his lips. Compared to the cacophony of the women, his voice was akin to celestial music. The lead officer nodded in acknowledgement. We understand, young comrade. Could you elucidate what transpired here? What is the situation with these individuals? Cao Cheng succinctly recounted the events. During the day, ruffians clashed with the young women in the courtyard, and by night, the ruffians returned seeking retribution. The ladies present were those who would not stand idly by in the face of injustice. The narrative held a logical coherence. Upon concluding his account, the officers grasped the details. However, disbelief lingered in their eyes. A group of over a dozen ruffians, armed with daggers and butterfly knives, wielding weapons as formidable as tiger claws. This was a fully armed contingent. Yet what did these women possess? The most formidable weapon among them was likely a mere stool. Was it plausible that the ruffians faced utter defeat? Such a notion seemed absurd. What was even more astonishing was that these ladies emerged unscathed. Not even a rational mind could accept Cao Cheng's assertions. Sensing the skepticism in the officer's gazes, he smiled and remarked, I possess some knowledge of martial arts, which enabled me to protect the ladies from harm. The lead officer inquired, were there others involved in the altercation? At that moment, a crowd had gathered, with some of the ladies boasting about their recent skirmish. No, there were none, Cao Cheng replied, shaking his head. Very well, then the officer instructed, take this group back. He then turned to Cao Cheng. You must accompany us to provide a statement. The lead officer began coordinating with the precinct, requesting vehicles to transport the individuals, while also needing to contact a local hospital, for the ruffians appeared to be quite injured. Furthermore, inquiries were made regarding Aunt Wang's building unit to gather more information, as the incident involved her daughter, making her a party to the matter. Half an hour later, several officers arrived, using 2 vehicles to escort the individuals away. Before departing, they also seized the surveillance footage from the entrance of the community. Upon disembarking, the ladies held their heads high, reminiscent of triumphant sovereigns returning from conquest. Laughter and chatter filled the air. To enter the precinct as heroes was a privilege few could claim. The on-duty officers were left in a state of disbelief. In stark contrast, the ruffians' condition was disheartening. Those most severely injured were sent directly to the hospital, while those who bore bruises and swelling now displayed a demeanor of submission, their heads bowed in defeat as they were escorted into custody. The process of recording statements proceeded smoothly. Each individual was questioned separately, their accounts largely consistent, though differences in detail emerged, as some ladies had a penchant for embellishing the narrative. Nevertheless, the crux lay in the earlier inquiries conducted with Aunt Wang, confirming that her daughter indeed engaged in a confrontation with one of the ruffians. The young ruffian was once the boyfriend of Aunt Wang's daughter, now her ex. According to these ruffians, it was indeed their elder who led them here for vengeance, preparing to confront a certain individual. This corroborates one another and makes the situation easier to define. Director Lee, you find this peculiar, do you not? A group of over a dozen middle-aged women managed to subdue a similarly sized group of armed ruffians to such an extent. In my years as a police officer, I have never witnessed anything like it. The deputy director on duty, surnamed Lee, shook his head at the remark. Do you genuinely believe it was the women who did this? He tossed the written record onto the table and pointed. It was this young man, Cao Cheng. One of the officers beside him examined the record. Cao Cheng? But the women claimed they were the ones who acted. Director Lee explained, the accounts from the ruffians and the women are contradictory. Take a closer look at the ruffian statements. They all assert that it was a man who struck first, 1 against 10. The women are either embellishing their own roles or protecting this young man. However, it is true that they did take action, but only after the ruffians had already fallen, rushing in to deliver a beating. The officers compared the two sets of records and suddenly realized, indeed, who is this young man? To single-handedly take on 10 armed ruffians. This is remarkable. Let us inquire further to uncover the truth. Director Lee stood up and added, also, arrange transportation to take the women home. It is getting late, and we must not delay their rest. As for the ruffians, we will detain them and address the matter tomorrow. As he spoke, Director Lee entered a small meeting room where Cao Cheng was sipping tea. Greetings, young comrade. My name is Lee, the deputy director of the Jiangbei police station. Hello, Director Lee, Cao Cheng replied, shaking his hand. Director Lee smiled warmly, gesturing to a chair. Please take a seat. Cao Cheng complied. Do you have any questions, Director Lee? The director smiled slightly. You are quite straightforward, which I appreciate. I shall not beat around the bush. Have you practiced martial arts? I have a rudimentary understanding of some basic techniques, Cao Cheng replied. Director Lee chuckled, shaking his head. That hardly seems rudimentary. Surely, you must have had some formal training? Cao Cheng denied this. No, I just practiced on my own. The young man was not entirely forthcoming. Though it was their first meeting, Director Lee sensed a certain shrewdness about him. Nonetheless, he harbored no ill feelings, rather a sense of admiration. Director Lee inquired further. You appear to be quite young. What is your field of study? Computer science, Cao Cheng replied. Director Lee's eyes lit up. High-tech. That is splendid. Have you considered applying to a police academy? Not particularly, Cao Cheng responded, subtly evading the question. After a brief exchange that yielded little substance, Director Lee felt somewhat exasperated. Despite the young man's seemingly earnest demeanor, he had managed to glean very little information. Ultimately, the meeting concluded. Director Lee sighed, acknowledging the situation. Well, the hour is late. I will arrange for a vehicle to take you back to your community shortly. As for the matter concerning this group of delinquents, once we have dealt with it, we will inform you. Should you have any aspirations, such as applying to a police academy, do not hesitate to reach out to me. This was Director Lee's way of fostering a positive connection. In a typical scenario, Cao Cheng would have surpassed the age limit for application. However, various police academies possess their own special recruitment quotas. Provided one has a commendable skill, they may apply through an interview process. From Director Lee's perspective, Cao Cheng's physical prowess combined with his expertise in computer science, being a university student in that field, would certainly enable him to succeed in an interview. The police force is in need of highly qualified individuals, particularly those skilled in technology. Recently, various precincts have begun to distribute computers, yet proficient users remain exceedingly rare. The veteran officers often find themselves overwhelmed by technology, with many only able to navigate basic games like Minesweeper. Cao Cheng departed the small conference room alongside Director Li, only to encounter a police officer. The officer greeted Director Li, and upon noticing Cao Cheng exclaimed, "Ah, young man, it is you." Chapter 30. Who approves? Who opposes? Director Li glanced at his officers and then at Cao Cheng. "Do you know each other?" The officer nodded. "Report to Director Li. We've met before. There was a robber who was apprehended by this young man. I was in a hurry at the time and forgot to ask for his information, and I couldn't find him afterward." Cao Cheng rolled his eyes. "I'm in the square every day. If you wanted to find me, how could you not? And do you think the surveillance on the street is merely for show? You're trying to pull a fast one on me. Did you not consider seeking me out? I'm too lazy to expose you. Now that you recognize me, I reckon you're afraid I might bring up our last encounter. Quite cunning, aren't you?" Director Li was pleasantly surprised. "I didn't expect that, Xiao Chao. You've even caught a robber before. It seems you truly have a knack for being a policeman. Think carefully about what I just suggested. I recommend you pursue further studies at the police academy, or else it would be a waste of talent." "I will consider it. By the way, Director Li, is there no reward for the robber I assisted in apprehending?" Cao Cheng inquired directly. Director Li, "Officer." Ding. Negative emotion 10. This wave of negative emotion undoubtedly stemmed from the unidentified officer. Cao Cheng smiled. A commendation would suffice. Perhaps as a model citizen or a brave bystander. Director Li chuckled. "Yes, certainly. Not only is there a commendation, but also a monetary reward. I will help you apply for the bravery award." "Thank you, Director Li. I will seriously contemplate your suggestion." "All right, then it's settled. I await your call." The next day, on the third day since Sister C departed, the situation continues to escalate, especially within the courtyard, where the aunties are spreading the word. Yesterday's incident has been exaggerated to the point where it could inspire a film, particularly Aunt Wang. Upon hearing the news, she was filled with dread. Fortunately, those ruffians were not allowed inside. Otherwise, what would have happened to her daughter and son? They could have been beaten, maimed, or even killed. How terrifying. Aunt Wang, you should sincerely thank Xiao Chao. If it weren't for him, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Yes, Aunt Wang, refrain from arguing with him in the future. He saved your life. The surrounding aunties rallied in support of Cao Cheng. This is the tide of public opinion. The eyes of the masses are sharp. Aunt Wang awkwardly responded, "When did I ever argue with him? It's always me who ends up half dead from anger. All right. Today I'll bring a gift and reconcile with that young man. That's the spirit. Oh, speak of the devil. Here comes Xiao Chao. Xiao Chao. Come here. Cao Cheng approached with a thermos in hand, smiling warmly. Some offered their seats, while others handed him sunflower seeds and fanned him. "Look at this. Witness our strong community foundation. Oh, Aunt Wang is here too." Aunt Wang chuckled awkwardly. "Ah, yes. About yesterday's incident. Thank you. Greetings, dear friends. I reiterate my previous sentiment. The disturbances among our neighbors are mere reflections of our internal conflicts. Even when quarrels arise, they remain matters confined within our own doors. However, should outsiders dare to impose upon our community, it is imperative that we unite and resist resolutely. Indeed, as young Chao asserts, we must present a united front." His insight, characteristic of a university student, is wisdom that transcends the ordinary. Yet, Cao Cheng humbly gestures to downplay his own words, leaving room for future grievances against Aunt Wang. Despite her current rank as the third, will not be easily overlooked. Nonetheless, Cao Cheng intends to shift his focus toward her son. Last night, Aunt Wang unleashed her fury upon him with unrelenting strikes. Young Zhou, with his fiery temperament, embodies the rebellious spirit of youth. Thus, his capacity for frustration far surpasses that of Aunt Wang. It is only a matter of time before he eclipses her. As for that group of ruffians, they too are akin to score-chasing miscreants. The burly fellow currently ranks first, having had his teeth shattered by Cao Cheng's kick yesterday. Leaving him momentarily speechless, he remains hospitalized, occasionally succumbing to negative emotions. Of course, these are mere estimates, as the system lacks specific names, but they are not far from the truth. Cao Cheng is not one to dwell on minutiae. Clarity is not always necessary. Suddenly, addressing the assembled ladies, he proposes an idea. I wonder if I should share this thought with you. With an inviting smile, he glances at the gathering of matrons. Please, young Cao, do share. They encourage. Cao Cheng continues. The atmosphere outside has grown quite troubling. Street thugs abound, and petty theft is on the rise, endangering us, the virtuous citizens. Therefore, we must band together. He articulates his vision of establishing a grassroots organization, uniting retired individuals and homemakers under the banner of Jiangbei masses. Indeed, he draws inspiration from the Chaoyang masses of his dreams. In fact, as per the timeline of his visions, this organization had yet to be formally established in that realm. Its inception would occur 2 years hence, making it one of the 4 enigmatic organizations of the capital. Other entities, such as the West City Ants, Haitian Netizens, and Fontai Persuasion Squad, would materialize a decade later. Yet, Cao Cheng resolves to take the initiative now, becoming the pioneer in this endeavor. In due time, the balance between negative and positive emotions shall not be overlooked. Ultimately, it is not merely about emotional values. As a virtuous individual, a gentleman, and a true hero, Cao Cheng aspires to restore clarity and righteousness to our community. A true hero acts for the nation and its people. Thus, he begins to weave his vision, igniting fervor among the women present, including Aunt Wang. The assembly, comprising retirees and devoted homemakers alike, embodies the spirit of goodwill. I too share this sentiment, which is why we find ourselves gathered here. As the saying goes, like attracts like. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, absolutely. Xiao Chao is correct. Cao Cheng pressed his hand down to calm the fervent emotions of the crowd, then spoke passionately. It is precisely because we are all good individuals, unable to tolerate injustice, that we accomplished the remarkable feat last night of dismantling a gang of thugs in one fell swoop. I have heard from Director Lee that this group of ruffians operated as enforcers for a large nightclub, engaging in all manner of vile deeds, brawling, bullying innocent women, and even indulging in drugs, singing, and gambling, a veritable scourge upon society. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in outrage, condemning these societal parasites that must be eradicated. The wicked must be vanquished to ensure the righteous do not lose heart. Of course, this may be an exaggeration. In truth, it was merely a case of provocation that ended in an unsuccessful attempt, resulting in a brief detention. Nonetheless, young Master Cao must make everyone aware of the perils posed by these hooligans and their threat to a harmonious society. Cao Cheng paused briefly before continuing. I've already requested a banner and a monetary reward from Director Lee. Though the reward may be modest, I understand that none of you acted out of a desire for financial gain, but rather for the sake of justice and an aspiration for a better life. In comparison to monetary compensation, I believe what you truly seek is the banner. What does the banner represent? It embodies society's recognition of your efforts, the official acknowledgement of your deeds, a tribute to the good-hearted, our military honor, and the most illustrious example we can present to our children. It is essential for our children to understand that, regardless of whether their mothers are retired or homemakers, they too are extraordinary. They can make significant contributions to the core socialist values. Excellent. One elderly lady, overcome with emotion, wiped away her tears and applauded. The sound of clapping filled the room, resonating with shared sentiment. Thus, the establishment of the Jiangbei community aims to rely on us, the ordinary citizens, to achieve a cohesive integration of our community environment, neighborly relations, and public safety. It also provides a platform for everyone to shine. Whether we are retired grandmothers or unemployed homemakers, we remain integral to society. We should continuously elevate the image of honorable mothers, becoming role models our children can take pride in. What do you all think? Who is in favor? Who is opposed? As expected, there was not a single dissenting voice. This is what we call the will of the people. Chapter 31. Surge of emotions. Establishing an organization is not merely a matter of shouting out loud. As the founder, Cao Cheng took the helm, initiating the delegation of tasks. He assigned several prominent and elder figures to approach the street administration to officially report this matter. Ostensibly, the Jiangbei community aims to foster neighborhood harmony. Whenever disputes arise or domestic conflicts occur, the compassionate ants of Jiangbei would promptly intervene to mediate and counsel. Should any household face minor issues, these ants would readily offer their assistance. Additionally, environmental sanitation requires management, serving as support for the street administration. However, beneath the surface, everyone must remain vigilant against petty theft, suspicious tenants, or any dubious activities. Any observed misconduct, whether criminal behavior, substance abuse, gambling, or espionage, must be reported to the street administration. In essence, the mission is to ensnare wrongdoers within the vast sea of the community, ensuring a clear and harmonious environment across Jiangbei and even the entire Sanjiang city. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, with a number of ants exceeding 40. Standing at the center, Cao Cheng raised his hand, and with a mere gesture, silence enveloped the gathering. In a solemn tone, he stated, "We must also mobilize our networks, particularly within neighboring communities, residential complexes, and streets. Reach out to familiar friends and dance partners, encouraging them to join us in strengthening the Jiangbei community. It is imperative to involve more participants and establish a responsive mechanism to efficiently address various incidents." Listeners nodded in agreement, with several attentive ants taking notes of Cao Cheng's words. What an inspiring message. As he concluded, he invited questions. One woman raised her hand. She appeared relatively young, in her 40s, projecting the image of a homemaker, unfamiliar to Cao Cheng. Cao Cheng smiled and encouraged her to speak. The woman, visibly excited and pleased with his demeanor, stood and asked, "What if the aunts and sisters from other communities are unwilling to participate?" There was a murmur of agreement among the audience. Not everyone may be inclined to join, especially when there is no financial incentive. I fear some may lack motivation. This sparked a flurry of inquiries, primarily revolving around the issue of enthusiasm. The recent incident at the cotton mill community resonated with everyone, heightening their motivation. However, the same could not be said for more distant areas. That is an excellent question, Cao Cheng acknowledged, nodding as the group settled down. Rest assured, I have anticipated these concerns. Give me 2 days, and everything will fall into place. Thus, the plan was set in motion. The first step was to report to the street administration and involve their representatives. An organizational structure needed to be established. Cao Cheng did not intend to assume the role of a leader. He lacked the time, but he was determined that everyone would recognize the Jiangbei community as his initiative, as this was pivotal to the emotional value at stake. Immediately, Cao Cheng sought out local news media and journalists to publicize the events of the previous night. He also obtained video footage from the community. Spending over 20,000, he purchased a laptop and created a simple edit showcasing the elderly women overpowering the ruffians, who were subsequently apprehended by the police. He then approached Director Li to report the incident, receiving a promise of a banner and a monetary reward in return. As the organization was newly established, many channels remained unexplored. In due time, as these channels opened, financial concerns would become negligible, with various units allocating funds. Provided that this organization remained proactive, progressive, official, and renowned, it would attract attention not only from district officials, but also from the municipal and provincial levels. Although the initial phase posed challenges, Cao Cheng was undeterred. By leveraging public opinion, many matters could be resolved with greater ease. This was not yet the era of the internet boom, and few had witnessed genuine public sentiment. Cao Cheng was prepared to deliver a striking blow. In an age where even the absurdity of brain gold prevailed, it was imperative for him to showcase what true astonishment entailed. Soon, a series of sensational headlines emerged across various major forums and online spaces. Shocking. Even the elderly are not spared. Ruffians once again breach moral boundaries. Shocking. Why are these grandmothers so formidable? Check if your household has one. Shocking. How 10 burly ruffians were vanquished by housewives. Shocking. Jiangbei grandmothers lead the way. Within 2 days, the news spread like wildfire throughout Sanjiang City, particularly in the Jiangbei district, where the fierce confrontation between grandmothers and ruffians became common knowledge, who claimed that retirement precluded one from contributing to society. With evidence in the form of photographs and news reports, accompanied by several interviews with the grandmothers, the women from the cotton mill gained notoriety, inciting envy among their counterparts from other communities. At their age, the desires of these women were modest. This was not an era of scarcity as decades prior. With their basic needs met, they began to seek a higher spiritual fulfillment and social recognition. At this juncture, the Jiangbei Masses Organization began recruiting, with Cao Cheng urging each grandmother to carry pamphlets and personally provide explanations. Membership began to swell. The local authorities also expressed approval, recognizing the organization's positive reputation. Street leaders received commendations from the district and city levels, facilitating the swift approval of the Jiangbei Masses Organization and even allocating a small office space within the street office for temporary operations. Once official recognition was obtained, even at the street level, the resources available for mobilization expanded significantly. Information regarding various temporary residents became accessible. Though Sanjiang could not rival Zhonghai, it was not a small city. The temporary residence permit system had been in place for a decade. This legitimacy ensured cooperation from the majority. In truth, this model of grassroots organization had emerged many years ago, yet with the advent of a new era, such entities had faded away. At this moment, an unexpected emergence caught everyone off guard, yielding results that surpassed initial expectations. Numerous individuals of questionable character were indeed apprehended. In the span of merely 1 month, over 40 cases of solicitation and related offenses were successfully reported within the Jiangbei community, addressing issues such as gambling, brawling, and even alleviating incidents of illegal parking and violations. Notably, there were significant cases as well, including 6 instances of drug abuse and the capture of 2 fugitives on the run. The number of commendations began to surge, and leaders at all levels began to extend their concern. All avenues were opened, bringing immense joy to the local women and invigorating their enthusiasm. The number of participants grew daily, with a notable influx of younger individuals, such as security personnel from nearby shopping malls, doormen, and young women from street food stalls, adding to the diversity of the group. This was also a suggestion from Cao Cheng, who advocated for the development of a varied membership to infiltrate different industries. Although Cao Cheng did not hold an official position, he maintained a nominal presence, continuously generating both positive and negative sentiments, which accumulated over time. While each individual contributed only a small amount, the sheer number of participants amplified the impact. Over the past month, Cao Cheng engaged in several rounds of 10 consecutive draws, totaling 9 such instances when combined with previous efforts. On the night of confronting the thugs, the emotional value had already surpassed 1,000. Subsequently, when he motivated the local women, nearly 600 were generated that day alone. Following that, through the promotion of public discourse, over 2,000 more were contributed. Cao Cheng realized that any event associated with him could garner emotional value, even if those expressing the sentiments were unaware of his existence, albeit limited to the jurisdiction of Sanjiang City. This was somewhat unfortunate. Furthermore, the initial emotional input for any given situation was the highest, gradually diminishing over time, which necessitated that Cao Cheng continually instigate events. Unless he wished to cease participating in the lottery, relying solely on the Jiangbei populace would not suffice for true relaxation. Alas, the burden of a true hero is indeed a laborious fate. Chapter 32, Skills Abound Virtual Attribute Panel. Host, Cao Cheng. Strength, 39 Agility, 36 Constitution, 41 Mentality, 50 Emotional Value, 908 Skills. Mastery in Mixed Martial Arts, Mastery in Piano, Mastery in Dance, Mastery in Ventriloquism, Mastery in Parkour. Proficiency in Culinary Arts, Proficiency in Blacksmithing, Proficiency in Makeup, Proficiency in Tailoring, Proficiency in Traditional Chinese Medicine, Proficiency in Comprehensive Pistol Marksmanship, Proficiency in Disguise and Reconnaissance, Proficiency in Counterintelligence. It has been 34 days since Sister 4 departed. Over the past month, Cao Cheng's skills and physical attributes have experienced tremendous enhancement. Though most of them seem rather superfluous, his aspirations lie elsewhere. For instance, dance and blacksmithing. It is merely a pastime. Would one truly become a blacksmith? As a man, one must be robust. Nevertheless, some skills, despite their apparent uselessness, have significantly enriched his aura. The grace of dance, while he need not perform in public, has imbued him with a certain elegance embedded in his very soul. Furthermore, The elevation of his foundational attributes has rendered him more captivating than he was a month prior. Have you not noticed the glances from young wives, maidens, and even elderly widows, all gazing at Cao Cheng with longing? It leaves him quite flustered. There are also numerous other items. Let us not dwell on the fragrant tea. Recently, he has procured a remarkable treasure, 30 packets of longevity tea. This beverage hails from the realm of fantasy. It is worth noting that the fragrant tea is primarily for cultivation, enhancing one's comprehension and only marginally prolonging lifespan. In contrast, this longevity tea resembles a health tonic from the mystical world, where inhabitants naturally possess extended lifespans and seek further vitality. One can only imagine the restorative properties of this tea. The ingredients include century-old ginseng, blood amber goji berries, sun-dried jujubes, and deep blue snow lotus, or so the product description states. Additionally, there are 4 types of medicinal herbs that do not exist in either the blue planet or the dreamlike earth. In summary, this health tea invigorates the spirit with a mere whiff and fortifies the body with a single sip. Cao Cheng dares not consume it in public. He must retreat within his chamber, securing the doors and windows to indulge in its delights. Should the aroma escape, it would be a tremendous loss. Throughout this past month, Cao Cheng has enjoyed a most pleasant existence. Following his reconciliation with Aunt Wang, he has spent most of his time playfully teasing the neighborhood children. With summer vacation in full swing, the courtyard is abuzz with youthful exuberance. The children are spirited, their tempers flaring, often exhibiting more negative emotions than the elderly. The simplest provocation comes from indulging in spicy snacks, ice cream, or sugary drinks before their eyes. Goodness, brandishing spicy strips and chilled cola, consuming them as he strolls, he is met with an outpouring of envy and greed, negative emotions nonetheless. The lottery draws have reached a total of 91. According to the system's introduction, 100 draws guarantee a diamond. Thus, with 10 more draws, a diamond treasure chest is assured. It is likely to occur in the next couple of days as summer vacation draws to a close. On the 35th day since the departure of Sister 4, I find myself missing her. On this particular day, Cao Cheng was engaged in a game of chess at the square. What is this called? It is referred to as staying true to one's original intentions. There is no need for the negative emotions of the older gentleman. Although Cao Cheng holds them in disdain, he cannot forget these old brothers. During the most arduous times in his life, it was they who provided a continuous stream of emotions that enabled him to amass his first fortune. One must not forget the well digger when drinking water. Such is our fine tradition. However, he no longer gambles with them, as it is not easy for the elders to earn a little money. It is merely a casual pastime, a way to pass the days. It is chess of the nonchalant variety. If one overexerts their mind and ends up balding, who would be to blame? For the sake of these few negative emotions from the old men, it hardly seems worth it. Hence, recently, Cao Cheng has experienced a noticeable increase in losses during chess games due to his reckless play. Take this game, for instance. It appears he is on the verge of losing. Check. The old man chuckled heartily. Cao Cheng maneuvered his king. I evade. Check again. I evade once more. Hey, I can still check. The old man wore a triumphant expression, convinced of his victory as he looked at Cao Cheng. Cao Cheng repositioned his cannon. Shifting his knight's leg, I evade again. The old man also positioned his cannon. Check. Cao Cheng was utterly exasperated. How uncouth. I am not playing seriously with you. Do you dare to bully Tiger at dusk? Have you no respect for your elders? After all, I, Cao Cheng, am at least a century old in experience, if not in years. Which of these old men present is above 80? I have beseeched the Buddha for thousands of years. This song is one of the most popular ringtones of the year. Flustered, Cao Cheng fumbled for his phone and pressed the answer button. Hello. What? No way. Is it that serious? All right. I'll be there immediately. Wait for me. He hung up and turned to the old man. This half-finished game cannot be resolved right now. Save it for me. I will return to play with you next time and ensure your defeat. The old man grew anxious. Don't move. What do you mean half-finished? There is only one move left before I checkmate you. You have no escape. What are you boasting about? Cao Cheng scoffed, then reached out and disrupted the chessboard, scattering the pieces like one would in a game of mahjong. In an instant, the board was ruined. I'm off now. I'll come back next time to continue. Cao Cheng secured his phone, grabbed his thermos, and fled. The old man's eyes reddened. Don't run, come back. Ding, negative emotions, 20 grinning. Cao Cheng hastened his pace, quickly disappearing into the small park on the west side of the square. He would not return for a while, to avoid being cornered by the old man. Perhaps he would return in a few years. The old man is not young anymore. He likely will not last much longer. What do we young ones have to fear? A packet of longevity tea can outlast all these elders present, and by then, no one will know of my lack of chess etiquette. Perfect. I must not tarnish my reputation as a great hero. As Cheng hurriedly approached, he noticed a red beetle parked by the roadside, beside which stood a slender young lady. Breathlessly, he exclaimed, "Quick, quick, quick!" The young lady, taken aback and amused, responded, "Who have you offended this time? Get in the car first, and then we can talk." Cao Cheng glanced back, but saw no sign of the old man. It dawned on him that the chess-playing area was shaded and cooler. If the old man were to pursue him, the sweltering summer heat would surely tire him out. He doubted the old man would follow, yet he remained cautious. After all, these seasoned individuals were quite cunning, and one could never know when they might emerge from some hidden corner. It would be quite embarrassing for him to be seen lacking in chess etiquette. "Hurry up," he urged. This young lady was Lingling, a close friend of fourth sister. Lingling was intelligent and easily inspired by others. In her field, she rarely acknowledged anyone, especially peers. Even fourth sister, Run Yuega, whose skills surpassed hers, did not earn her admiration. However, Cheng was different. She felt he was beyond her reach. Her grandmother had remarked that Cheng's prowess was on par with any international master, if not superior. She often wondered how he had honed such skills. In recent times, Lingling had taken to messaging Cheng occasionally and inviting him over for meals, eager to seek his guidance and learn from him. Through these exchanges, their relationship had naturally deepened. Today, they had planned to have lunch at her grandmother's house, as she would soon be departing for school. She was set to study in the capital, where her grandmother had once taught. Once she moved to the capital, it would be quite some time before she could see Cheng again, and she felt a pang of reluctance. "Cheng, who is chasing you now?" Lingling chuckled as they drove away. Chapter 33. Come on, show it. Lingling chuckled lightly as she drove. "Brother Cheng, who is chasing you this time?" Every time she encountered Cao Cheng, he always seemed to be embroiled in some mischief. Recently, during her phone conversations with Ren Yuega, they had discussed numerous matters regarding Brother Cheng, and she felt she had come to know him quite well. She suspected that he might have a hyperactive disorder. What nonsense is that? Cao Cheng shot her a sidelong glance. "I am affectionately nicknamed the honest and fortunate young master. As my name suggests, how could anyone dare to pursue me? Everyone respects me, you know." Lingling's petite face was painted with skepticism, but out of kindness, she refrained from exposing him. "So what is this all about?" she inquired. Cao Cheng sighed and shook his head. "Ah, you have no idea. I just won several rounds of chess in a row, and those elderly gentlemen were so defeated that they begged me to teach them some tricks. You know, I have a bit of knowledge in chess." Lingling giggled. His bit of knowledge was quite enchanting. It seemed that whenever Brother Cheng claimed to have merely a smattering of skill, he was, in fact, quite adept. For instance, his culinary skills. During her first visit to his home, she had not realized the extent of his prowess. She merely noted his knife skills. However, she later experienced his cooking firsthand. A few days prior, Cao Cheng had prepared a meal at her house, and she nearly bit her tongue in delight. It was exquisite, and yet, he merely considered it a bit of knowledge. His piano skills were also just a bit. Thus, it stood to reason that his chess abilities were certainly commendable. Cao Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on such trivialities. When are you leaving?" "The tickets are for the day after tomorrow." Lingling instinctively pouted, feeling a hint of inexplicable reluctance. "That's good. I suppose you've grown tired of staying at home this summer?" Cao Cheng remarked. In the past, she might have found home tiresome. So, during previous long breaks, she would occasionally perform to gain stage experience. However, this time was different. Lingling shook her head, then nodded slightly. "Brother Cheng, won't you come to the academy for further study? After all, you have nothing else to do." This was an invitation, and Cao Cheng could easily perceive that. A century's worth of experience was not to be taken lightly. Do you truly wish for me to go? Lingling's face turned a shade of crimson as she diverted her gaze, causing the car to sway slightly. It seemed her thoughts had been laid bare, and she felt a tinge of embarrassment. The positive emotional response was evident, revealing a small yet significant breakthrough in her feelings. Cao Cheng chuckled, observing, "Look at this. Most girls nowadays are still pure and adorable. In 15 years, they wouldn't feel shy at all. They would likely say, 'Brother Cheng, you are so naughty. I really like you.'" With a smile, Cao Cheng continued, "Indeed, my aspirations lie elsewhere. Music serves merely as a form of entertainment for me. My studies encompass a vast array of subjects. I cannot focus solely on one profession, and I do not hold the same profound love for the piano as you do. Therefore, I shall not confine myself to a single field." His words laid bare his intentions. Lingling felt a tinge of disappointment, uncertain whether it stemmed from Cao Cheng's abrupt change of subject or his refusal to visit her school. In an instant, a wave of negative emotions washed over her. Youth is a curious thing. Emotions fluctuate greatly, like fleeting sunshine followed by sudden rain. Unlike the elderly, whose feelings are more stable, one worries for their well-being should they become too agitated. However, Cao Cheng gently ruffled her hair and offered, "If you have any questions regarding your piano studies, I could provide you with some extra guidance. Should you require it, a simple phone call, and I would be on my way to the capital to see you." Lingling responded with a nasal tone, her gaze fixed intently on the pavement, too shy to meet his eyes. Inside the car, an atmosphere imbued with affection lingered, refusing to dissipate. Upon returning home, the elderly lady was delighted. At her age, she relished the company of young ones, and it was rare to encounter a young man she favored. Primarily, it was Cao Cheng's affable demeanor that made him seem approachable. His confidence was remarkable, managing to amuse the elderly lady immensely. After dinner, he stayed on, teaching his younger companion to play the piano, which was nothing short of elegant. The evening was also spent at home, where they shared a few drinks. To his surprise, the elderly lady had quite the tolerance, remaining unfazed after consuming a small amount of white liquor. Cao Cheng, having downed half a gin, exhibited no change in color. After dusk, Lingling drove Cao Cheng back to the residential complex, dropping him off at the entrance. "Good night, Chengge," she called. "Good night. Take care on your way home," he replied, waving. "Send me a message when you get back." "Understood, Sheng Yi." She watched as her small car disappeared from view. Cao Cheng refrained from lingering outside. Although it was the busiest time at the community information station, his emotional state was already sufficient. He returned home to bathe and change. After a string of 10 draws, he finally exceeded 100 and obtained a diamond. He was curious to discover what the diamond treasure chest contained, as it had been shrouded in mystery. He hoped for a skill, as he pondered what the realm beyond master might entail. Surely not a divine state? After all, this is the modern world, and conjuring something fantastical seemed out of place. With a heart full of questions and curiosity, he returned home, cleansing himself of the lingering scent of alcohol. A message arrived. "Chengge, I'm home." Cao Cheng responded after finishing his bath. "All right, rest early." "Good night, Lingling." "Good night, Sheng Yi." The wisdom of a century. Emotions should unfold naturally, like water flowing effortlessly. There is no excessive flirtation or undue ambiguity, only a serene tranquility that promised depth. Yet, absorbed in thoughts of the lottery, time for conversation was scarce. Otherwise, they might chat until her insomnia set in. With a flick, he ignited a lighter, preparing to light 3 cigarettes, embracing a touch of superstition brought by years of experience, as he valued the sense of ritual. "I have fervently prayed before the Buddha for thousands of years." Suddenly, the phone on the coffee table erupted with an unexpected ring. The flame extinguished. 3 unlit cigarettes hung from his lips. "Damn it," Cao Cheng frowned, glancing down at the screen. Who could be calling at this hour? Contact. Xiao Si. Renuega. Taking a deep breath, he answered, "What is up?" Without removing the cigarettes, he held 3 of them between his lips and answered the phone. The 3 cigarettes danced like musical notes, each with its own unique rhythm, as if foreshadowing something. This made young Master Cao lose interest in the lottery. "What are you up to, stinky brother?" "Sister Xiang, I just finished my shower," Cao Cheng replied. Rin Yuega lightly hummed. "I'm the elder sister, you stinky brother." "Huh." Cao Cheng chuckled. "If you remove the stinky, I might consider addressing you as sister." Rin Yuega playfully huffed, shifting the topic. "Just to inform you, stinky brother, we're setting off tomorrow morning." "Setting off? Where to?" Cao Cheng felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. "To Sanjiang City. Where else would we go?" "Do need to notify you if I go somewhere else?" "What are you going there for?" She had been away for 35 days. He missed her, but merely thinking about her sufficed. Was there really a need to meet? Leaving some space in life is delightful, isn't it? I don't see the need. Do you think I'm going just to see you? Ah. Cao Cheng laughed. This is rather transparent. If it's not for me, why are you explaining? Sigh. Being too handsome is a curse. Being liked is also a burden. Fine, tomorrow during the day, I will air out the bedding to avoid your complaints about dampness. Cao Cheng said. Rin Yuega smiled contentedly. You know how to behave. Let us leave it at that. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow, then. They hung up abruptly. Cao Cheng tossed his phone aside, but then thought better of it, picking it up again to turn it off. Do not disturb. Wait a moment. Did she just say, we are setting off tomorrow? We? Who else? The other sister? Second sister? Never mind. I will see tomorrow. Better hurry and participate in the lottery. The cigarette, but is already damp in my mouth. I hope it doesn't become soggy soon. Crack. He ignited all 3 cigarettes and placed them in the ashtray. Then, he clasped his hands together, raising them above his head, murmuring, may something good come my way. 100 consecutive draws yield a chance for a diamond treasure chest. Please, don't let it be something worthless. These past few months have been tough. Come on, show me. Chapter 34. I require cultivation technique, system. You comprehend, do you not? It has been over 2.5 months since the departure of old Cao. Young Master Cao has made a total of 101 attempts at the lottery. At last, he has unveiled the diamond. In previous attempts, the diamond had occasionally appeared, elusive and indistinct, igniting a fervent yearning within. Now, however, its form is unmistakable, a colossal diamond. Weighing several hundred tons, floats in the void, radiating brilliance from within and without. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being fortunate, having drawn a diamond treasure chest, and receiving a skill enhancement card, unrestricted. What? Is this it? Cao Cheng shook his head in disbelief. Deep down, he had yearned for a cultivation technique, even a rudimentary one. After all, who could resist the allure of immortality? Nevertheless, this fleeting thought dissipated. There would be future opportunities. The skill enhancement card is indeed a valuable item. Its unrestricted nature allows for any master-level skill to be elevated further. Mastery is already formidable. Contemplating what lies beyond is daunting. For instance, in culinary arts, he currently possesses only an accomplished level. However, with a skill enhancement card for below master level, and this unrestricted card, he could elevate his culinary prowess to beyond mastery. What realm would that encompass? The dishes he creates would likely shimmer with light, perhaps even bestowing attribute bonuses upon consumption. As this notion crossed his mind, young Master Cao felt a surge of excitement, though he quickly relinquished it. Elevating his culinary skills was not an option, for he harbored no passion for cooking. Traditional Chinese medicine, however, was worth considering. Emulating the son of destiny, Cao Cheng touched his nose, rubbed his chin, and massaged his temples. Did this not impart a semblance of profundity? While he could not replicate the son of destiny's charm, it was sufficient for his purposes. His knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine was currently at an accomplished level, capable of addressing common ailments with ease. Should he elevate it to mastery, he could likely cure all forms of cancer. Beyond mastery, he might even delve into alchemy. Furthermore, traditional Chinese medicine is a skill that commands respect. Regrettably, he had not encountered any elderly individuals with deep backgrounds in the square. Otherwise, without hesitation, he would enhance his medical skills. Merely providing a massage to the destined female lead, no, aligning her bones, would suffice with his accomplished medical knowledge. Makeup skills? Unnecessary. Compréhensive en gain technique. Also unnecessary. Tailoring? Even less relevant. Piano, dance, ventriloquism. Parkour's ambitions did not lie in those areas. Parkour, however, could prove beneficial as his adversaries multiplied. Evading potential threats would be quite practical. Yet, with his parkour skills already at mastery level, it rivaled the finesse of lightness skills. Enhancing them further seemed superfluous. Thus, he opted for comprehensive combat skills. Ultimately, Cao Cheng resolved to allocate the enhancement card to this most critical discipline. In truth, mastery level was already sufficient. After all, this body had yet to fully harness the essence of combat skills, achieving at most 80% of its potential. However, upon further reflection, enhancing one's martial arts prowess equates to elevating the upper limits of combat. Thus, with physical attributes remaining constant, one's combat effectiveness would inevitably ascend alongside the enhancement of martial skills, resulting in a significant leap forward. It is a decision fraught with advantages and devoid of drawbacks. Who would disdain becoming stronger? Upon uttering these thoughts, the enhancement card scattered into myriad sparkling lights within the void, instantly penetrating into Cao Cheng's being, permeating his limbs and bones. Within the recesses of his mind, an intricate understanding of martial arts appeared to undergo a systematic enhancement, revealing numerous intricate details previously obscured from memory. Martial arts encompass more than mere external techniques. They comprise an intricate tapestry of various methods, including fist techniques, leg techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, and body techniques, alongside stances and breath control. This discipline embodies both external and internal cultivation. Following the enhancement, within a fleeting moment, young Master Cao found himself endowed with insights into the myriad subtleties of martial arts, ephemeral understandings that could not be articulated, yet resonated deeply within his consciousness. Such insights were inherently personal and could not be shared. Thus, even if Cao Cheng devoted himself entirely to imparting his martial arts knowledge to another, that individual, despite their innate brilliance, would only ascend to the level of a master, forever unable to surpass Cao Cheng himself. The same techniques and stances would emanate from Cao Cheng with an innate charm and formidable aura. Ding! Enhancement complete. Comprehensive martial arts master. Comprehensive martial arts slightly acquainted. What is this? Cao Cheng was a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. So now, he has merely a superficial understanding. Is there a glitch in the system? When I said slightly acquainted, it was meant to be modesty, not a literal interpretation. How could it be that the next level after master is merely slightly acquainted? Is this some misguided humor? The system, half broken, remained silent. Cao Cheng, disinclined to elaborate further, regarded the title as trivial. Would this even make sense if it were to circulate? After a moment of speechlessness, he composed himself and commenced his standing meditation, attuning to the changes wrought by the enhancement. Soon, he sensed that the energy within him surged more fervently than before, a powerful force that transcended the mere concept of martial arts vital energy. It was a raw vigor, perceived through self-awareness, yet felt somewhat ethereal, unlike the exaggerated notions of immortal cultivation, where one could manifest vital energy for all to see or even soar through the skies on a sword. Such fantasies were enviable yet absurd. Cao Cheng, with a tinge of jealousy, harbored hopes that future diamond treasure chests might yield such techniques. A thought struck him. Is there a tier beyond slightly acquainted? The thought of the enhancement card being limitless lingered in his mind. If another unrestricted enhancement card were to manifest, could it be applied to elevate his slightly acquainted status further? Would such an action provoke a qualitative transformation, transmuting martial arts and ordinary practices of standing meditation and breath control into genuine cultivation techniques, even at a rudimentary level? The system remained unresponsive, leaving Cao Cheng in a state of uncertainty. However, there may be opportunities to try in the future. In any case, the speed of collecting emotions has significantly increased compared to before. 100 consecutive draws are not far off now. This recent harvest has been fairly satisfactory. Although the diamond treasure chest did not meet my psychological expectations and can only be accepted begrudgingly, other items have pleased Cao Cheng. Perhaps it is because the final 10 draws in the 100 consecutive attempts yielded exceptional items. I obtained 1 diamond treasure chest, 2 gold treasure chests, and 2 silver treasure chests, while the remaining 5 were all bronze. Not a single piece of fine iron was acquired, which offered some consolation to young Master Cao. At that moment, a notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, 100 treasure chests fully drawn, system upgrading. Please wait. Countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 51 seconds. Young Master Cao was elated. He had previously speculated that the system might upgrade. After all, this entity belongs to a data stream. How can it not be capable of upgrading? Especially since this system is overly simplistic, lacking even a response function, and is inferior to that of Xiao AI. It surely has room for growth. Following the joy, there is anticipation. I wonder what enhancements the system will undergo after the upgrade. Will it elevate the quality of items within the treasure chests? I see cultivation techniques, dear system. You understand, don't you? Chapter 35. The arrival of the twins the following day marked the 36th day since the departure of Sister 4. I miss her. It was 6 in the evening, and less than 2 hours remained until the system upgrade was complete. The upgrade had commenced after dusk yesterday, and now only an hour remained until nightfall. Meanwhile, little 4 had also arrived. An MPV pulled up, and 2 identical girls emerged, their clothing and hairstyles mirroring each other, even down to the watches on their wrists and the diamond earrings adorning their ears. They resembled reflections in a mirror, making it impossible to distinguish one from the other. Cao Cheng was momentarily taken aback, staring for 3 seconds in bewilderment, though there was an undercurrent of disappointment. If they were twins, they must surely be the 3rd and 4th sisters. Alas, Sister 2 was not among them. How delightful it would have been had Sister 2 arrived. It was said she excelled in a surprise attack. Sigh, Sister 2 was absent. Cao Cheng remained silent, and so did the twins. They exchanged glances, their smiles eerily similar as they regarded him with a knowing expression. Clearly, they intended for him to guess their identities. Speaking would risk revealing who they were. Whoever called out Stinky Brother would certainly be Sister 4. Even if they deliberately avoided the term, surely their voices bore some distinction. This was quite perplexing. But who was Cao Cheng? Would he indulge their little game? He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, Ren Yuega's phone rang. See? That was all it took to differentiate them. A mere parlor trick, yet he dared to show off? Cao Cheng chuckled to himself, feeling quite pleased. Ren Yuega's demeanor shifted instantaneously. She was furious, gritting her teeth and ignoring the ringing phone as she approached to twist Cao Cheng's ear. Stinky Brother, you are quite the trickster. The sister beside her, however, smiled gently, exuding an air of innocence and charm, seemingly captivated by Cao Cheng's handsome visage. Cao Cheng deftly evaded Sister 4's grasp. Let us converse civilly. Who rushes to physicality first? You must be the 3rd sister, no? How about an introduction? Ren Yuega huffed. How disrespectful. This is your 3rd sister, while I am your 4th. Can you tell us apart by mere appearance? Indeed, distinguishing them was no easy feat, but wasn't that all the more exhilarating? Hello, I am Ren Yu Chong, Sister 3 spoke, her voice soft and sweet, embodying the essence of a well-behaved girl. Her calm demeanor eased the atmosphere considerably. She extended her hand, and Cao Cheng reciprocated, their handshake surprisingly gentle. Hello, 3rd sister, Cao Cheng greeted warmly. At this, Sister 3 remained silent, yet it provoked an explosive reaction from Ren Yuega. Her expression stiffened. What does this mean? Have you already changed your address? On what grounds? She protested, pointing to herself. Hello, 4th sister, Cao Cheng replied. You. I'll teach you a lesson. Ren Yuega exclaimed, leaping to strike him, but he deftly dodged her. She then pursued him, intent on twisting his ear once more. Negative emotions began to surge. The system was upgrading, yet it did not impede the collection of emotions. It merely rendered the lottery inaccessible. Beside them, Ren Yushang observed the 2 chasing each other, her eyes sparkling with an unrestrained smile. Among all in the household, she yearned most for a younger brother. Although her outward expression lacked the fervor of her 4th sibling, Ren Yuega, only she understood the depths of her own feelings. Thus, a tinge of envy lingered within her. However, her disposition sharply contrasted with that of the 4th sibling. She could not engage in such playful pursuits in public. She could only watch with admiration. Until, suddenly, Cao Cheng made a blunder, allowing Ren Yuega to seize his ear and twist it back. Cao Cheng tilted his head and exclaimed, "Hey, hey, hey, be gentle. That's my ear panting." Ren Yuega replied, "You little rascal, I'll give you one more chance. Will you call me sister or not? It's not that I refuse to call you that. I just need a bit of mental preparation and acclimatization. After all, we've only known each other for a brief time." Cao Cheng asserted earnestly. Rubbish. Had it been earlier, Ren Yuega might have accepted his words, but his previous address of third sister had rendered her speechless. "Why did you not require mental preparation to call me third sister?" "Because third sister feels like a sister, and it slipped out naturally, while you feel more like a younger sister." Ding negative emotions 20. Ren Yushang gently suggested, "Let us move our luggage upstairs." Others are watching. Passers-by paused, seemingly captivated by the pair of twins. Indeed, twins are a rare sight, especially such exquisite ones. It is only natural to steal a few glances. Cao Cheng shot a sidelong glance at the onlookers. "What are you staring at?" "This isn't for your eyes. It belongs to me." Yes, let us move the luggage first. Release my hand." Cao Cheng shook off Ren Yuega's delicate grip and rubbed his ear. "Third sister, where's the luggage?" "I'll handle it." Ding negative emotions 21. Ren Yuega's irritation flared anew. Cao Cheng secretly relished the moment. If only a single sister had been uttered, managing the negative emotions would have been challenging, but with two involved, the dynamics shifted. You know the ancient parable, right? One monk fetches water, two monks carry water, but with three monks, there's nothing to drink. This illustrates how easily three individuals can cultivate negative emotions amongst themselves. As soon as young Master Cao laid eyes on them, his mind had already made a decision. Thus, he directly referred to her as third sister to tease the fourth sister. Whether he could extract negative emotions from the third sister was inconsequential. However, the fourth sister's negative emotions must be thoroughly explored, for she was prone to explosive reactions. Perhaps not as volatile as the second sister, but once her defenses were breached, her outbursts would be fierce. Soon enough, several pieces of luggage were transported upstairs. Ren Yuega, fuming, placed a bag of vegetables onto the table. Cao Cheng, taken aback, asked, "Why did you bring vegetables with you?" Ren Yuega huffed, "I bought these on the way." "You'll cook tonight." "I can't cook." Cao Cheng shook his head. Ren Yuega laughed in disbelief, having never encountered someone who could lie so brazenly while staring her in the face. Ren Yuega remarked, "The person who was chopping vegetables at the teacher's house before was you, wasn't it? Could you please show some respect for my memory?" Cao Cheng shook his head and replied solemnly, "That's different. That was merely preparing ingredients, not cooking. There is a distinction. Just because I can chop vegetables does not imply I can cook, much like some butchers can slaughter pigs but are not capable of raising them." "Hey, you eat." Speechless and amused, retorted, "So, do you dare to say that the chicken wings and cola given to Ling Ling were made by a dog?" Cao Cheng chuckled awkwardly. Did Ling Ling tell you?" Ren Yuega exclaimed. "Not only did she tell me, but she also boasted about it, sending me pictures." "My dear little brother, what more can you say?" Cao Cheng pondered for a moment. "Well, I confess I can cook, but there are no chicken wings at home. I bought some." Ren Yuega replied with a triumphant smile. Cao Cheng hesitated again. There's no cola. I also purchased some. I bought a bottle of every brand available in the market, so feel free to choose any. No salt. Huh. Coincidentally, I bought salt too. Let us put it this way. I have all the ingredients and seasonings for cola chicken wings." Ren Yuega laughed heartily, having anticipated all of this, for she knew Cao Cheng was somewhat incompetent. Yet, she still underestimated him. Cao Cheng's lips twitched. "You're ruthless, but there's no gas at home. Did you buy any?" Ren Yuega's laughter abruptly ceased. A smile can indeed shift as it transitioned from Ren Yuega's face to Cao Cheng's, morphing into a negative emotion. Puff! Ren Yuchang, observing from the side, turned away, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Watching their expressions was far more entertaining than a skit. Ren Yuega, filled with fury and a surge of negative emotions, approached Cao Cheng and began to scold him, repetitively chanting, "I'll make sure you have no gas. I'll make sure you have no gas." After a prolonged fit of rage, Ren Yuega stormed into the kitchen. Tap, tap, tap. Boom. The fire ignited. Ren Yuega turned around. "What is this if not gas? How did it appear? Strange. Cao Cheng, taken aback, exclaimed, "Who the hell replaced the gas canister in my house? What a nuisance." Ren Yuega crossed her arms, a smirk on her face, as if to say, "I shall quietly watch you make a fool of yourself." Despite the commotion, the demands of the fourth sister at the end of the rankings still needed to be met. For after this encounter, her emotional score had risen significantly. Cao Cheng said, "I can cook, but I have my conditions." Ren Yuega nodded, "Go on." Chapter 36. Like a silly sand sculpture, young master Cao harbors a disinclination for cooking, a fact well known across the globe. Yet, what lies behind this aversion? The reason is simple. The process of preparing a meal entails purchasing ingredients, selecting vegetables, washing them, and arranging the components. Following the cooking, one must also contend with the aftermath, cleaning up, washing dishes, and tidying the space. The entirety of these activities is fraught with trivial inconveniences. If one were to focus solely on the act of cooking, it would indeed be rather effortless. Thus, it is not that young Master Cao despises cooking per se. Rather, it is the tedious minutiae that irk him, particularly the washing of dishes, which are not only greasy but also harsh on the skin. After all, how tender young Master Cao is now. You procure the ingredients, wash them, prepare them, and after the meal, you wash the dishes and clean up. Cao Cheng articulated his demands. Ren Yuega frowned. "Then what will you do?" "I will cook, I will stir-fry," Cao Cheng replied. Ren Yuega was acutely aware of her brother's laziness. "You are exceedingly lazy, aren't you?" she retorted. Cao Cheng could hardly muster the energy to debate with her. "Just say whether you will do it or not. If you take on all these chores, I will cook, otherwise, we might as well order takeout." Ren Yuega was left speechless, "But I cannot manage household chores." Cao Cheng was taken aback. "How can you dare call me lazy?" Ren Yuega's face flushed. "I have a housekeeper at home." Cao Cheng countered. "Now you're the housekeeper in my household." Ren Yuega approached, reaching for his ear. Cao Cheng swatted her hand away. "No need for such antics. In short, if you handle everything, I will cook. Otherwise, we have nothing to discuss." Fine, I will take care of it. "But you must teach me." "Neither I nor your third sister can manage this," she insisted. "I can," chimed in the timid third sister, Ren Yushang. Ren Yuega whirled around. "How can you do it?" Her expression conveyed disbelief, exclaiming, "We are twins. How is it that you possess a skill I do not?" The third sister explained, "While you practice the piano, I often help mother with washing and chopping vegetables." Ren Yuega's eyes lit up with realization. "Then you will be responsible for washing vegetables and dishes." Before the third sister could respond, Cao Cheng interjected, "No need for the third sister to lift a finger. She is a distinguished guest in my home, and it would be improper to burden her with chores. You will do it." Ren Yuega was exasperated. "I am your fourth sister. Let's not dwell on trivialities. Just tell me, will you do it or not?" "Yes, I will," he conceded. "Now hurry and prepare the meal. I am famished. First, wash the chicken wings and use a toothpick to poke a few holes. I will teach you how to marinate them." The third sister, Ren Yushang, also stood up. "Then I will tidy the room first." Cao Cheng nodded, gesturing towards the main bedroom, previously occupied by the third sister. "The bedding has already been gathered and aired out for a day." "Good." The household began to bustle with activity. The bedroom was serene as the third sister diligently made the bed. Meanwhile, the kitchen was filled with the lively sounds of the fourth sister, Ren Yuega. The atmosphere in the house was instantly enlivened. The rice was cooking, and soon the delightful aroma wafted through the air. "This rice is truly fragrant," remarked one. "Indeed," came the reply, "a genuine treasure from a premium source. Though it may merely be from a bronze chest, this rice is only slightly inferior to divine tea. Not only is it delicious, but the aroma while cooking is also enticing." Additionally, while marinating the chicken wings, Ren Yuega asked Ren Yushang to wash some vegetables. Tonight's grand dish consists solely of chicken wings, accompanied by an array of vegetables. Do not underestimate these greens. Although they were purchased at the market, with the finesse of a skilled chef, their flavor rivals that of meat dishes. 2 stoves blazed simultaneously, one sizzling the chicken wings, the other stir-frying the vegetables. Both dishes were completed at the same time. The rice was ready with a satisfying thud. A good chef knows how to manage the heat, which not only pertains to cooking, but also involves timing all dishes to be served together while still warm. Unfortunately, The home kitchen is limited with weak flames. If it were a larger stove, Cao Cheng could truly master the art of timing. Nevertheless, he still showcased commendable skill, filling the room with a delightful aroma. One bite of the chicken wing, sizzling hot. Rin Yuega, far from the image of a refined lady, jumped around like a child, exclaiming how delicious it was. She glanced at Cao Cheng, wanting to praise him, but her words took a turn. I didn't expect you to be quite ordinary, yet you cook remarkably well. Cao Cheng shot her a sidelong glance. There's an old saying, after reciting scriptures, one scolds the monk. After a meal, one criticizes the chef. I never understood its true meaning until now. You haven't even finished your meal, and you're already criticizing the chef? Do you believe I might just flip the table? A laugh escaped Rin Yushang. Rin Yuega's cheeks flushed. I'm not criticizing you. I'm complimenting your cooking. As for your character, that is still up for debate, unless you call me sister. Yes, I'm quite ordinary. Tomorrow you'll return to Zhonghai, and I'll spend time alone with Sister 3. Dream on. I must protect her. I won't be leaving. Hey, Yui de Hoft. The playful banter continued, but the dishes and rice were quickly consumed, leaving only a fraction behind. For dishes, a substantial amount. Yet there wasn't enough rice. 3 bowls of rice were devoured completely. This rice is exquisite. Where did you get it? Rin Yuega remarked, still wanting more. Cao Cheng replied. It came from the same place as the purple tea. Rin Yuega exclaimed joyfully, I want to drink purple tea. Cao Cheng ignored her, turning to Rin Yushang. Sister 3, would you like some purple tea? Rin Yushang met Cao Cheng's gaze, softly responding, I would like to try some. All right, after we finish eating, we shall have some to cleanse the palate. Don't worry, I'll step out for a moment while you drink. Cao Cheng did not elaborate further, but he trusted that Rin Yushang understood. She replied gently, Thank you, brother. Given their unfamiliarity, her words still carried a hint of distance. Yet, this very distance made Rin Yuega wrinkle her nose, feeling somewhat superfluous. Negative emotions surged. A month ago, this fellow had not treated her in such a manner while drinking. Reflecting on the situation later, Rin Yuega realized the shift. That fellow appears to abstain from indulging himself. Yet in reality, he is deliberately enticing and ensnaring himself, ultimately leading to a significant downfall. And now, confronting Rin Yushang so gentle, so considerate of feelings? What gives? We are twins, after all. What sets me apart? Were it not for the fact that this insufferable younger brother seems to have grown more handsome, I would have no qualms about putting him in his place. You wouldn't believe it, but Cao Cheng has genuinely improved his demeanor and looks recently, especially after a month apart from Rin Yuega. It feels as though Cao Cheng has undergone quite the transformation. As for the third sibling, Rin Yushang, I had not had the chance to engage with her closely before. Now that we've finally interacted, the impression is not as striking. However, the fourth sibling, Rin Yuega, exhibits a somewhat reserved attitude, suggesting she is putting on a facade of propriety. She certainly does not behave this way at home. Is she trying to play coy around handsome men? I have no desire to expose her. As the meal drew to a close, Cao Cheng casually inquired, How is old Cao faring these days? The sisters were momentarily taken aback before realizing he was referring to Uncle Cao. He has moved out. What? He was expelled so soon? Cao Cheng exclaimed with delight. Rin Yuega rolled her eyes. Moved out, as in, he has embarked on a life of 2 in the world. Cao Cheng's expression shifted to disappointment. How long has it been? And your mother is still not tired of him? Truly, for an old codger, she has abandoned her own daughter? Is it possible that they are not even related by blood? The animosity between father and son is palpable. Chapter 37, tonight, is destined to be a night of harvest. The wind swept through like a tempest as they shared a meal. While dining and conversing, Cao Cheng gleaned from their chatter that things were not going well for old Cao. He had to serve others every evening, preparing soup for them. What was the difference between that and being a maid? At midlife, he found himself performing the duties of caretaker. Alas, life seemed to regress rather than progress. Serves him right for running off with a widow. Yet, it was evident that the couple shared a strong bond. A divorce seemed unlikely in the near future. After the meal, Cao Cheng brewed a pot of purple tea, filling a thermos for himself, while leaving the remainder for them to enjoy. He then departed, granting them the privacy they needed. As for third sister, Even fourth sister Inuega, who hadn't had a drink in over a month, had likely accumulated a fair amount of impurities in her body, necessitating a detox. However, her reaction would likely be less intense than third sister's first experience. As September arrived, the evenings began to carry a hint of coolness, a pleasant atmosphere perfect for relaxation. Is Cao Cheng here? Come sit with us, dear. Have some sunflower seeds and sweets. Cao Cheng received the candy, bemused at the gathering of women. What else with the sweets at a tea gathering this late? One elder woman chuckled. My distant nephew got married today and brought back some candy to share. Ah, that's wonderful news. Congratulations. Cao Cheng responded, casually extending his well wishes, then inquired. What were you all discussing? I could hear your laughter from afar. Unexpectedly, his offhand remark sent the group of women into another fit of giggles, leaving Cao Cheng somewhat bewildered. Infectiously amused, he asked, What is so funny? Is there anything that Cao Gongzi cannot know? Do share. A lady's face flushed with laughter. Cao Cheng, do you have a girlfriend? Not at the moment, he replied, shaking his head. The lady chuckled. Then I can't tell you. You're still young. Well, have you seen something remarkable? I could astonish you. Yet, Cao Cheng discerned that the women had likely been sharing risque anecdotes. As the saying goes, gossip often revolves around intimate details. Clearly, these women were not innocent, convening in the evening for such merriment. With Cao Gongzi's participation, the conversation shifted to a more respectable tone. After all, he was a man of integrity, above engaging in lewd banter with the ladies. His positive energy radiated, indirectly influencing everyone present and making them feel embarrassed to discuss anything vulgar, steering the conversation back on track. Cao Cheng, you graduated from university, but aren't you working? What do you eat every day? An elder woman inquired curiously. With a smile, Cao Cheng replied, Who says I'm not working? I studied computer science. I have a laptop at home and do some freelance work. With a computer, I can work from anywhere. Really? The women were puzzled, but intrigued by the idea. One asked, Is it really that convenient? You can earn money from home? Aren't companies worried you'll slack off? Indeed, while working from home, who is responsible for management? How are salaries dispersed? Cao Cheng, do you think those of us working from home, including retirees, can earn money using a computer? I also have a computer at home. If I could earn a little daily to buy groceries, that would suffice. Please enlighten me on how to go about it. This topic touches upon the knowledge gaps of the aunties, igniting their curiosity and greed. Cao Cheng did not hold back, as he was aware that those present were key figures in the Jiangbei community. He spoke a few words, albeit incomprehensible to the aunties, who nonetheless perceived it as sophisticated. Consequently, their gaze towards Cao Cheng shifted. Until now, the residents had deemed him unambitious, but they were surprised to learn that he had begun to dabble in high technology. He would return home to discuss this with his own children, reflecting on how Cao Cheng, a university graduate, could earn money from home, while his own offspring, possessing a computer, merely indulged in gaming. I could strangle this ungrateful child. In reality, Cao Cheng was not merely speaking nonsense. He genuinely worked from home. The laptop he purchased during his time in public relations replaced an older, inferior model, and recently, during his leisure, he had begun to write some code. He was also contemplating the creation of an online game, such as Happy Farm. Currently, there were no such games available domestically, and Cao Cheng was working on it. He was acutely aware of the popularity and profitability of such ventures. Once he secured his first substantial earnings from the stock market, he planned to establish a gaming company, capitalizing on the opportunity while simultaneously enhancing his reputation in the business realm. Building a name was essential for success. Otherwise, even if one brandished money, others might still be reluctant to allow entry into the investment circle. As the conversation progressed, it shifted from computers to the stock market. Almost every auntie present participated in trading, or at least had someone at home who did. Cao Cheng, do you trade stocks? One aunt lamented, My husband trades stocks at home, and he loses money like it's going out of style. He doesn't even want me to mention it. Whenever he gets angry, we just had a quarrel about it. Another sister sighed. Cao Cheng replied, I know a little about the stock market, as far as I understand. It has been doing well lately. How could he be losing? Who knows how he is losing? The sister exclaimed, He simply lacks the fortune to prosper. yet insists on trading stocks. He has already lost over 100,000. Upon hearing the amount, the aunties became animated once more, brainstorming various ideas and solutions. Yet, it was clear that their primary interest lay in witnessing others' misfortunes. Sometimes, it was genuinely enjoyable to see others lose money. Only Cao Cheng, with a kind heart, could not bear to see others suffer financially. Considering they were all key figures in the Jiangbei community, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. By the way, I actually know a bit. I am acquainted with a financial expert who discreetly informed me that a bull market is imminent. With an air of mystery, Cao Cheng added, I'm only sharing this with you. Please do not let it slip out. The sister exclaimed in surprise. A bull market? Is that true? Is this expert reliable? Rest assured, this expert is quite credible. He is the father of a friend from my university. A close acquaintance, Cao Cheng affirmed with a serious nod. Such a close connection? Indeed, our relationship is not as close as it may seem. The assembled individuals appear skeptical. Cao Cheng interjects, asserting, trust me. A bull market is imminent, and it is approaching rapidly. The formation has already begun, and delay may result in missed opportunities. The elder sister, somewhat incredulous, retorts, But have you made any purchases? I have not, Cao Cheng replies, shaking his head. The elder sister rolls her eyes in exasperation, questioning if you haven't invested. What authority do you possess to speak? Cao Cheng elucidates. The reason for my inaction lies in a lack of funds. Were I financially equipped, I would have fully committed. Rest assured, you can place your trust in me. Have I ever faltered in my endeavors? This statement, indeed, instills a measure of confidence among them, as Cao Cheng's reputation has been exemplary of late. However, their faith may not extend beyond this circle. Others may merely regard it as a jest. A bull market? The market currently languishes at a mere 1,600 points, stagnant for 5 years. Do you comprehend the struggles endured by the investors during this time? After a moment's hesitation, the elder sister concedes, Very well, I shall place my trust in you this once. I will discuss it with my partner. Fear not. Those who believe in me shall reap rewards. Cao Cheng confidently asserts. The surrounding women express curiosity, eager for insight. In truth, Cao Cheng's intent in sharing this information is to cultivate emotional value. Regardless of whether they heed his counsel, they will either experience positive sentiments or harbor regret. Those who profit from his advice will undoubtedly contribute to an atmosphere of optimism, while the skeptics will be left with lifelong remorse. Cao Cheng will never incur a loss. After some time, Cao Cheng's keen observation catches sight of several figures lurking outside the community, stealthily surveying the surroundings. His sharp gaze quickly identifies them as members of the previous group of ruffians. They have been released. Are they here for retribution? This time, it seems they have learned their lesson, refraining from invading the community and instead opting to monitor from a distance. A wave of amusement washes over Cao Cheng. Who would have thought that a mere conversation would lead to an encounter with such seasoned individuals? Tonight is destined to be a fruitful one. Chapter 38 today. I have come to pay my respects and acknowledge my elder brother, Long Ge, in a van not far from the old cotton spinning factory community. A young subordinate rushed to the vehicle, breathlessly exclaiming, Long Ge, we've found him. He.S. right in the community, chatting with a group of women. Long Ge took a deep drag from his cigarette and replied in a low voice, Are you sure? I'm certain. It's definitely him. I recognize him even if he turned to ashes, the young man insisted, nodding earnestly. Long Ge nonchalantly flicked the cigarette but out of the window and stepped out of the van, declaring, I'll go take a look. Accompanied by several subordinates, Long Ge crossed the street, gazing at the old cotton factory community from across the road. Though the distance was considerable, Long Ge's keen eyesight allowed him to discern the group of women and Cao Cheng with ease. He recognized him at once. After all, he was strikingly handsome and exuded charisma. Even among the young idols of later generations, he would stand out as a paragon of charm. Amidst the group of women, his presence shone like the brightest star in the night sky. Long Ge, let us make our move, urged a hot-tempered subordinate, cracking his knuckles ominously. What do you mean by make a move? Long Ge shot back, his eyes narrowing. I'm here today to pay my respects and acknowledge my elder brother. So everyone should behave themselves. Huh? The group of subordinates was taken aback, nearly stumbling in shock. Wait, why are we acknowledging him as our elder brother? Aren't we here for revenge? Longo, we're thugs. Please don't lead us astray. We were ambushed by this kid last time. Now you want us to acknowledge him as our elder brother? Exactly, Longo. Last time, we were caught off guard. He attacked us unexpectedly. This time, we must take him down. I've even prepared my club. Silence. Longo hissed, waving his hand dismissively. Let us step aside and discuss this. They had suffered a considerable defeat last time, especially his younger brother, Mighty Tiger, who had endured a painful kick to his mouth, leaving him unable to speak clearly for several days. Longo was furious, but during his days of detention, he had contemplated much. The more he thought, the calmer he became, and the more he realized that this individual was a formidable fighter, a genuine powerhouse. Mighty Tiger was right. This fellow was no ordinary adversary. Reflecting on the battle, it was astonishing how he had dispatched 11 of them in mere seconds. While the element of surprise played a role, such skill and strength would make him a formidable opponent anywhere. Longo had confidence in his own abilities, and Mighty Tiger was no pushover either. They had grown up in the streets, never shying away from fight. Even without formal techniques or training, they had weathered countless battles over the years, earning a reputation as the Longhu Brothers gang. The men he had brought with him were all exceptional fighters, the core of their gang. Yet, in a matter of seconds, they had been utterly defeated, without even a chance to retaliate, rendered powerless in an instant, and not a single hair on the opponent had been touched. It was humiliating, utterly disgraceful. It is precisely for this reason that, after the period of calm, the fierce dragon did not contemplate vengeance. Instead, he found himself harboring the desire to seek mentorship and acknowledge a senior brother. However, this sentiment remained unspoken, concealed from his subordinates. They were oblivious to his internal struggle. Each day, he led his younger brothers on watch, and on the third day, they finally encountered their target. The fierce dragon hesitated to storm indirectly, fearing potential repercussions and the possibility of inciting anger, which could jeopardize his aspirations for mentorship. Accompanied by a few trusted subordinates, the fierce dragon arrived in a dimly lit alley adjacent to the old cotton mill complex. The atmosphere was thick with darkness. They exchanged a few cigarettes, the smoke curling around them. The fierce dragon squatted on the ground, encircled by his brothers. The haze shrouded them, resembling a group engaged in some clandestine activity. Brother Dragon, what are your thoughts? One asked. Indeed, Brother Dragon, why seek a senior brother? I admit this fellow possesses some skill, but have we ever backed down from anyone? Another chimed in. Exactly, Brother Dragon. Last year, when we clashed with the knife gang, we suffered injuries to 8 brothers and faced a dire defeat, yet we never flinched. Now, when we encounter members of the knife gang, we confront them fearlessly. That's right, Brother Dragon, we cannot show fear. Otherwise, how will we survive in this world? In response to his brother's confusion, the fierce dragon took a deep drag from his cigarette, savoring the moment before speaking slowly. We all emerge from street brawls, sharing a fierce spirit. The knife gang is similar to us, though they boast a larger number. Thus, we neither cower nor fear. However, this individual is different. The fierce dragon shook his head. He is truly a master of his craft, with every punch and kick executed with precision, targeting weaknesses and vulnerabilities. This is a skill. Do you understand what a skill is? His younger brothers, lacking in education, could only nod in ignorance. Only the fierce dragon had perused a few novels. In this era, online literature had yet to become mainstream, remaining confined to a niche audience. Yet remarkable works, such as Zhu Xian and Little Soldier's Legend, had emerged. This year, another masterpiece titled Urban Emperor Legend has risen to prominence, overshadowing Tianlong Babu. Additionally, a tale of a prodigal son, whose prowess rendered him invincible in the urban landscape, indulging in life's pleasures, captivated his imagination. While reading, the fierce dragon found himself identifying with the protagonist. However, following recent events, he felt that Cao Cheng embodied the true hero of the story. During his detention, he reflected upon the narrative, increasingly convinced that he was merely a side character, existing solely to be humiliated by the protagonist. As he contemplated this notion, he concluded that he must defy fate. Just as the novel suggested, a rogue may appear to thrive, yet they are akin to fleeting blossoms, reliant on their youth. Ultimately, one must pay the price for their reckless lifestyle. A rogue's fate invariably leads to imprisonment or an untimely demise in some forsaken corner of the world. With this realization, a cold sweat broke out on the fierce dragon. The beating administered by Cao Cheng had awakened him. Skill. National martial arts. Do you comprehend? Yet his brothers continued to shake their heads in confusion. The fierce dragon felt a profound disconnect, pondering why he possessed such insight. These foolish younger brothers, once seemed adequate, now appear utterly dim-witted. They fail to grasp the prevailing trends. Opportunities present themselves, yet they do not seize them. They even contemplate revenge? With just our motley crew? Brother Quanglong, with a sense of resignation, waved his hand. It matters not if you do not understand. What I am speaking of is our own salvation. We are all ruffians. Although many fear us and wealthy patrons respect us, hiring us for security, we cannot escape the truth of our existence as miscreants. There is no need to scowl at me. Am I not speaking the truth? Though my words may be harsh, they are honest. Everyone follows me to make a living, acknowledges me as their elder brother, and as such, I must seek a path for my brothers. We cannot remain petty criminals for life, can we? We are still young. You are 20, you are 21, and you are merely 19. As for me, I am but 24, all in the prime of our youth. Yet in 10 years, we will all be 30. Will you still be capable of fighting then? Brother Quanglong's words were heartfelt. Yet, one younger brother chuckled. Brother Long, 30 is a distant prospect. We are merely drifting through life and may very well meet our end on the streets, never reaching 30. Upon hearing this, the other younger brothers nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are all ruffians, and one never knows when they might be isolated, confronted by foes, facing injury or death. Those in this line of work seldom contemplate such distant matters. Those with foresight either do not engage in this lifestyle or are formidable gangsters. Brother Quanglong had not considered these things before, but after reading extensively, he felt his perspective had broadened significantly. You insolent wretch! Brother Quanglong rose and delivered a kick, sending the younger brother tumbling to the ground. Do you dare to prattle on, you scoundrel? If you perish, will your family? We venture into this life to earn money. The purpose of earning is for our families, not to meet our demise. You ungrateful wretch, utter one more foolish word, and I shall have you depart. I do not welcome the ungrateful among my ranks. Chapter 39. The wayward must not waste their potential. The rogue must not be squandered. Seeking a mentor? Acknowledging a brother? As Cao Cheng departed from the community, endowed with counter-surveillance skills, he navigated the poorly lit streets, skillfully maneuvering through blind spots. The ruffians remained oblivious to his presence. Once they entered the alley, Cao Cheng followed from the opposite side, separated from them by a mere wall. With his keen senses, he overheard their conversation clearly. To his surprise, Brother Long had been subdued by recent events and was now contemplating allegiance. This posed a challenge. Young Master Cao had no intention of gathering societal miscreants, especially with impending crackdowns on such elements. He was not foolish enough to get entangled with them. While the notion of reforming wayward souls could be seen as a contribution to society, Cao Cheng was disinclined to exert himself for those with whom he had no ties. After all, he was a child of fortune. If he were to gather rogues, they ought to be female. The idea of amassing a group of men was simply preposterous. Naturally, the wayward must not squander their potential. The rogue must not be wasted. Such a surge of emotional value presented itself, and it was only fitting to embrace it. Cao Cheng arrived at the mouth of the alley, where a group was huddled, engaged in fervent discussion, with Brother Long babbling incessantly. How could the ruffians be so verbose, even philosophizing, with a mouthful of nonsensical rhymes? Were they preparing for an examination? Hey! Cao Cheng called out from the dimly lit entrance of the alley, his voice resonating with authority. The ruffians turned, startled, their faces contorted with menace, some clutching cigarettes, creating an intimidating tableau. It's you lot. I wonder who was watching me. Clearly, last time was not enough of a lesson. Have you no memory? Without allowing them a chance to respond, Cao Cheng spoke. Upon seeing him, Brother Long initially felt a surge of joy, but it quickly dissipated as he attempted to intervene. It's a misunderstanding before he could finish. Cao Cheng swiftly approached and delivered a precise strike to his neck. Just like before, Brother Long's face turned crimson, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat. Rendered speechless, the other ruffians, witnessing their leader fall, rose in indignation. "Brothers, let us take him down." Despair washed over Brother Long. "No, boss, wait for me to explain. We're not here for revenge." He lamented inwardly. "Why must my neck suffer this fate?" The strike to the neck, referred to in their circles as drinking cola, left him feeling numb, akin to sprinting 1,000 meters only to chug a soda, rendering him unable to articulate his discomfort. Moments later, Brother Long watched helplessly as his subordinates crumpled to the ground, clutching their vulnerabilities, some groaning in pain, others wailing in agony. Fortunately, no limbs were broken. Though drinking cola was unpleasant, it did not constitute serious injury. "Next time, bring more people. This lot is merely warm-up material," Cao Cheng remarked before making his swift exit. There was no time for idle chatter. This matter cannot be fully articulated, nor can the misunderstandings be unraveled. Otherwise, the opportunity to confront them in the future would be lost. The emotional value has been credited, and the number of thugs this time is fewer than before. Yet the emotional value has doubled, indicating that the majority of these ruffians have long harbored a great deal of resentment, which has now erupted. Thus, the next time we confront them, we may approach 2,000 in emotional value. Such a splendid source for accruing points must not be allowed to acknowledge a leader. As I watched Cao Cheng swiftly depart, I reached out a hand, yearning to call him back, but my voice caught in my throat, my other hand clutching my neck in discomfort. My desire to acknowledge a leader and learn the art was sincere, yet the pain inflicted had birthed negative emotions. Even if I did not harbor hatred, the ache remained. After several minutes, the group of thugs finally helped one another to their feet. "Boss, this kid was too ruthless." One of the younger members grimaced, clutching his waist. I rasped, "You ought to consider yourselves fortunate. He did not treat us as mere fodder. Otherwise, we would have lost limbs effortlessly. Now, do you comprehend what it means to understand the art? It's a complete dimensional suppression. Do you grasp the concept of dimensional suppression?" The thugs hardly understood such terminology. They were well aware of paying to fight, but the meaning of dimensional suppression eluded them. In this day and age, they seemed utterly oblivious. Now, I wish to take on a mentor and acknowledge a leader. Does anyone have any objections? I asked hoarsely. This time, the thugs did not oppose, yet they remained unconvinced. Why should we let this go unavenged after taking 2 beatings? Seeing the fluctuating expressions on my comrades' faces, I sensed their simmering anger. To be honest, I harbored some discontent myself, shaking my head. "Let us return to rest and come back tomorrow." "Come back again?" The younger members' faces turned pale. "Isn't it better to keep our distance? Surely, this person won't pursue us indefinitely." "We must return," I asserted resolutely. I had made up my mind. The next encounter would involve no words, merely a swift kneeling to acknowledge my mentor. Surely, that would not be misconstrued. As for the reason I refrained from visiting his residence, it was primarily due to my reluctance to enter the community. Otherwise, it would tarnish my leader's reputation. Such is the tragedy of a thug. Even in seeking redemption, one must consider various factors. Cao Cheng returned to the community with a sense of satisfaction. His actions this time were not overly severe. He merely incapacitated the ruffians for a few minutes, and a good night's rest would remedy them. This would not hinder their return in the future. A bountiful feast leads to clarity, and he was acutely aware of that. As for whether they would come back again, he felt no concern. Even if they were to shrink back, he would seize the opportunity to visit their haunts and deal with them one by one. Such excellent sources for accumulating points should not be squandered. By layering emotional value, he could extract every last drop from them. After bidding good night to the elderly women, he made his way home. The system had completed its upgrade, yet being outdoors, Cao Cheng did not check it. The content of this upgrade seems rather extensive. I must seek a tranquil environment to thoroughly examine it. Upon returning home, I observed the 2 sisters indulging in tea. The rich purple tea had noticeably lightened, indicating they had consumed quite a bit. The persistent sound of the washing machine echoed within the room as they tended to their laundry. The kitchen had also been tidied up. Excellent. Cao Cheng meandered around the kitchen, and Run Yuega followed, proudly declaring, "How about that? This is my first time washing dishes." And I did a commendable job, didn't I? What is there to be proud of? Cao Cheng picked up a plate and remarked, "The detergent hasn't been rinsed off properly. Are you trying to poison someone?" Ren Yuega's expression shifted slightly. "Are you kidding? I cleaned them thoroughly. Feel for yourself. There is still a bit of slickness, all right?" Ding, negative emotion, 20-0. For the first time, Cao Cheng distinctly sensed the feelings of awkwardness and shame emanating from her. This was a change brought about by the system upgrade, more nuanced than before. Nevertheless, for a first attempt, it was quite commendable. Cao Cheng chuckled. "Tomorrow, I shall prepare a grand feast to reward you both, and also to welcome you home." Ding, positive emotion, 2. A flicker of happiness and a hint of gratitude radiated from Ren Yuega. She huffed playfully, "Humph, I will wash them again, just you wait. Tomorrow, I will ensure they are impeccably clean." Cao Cheng nodded with a smile. "Go for it." Chapter 40, System Overhaul, Divine Level. Cao Cheng gathered his change of clothes and proceeded to take a shower. Standing beneath the cascade of water, he began to examine the newly upgraded system. There had been significant changes. The collection area had expanded considerably. The upgrade introduction of the emotional energy gathering ring revealed that the range had extended from a city to an entire province, almost achieving full coverage of the province where he resided. It could now trace the sources of various emotions and provide detailed insights into them. The treasure chest had also been enriched, offering a more diverse array of rewards than before. Additionally, a new feature for chest fusion had been introduced. 10 iron chests could merge into 1 bronze chest, 10 bronze chests into 1 silver, 10 silver into 1 gold, and 10 gold into 1 diamond. Ultimately, 10 diamond chests could be fused into a divine level chest. Considering the average rate of obtaining a golden chest through 10 consecutive draws, it would require a staggering 1,000 draws to achieve a divine level chest. The emotional energy required for this endeavor was a staggering 100,000. How many people would he need to offend to gather such an amount? Cao Cheng yingan deeply, feeling a twinge of resolve. However, he was undeniably drawn to the allure of the term divine level and yearned to acquire one. Yet, he was well aware that achieving this was not a short-term prospect, as he lacked the patience to amass 10 diamonds. Currently, the treasure chests could enhance his strength, and if he merely hoarded them without opening them, it would be a gross misallocation of his early developmental time. Thus, he decided to set his sights on the diamond chest first. Once he reached a certain level of growth and had the leisure to spare, he would then strive to accumulate 10 diamond chests and fuse them into a divine level chest to savor its delights. Divine gear would be reserved for the later stages. For now, rapid development was paramount. Cao Cheng understood this principle well. With the collection range now extending to an entire province, there was ample room for strategic maneuvering. He contemplated the changes brought by the system upgrade, pondering how to maximize his benefits. The system had not been upgraded without purpose. Previously, the limited range restricted his actions, making face-to-face emotional collection the most convenient method. However, with such an expansive range now, it was imperative to prioritize remote collection. Of course, if another upgrade was feasible, perhaps the range could extend nationwide, or at least to 2 provinces. Yet, he was uncertain of the conditions required for the next upgrade. It would likely involve more than simply opening 100 treasure chests. After all, the speed of collection had noticeably accelerated. Initially, gathering 10 points of emotional energy daily was quite a challenge, but now, seizing the right opportunity could yield over 1,000 points in one go. The disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. Presently, he had over 1,300 emotional points remaining, ample for 10 consecutive draws. Yet, young Master Cao remained unhurried. He continued to explore the new changes while enjoying his shower. After half an hour, he emerged clad in beach shorts and a snug t-shirt, exuding a strikingly handsome aura that captivated his 2 female companions momentarily. Indeed, they were momentarily entranced. The t-shirt clung a bit tighter than usual, likely a result of his recent fitness improvements, accentuating his well-defined physique. Coupled with the post-shower glow, he appeared strikingly attractive. The sensation was nothing short of dazzling. He then made his way to the living room. A fragrant wave of shampoo and body wash enveloped the air, infused with the warm ambience of the bathroom. prompting the sisters to instinctively inhale deeply. Women are creatures of scent. Studies in later years reveal that a significant number of women prioritize a partner's natural aroma above all else, with physical appearance and other traits relegated to secondary importance. Unless, of course, a man possesses an exceptional quality, such as wealth. A corpulent businessman, whose affluence allows him to lavishly dispense his riches, can easily mask an unpleasant body odor. Overall, women are indeed beings guided by their olfactory senses. The sisters' faces flushed, a blend of joy and embarrassment washing over them. Renuega exclaimed in frustration, "Hey, you're blocking my view of the television. Move aside. If it weren't for my emotional collection device, I would have believed you." Cao Cheng shot her a knowing glance, understanding her sudden irritability stemmed from a simple mix of shame and anger. An attempt to conceal her embarrassment from him by resorting to an extreme emotional reaction. "How amusing, this little girl." Cao Cheng gestured towards the tea set. "You should drink less tea tonight. It's gone lukewarm and serves little purpose now." I know. Stop nagging. Just let me watch my show." Renuega replied impatiently. Their sister, Ren Yuchong, exhibited a more composed demeanor, gently nodding and inquiring, "Are you going to bed, brother?" "Yes, I'm a bit tired today, so I'll turn in early." "Good night." "Good night, third sister." "Good night, fourth sister." "I'm the fourth sister." Renuega shouted. All right, keep your voice down. This old house has poor sound insulation. Your loudness can be heard in the neighboring building." "But that's an exaggeration." "I'm not exaggerating. I'm merely concerned you might not believe me." After exchanging a few more playful remarks, Cao Cheng retreated to his room. Another wave of emotional energy was collected. Upon entering his room, he locked the door. A young man must protect himself at home. He did not succumb to slumber. Instead, he retrieved his laptop, placing it on the desk, and began to surf the internet. Nowadays, surfing the internet has become a norm. Engaging with online platforms, one can easily switch partners multiple times in a day. What a splendid era this is. Logging onto his social media account, he casually browsed and added a friend named Serious Snow. This song had recently been released, garnering immense popularity among young women this year. The other party quickly accepted his request. Cao Cheng initiated a conversation. "Hello, may we be friends? I really like your username." "Hello, sure. Do you also enjoy this song?" "Of course." With nimble fingers, Cao Cheng typed away, engaging in a brisk 3-minute exchange that established a basic rapport between them. Ultimately, he boldly proposed, "Would you be my wife?" Rose. The response from the girl was immediate, "Sure." Blush. It was that simple. Cao Cheng retorted, "Never mind. You're not worthy." Sunglasses. Ding. Negative emotion 18. The other party erupted in expletives. Serious Snow had transformed into a blizzard. Yet, Cao Cheng could only chuckle. Certainly, Cao Cheng did not intentionally seek trouble. Rather, he was merely testing the effectiveness of the provincial collection. The young woman he added was meticulously selected, residing in Fan City, over 300 kilometers away from Sanjiang City. She had not crossed the provincial boundary, yet was perilously close, just a step away from entering another province. Concurrently, a peculiar sensation emerged, with waves of emotions flowing from afar, akin to the ethereal threads of quantum entanglement collected by the system. Cao Cheng responded lightheartedly, "Just joking. Don't be angry, my dear. Let us chat a bit." "Oomph. So easy to appease." Cao Cheng felt a twinge of guilt for teasing her. "Come visit Sanjiang City sometime. I'll treat you to delicious food." "I wouldn't go even if you asked," she replied. "Then let's break up." Ding. Negative emotion 11 tonight. It was destined that a young woman would struggle to find sleep, cursing in her dreams. Who could blame her for encountering Cao Cheng? Moreover, he did not engage her for long. After a brief attempt, he grasped the concept of the entire province. Indeed, he was within the province, with no allowance for even a single step beyond. Cao Cheng also tried reaching out to netizens from the neighboring province and city, yet received no feedback whatsoever. Chapter 41. Setting a small goal, the Great Forum. This forum serves as a hub for stock discussions, teeming with various novices, not to mention an array of so-called experts. The atmosphere, seemingly serious, is nevertheless rife with derogatory remarks. In this day and age, online management exhibits a remarkable degree of leniency. Expletives can be brazenly expressed. This reminds Cao Cheng of a news story from a dream, where two elderly women engaged in a vociferous online feud spanning a staggering 16 years, nearly leading to their physical obliteration. Regrettably, Cao Cheng could not find such tenacious participants for a verbal battle. Otherwise, the emotional impact collected over 16 years would amount to astronomical figures. However, he harbored no excessive greed. With the system upgrade and an expanded collection area, these forums had transformed into new repositories for emotional gathering, allowing for an immersive experience from the comfort of home. This was splendid, truly splendid. After perusing the various analyses by self-proclaimed gurus, Cao Cheng found himself nodding in agreement. These experts had mastered the art of financial rhetoric to an extraordinary degree, though he could hardly comprehend it. The very incomprehensibility lent an air of sophistication. After some contemplation, Cao Cheng resolved not to emulate them. His purpose was to collect emotions, not to flaunt superiority or sell courses. He registered for a forum account, pondering for a few moments before adopting a rather ostentatious moniker. Stock's Proud Sky. Crude, perhaps, but undeniably memorable. Truly, I'm a naming prodigy. He then proceeded to publish a post, titling it, "The Bull Market Has Arrived." The content was minimal, merely a snapshot of his investment capital, 500. He boldly proclaimed that his preparations were complete, eagerly awaiting the onset of the bull market. It was a rather audacious post, disregarding both the novices and the experts alike. Thus, even though it was nighttime, replies soon flooded in, accompanied by emotional points. Ding negative emotion 2. Ding negative emotion 3. Ding negative emotion 1 ding. It was palpable that among these emotions were anger, disdain, envy, and jealousy. Remarkably absent were any positive sentiments. Indeed, competitors are often adversaries. No novice wishes to witness another novice profiting. This industry is steeped in humanity's darker facets. While suffering losses is undeniably painful, the misfortune of others brings a measure of joy. Consequently, emotions within this field tend to be unstable with an abundance of vitriol. Remarks such as, "Bull market my foot," and "Who has that much money to trade stocks?" "It must be fabricated," echoed throughout. "A bull market? You must be joking. How could such a person possess so much wealth? What am I lacking?" "Brother, I believe you, but I won't invest, ha ha ha. I once thought a bull market was possible, but seeing your post, I realize it's hopeless." "Idiot." In this forum, individuals from all corners of the world congregated. Given the substantial local population, it wasn't long before the negative emotions surged to a staggering 80. Although there are merely 80 posts, this is merely a preliminary endeavor. As the stock market experiences fluctuations, including the eventual arrival of a bullish phase, the sentiment index is poised to surge to significant heights. Furthermore, as long as the posts continue, new sentiments will emerge consistently over time. This holds even greater significance for collection than the Jiangbei masses. Cao Cheng observed the barrage of replies without a trace of anger. Aside from retorting to those who insulted him with disparaging remarks about their ancestors, he paid no heed to other derogatory comments. Moreover, these responses reveal the rebellious nature of humanity. The more one insists that these individuals should anticipate a bull market, the more they stubbornly refuse to believe it. Cao Cheng intends to exploit this very aspect of human nature, allowing him to engage with them repeatedly. Presently, the bull market has yet to commence, and he seeks to predict its onset ahead of time. As the bull market gains momentum, he will predict its apex, at which point he anticipates that no one will heed his words, as they will be blinded by greed. Following the peak, when a sharp decline occurs, the ensuing emotional turmoil will undoubtedly reach a crescendo, potentially yielding a divine treasure chest. Thus, Cao Cheng's next objective is to set a modest goal, to elevate the system by another level. Should he succeed in collecting sentiment nationwide post-upgrade, he will be able to reap the full benefits of this forum. After perusing the post for a few minutes, he closed the website, deeming it unnecessary to continue. The traffic was too sparse during the evening. When the market opens tomorrow, should it decline, he surmises that the vitriolic comments will proliferate, inadvertently generating a plethora of sentiment values. However, This is merely an appetizer, and thus Cao Cheng does not intend to dwell on it. Instead, he must invest time and energy into the game. Designing a farming simulation is relatively straightforward, yet Cao Cheng aspires to optimize it further. Once launched, it will capture the public's enthusiasm. This concept is also a remarkable tool for collecting sentiments. One feels joy in harvesting, anger upon being robbed, and sorrow when crops are infested. The emotional spectrum within such interactions is vast. Every sentiment value is intricately linked to Cao Cheng's creations. Were it not for current constraints, he would delve into a battle royale game. After all, even decades from now, such games will still captivate players. Just contemplating the vast reservoir of negative emotions excites him. Who among the players has not faced a few defeats? Additionally, continuous play allows for the accumulation of emotional buffs. Thus, the objective remains clear: to upgrade the system and expand the scope of collection. The following day marked the arrival of Sister 4 at the tail into the rankings. How vexing! Cao Cheng rose early to engage in breathing exercises. In comparison to monetary gains and sentiment values, maintaining one's health is paramount. Living a few extra years leads to further enjoyment. Otherwise, what purpose does earning substantial wealth serve? After half an hour, drenched in sweat, he exited his room. Just then, Ren Yuega emerged from the restroom, her formidable presence accentuated by her nightgown. Cao Cheng recognized her, but still greeted, "Good morning, third sister." This insufferable younger brother has already stirred up trouble early in the morning. Ren Yuega, in a fit of annoyance, exclaimed, "I am your fourth sister." "Oh, good morning, fourth sister," Cao Cheng replied with a casual smile. Ren Yuega, irritated yet amused, rolled her eyes and shifted the topic. "Why are you drenched in sweat? Is it really that hot? Are you feeling unwell? Something wrong with your kidneys? Taking ginseng and chicken soup, are we?" This little girl certainly does not let any opportunity to tease pass by. With a triumphant smile, Ren Yuega solemnly advised, "You should not blame your sister. Young people must take care of their health." Although Ren Yuega was still somewhat naive, she was an adult nonetheless. She had not lived under a rock. Her words held a certain validity. Cao Cheng scoffed lightly. "Don't worry, I'll definitely be stronger than your future husband." "Huh!" Ren Yuega's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "Mind your manners, or I shall twist your ear." Cao Cheng Chuka. Entering the bathroom to freshen up, he suddenly inquired, "Is the toilet not flushing? What kind of problem is this?" Ding, negative emotion 20. Ren Yuega, feeling a mix of shame and anger, rushed into the restroom. Upon seeing the squat toilet sparkling clean, she realized she had been deceived by her annoying younger brother. Once again, she retaliated, turning to pinch Cao Cheng's ear. Gritting her teeth, "You can't go a day without bullying me, can you?" Cao Cheng stumbled back as she collided with him, exclaiming, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." With a firm grip on his ear, Ren Yuega huffed, "If you dare to bully me again, I'll twist your ear off. Did you hear me?" "I heard," Cao Cheng conceded. Only then did Ren Yuega release her hold, giving a satisfied huff as she exited the bathroom. Cao Cheng muttered loudly, "Still, the third sister is more gentle." Ding. Chapter 42. A group of unworldly individuals, suddenly graced by the presence of two young ladies. What a delightful sensation it is. At least pleasing to the eye, is it not? Yet do not envy. This was exchanged for a paternal bond. Today, the third sister arose late, claiming it was due to an unfamiliar bed. After attending to her morning rituals and donning her attire, she was ready. Upon seeing them dressed, Cao Cheng gestured grandly and declared it time for breakfast. Preparing a meal at home was out of the question. There were no provisions, and he was too indolent to rise early. Enjoying life takes precedence. Who would want to spend the entire day hovering around the stove? "Sister, judging by your appearance, it seems you did not sleep well. I shall concoct a sleep-inducing tea for you, ensuring you sleep soundly until dawn," Cao Cheng remarked. Ren Yuchang nodded in appreciation. "Thank you, brother. No need for formalities," he replied. Ren Yuega, observing from the side, scoffed with a hint of jealousy. "Oh, as if you're a practitioner of traditional medicine. Concocting remedies." Cao Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Fourth sister, do not provoke me. I possess a modicum of understanding in traditional medicine." The phrase "a modicum of understanding" stirred certain unpleasant memories within her. Ren Yuega regarded Cao Cheng with suspicion. You know medicine? A modicum indeed, he replied with a smile. Ren Yucheng stifled a laugh, recalling what Ren Yuega had previously mentioned about Cao Cheng's modicum of understanding. Whether they believed him or not, he chose not to elaborate further. This was merely a fade of skill. The preparation of sleep-inducing tea was a trivial matter. The true essence of his expertise lay in massage. When would they sprain an ankle or take a tumble? That would be the moment for Cao Cheng to truly showcase his abilities. Isn't that how novels often depict it? Otherwise, what purpose would there be in studying traditional medicine? To genuinely heal others? Please, that would be unlawful without a medical license. We, the great practitioners of chivalry, never engage in illicit activities. No need for a vehicle. A breakfast shop awaited just outside, just a few steps away, and parking was non-option in that area. Cao Cheng waved his hand. If you wish to savor local delicacies, one must seek out small eateries. Upon hearing this, the two young ladies did not protest. They followed Cao Cheng, and the three of them strolled leisurely. This felt rather pleasant. Xiao, what is this? Impossible, Xiao Gao. Are you in a relationship? These two young ladies are truly stunning. Which one is your girlfriend? Familiar faces of older women greeted them along the way. As the twins appeared at the entrance, they instantly caused a stir. Twins are a rarity in real life, let alone such exceptional ones. Various emotions surged forth: envy, jealousy, hatred, disappointment, frustration, even anger. Cao Cheng, too, was taken aback. He had previously taken Ren Yuega out to a shopping center, but at that time, she had worn a mask, her figure alone turning heads. Little did he anticipate that the mere appearance of the twins would create such a sensational impact. Furthermore, after the system upgrade, his perception of emotions had become intriguingly vivid. Once, he had only received auditory cues from the system. Now, however, it was different. He felt a profound clarity. He could discern the emotions emanating from those around him at a glance. It bore a resemblance to a form of mind reading. In the future, once anyone harbors malice or goodwill towards him, they will find it impossible to escape the perception of Cao Cheng. This is quite marvelous. Cao Cheng paid no heed to the men around him and cheerfully introduced at the entrance. This is my third sister, and this is my fourth sister. A clear-headed lady, perplexed, inquired, aren't these two girls twins? They should have been born together. How can one be your sister and the other your younger sister? A fair question. Cao Cheng shot her a glance, thinking, so you consider yourself clever? Are you trying to pick a fight? You really do talk too much. Ren Yuega chuckled softly, observing Cao Cheng, curious as to how he would explain. With a grin, Cao Cheng replied, isn't it a coincidence? They were born 3 minutes apart, and I happened to arrive in that 3-minute interval. Thus one is my sister and the other my younger sister. Oh, the ladies suddenly understood. What a remarkable coincidence. Ren Yuega rolled her eyes at him, but offered no rebuttal. Outside, she still gave Cao Cheng some face, turning back to pinch his ear. What utter nonsense. Do these old ladies actually believe it? Ridiculous. Wait a minute, Xiao, where did you get an older sister? I adopted her, he retorted. Oh, this is quite something. A flicker of understanding crossed the faces of the ladies. You understand nothing. Cao Cheng waved his hand. All right, everyone, please continue your conversation. We shall step out for breakfast. Sure. Goodbye. Xiao, take your time. Come back to Annie's house for dinner. I'll make you braised pork. Anzai, Cao Cheng Ziepli. But he had no intention of going. This aunt had a son in his 20s who was likely interested in him. An overestimation, indeed. She ought to reflect on her own son's character. Over 20, still living off his parents after graduation, refusing to seek employment, spending his days. Well, not working is one thing, but he doesn't even go out to play chess or mahjong. He simply stays at home playing video games. A little rascal. As they exited the community, a medley of emotions lingered behind them. Ren Yuega lightly hummed. I didn't realize you had such a good relationship with these old women. They all seem quite fond of you. Stop being so sarcastic. Cao Cheng shook his head. You should inquire about my reputation in this area. Xiao is going out for breakfast. As they passed by a lady, she greeted them warmly, her gaze drifting towards the two girls. Oh my, these two young ladies are truly beautiful. Xiao, you are indeed fortunate. Hee. Cao Cheng smiled and nodded. After brushing past, he nodded, saying, "Did you see that? This is what we call a solid grassroots support. It indicates that I am well respected by everyone." Ren Yuchang nodded in agreement, acknowledging Cao Cheng's statement. Amidst chatter and laughter, they soon arrived at the bustling breakfast shop, filled to capacity with workers and students. The three of them, upon entering, once again stirred a commotion. Cao Cheng began to understand why Run Yuega always wore a mask when going out. It was indeed due to her striking beauty, which easily attracted attention. Although a mask could not entirely obstruct gazes, it could certainly mitigate most of them. The allure of twins was even more potent. Cao Cheng felt overwhelmed. Collecting emotional value like this seemed almost too effortless. Is it truly possible to achieve such remarkable results by merely taking them out for a stroll? Incrementally, the numbers have already surpassed 100 in such a brief span. Your actions make my previous chess endeavors appear rather dull. Rin Yuega glanced around, slightly furrowing her brow. Is there no available seating? There is. A gentleman abruptly rose. Ladies, please take a seat. I shall finish shortly. Cao Cheng observed the substantial bowl of noodles before him and the untouched soda-infused meat, contemplating the absurdity of the claim of shortly. Are you a sycophant? How old are you? Over 40, still playing the fool? Are you prepared to do so for a lifetime? Suddenly, an older sister waved. Xiao, over here. Luye. You are here too. Cao Cheng guided the two sisters toward familiar faces. The gentleman, filled with disappointment, watched Cao Cheng's retreating figure, his negative emotions surging, especially as companions mocked him, leaving him feeling humiliated. Yet, unwilling to lose composure in front of the ladies, he masked his inner fury and slowly took a seat, his gaze continually drifting in their direction. The surrounding crowd, for the most part, was observing. Those slightly more reserved would divert their gaze, only to steal furtive glances again and again. How indecorous. The owner even personally delivered the noodles, taking a close look before departing, evidently satisfied. Cao Cheng was astounded. Do twins truly wield such extraordinary influence? Why does he feel they're just average-looking individuals? What is there to admire? Alas, a group of those who have never experienced the world. Chapter 43. Indulgem, a modest breakfast shop, was bustling with patrons. Typically, most customers would grab their noodles to go, munching as they walked. However, today everyone either sat or stood still, refusing to leave. The proprietor even contemplated renting the neighboring space to expand his business. The atmosphere was charged with negative emotions. As Cao Cheng for the first time grasped the meaning of a beautiful woman brings disaster. Observing the current situation, he realized that he had done nothing, yet had become the target of disdain and even anger from many. In truth, the scene was not as chaotic as it seemed. Most individuals were discreetly stealing glances, maintaining their pride. Yet, due to Cao Cheng's system, which acutely sensed various emotions, he perceived the ambience as tumultuous. Ordinarily, when he ventured out alone, he would collect positive feelings from girls, but his system had not upgraded to such sensitivity before. Now, it appeared that those positive emotions were likely admiration and fondness. Simultaneously, there were negative emotions from men, such as disdain and jealousy. After all, young Master Cao was indeed quite handsome. This noodle dish is too dry. Ren Yuega frowned. Her expression elicited a wave of sympathy from those observing, coupled with a burgeoning resentment towards Cao Cheng. How could you bring such beautiful girls to eat at a street-side stall? Are you so destitute? They thought. If it were me, I would sell my house to take them to a nicer restaurant for a proper meal. Can girls even eat hot, dry noodles? Rin Yuchang, however, softly remarked, I think it's fine. Rin Yuega retorted, just indulge him. What does it have to do with me? Cao Cheng Chuka. Some people are accustomed to this dish, while others are not. If it doesn't suit your palate, feel free to order a bowl of beef noodles instead. I want to eat that. It's too greasy. Rin Yuega feigned delicacy. As the three conversed while eating, envy radiated from the surrounding crowd, and the emotional tension continued to rise. Cao Cheng, intrigued, asked, Did you attract attention when you went out before? Rin Yuega instinctively glanced around. The men nearby quickly averted their gazes. What cowards, she thought. Well, it happens often, so I usually wear a mask when I go out. But it's not practical to wear one while eating, she replied. Suddenly, with playful pride, she added, How about it, little brother? Your sister is still quite popular. Isn't she? Cao Cheng replied seriously. Yes, you are quite popular, but I sense a lot of hatred. I suspect some of these people harbor murderous intent towards me. Rin Yuchang nearly spat out her noodles, choking in the process. Cao Cheng reached out to pat her back, helping her breathe easier. Rin Yuega laughed, adding, "Don't make her laugh while she's eating. Her sense of humor is too fragile." Cao Cheng, exasperated, said, "I'm not joking. I genuinely feel that someone wants to kill me. Look, it's even more pronounced now. The animosity is overwhelming." Rin Yuega playfully smacked Cao Cheng's arm and chided, "Stop being ridiculous. Is it paranoia you're suffering from?" Cao Cheng shook his head with a smile. "You wouldn't understand. I possess the ability to gather emotions, and I genuinely feel as though someone is intent on my demise. A critical strike has occurred, 100 points of emotional value. Could this possibly be the plight of an ordinary individual? Absolutely not. Firstly, the identity of the other party is far from trivial. This is not Aunt Wong. Her previous critical strike of 200 stemmed from her close acquaintance with Cao Cheng, compounded by an accumulation of negative emotions, culminating in a significant financial loss that led to such an extreme reaction. However, the current situation is markedly different. There is no familiarity, no accumulation of sentiments, and all factors are lacking. Thus, the sudden emergence of a critical strike can only signify that the identity of the other party is not that of an average citizen. They must belong to the realms of military, politics, or business. Moreover, the system discerns that this is not mere jealousy, but a profound and genuine hatred. This animosity has reached such a level that one might wish for their own demise. While Cao Cheng speaks and smiles, there's a look in his eyes that suggests intent, as he discreetly glances at a black vehicle parked by the roadside. The hatred emanates from within. Following the system upgrade, he can instinctively trace the origins of various emotions. There is someone inside that car. Cao Cheng recognizes that this overwhelming hatred stems from the moment he aided Rin Yushang, soothing her and patting her back. It is highly probable that this is a suitor of hers. If this were a novel, it would likely be her fiancé. Cao Cheng begins to feel a surge of excitement. The antagonist has emerged. A formidable adversary has been introduced. This sentiment feels far more villainous than any mere thug. The negativity surrounding them is palpable. What if one were to maim or even kill someone? The terror of life and death would elevate negative emotions to unimaginable heights. Anticipation builds. Cao Cheng has no intention of sharing this with the two sisters. If there is indeed a plan to eliminate someone, the fewer individuals privy to his thoughts, the better. Not even his own parents should be informed, let alone his half-sister, although he has confirmed that they have no ulterior motives after this period of acquaintance. The absence of blood ties remains a factor. The bond of siblings rests solely on old Cao. If that connection falters, feelings would diminish to nothing. Cao Cheng is resolute in never relinquishing his vulnerabilities to anyone. With a century's worth of wisdom, he understands this principle. After a fulfilling breakfast, Cao Cheng, feeling utterly satisfied, departs with his sisters. Third sister, do you have any places you wish to visit? Historical sites or attractions? We have time. I can accompany you for a stroll. Walking alongside Rin Yushang, his demeanor is not overly affectionate, yet from a distance, they appear remarkably close. Another critical strike. How intriguing. Such intensity of emotion. It seems to be connected to Rin Yushang. With these 3 critical strikes, he has surpassed everyone in the breakfast establishment. It appears he has stumbled upon yet another promising opportunity, perhaps the future leader of their circle. Rin Yuega's jealousy surfaces as she inquires, "Why don't you ask me?" Without even glancing her way, Cao Cheng waves dismissively, "Don't be troublesome. I'm asking third sister." Positioned between the two girls, his gesture of disdain ignites Rin Yuega's fury. The elusive hand deftly twisted the ear. Rin Yuega gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "You insufferable little brother. Are you trying to drive me to madness?" Cao Cheng tilted his head, wincing in pain. "Ouch, let go, let go. Why you always insist on twisting my ear? We are in public. Do you not care for your dignity? This is excessive." The system collected another wave of critical hits. Cao Cheng realized that this fellow harbored feelings for Rin Yuchang while also desiring Rin Yuega. Thus, When Remarried engaged in her ear-twisting game, the other party would inevitably suffer high critical hits as well. After all, the sisters were twins. To be enamored with one naturally meant wanting the other as well. Such is the nature of men. Cao Cheng understood double the delight. Inside the car, a young master glowered, his gaze fixed intently on the retreating figures of the three. His devoted butler expressed concern. "Young master, please do not let your anger consume you. It is detrimental to your health." "What do you know? This is not mere anger. It is fury. If I do not vent this frustration, it will surely harm my constitution. Enough of your prattle. Investigate this matter for me. I want their information in 10 minutes. But young master, I think I do not care what you think. I want what I think." The butler rolled his eyes. "Young master, you are quite the man." Chapter 44. Fourth sister. "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me?" 20 minutes later, the young master obtained the information regarding Cao Cheng. Yet, he remained dissatisfied. "Is this all? This has taken too long. Truly useless." "Young master, please calm down," the butler urged. "You keep repeating the same line. Can't you say something novel?" The butler pondered. "Young master, please try to be cheerful." "Damn it," the young master cursed, ceasing his tirade against the butler and began to scrutinize the data on his computer. It was comprehensive, after all, having been acquired through special channels, encompassing everything about Cao Cheng. This included the details of Cao Cheng's father's divorce during his unemployment, raising Cao Cheng alone, the two of them relying on each other. Cao Cheng had strived diligently, gaining admission to his desired university, majoring in computer science, and had just graduated this year. Strange, the young master frowned, perplexed. "What seems strange, young master?" the butler inquired, equally baffled. The young master looked at the butler incredulously. "Can't you see the issue?" The butler shook his head in confusion. "No. That's why you are the butler, and I am the young master. You are quite foolish." "Young master, we are merely discussing the matter. No need for insults. I am merely stating the truth. How could someone of such a lowly background have connections with the Ren family? Especially since Ren Cheng and Ren are currently residing in his home. Don't you find that odd?" The young master pointed to the laptop. "Now, do you see the problem?" The butler's eyes widened in realization as he nodded. "I see it now." "Share your thoughts," the young master prompted. The butler confidently stated, "This Cao Cheng character is a kept man. The Rin sisters have taken a fancy to him. Get out of my sight." The young master nearly kicked the butler out of the car. The butler rubbed his backside sheepishly. "Young master, what did I err?" The young master, exasperated, gestured at the screen. "My point is that this information is fabricated. Are you truly that dim-witted? And as for a kept man, is Ren Cheng that superficial? If she were, would I even take notice? Furthermore, the likelihood of two individuals simultaneously being infatuated with a kept man is minuscule. What kind of luck does a kept man possess? I might as well become one myself." "Oh," the butler finally comprehended, but soon shook his head. "However, this information is from the archives. It cannot be false. Are archives infallible? I refuse to believe that. Continue your investigation." Cao Cheng, bewildered, returned home and prepared to drive out for leisure, unaware of the sudden upheaval around him. He had no understanding of the circumstances, nor did it matter much. What was important was the accumulation of emotional value. Since the system upgrade, he had amassed 2,000 points, allowing for 20 consecutive draws. At this pace, he anticipated soon gathering enough for 100 consecutive draws. As the day drew to a close, Cao Cheng escorted them to explore numerous local attractions, typically overlooked by the locals, yet intriguing to outsiders. Possessing a keen sense of awareness, young Master Cao was well aware of the presence of a shadow following him, yet he feigned ignorance. Ultimately, the emotional value accrued was substantial. By the end of the day, the emotional score soared to 3,800. A remarkable 80% of this increase was attributed to the enigmatic figure tailing him. The remaining 20% stemmed from the crowd's reactions and the heated exchanges ignited by a post from the previous day, with a minor portion arising from the envy and admiration observed during their outing. Thus, the mysterious follower undoubtedly held the potential to become the leading supporter. Even without a formal introduction, Cao Cheng felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. A truly good soul, such individuals must be cherished. Cao Cheng had never encountered someone with such sustained fury, an entire day filled with wrath. What immense resilience! Upon returning home that evening, the sisters were utterly exhausted, rejuvenating themselves with a cup of purple tea. It had been a long time since they had hiked, leaving them drained. Rin Yuega had completely shed her goddess-like demeanor, slumping onto the sofa, kicking off her shoes, and resting her tired feet on the coffee table. Rin Yuchong fared slightly better, though not as relaxed as her younger sister. She too rubbed her thighs, acutely aware of the stiffness in her muscles from the prolonged trek. "Little Orange," Rin Yuega called out. Cao Cheng ignored her entirely. "I'm talking to you, stinky brother," she huffed. "Speak properly," Cao Cheng replied tersely. With a hint of playful charm, Rin Yuega pouted. "My feet hurt. Could you fetch some water for foot soak?" Rin Yuchong found her younger sister's request excessive. She was already struggling to care for her brother, and now a request for foot water? Rising, she offered, "I'll get the water. Let us soak together." Look at that. Still the third sister who shows compassion. No wonder I willingly call her third sister, Cao Cheng mused with a smirk, casting a disdainful glance at Rin Yuega. Rin Yuega, both amused and exasperated, pointed at Rin Yuchong, indignantly declaring, "You traitor, what is wrong with your brother helping his sister with water? Spoil him all you like." And he turned into a brat. Rin Yuchong smiled brightly, refraining from countering her sister's words as she turned to the bathroom to fetch a basin of water. Rolling her eyes at her sister's retreating figure, Rin Yuega turned to Cao Cheng and whispered, "Call me fourth sister, and I'll help you get the water." "You're not very resolute, are you? But I wouldn't want to trouble you. You're far too precious," Cao Cheng retorted sarcastically. He was keen on maintaining that title to boost his emotional score, and he intended to amplify it rather than diminish it. "Third sister, I do prefer the water a tad warmer," Cao Cheng called out. From the bathroom, Rin Yuchong's gentle voice responded, "Of course." Cao Cheng raised an eyebrow at Rin Yuega, as if to say, "Look at that." Rin Yuega wrinkled her nose slightly, regretting bringing Rin Yuchong along. Had she known it would unfold this way, she would have ventured alone. Moments later, 2 basins of hot water were brought in. The 2 sisters shared a basin, while Cao Cheng had one to himself. He cast a glance at their feet submerged in the water, their delicate, fair soles appearing quite charming in the shimmering light. Alas, despite his keen observation throughout the day, not a single sprained ankle had presented itself. His skills in traditional Chinese medicine went unutilized. Sigh, with no opportunities arising, he resolved to create one. "Sister San, may I offer you a foot massage? As you know, I possess some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, and the reflex zones on the soles of the feet can indeed promote relaxation." Rin Yuchong's cheeks flushed, whether from the warmth of the water or embarrassment, it was unclear. "No, that's quite unnecessary. Soaking is sufficient," she replied shyly, remembering they had only just met a day prior. "Sister San, please don't be so polite. We are like family," he insisted. However, Rin Yuega boldly interjected, "Come now, massage my feet. I am curious to see your proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine." "Then perhaps not." Cao Cheng shook his head. Rin Yuega, furious yet amused, retorted, "What do you mean? Do you find me unworthy?" Cao Cheng, with his endearing simplicity, nodded in agreement. In a fit of anger, Rin Yuega raised her leg, splashing water everywhere and drenching Cao Cheng in the process. Goodness. Chapter 45. When did their relationship become so close? Most water splashing festivals occur in June and July, but for the Cao family, it takes place in early September, which is now. In the blink of an eye, the entire coffee table, sofa, and floor are drenched with water. Goodness, have you ever seen someone use foot washing water for splashing? While it may not smell bad, isn't it rather off-putting? And this is supposed to be a goddess? Bah, if it weren't for my third sister, Rin Yuchong, intervening, things would have escalated uncontrollably. Cao Cheng hardly retaliated. A gentleman should not engage in quarrels with a lady. Thus, Cao Cheng became the victim. Following the joyous water splashing festival, Cao Cheng retreated for a shower. In the living room, Rin Yuchong busied herself with tidying up, wiping the floor, coffee table, and sofa. Observing her third sister's industrious demeanor, Rin Yuega felt contemplative. Why had she never noticed how diligent her sister was before? With an aunt managing the household chores and a cook preparing meals, Not to mention the garden being tended by dedicated personnel, the sisters rarely had to lift a finger. Being the youngest sister, Ren Yuega often found herself receiving special treatment, leading her to unconsciously overlook certain details of daily life. Only after leaving the Ren family mansion did she realize she seemingly lacked any practical skills. Previously, she had prided herself on her prowess in playing the piano, believing herself to be quite accomplished. Yet in daily life, she found herself somewhat inept, struggling even to wash vegetables properly, entirely clueless about the world around her. Watching her third sister clean, she pondered, perhaps she could play a tune to lighten the mood? Ren Yuchang, having wiped away the water stains, playfully tapped Ren Yuega's forehead, chiding her, "You act as if you haven't grown up at all." Ren Yuega offered an awkward smile. "I was just frustrated. That annoying little brother only bullies me." Ren Yuchang rolled her eyes. "Who is bullying whom? He didn't splash you with a drop of water. But he makes me angry. Why doesn't he get angry with me?" Ah. This soul-searching question, akin to contemporary PUA tactics, left Ren Yuega speechless. Ren Yuchang continued, "Do you see any qualities in yourself befitting an elder sister?" Ren Yuega mumbled softly, "It's my first time being an elder sister. I don't know how. All right, stop criticizing me. I'll apologize to him later, okay?" Ren Yuchang gently reassured her, "Don't feel embarrassed. An apology merely expresses your stance. He isn't upset. His temperament is better than you think." Reflecting on this, Ren Yuega conceded that though her younger brother often vexed her, he never retaliated when she tugged his ears or pinched his waist. In hindsight, he was indeed accommodating. Otherwise, with Cao Cheng's capabilities, how could she ever hope to best him? They were well aware of his skills. Before long, Cao Cheng emerged from the shower, his physique still impressive. Ren Yuchang shot Ren Yuega a knowing glance, silently urging her to hurry and apologize. After casting her a look, Ren Yuchang retreated to her room to fetch some clothes, intending to shower herself. In the sultry summer of the South, bathing daily is the norm. Otherwise, one cannot find solace. After drying her hair, Cao Cheng gazed at Ren Yuega seated upon the sofa, and she returned his gaze. Their eyes met, and with a hint of pride, Cao Cheng tilted his head, exclaiming, "Humph." Ren Yuega chuckled softly, sensing an opportunity, and gently beckoned. "Come here." "What for?" Cao Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Just come here." The young girl, unable to entirely shed her pride, infused her tone with a touch of playful affection. Reluctantly, Cao Cheng approached. Ren Yuega reached out to pull him down beside her. As he sat close, the scent of his fresh bath enveloped her, and warmth radiated from him, causing her cheeks to flush. With a hint of embarrassment, she murmured, "I'm sorry about earlier." "Oh my, you actually apologized?" Cao Cheng exclaimed in mock surprise. "Oh dear." His tone was undeniably infuriating. Instinctively, Ren Yuega pinched his ear. "What does that mean?" Cao Cheng pointed at her hand. "Is this how you express an apology?" With a resigned sigh, Ren Yuega lowered her hand. Cao Cheng smirked. "That's more like it. An apology should come with the right attitude." As he spoke, he reclined against the sofa, resting his legs on the coffee table, and raised a hand to his thigh, saying, "Give me a massage." Ren Yuega regarded his smug expression, wishing she could bite him. After a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced, her delicate hand resting on his thigh. She felt the firm muscles beneath and squeezed. "Have you eaten today?" With gritted teeth, Ren Yuega commenced a vigorous kneading. "Oh, that's it. Just like that. You have quite the talent, little girl. It would be a shame not to utilize those hands for massage. From now on, I shall entrust all my massages to you." Frustrated, Ren Yuega retorted, "Don't even think about it. This is a one-time exception." "Cao Cheng Juka. Aren't you the one who wants to be an older sister? Shouldn't a sister care for her younger brother? After a long day of running about, shouldn't she soothe his weary legs?" "That's absurd," Ren Yuega huffed. Cao Cheng merely smiled, refraining from further teasing. The young girl required a gentle approach. Patience was key. Minutes later, Ren Yuega felt her fingers growing weary, more so than after 2 hours of piano practice. She released her grip, asking, "Is that enough?" Cao Cheng shook his head. The pressure was mediocre, the acupoints poorly located, and the meridians inadequately pressed. No relaxation achieved. 1 star. Exasperated, Rein Yuega replied. I don't know how to do this. If you don't understand, just tell me, and I'll teach you. Now, give me your leg. The expertise was evident. When the professional touch began, it was an immediate relief. Initially, Ren Yuega felt a twinge of shyness, but within moments, the exhaustion from a day of walking and climbing mountains dissipated. Cao Cheng's hands seemed to possess an enchanting quality. Despite their gentle pressure, each stroke was perfectly executed. Ren Yuega sighed softly. In an instant, her face flushed crimson. Stealing a glance at Cao Cheng, she found his expression unchanged, which put her at ease, allowing her to continue relishing the rejuvenating effects of the massage. Her spirits soared, each moment of positivity compounding relentlessly. Although there were no critical hits, the increments of one continued, never ceasing. As her emotional tally accumulated, the increments gradually transformed from 1 to 2, and then to 3. In just a few minutes, her positive emotions reached a remarkable 100. Cao Cheng had discovered another avenue. Given the numerous individuals he had offended, perhaps he should embrace a life of blindness. Blind massage might yield a substantial amount of emotional value as well. This system truly was a conundrum, offering no guidance and demanding that one uncover everything independently. A practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine at the master level would undoubtedly be considered an expert in reality. Coupled with the strength of martial arts and a profound understanding of the human body's acupoints and meridians, the art of bone setting and massage seemed exceedingly simple. As Ren Yushang emerged from her bath, enveloped in a warm, soothing aroma, the steam was indeed quite comforting. She was equally perplexed upon witnessing the sight before her. On the sofa, the fourth sibling, Ren Yuega, had her legs resting on Cao Cheng's lap as he tended to her massage. What was going on? When had their relationship become so amicable? Ren Yushang pondered in confusion. Chapter 46. A New Path. Marvelous wow. Cao Cheng was utterly captivated, not merely due to the tactile sensation, but primarily because of the accumulation of emotional value. It was a continuous process. Initially, he collected approximately 20 points every minute, averaging a point of emotional value every 3 seconds. As time progressed, this increased to 60 points per minute, averaging 1 point per second. In roughly 20 minutes, after eliminating the highest and lowest values, he averaged 0.75 points of emotional value per second. Thus, in a mere 20 minutes, Cao Cheng amassed an impressive 900 points. This astonishing figure took him by surprise. He never anticipated that the positive emotions derived from massage could be so abundant. Previously, he regarded positive emotions as insignificant. Now, it appeared that he simply had not discovered the right avenue. If such emotional exchanges occur between couples, wouldn't the duration intensify the experience? Astonishing. Just a month prior, one would need to engage 10 individuals to barely achieve 1,000 points. Even if one were to establish a collective in Jiangbei, the average gains would pale in comparison to the relaxation he experienced this time. It seemed evident that he should invest more effort into his relationship with his sister. Everything else was trivial. The once lowly sister surged into the top 3 with the title of Sister One within reach. Ren Yuega felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The fatigue of the day dissipated entirely. When the third brother emerged from the bath, their eyes met, causing Ren Yuega to blush and retract her legs. "Gome, experience it for yourself," she urged. This little brother truly excels in traditional Chinese medicine. He surpasses the hired masseuses by leaps and bounds. As she slipped on her shoes and rose, she felt almost weightless, devoid of any fatigue from her earlier climb. Ren Yuchang quickly shook her head. I'll pass. I still need to dry my hair." "Oh, the hair can wait. What is there to fear in summer?" Ren Yuchang was forcibly dragged by the fourth sibling. It was unclear whether Ren Yuega enjoyed sharing this experience or wished to involve the third brother. Since everyone had already undergone the massage, there was no reason for anyone to mock another. Ren Yuchang was quite resistant. She preferred to maintain a certain distance from boys. Although she felt no significant aversion towards Cao Cheng, her comfort level only extended to a handshake or walking side by side. Any closer intimacy was beyond her reach, at least for now. Nevertheless, Ren Yuega was not mistaken. Compared to typical professional massage therapists, Cao Cheng was indeed exponentially superior. As he consistently refreshed his emotional value, Cao Cheng discreetly increased his investment in traditional Chinese medicine, utilizing skill enhancement cards below the master level. He elevated his proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine from a proficient level to a master level. This skill had previously seemed rather inconsequential, but with a newfound path available, Cao Cheng was more than willing to invest. Furthermore, possessing this ability would allow him to tend to his family's ailments and enhance their well-being. Additionally, his profound understanding of the body's meridians and acupuncture points would also contribute to his martial arts, indirectly enhancing his combat prowess. Thus, it proved to be a substantial gain rather than a loss. Ultimately, the third sister, Ren Yuchang, could not endure the presence of the fourth sister, Ren Yuega. She suppressed her discomfort and the goosebumps rising on her skin, consenting to the massage. After a bath, the human body's muscles relax, pores open, and blood circulation accelerates, greatly aiding the massage's effectiveness, which was far more potent than usual. As soon as the hands made contact, Ren Yuchang shivered. It soon found herself wholly absorbed in the experience. It was undeniably professional. A glimmer of amusement danced in Ren Yuega's eyes, as if to say, "How dare you mock me?" Although the third sister did not voice her thoughts, her expression at the bathroom door was undeniably peculiar. The fourth sister, Ren Yuega, possessed a hint of cunning, pulling others into her schemes. Leaning closer to Ren Yuchang, Ren Yuega chuckled softly. "How do you feel? Relieved?" "MMM." Ren Yuchang responded softly. "Then take your time to relax. I shall go take a shower first." With a light bounce, Ren Yuega departed, her body feeling remarkably unburdened. Earlier, their feet had felt as if laden with lead, but now they felt buoyant. Cao Cheng's movements were precise and measured. He concentrated on the meridians and acupoints, yielding exceptional results. Ren Yuchang soon succumbed to slumber, reclining on the sofa, her legs resting on Cao Cheng's. Fresh from her bath, she felt particularly comfortable, and after experiencing the masterful technique, it took merely 3 minutes for her to drift into deep sleep. Cao Cheng lamented silently, wishing he could slap himself. Had he known it would be like this, he might not have pursued traditional Chinese medicine. Was it appropriate to fall asleep like this? A mere 300 emotional points accumulated? Yet, Cao Cheng was not a greedy individual. Today had been fruitful, with an emotional value of 5,021. It had only been a little over a day since the system upgrade, and the speed of accumulation left him astounded. If this continued for another 2 days, he would undoubtedly achieve 100 consecutive draws, potentially yielding a diamond, or rather, at least 2 diamond chests. Following the system upgrade, chests could now be fused. 100 consecutive draws would guarantee 10 golden chests, with a stroke of luck possibly yielding even more. 10 golden chests could be fused into a single diamond chest. Moreover, 100 consecutive draws would ensure at least 1 diamond chest, meaning that moving forward, he could expect 2 diamond chests from such draws. Thus, with a plethora of refined iron, bronze, and silver remaining, a few more draws could potentially transform the remaining useless chests into yet another diamond. The future appeared increasingly promising. After 20 minutes, Ren Yuega emerged. Noticing the absence of Cao Cheng in the living room, she found Ren Yuchang asleep on the sofa, covered with a light blanket. Gently knocking at the door, Ren Yuega approached Cao Cheng's room, where she discovered him seated at his desk, engrossed in his computer, which displayed a forum. In a rare whisper, Ren Yuega inquired, "What is the matter with the third sister?" She's likely fatigued. After a few prods, she fell asleep deeply. "It's been about 20 minutes now. It's about time to rouse her. Her hair is still damp, and sleeping like this may lead to a cold," Cao Cheng replied. Ren Yuega nodded, expressing mild surprise at the proficiency of his skills. "I hereby appoint you as my exclusive traditional Chinese medicine practitioner," she declared. "Call me no, forget it," she added with a playful huff before turning to leave. Cao Cheng shook his head with a chuckle, continuing his verbal skirmish with foreign participants. "Damn it, I've got 5 million in capital. They say there's a bull market. So where's your counter-argument? Show me your funds. You think you can outdo me? What a joke." He vented, targeting those who dared to insult him, particularly those from his own province, even stooping to curse their ancestors. Ah, what a splendid time it is. The internet allows for unfettered insults. One can readily express disdain for any organ. How unlike 20 years hence, when even uttering damn will be a challenge. So, unleash your vitriol while you can. Opportunities like this will soon vanish. Suddenly, Run Yuchong stirred, awakening in a haze, momentarily disoriented regarding her surroundings. Yet, clarity returned swiftly as her memories resurfaced, revealing that she had inadvertently fallen asleep. Reflecting upon the recent massage, she acknowledged its delightful comfort, though a hint of embarrassment colored her cheeks. Did I really fall asleep? She queried. Indeed, you were in a deep slumber. I called out for quite a while before you stirred. You used to be such a light sleeper, Run Yuega replied. How long was I asleep? Pei Yukang inquired. About 20 minutes, according to my brother, she was informed. Feeling revitalized, Run Yuchong marveled at the brief nap, sensing that she could conquer yet another day of mountain climbing. Chapter 47. Am I amusing you? The day after the arrival of fourth sister, Run Yuchong had a restful sleep following her massage. She no longer felt out of place and woke before 8 in the morning. Upon seeing Cao Cheng, Run Yuega inquired, Why do you always wake up drenched in sweat? I'm practicing, he replied. What kind of practice? She asked. Martial arts. Please. While she acknowledged that Cao Cheng had some skills, the notion of him practicing martial arts seemed far-fetched. Who exercises martial arts in their own bedroom? That would be akin to second sister, who excelled in combat and had a dedicated training ground in their home, complete with an octagonal cage, occupying an entire underground parking lot. Meanwhile, Cao Cheng's bedroom was merely 20 square meters, shared with a bed and a wardrobe. Was there even enough space to stretch? Believe it or not, good morning, third sister. Good morning, little brother. As if struck by a thought, Run Yuchong's gaze briefly shifted. What about me? Run Yuega exclaimed. Good morning, fourth sister. You brat. Call me sister. Another round of playful banter ensued. After washing up, they departed at 8, heading out for breakfast and a stroll. With two exquisite twins by her side, it would be a shame not to flaunt their presence. Coincidentally, it was Saturday, and the streets were bustling with people, promising yet another fruitful day. Young master on the streets, everyone make way. The two donned long skirts, white socks, and sneakers. A seemingly ordinary ensemble, yet their aura was extraordinary. They resembled perfect heroines stepped out from a comic book, and, as twins, they evoked a sense of allure that made one feel that life would be complete with them. However, as the three descended the stairs, they encountered an arrogant individual, short hair with long bangs, who, upon seeing Cao Cheng, tilted his head and whimsically blew at his bangs, believing himself quite charming. In this day and age, many men fancied blowing their bangs. A man who isn't tea is perceived to lack soul. Wang Haodong, what brings you to Sanjiang? Fourth sister Run Yuega queried, her surprise evident, along with a slight frown that betrayed her distaste for the man before her. Wang Haodong. Cao Cheng squinted. The name rang a bell. Was this the enigmatic figure from yesterday's car ride? Most likely. He was the top contender. It was essential to extend hospitality. Wang Haodong flicked his hair aside, a crooked smile accentuating his self-proclaimed charm. I came because Yushang is in Sanjiang. Cao Cheng nearly chuckled in disbelief at the melodramatic tone reminiscent of a 2006 idol drama. Was this how a wealthy second generation acted? Perhaps things would change in 10 years, though not necessarily. Principal Wang had once been a sycophant. Nonetheless, all was in the name of love, which was not to be scorned. Rin Yushang addressed him sternly. Wang Haodong, can you please stop following me? I've already said it's impossible for us. We are not suited for each other. Wang Haodong lifted his chin slightly, a smug smile revealing his arrogance, but undeniably handsome. How can you know we aren't suited if we're not together? Relationships can be nurtured. Love requires courage. With true sincerity, even stones can be turned. Rin Yushang sighed lightly. Do not invest your thoughts in me. It is impossible. Yushang, do you know what I appreciate about you? It is your candor. Most women who encounter me either fawn or express disdain. Yet you, despite your rejection, neither scorn nor flatter me. Your straightforwardness is quite endearing. Cao Cheng turned his head, suppressing a laugh. This exchange was rather amusing. though the expression on his face resembled that of Dao Ming-si, who seemed to think himself quite impressive. Well, this is amusing, he thought, recognizing the modernity of the times, as we still live in an era that celebrates nonconformity. Wang Haodong narrowed his eyes, peering at Cao Cheng with a look that demanded respect. Am I amusing to you? Cao Cheng shook his head. Apologies, I have received professional training. Under normal circumstances, I do not laugh unless I cannot help it. Puffed. Rin Yuega burst into laughter, deliberately so. Rin Yushang remained composed, yet a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes. Wang Haodong gritted his teeth. You little rascal, you've successfully provoked my ire. Before Cao Cheng could respond, Rin Yuega interjected. Wang, are you threatening my brother? Wang Haodong chuckled derisively. Brother? This individual can be considered brother? Do not think I am unaware. It merely involves Aunt Run finding a man and bringing home a son. Am I wrong? How long can such a relationship last? He shook his head, speaking with an air of arrogance. Would the Rin family go to war over such a brother? This dialogue was dripping with melodrama, far from the refreshing nature of earlier exchanges. To elevate the discussion to the level of familial conflict was an act only a thoughtless rich heir would contemplate. Rin Yushang's expression soured, her tone growing icy. Wang Haodong, regardless of your thoughts, I acknowledge this brother, and so does my family. As for whether we engage in conflict, that is not for you to decide. Think before you speak, or you will only become a source of amusement. Wang Haodong grew anxious. Yushang, do not be upset. That was not my intention. I merely meant to say, whatever you say is of no concern to me. We are simply incompatible, and it is impossible. You should return to Zhonghai. With that, Rin Yushang took Cao Cheng's hand and departed. The two women flanked him, and he turned back to them, sharing a silent, mischievous grin. This smile ignited a fury within Wang Haodong. You little imp, I shall make you pay for this. A wave of frustration washed over him, yet he felt a strange satisfaction. Young master, the personal steward appeared. Panting, Wang Haodong pointed at the retreating trio. Have the bodyguards take action. Eliminate him. The steward chuckled awkwardly. Young master, please calm down. It would be unwise to invite trouble for the sake of child brought into the family mid-course. This is not conducive to our family's progress. The Wang family and the Rin family shared a cooperative relationship. How could they jeopardize it over a trivial matter? Wang Haodong glared. You are a young master, and so am I. The butler whispered, of course, you are the young master. However, if you take action and end up harming him, it will only lead to greater disdain from the young ladies of the Rin family, offering you no assistance whatsoever. How can that be? I'm nearly driven to madness. Can't you see that? I simply wish to vent my frustration, Wang Haodong exclaimed, pointing to his heart. The butler shook his head. Young master, your health is robust. You will be fine. Get out of my way. Are you trying to provoke me further? Wang Haodong kicked the butler aside. The butler, with an awkward smile, rubbed his backside and returned. Young master, perhaps you could consider a different approach? What approach? Wang Haodong inquired. The butler spoke with an enigmatic tone. Regardless, this young man is currently associated with the Rin family, recognized by their young ladies. Thus, he can be considered your future brother-in-law. It is unusual for a brother-in-law to harbor animosity towards his sister's husband. Shouldn't the focus be on fostering a closer relationship instead? This is a tactical maneuver, young master. Even if the relationship isn't ideal, you can simply choose to ignore him. It's illogical to bear animosity, and it would be detrimental to you, young master. Young master, you must look beyond his ordinary status and consider his standing in the hearts of the Run family's young ladies. The fact that the third and fourth young ladies willingly came to Sanjiang and chose to reside in such modest accommodation speaks volumes. Reflect upon this reasoning, young master. The term young master began to overwhelm Wang Haodong. Yet, he blinked in contemplation. There was merit to the butler's words. Wang Haodong gazed at the butler in astonishment. What did you have for dinner last night? What do you mean? The butler asked, puzzled. Wang Haodong, curious, continued. How is it that you suddenly became so astute overnight? The butler laughed awkwardly. Was it me who became clever? I simply didn't express it before, fearing it might not align with your views, young master. If I were truly foolish, would the boss have entrusted me as your personal butler and assistant? Wang Haodong extended his hand. then share some of that newfound wisdom with me. Young master, are you joking? Such a thing does not exist. The butler replied with a resigned nod. I will fetch something for you shortly. How about some Ili Su? You never tried it, so you wouldn't recognize it. I could claim it's a magic elixir, something to enhance intelligence. I suspect you would truly believe it. Brilliant. Chapter 48. Mad. I will eventually kill him in later generations. There is a saying, if she is inexperienced, take her to witness the splendor of the world. If she has weathered life's storms, then take her for a ride on the carousel. Cao Cheng understood this principle well. Thus, if they were wealthy young ladies, he would indulge them in the vibrant essence of life. After a delightful breakfast, they set off to a bustling yet chaotic large market. The cacophony of voices filled the air, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled liveliness. The two sisters, having never encountered such a scene, were filled with novelty. However, the surroundings were quite filthy, with a layer of grimy dirt on the ground, and the air thick with the stench of blood. Fortunately, neither of them was overly pampered. Though they occasionally frowned and covered their noses, they refrained from uttering any pretentious remarks. This was already a pleasant surprise, far exceeding Cao Cheng's expectations. He had anticipated that the fourth sister would be the most critical, yet to his astonishment, she was the most exhilarated. Perhaps it was her outgoing nature. After observing Cao Cheng haggle a few times, she too began to negotiate prices. After more than half an hour, the three of them exited the market, laden with their purchases. Rin Yuega, with a slight sheen of sweat on her nose, was brimming with excitement. Did you see that? I managed to haggle down the prices significantly, and the vendor even said I was beautiful, offering to introduce me to some young men. This was a boast directed at Cao Cheng. She was never short of suitors and often found them bothersome. However, the experience of buying vegetables on the street, chatting with a stranger, receiving compliments, and being introduced to others felt particularly refreshing. Yet, this vibrant atmosphere was abruptly shattered. Just a few steps away from the market, four burly men wearing sunglasses suddenly appeared. It was evident they were bodyguards. Their presence instantly crushed the intimate, down-to-earth feeling like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake. Yu Chong, how could you come to such a filthy place? Carrying vegetables yourself? Is that appropriate? Wang Haodong's face reflected concern, tinged with a hint of frustration. Let my bodyguard help you carry those. Why are you all just standing there? Take them. As the bodyguards stepped forward, Ren Yuega concealed the vegetables behind her, turning to him defiantly. Wang Haodong, are you out of your mind? What business do you have with us, buying vegetables? Do we need your servitude? Just because you have bodyguards doesn't mean we do. The sisters, though traveling far, also had their own security, albeit more discreet than Wang Haodong's ostentation. They had to ensure their safety. Otherwise, the journey could have been perilous, especially with the rampant threats of robbery from various small factions in these times. Wang Haodong smiled awkwardly. I just wanted to help you. We don't need it. You should leave quickly. It's embarrassing. As onlookers began to gather, curious about the unfolding scene, the sisters, unable to pull Cao Cheng along, nudged him with their elbows, urging him to move faster. The three of them squeezed through the throng. Seeing how close they were, Wang Haodong gritted his teeth but still followed. Yu Chong, let me help you carry those. No need, thank you. Hey, no trouble at all. I just worry you might tire yourself. As the moonlight illuminated the scene, I shall assist you. You go. Kindly step aside. I fear you may tire yourself. Young man, Wang Haodong turned to Cao Cheng. Cao Cheng extended his hand, offering the bag. Would you carry it for me? A twitch of Wang Haodong's lips revealed his displeasure. How presumptuous of you. Why then did you summon me? Cao Cheng appeared perplexed. Who do you think I am? Do you dare challenge me? Where are the bodyguards? Come over here, Wang Haodong exclaimed in frustration. Hey, you interschickte Shopli, Wang Haodong. Should you dare to call for help, I will ensure you are carried into the hospital. Do not test me. At her words, Wang Haodong faltered. He waved dismissively at the bodyguards who had approached. This is none of your concern. Be gone. The bodyguards grumbled under their breath, lamenting the difficulty of earning a living. After a few steps, Wang Haodong gestured for the car to be brought around. Let us take the vehicle. Walking with such burdens is tiresome, is it not? Most of the load was in Cao Cheng's hands, while the sisters held only a few light items, primarily vegetables and condiments. Yet, The sisters were considerate of Cao Cheng. After a moment's hesitation, they exchanged glances with him, who understood their unspoken concern and nodded slightly. With a free ride available, why not take advantage? Seeing their acquiescence, Wang Haodong beamed, opening the door to the luxury vehicle with a self-satisfied grin, tossing his hair aside. Please, enter. The three of them climbed aboard. Ren Yuega raised her delicate hand, signaling a refusal. Do not join us. Wang Haodong was taken aback. Wait, this is my car? I commandeered it. I'll reimburse you later. The door began to close slowly. Wang Haodong panicked. Am I lacking in funds? Hey, let me in, what on earth? You dare drive off? Whose servant are you? Watching the luxury car pull away, Wang Haodong grew frantic. He hastily summoned his bodyguard's vehicle, with his personal steward following closely. Young master, why did you not get in the car? Are you blind? Do you not see I was dismissed? Wang Haodong was exasperated. He cursed. It must be that little brat. I shall deal with him soon enough. The steward sighed. Young master, do we not agree that even if we do not get along, we need not be adversaries? After all, a brother-in-law and a brother should not be at such odds, especially since you are still in pursuit. Wang Haodong paused, realization dawning. I had forgotten. But what should I do when that brat-esque smile incites my ire? Young master, you must maintain your composure. I shall give it a try. Wang Haodong inhaled deeply, attempting to calm himself. Yet the thought of Cao Cheng's smirk and his intimate interactions with the sisters, Ren Yucheng and Ren Yuega, ignited his temper anew. Damn it, I will surely deal with him. The steward remained silent. They returned to the community. Ren Yuega tossed 20 yuan onto the seat of the car. For such a short distance, that fare was sufficient. Not a penny more. 3 individuals alighted from the vehicle, with Wang Haodong's car closely following. Upon disembarking, Wang Haodong approached with a disarming smile, offering, allow me to assist you. Climbing stairs can be quite exhausting. Ren Yucheng furrowed her brow, her tone remaining gentle. Wang Haodong waved his hand dismissively. I understand your reluctance, but our families have long been acquainted. Surely, we are friends? It should not be an issue for friends to lend a helping hand. Ren Yucheng fell silent. It was Ren Yuega who spoke up. If you're so eager to assist, then help my brother. Wang Haodong, though reluctant, resolved to remain patient as per the butler's advice. Very well. I shall assist your brother. Cao Cheng chuckled lightly and handed over the assortment of poultry and fish. As Wang Haodong grasped the weighty bundle, he nearly stumbled, exclaiming, Goodness, this is quite heavy. Chapter 49. Young master, you have enlightened the groceries weighed merely a dozen or 20 pounds, yet contained an assortment of jars and seasonings, along with a few bottles of beer, intended for preparing beer duck. Suddenly assuming this responsibility, one might find it quite disorienting. Ascending the stairs, breathless and perspiring. Just as Wang Haodong was about to enter, Cao Cheng seized the bag from his hands. Thank you, he remarked, before abruptly shutting the door, leaving Wang Haodong outside. Wait, what is the meaning of this? Is there no courtesy? Aren't you even going to offer me a glass of water? How rude. Wang Haodong fumed. You little country bumpkin. You truly lack gentlemanly manners. I swear, I will make you pay for this. Descending the stairs in a huff, the butler, noticing the young master's gloomy countenance, instantly realized he had been met with a cold reception. Attempting to console him, the butler suggested, Young master, why not return to Zhonghai? There's no need to endure such indignity. I refuse, Wang Haodong huffed lightly. The butler continued, why bother? It seems he harbors no ill intent. It would be better to return to Zhonghai and let them know you are not entirely dependent on them. I said no. Don't you dare dampen my spirits. Wang Haodong retorted, delivering a swift kick that sent the butler sprawling several meters away. The butler, ever the performer, clutched his rear and sheepishly returned. Young master, you don't possess such strength, he jested. Yet, kicking someone away does project a certain manliness. Wang Haodong scoffed before asking, what do men generally like? The butler, perplexed, replied, Young master, are you preparing for something? Wang Haodong pondered, I thought to send this little bumpkin a gift. You mentioned it might help ease relations, right? If I present him with a gift, he would owe me, and should he dare to provoke me afterward, I will not hesitate to retaliate. You have indeed come to a realization, young master. Enough with the trivialities, just tell me, what do men enjoy? The butler hesitated for a few seconds, Women? Get lost. I don't even have a woman. What would I gift him a woman for? I mean gifts that can be purchased with money. Perhaps a watch? The butler suggested tentatively. Wang Haodong mused. Would a watch suffice? It should, right? Don't men generally favor such items? For instance, you, young master, are fond of women. Luxury cars, prestigious watches, yachts. There isn't much else. The butler counted on his fingers, enumerating the young master as preferences. Wang Haodong, suddenly displeased, retorted. Those are my personal likes. Can my taste be compared to others? I am unique. Young master, boasting at this moment is quite characteristic of you. The butler chuckled awkwardly. But I feel all men tend to enjoy these things. What good is your feeling? Mine is what matters, Wang Haodong insisted. Indeed, young master, you are correct. Wang Haodong huffed. So what shall I gift him? You've reviewed his profile. What are his interests? How about approaching it from a professional angle? He studies computer science. What if we gifted him a computer? Wang Haodong paused for a moment and then clapped his hands in delight. Excellent. You surprisingly offered a sound suggestion. The butler grinned. Then it settled. After all, a computer isn't overly expensive. One could acquire a decent computer for the price of an ordinary luxury watch. All right, I will entrust this matter to you. Hurry. It must be done by noon. What? So urgent? Nonsense. I need to eat. There's so many dishes to savor. Young master, are you feeling greedy? Greedy my foot. I intend to share a table with you, Chong. Once leads to twice, twice leads to thrice. Gradually, it becomes a habit. If I show up with a gift, they can't possibly send me away, can they? Ugh. You would understand. I need you to handle this promptly. If you're not back before noon, you can forget about returning. Young master, you truly are quite the man. The butler, feeling helpless, could only venture to the nearby computer store. He is downstairs. Why is he being so clingy today? It's quite bothersome. Ren Yuega stood on the balcony, observing the two cars below. The butler was hastily departing, seemingly with a purpose. Meanwhile, Wang Haodong squatted nearby, smoking a cigarette, occasionally glancing up. Whenever he did, Ren Yuega would withdraw her head, avoiding his gaze to prevent him from overstepping boundaries. Cao Cheng's voice came from the kitchen. Fourth sister, stop staring and come here quickly. I will teach you how to marinate fish and prepare duck. Ren Yuega pouted. I don't want to handle fish. It's too fishy. Wear gloves, he replied. Reluctantly, Ren Yuega began her task, only to suddenly realize, you should call me fourth sister, you pesky little brother. All right, fragrant younger sister, Cao Cheng nodded. Ren Yuega shot him a playful glare, pesky little brother. The two were busy in the kitchen, while their third sister, Ren Yuchong, brewed tea and prepared some fruit. Following the housekeeper's method, she diced the fruit and inserted toothpicks into the pieces before bringing them to the kitchen to offer to the two. The family of three shared a warm and delightful moment together. The culinary preparations in the kitchen progressed swiftly, with Cao Cheng teaching Ren Yuega, and once she mastered the technique, he was free to relax. As the ingredients simmered in the pot, the enticing aroma began to waft through the air. Before long, it was midday, and both upstairs and downstairs were nearly drooling with anticipation. A knock echoed through the house. Cao Cheng opened the door to find Wang Haodong standing there with a grin, carrying two large boxes. His smile resembled that of a friendly dog. Ren Yuega also approached the door. Wang Haodong, what brings you here again? It was evident that she was genuinely annoyed with him, likely due to his clinginess back in Zhonghai. Like a persistent adhesive, he was bothersome but harmless. Enemies should be resolved, not deepened, he said. I am here to apologize for my previous thoughtless remarks to your younger brother. Upon reflection, it was indeed inappropriate. Therefore, I brought a computer as a gift, having spent several tens of thousands on it. I hope your brother won't hold my earlier words against me. Wang Haodong cheerfully handed over the computer. Ren Yuega huffed. No need for that. If my brother needs a computer, I will buy one for him. You can take it back, and do take your leave. I shan't see you off. As she began to close the door, Wang Haodong panicked and stuck his leg in the way. With a loud thud, the door caught him. Ah! His scream reverberated through the building, startling everyone. Although Ren Yuega harbored a dislike for Wang Haodong, she never intended to harm him, considering their families had long-standing ties. She hurriedly opened the door. Wang Haodong, clutching his calf, winced in pain. Ren Yuega exclaimed, I didn't mean to. Why did you suddenly extend your leg? Wang Haodong had collided with the door frame, and beads of sweat immediately formed on his brow. With a wry smile, he stammered, I did it instinctively. It hurts so much. Let me in to sit for a moment. Renuega chuckled. Are you pretending? No, it genuinely hurts. I can't possibly believe you. I detest scheming individuals. Get lost. No, it really hurts. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, she shut the door abruptly. This time, Wang Haodong refrained from extending his leg further. He had indeed bumped into something, but it was not as excruciating as he had made it out to be. Carrying a gift, he descended the stairs with a noticeable limp. The butler, surprised, inquired, Young master, she refused your gift and even struck you? It was Renuega. Wang Haodong replied, feeling wronged. She actually closed the door on me, pinching my leg. I need to go to the hospital. The butler promptly checked the surrounding area and pressed on the bones, finally sighing in relief. Young master, it's nothing serious. You don't need to go to the hospital. You don't know anything. I need to go to the hospital. I want a cast and also arrange for a sumptuous meal to be delivered to my room. I am starving. How can their food smell so delicious? Young master, it's not that severe. Do you not understand? I'm feigning injury. Do I have to spell it out for you? You really are not very clever. The butler, suppressing the urge to explain further, finally said, Young master, you are quite perceptive. Indeed. Chapter 50. Sister Four's discontent. This meal represented the pinnacle of young Master Cao's culinary prowess. Only by enticing Renuega with such delectable fare could he inspire her to engage in her tasks with vigor. In truth, young Master Cao relished the dishes he prepared himself, though he had previously been reluctant to tidy up afterwards. Now that he had finally found someone with a hearty appetite, was it not a perfect opportunity to craft several delightful meals to indulge his palate? Compared to dining out, this was not only cleaner but also more economical. Even Ren Chong, who typically had a modest appetite, had devoured 2 bowls of rice today. A cup of spirit tea after the meal left one feeling invigorated. Though their living conditions were not as lavish as a grand mansion, and the ingredients could not rival the freshness of those from an organic farm, the experience was nevertheless quite satisfying. Knock, knock, knock. It sounded the door. Again, Renuega set down her teacup, rising with a hint of irritation. Upon opening the door, a coarse exclamation almost escaped her lips, but she was met instead by an elderly gentleman. Who might you be? She inquired, her tone shifting. The old man, momentarily taken aback, marveled at the beauty of the young girl before him. Had he come to the wrong address? After a brief pause, he asked, Is this the residence of the Cao family? I am looking for your brother. Renuega turned her head. It was only then that Cao Cheng stood up. The voice from the entrance sounded vaguely familiar, reminiscent of an elderly chess player from the square. As he approached the door, Cao Cheng was struck dumb. No way. How did you find my home? Where did you acquire my address? Cao, it was no easy task to locate you. The old man, upon seeing Cao Cheng, radiated the warmth of a long-lost relative, his cloudy eyes glistening with tears of joy. He bore a gift, a box of eggs. Cao Cheng wore a perplexed expression. Old Fong. My surname is Lin. Oh, old Lin. Behind him, the 2 sisters burst into laughter. Cao Cheng shot them a glare. What is so amusing? Show some decorum. Do you not see the creditor has come knocking? This old gentleman was the one Cao Cheng had inadvertently left behind during their last unfinished game of chess days prior. A situation that had arisen due to pressing matters, not a deliberate escape. Old Lin, why are you being so courteous? You needn't bring gifts when you visit. Cao Cheng accepted the offering without inviting him inside. The old man had no intention of entering. Instead, he grasped Cao Cheng's hand firmly. You haven't been to square to play chess these past few days, Cao? What is going on? Ah, my elder sister has arrived, you see. I've been rather occupied, Cao Cheng offered, fabricating an excuse. Oh, I see. The old man nodded. About that last game. Cao Cheng interjected, I understand. I acknowledge your gift, and I shall visit you in a couple of days. The old man beamed with excitement, his face alight with joy. You must come. I shall await your arrival. Of course, old Lin, do take care. Realizing he was being gently dismissed, the old man complied. All right. I shall take my leave. But you must come, Cao. Rest assured I will. As for that unfinished game, I am aware, no need to remind me. I shall come by to complete it soon. How can I not be preoccupied? I have been sleepless for 3 days. Perhaps you should consult a physician and take some sleeping pills. Old Lin cast a fleeting glance at Cao Cheng, questioning whether he was still human. Old Lin was irritated. Yet recalling the unfinished game of chess, he begrudgingly held back his frustration. Ultimately, he departed with a sense of melancholy. Cao Cheng shook his head in resignation, pondering the old man's heavy thoughts. It was merely a game of chess. He had forgotten all about it, yet the old man still clung to it. One must learn to let go and find peace within oneself to attain clarity of mind. However, considering old Lin's age, not yet a century old, it was understandable that he did not possess the same level of insight and tranquility as Cao Cheng. Perhaps it would be wise to find an opportunity to complete the unfinished game, lest it lead to the old man's distress. Upon entering, Ren Yuega inquired curiously, "Did this old gentleman seek you out for a game of chess and bring a gift?" Cao Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "My chess skills are exceptional. These old fellows wish to study under me. Last time, I was explaining a fragmented ancient game, but I had to leave before I could finish. Little did I expect he would dwell on it for several days, unable to eat or sleep well, which is why he sought me out. I didn't even provide him my address. He must have inquired around until he discovered my home. Such perseverance is commendable. Hence, I shall take the time to impart my chess knowledge to him." Though his reasoning held merit, Ren Yuega remained somewhat skeptical. After all, the old man's demeanor did not appear solely driven by a desire to learn the art of chess. His forlorn expression suggested that Cao Cheng owed him a considerable debt. Cao Cheng opted not to elaborate further, knowing that excessive words often lead to misunderstandings. "All right then, let us finish our tea and head out. Aren't we supposed to visit the teacher?" At that moment, Ren Yucheng interjected, "I shall not accompany you. I need to purchase some items this afternoon." "Very well. Take care of yourself around Wanghaodong." "Understood." Lingling has returned to Beijing for her studies, leaving only the teacher at home. The teacher felt joy at the arrival of the two, but also a hint of melancholy. Every time he saw Cao Cheng, he felt regret for the lost potential. What a promising talent. If he were to delve deeply into the world of piano, the nation would soon witness the emergence of an extraordinarily young piano master, destined to attain great renown internationally. Alas, though his own granddaughter possesses talent, she pales in comparison to Cao Cheng, for her potential is inherently limited. Unless Lingling experiences an epiphany at some point, there may be little hope of reaching Cao Cheng's heights. Sigh. Enlightenment is an elusive concept, and one cannot rely on others for it. It must come from within. While it is never too late to awaken, the sooner one does, the greater the heights one can attain, heights that few could ever hope to reach. Most importantly, Cao Cheng not only possesses talent, but also the ability to teach. In the brief time they have spent together, he has provided Lingling with guidance fewer than 5 times. Yet she has already shown remarkable improvement. Such individuals, when embraced as mentors, might indeed foster a greater number of prodigies, capable of elevating an entire industry. Alas, it is a lamentable thought. That evening, I did not dine at the teacher's residence and departed at 4 o'clock. The elderly lady, as customary, bid farewell to Cao Cheng, saying, "Do visit me often. Should you come to a decision, inform me at your earliest convenience." "Understood." Cao Cheng chuckled softly. "Ah, fate." He lamented silently. He should not have feigned such a facade. It was one thing to put on a show in front of the young lady, but to do so in front of the elderly matron could leave a lasting impression. As one ages, their thoughts weigh heavily, and they ponder much. Take Ling Ling. For instance, she recognizes Cao Cheng's exceptional talent, but feels no sense of loss. Should she extend an invitation, it would stem from her kindness, admiration, and a desire for closer connection with him. Nothing more. Sister 3, may I express a sentiment? I love you. Upon returning home, Cao Cheng's face lit up with joy. This declaration stirred a hint of jealousy in Sister 4, who pouted and cast a sidelong glance at Sister 3. You truly are a secretive one, engaging in such acts without even a prior notice to me? In the afternoon, the two visited their teacher, while Sister 3 ventured out to procure a gift, a high-spec computer, far more expensive than the one gifted by Wang Haodong. Perhaps she discerned Cao Cheng's fondness for computers. When Wang Haodong presented his gift, Cao Cheng feigned indifference. Yet a glimmer of delight sparkled in his eyes. After all, being immersed in this field, he felt a genuine appreciation for top-tier computers, though his status prevented him from accepting such gifts. Sister 3, keenly observant, noted this nuance and thus decided to secretly purchase a computer in the afternoon, intending to surprise Cao Cheng. Witnessing his happiness, Sister 3 beamed sweetly. Yet, the sorrows and joys of humanity do not always resonate with one another. Only Sister 4 remained discontented. Chapter 51. Are you laughing at me? Upon completing the installation of the high-performance computer, a quick check revealed that it was equipped with the latest top-tier specifications. Cao Cheng had bestowed upon the third sister an abundance of positive emotions, her delight evident in her expression. It was not that young Master Cao could not afford it. Though, truth be told, he currently lacked sufficient cash. He would never frivolously withdraw his initial capital for something as trivial as a computer. There was no need to rush. Moreover, the allure of something given freely is undeniably enticing. While the gift from the third sister may not have been as costly as the watch presented by the fourth sister, it struck a chord deep within Cao Cheng's heart. This also highlighted the differences in attention to detail between the twin sisters. The third sister was gentle, like water, subtly bringing comfort, while the fourth sister was fiery, capable of roasting one alive. Of course, neither was inherently better than the other. They simply excelled in different scenarios. The fourth sister was particularly suitable for romantic relationships, possessing a playful spirit that brought joy to cohabitation. In contrast, marrying someone like the third sister would provide a man with a sense of tranquility. Each choice bore its own advantages and disadvantages, each possessing its unique merits. Thus, the ideal was to have both. Ah, Cao Cheng exclaimed, feeling his ear pinched. Oh no, can the fourth sister read minds? Has she seen through my thoughts? Ren Yuega tugged at his ear, her tone stern. Tell me, where's the watch I gifted you? Why aren't you wearing it? Phew, that was close. It turned out she was merely inquiring about the watch. From her emotional state, it was clear she was vying for attention, feeling a twinge of jealousy, especially upon witnessing Cao Cheng's elation over the computer, which made her feel overshadowed. This prompted her to recall the men's watch she had given him and realize he had not worn it, an indication he did not favor it. Hey, let go. I don't wear accessories. Look, I don't even have a ring or a necklace nor a watch. I dislike such constraints, Cao Cheng explained. In truth, in his dreams of a century past, he had worn a watch. After all, who hasn't been young and adorned themselves with flashy gold chains, parading their wealth? Until death. All constraints faded, leaving him feeling light as air. Such experiences had instilled a change in Cao Cheng's character, leading him to eschew adornments. Ren Yuega appeared somewhat aggrieved, her eyes seeming to convey, if you dislike it, you should have said so earlier. I could have chosen another gift. Why did you say you liked it before? Yet, Cao Cheng was completely absorbed in the computer and had no time to engage in this tug-of-war. He reassured her, I truly dislike the feeling of being constrained, but although I do not wear the watch, I always keep it with me. You can see for yourself. Cao Cheng reached into his pocket and retrieved the watch from his storage space. Instantly, Ren Yuega's expression brightened, though she still grumbled. Keeping it like that makes it easy to lose. If you don't like it, just sell it and get something you prefer. I cannot sell it. After all, it's a gift from my fourth sister. How can I part with it? I will keep it with me, to be buried alongside me when my time comes. Cao Cheng declared earnestly. Sincerity surpasses all flattery. Ren Yuega raised her hand and gave him a playful slap on the shoulder, chiding, What nonsense are you spouting? It's inauspicious. The girl was rather easy to placate, as long as there was storage space to keep everything about her. A few kind words could be retrieved at any time to soothe her. Quite simple, wouldn't you agree? Suddenly, Ren Yuega realized, huffing, I am the fourth sister. Now, go prepare me a cup of tea. You're simply lazy, she added. Nonetheless, Ren Yuega turned and left to brew tea for Cao Cheng in the living room, while he continued to fiddle with his computer. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Wang Haodong was practicing his new skills. With his left calf encased in a cast and leaning on crutches under his armpit, he was rhythmically practicing in his ward. Remarkably, Wang Haodong possessed a natural talent for this. In just a single afternoon, he had mastered the use of the crutches with extraordinary finesse, as if they were a part of him. With the addition of 2 legs, he exuded an even greater presence. The sound of the crutches striking the ground resonated with a certain charm, rivaling that of any top-tier music. He moved both swiftly and steadily. How about that? After completing another lap, Wang Haodong glanced at the butler. The butler gave a thumbs up. Young master, impressive. Indeed, Wang Haodong beamed with pride. I am truly a genius. I learn everything with ease. He felt quite pleased with himself. I'll take another turn and then go lament to Yushang. Do you think she will be kinder to me? Certainly, young master. Miss Run is beautiful and kind-hearted. Her attitude will surely soften. However what? Speak plainly. Don't keep me in suspense, Wang Haodong retorted, slightly annoyed. The butler quickly added, but when that time comes, young master must not move too swiftly. You should appear more pitiful. Wang Haodong pondered for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. When it comes to mischief, you are the true mastermind. The butler sighed in exasperation. Who exactly is the mischief maker here? If not for your status, I would. Wang Haodong, leaning on his crutches, stepped out of the ward for a stroll. After all, it was all a charade. He had no fear of embarrassment and was in good spirits. Look at me, Wang the genius. I can move faster with crutches than any of you so-called normal folks. You are all worthless. He scoffed. Before long, Wang Haodong's crutch accidentally jabbed into someone's foot. The other party shouted angrily, Hey, are you blind? Oh dear. Wang Haodong chuckled, turning to face a burly man with a fierce expression, looking down from his height. Little brat, I do not appreciate your attitude. You think you're so grand. Huh? What are you laughing at? The man snarled, his rage palpable. Wang Haodong burst into laughter. The man's furious expression, combined with his toothless grin, struck him as comical. Not to mention, buddy, your teeth. Wang Haodong couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at, you little brat? The burly man, humiliated and furious, raised his fist and swung it directly at Wang Haodong's face. Puff, here lies the hospital, where safety is assured. Thus the bodyguard did not accompany him. Moreover, the young master had been wandering for over an hour, making it impossible for the bodyguard to follow him continuously. Consequently, the issue of security was overlooked. With a sudden strike, Wang Haodong was caught completely off guard. Puff, laugh again, and I shall beat you to death, you scoundrel. The burly man cursed, spat, and turned to leave. At that moment, another strong man approached. What did the doctor say? When can I get my tooth filled? In a couple of days. But there's a queue. Brother, are you truly determined to acknowledge a master and recognize a big brother? How about we just avoid provoking him? I'm a bit scared of him. You call yourself a fierce tiger, yet with such cowardice, you are nothing but a frightened dog. No, I genuinely fear him. Isn't it simpler to just steer clear of him? He wouldn't chase us down for no reason. There's no deep-seated enmity. We can simply avoid the cotton mill neighborhood. No way. I am absolutely set on recognizing a big brother and seeking a master. Their voices grew fainter as they moved away. Wang Haodong covered his mouth, the pain nearly bringing him to tears. Bah! He spat, revealing 2 teeth in his palm. A quick lick of his tongue. One of his front teeth was gone. What the hell? Chapter 52. What pretense of sibling affection? Bah! Young master, what happened to your front teeth? The butler was astounded. How could you lose your teeth in such a brief moment? Here. Wang Haodong spread his hand, revealing 1 tooth, while the other had been consumed. His mouth was swollen, yet his demeanor remained remarkably composed. That punch was indeed forceful, truly deserving of the moniker Fierce Tiger. Young master. Who assaulted you? Was it Cao Cheng? The butler speculated, as there were no enemies in Sanjiang City, and the only prior altercation had been with Cao Cheng. Wang Haodong shook his head in pain, lamenting, if only it were him. I could have just moved into his home under the pretense of seeking compensation, while also getting closer to Yuchang. The butler rolled his eyes. Young master, your infatuation is truly vexing. You've lost 2 teeth, and that's a light punishment. How do you expect to court women in this state? Wrong, Wang Haodong exclaimed, followed by a hiss of pain that tugged at his wounds. After a moment, he continued, this state is precisely what makes it easier to attract women. It wasn't Cao Cheng who struck me, but I could certainly claim it was him, or at least that he sent someone, his underling. The butler was taken aback. Is that even feasible? P.S. Just an ordinary person. Where would he find an underling? As a local strongman, knowing a few people is hardly unusual. Use your brain for once. Young master, why do you always seem so astute when it comes to pursuing women? The butler was at a loss for words. What are you still dawdling for? Call a doctor. I'm in excruciating pain. I need pain relief. I'll go over there tonight. No, just wait until it gets dark. He paused. And find that little brat who hit me. Damn it, I want to knock out his front teeth too. No, wait until he gets his fixed. Then I'll knock them out. Wang Haodong was fuming. The butler, perplexed, asked young master, are you saying the one who knocked out your teeth has no front teeth either? Exactly. So, why did you come into conflict with him? I mocked him. And he got furious. Then it serves you right. The butler face-palmed. Young master, please be more cautious. This was merely an accident. Cao Cheng began downloading specialized software that could not run smoothly on his laptop. He also purchased some components online. The utility of this computer was immense. He assigned the task of preparing the hot dishes to his sisters while he tinkered with the computer alone, losing track of time for over an hour. The system occasionally collected some emotional points, both from the residents of Jiangbei and others, though sporadic and not abundant. These free emotional points were sufficient to lift Cao Cheng's spirits. It was akin to idling in a game. The more strategies he devised in the future, the greater his idle rewards would become. Ultimately, he envisioned a life of leisure, able to effortlessly draw from divine treasure chests without ever leaving home. Dinner time, coming. The difficulty of preparing hot dishes is not great. They do not lose much of their original flavor and may even taste a bit better. The only losses are in texture and color. The sisters showed no disdain. Although they rarely eat leftovers at home, they were less particular in this setting. Ren Yuega cast a glance at Cao Cheng and inquired, is the computer enjoyable? You seem to have a serious addiction, sitting still for over an hour. Cao Cheng replied, this is just the beginning. I'm still downloading things. I suspect it will take all night. It would be a shame not to utilize such excellent hardware. Thank you. Sanjia. You're welcome. As long as you enjoy it, Ren Yuchang said with a gentle smile. Ren Yuega pouted, her emotions flaring. Enough of this. What else with the brother-sister camaraderie? Phew. Halfway through their meal, a knock echoed from outside. Cao Cheng stood to open the door. Who are you? He asked. Wang Haodong. You had plastic surgery? No, you had plastic surgery. I was beaten up. Did you offend someone? I only offended you in Sanjiang City. Wang Haodong's speech was somewhat slurred, his lips swollen, making his words less than clear. Yet, Cao Cheng understood. Did this guy think he was the one who sent someone to beat him? Listen here, Xiao Qi Lao. We're not done with this, unless you let me in. What's so funny? Cao Cheng then noticed Wang Haodong's missing front teeth. Speaking in short sentences was manageable, but when he spoke longer, it revealed a grimace, with his injured lips curling slightly. The sight was comically absurd. In just one afternoon, a dashing young heir had transformed into this sorry state. It was hard to imagine what he had gone through. His leg was in a cast, and he was using crutches. Was he trying to pull off a cosplay of a tragic character? Cao Cheng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No, buddy, it's not funny. It's just amusing. Damn it. Wang Haodong exclaimed angrily. Xiao Qi Lao, tell me, did you send someone to beat me up? Of course not. Ha ha. Cao Cheng replied, shaking his head with laughter. Stop laughing. I know it was you. Wang Haodong was furious, finally grasping why he had been assaulted earlier that afternoon. As laughter erupted, the two sisters approached the door, curious about the commotion. Upon seeing Wang Haodong, Sanjia Ren Yuchang was taken aback. What happened to you? Your legs in a cast, your hands on crutches, and your lips are swollen like sausages. You're speaking with a lisp and missing your front teeth. What on earth happened? Were you attacked? Where are your bodyguards? It's no wonder Sanjia is known for her gentle kindness. She furrowed her brow, showing a hint of sympathy. Wang Haodong was indeed aware of Ren Yuchang's kindness and sought to elicit her sympathy as a way to connect with her. But unfortunately, Ren Yuega was present. Ren Yuega burst into laughter, pointing at Wang Haodong. Oh, what happened to you? Don't speak. Cover your teeth. Don't show them. Let me laugh for a while. Ha ha ha. With that laughter, any semblance of sympathy vanished like smoke, nearly causing Sanjia Ren Yuchang to laugh as well, as she quickly bit her lip and turned away. Her sense of humor was never particularly high. You all. Wang Haodong was on the verge of tears. Do you not possess even a shred of compassion? Look at my state. Ha ha. Rin Yuega could hardly contain her laughter. Wang Haodong pointed at Cao Cheng. It must be him who sent someone to attack me. Rin Yucheng turned around, resolutely stating, Impossible. Wang Haodong shouted, I have no enemies in Sanjiang. Rin Yuega's small face flushed red, but gradually her laughter subsided. Narrowing her eyes, she remarked, Who knows whom you have offended? Besides, even if you were my brother, what could you do? If you dare approach our third brother again, I will ensure you leave with a broken leg. Ah, Wang Haodong exclaimed, You are truly bullying me. In my current state, you won't even let me inside to sit for a moment? Are you still human? Rin Yuega blocked the door. Don't even think about it. I advise you to leave Sanjiang promptly. Be cautious. For the next time, it may not be just your front teeth at stake. Bang! Without further ado, Rin Yuega swiftly slammed the door, leaving Wang Haodong locked outside. Chapter 53. Extracting the Emperor's Art. Have I become an artisan myself? Young master, did you not enter? I was not permitted. Upon returning to the car, Wang Haodong pouted in grievance, inadvertently causing pain at his injury, and let out a sharp intake of breath. The butler quickly turned his head, stifling a laugh. He was indeed professionally trained and typically refrained from laughter. After a brief moment of restraint, the butler swiftly changed the subject. Young master, could you elucidate why you were not allowed in? I shall assist you in analyzing the situation. During this exchange, the butler avoided making eye contact with the young master, entirely too timid to look. Wang Haodong, wearing a face of dismay, recounted the earlier events. The butler's realization dawned. Young master, you made an error. An error? How so? Wang Haodong queried, puzzled. The butler sighed. Young master, while seeking sympathy is not inherently wrong. You should not have attacked Cao Cheng so soon, or rather, you ought not to have directly accused him of sending someone. You should have subtly guided them to speculate in that direction. One must not speak too plainly. Furthermore, Miss Rin San and Miss Rin Si were evidently protective of him. They may have had some sympathy for you initially, but upon your accusation of Cao Cheng, they turned against you. There is merit in that. Wang Haodong reflected on the details, realizing it indeed unfolded as described. But why? What merit does that pretty boy possess? Is it truly solely due to his brother status? He is not even a biological brother, a child brought into this union by a couple not even related by blood, and their acquaintance is hardly lengthy. What compels their protective stance? Wang Haodong's negative emotions surged. Let it be, young master, this time is futile. We shall return to Zhonghai and seek a professional dentist to mend your teeth. Otherwise, the butler glanced at him, quickly diverting his gaze, lips pressed together. Otherwise, speaking will become quite inconvenient. Wang Haodong appeared despondent. Alas, why does Yu Cheng not see my worth? Is she blind to my efforts? She ought to open her eyes and truly observe me, to realize no one else in this world cares for her as I do. Yet she refuses to acknowledge it. The butler averted his gaze once more, entirely unable to look. Ah! Wang Haodong winced again, causing his injury to throb, and he covered his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The butler exclaimed, quickly, to the hospital. The young master is bleeding. To hell with that. It is merely my lip that is torn. Leave me be. Your incessant nagging is driving me to madness. The butler chuckled awkwardly. Wang Haodong inquired, Have you found the one who attacked me? Yes, young master. We have located him. He has a criminal record and is a thug. However, speak up, do not dawdle. However, it is a curious coincidence that the individual who assaulted you has had a conflict with Cao Cheng. What? Wang Haodong froze. What conflict? The butler hesitated. His two front teeth were knocked out by Cao Cheng. Good heavens, what a twist of fate. The butler was momentarily taken aback. Young master, your choice of words leaves one speechless. Wang Haodong's eyes flickered as he proposed. All right, you go find him, and I shall take him as my subordinate. Huh? What do you mean? He continued. I plan to use a road to deal with Cao Cheng. Wang Haodong snorted disdainfully. The steward interjected, Young master, isn't that referred to as two peaches slaying three warriors? You talk too much. Do you not grasp the essence of what I'm saying? Just understand the spirit of it. Yes, I comprehend the spirit. How do you intend to proceed? Young master, I want to gather these ruffians, organize them, and have them teach Cao Cheng a lesson At the very least, knock out his front teeth. He has mocked me. The steward was bewildered, but young master. Didn't Tiwi agree to seek reconciliation? Shouldn't Tiwi be on good terms with our future brother-in-law? How have you changed so suddenly? You've switched your stance multiple times today. Wang Haodong paused, momentarily stunned. Indeed, reconciliation is the correct approach, isn't it? The steward remained clear-headed, precisely. Wang Haodong nodded slowly. Then let us hold off for now. We won't act against these ruffians just yet. They might prove useful in the future. The steward nodded, giving a thumbs up. Young master, you are truly magnanimous. Although he looked down on Wang Haodong's intellect, he admired his generosity. If it had been an ordinary rich heir, losing their front teeth would have led to severe retaliation, at the very least crippling their opponent. Yet Wang Haodong was different. As long as someone was useful, he could set aside any grudges, genuinely letting go without seeking revenge later. This trait in the young master was what the steward admired most. However, the young master's intellect seemed to have been soaked in water during his childhood. Perhaps no one is perfect. The steward reassured himself. Young master, let us return to Zhonghai for treatment. The third and fourth misses cannot stay here indefinitely, can they? Once they depart, we can return and foster a good relationship with our brother-in-law. Very well, let us go. My gums are aching, Wang Haodong replied. The steward commanded, drive us back to Zhonghai. As Wang Haodong departed, the following days remained calm. However, the emotional value did not diminish significantly, as the massage techniques allowed for a swift increase in positive emotions. Rin Yuega was no stranger to this. After a day of leisure, she returned home and promptly reclined on the sofa, placing her legs on Cao Cheng's lap. Help me with a massage. This scenario had become commonplace. In recent days, Cao Cheng had also completed 200 consecutive draws, expending 20,000 emotional points. He received 4 diamond chests and a collection of uncombined fine iron and bronze. The 4 diamonds yielded Unlimited Skill Upgrade Card, X2, Carpentry, Basic Understanding, and Comprehensive Wilderness Survival, Basic Understanding. He utilized 1 skill upgrade card, elevating his traditional Chinese medicine knowledge to a basic understanding level, surpassing the master level. His massage techniques instantly ascended to a level of enlightenment, garnering greater feedback and positive emotions. Previously, his massages yielded a maximum of 3. Now, they could achieve up to 5. Additionally, the wilderness survival skills provided indirect enhancements regarding various ingredients, dangers, and counter-surveillance. In wilderness survival, the greatest concerns are unexpected natural disasters and ferocious beasts. Thus, with this newfound skill, Cao Cheng's perception was augmented by an innate ability to evade danger. Should calamity or any crisis approach, he would be able to sense it. It was akin to the instinct of a spider. The beauty of skills lies in their subtlety. Some may appear inconsequential, yet the indirect benefits they confer are unparalleled. Lastly, there was the carpentry craft, a level of understanding that could be described as enlightenment, perhaps akin to the legendary Liu Ban himself. Furthermore, it bestowed a hint of imperial grandeur. Indeed, the Yongzheng Emperor of the Ming Dynasty had a profound appreciation for carpentry, reputedly rivaling that of Liu Ban. Thus, the skills acquired by young Master Cao were truly the arts of emperors. The following day, Cao Cheng visited a large furniture factory to procure some rosewood, along with a few carving knives. After dedicating an entire day to his craft, he sculpted 2 lifelike figures, each imbued with a vibrant essence in their expressions. Though they were mere wooden carvings, anyone who beheld them would perceive a semblance of life. The 2 figures, identical in form, could be distinctly recognized through their gazes. One represented the gentle Ren Yuchang, while the other embodied the fiery spirit of Ren Yuega. This was a marvel. Cao Cheng found himself momentarily astonished. Had he truly become an artisan? Chapter 54. A malady that requires treatment on the 8th day since the arrival of Sister 4. The 2 sisters prepared to depart, much to their chagrin. Their visit lasted only a week, as they likely had other matters awaiting them at home. There was a hint of reluctance in the air, accompanied by an invitation, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Ren Yuega lamented, murmuring, "Why must you remain here alone? Why not accompany us to Zhonghai? My mother has yet to meet you." She spoke incessantly about wanting to see you during our last meal together. Though Ren Yuchang refrained from voicing similar grievances, she nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of her sister's words. However, young Master Cao shook his head, chuckling. Who says I have nothing to do? I'm quite busy. What are you busy with? After we leave, will you merely return to playing chess and mahjong? Ren Yuega furrowed her brow, casting a slightly resentful glance at Cao Cheng. Nonsense, he retorted. With the myriad of competitions he had to attend, how could he possibly resort to playing mahjong or chess? I have secured a position at a medical beauty massage clinic, which is quite delightful. You may refer to me as the premier massage therapist. He then produced a small gift box, presenting it to them. What is this? They inquired. You shall see when you return. Safe travels. Before departing, they shared a warm embrace filled with sibling affection. The intimacy of their touch had perhaps become habitual, as daily massages were routine for them. As Ren Yuega aptly remarked, Cao Cheng was her exclusive traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Thus, a daily massage was essential for her sleep, despite their reluctance. They ultimately took their leave, waving goodbye as they watched the tail lights of the vehicle fade into the distance. Inside the car, the driver maneuvered the vehicle while the sisters sat silently in the back seat, each lost in their thoughts of parting. It was Ren Yuega who eventually opened the gift box. The box itself, rather unremarkable, bore signs of wear, appearing to have been hastily retrieved from some forgotten corner. Only wiped clean of dust before being repurposed. The lack of effort was palpable. Should one present such a gift to another, it would likely be met with disdain. Ren Yuega scoffed. This insufferable younger brother truly lacks thoughtfulness, using such a shabby box to present a gift. Could he not procure a new one? Were it not for our sibling bond and the fact that he crafted it himself, I would have tossed the box aside without a second glance. Ren Yuchang stifled a smile, aware that her younger brother's bravado was merely a facade, likely an attempt to alleviate the sorrow of their impending separation. Oh, what is this? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she discovered a wooden carving. Wow! Upon opening the small gift box, Ren Yuega was momentarily taken aback, quickly succumbing to astonishment. She held aloft a figurine, not large, merely palm-sized, but remarkably exquisite. The wooden carving depicted a person, capturing an expression so lifelike, adorned in ancient attire that exuded elegance. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, even conveying the sensation of a gentle breeze caressing the hem of the gown. The embellishments, with their delicate tassels, appeared almost animated. Most striking, however, was the facial expression. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakable. Is this me? She gasped. Indeed, it is you. It is astonishing how he can carve twins so accurately that one can distinguish between them at a glance. This is his own handiwork. Ren Yuega was taken aback. Her pesky younger brother seems to possess a myriad of skills, excelling in various crafts. Can she even work as a carpenter? Ren Yuchang, the third sister, whispered, just a smattering of knowledge. Ren Yuega shot a disapproving glance at her. You've learned to be quite the troublemaker. Ha ha, Peyton Yukang Xiokut. Perhaps reminded of the pretentious manner in which Cao Cheng claimed to possess a smattering of knowledge. Ren Yuega huffed. When we were at the Pesky brothers' place, I didn't see you sporting such a smile. You're just being coy. You're the one being coy. Ren Yuchang retorted playfully, reaching for the waist of the fourth brother. Ren Yuega. He swiftly dodged, exclaiming, ouch, that's ticklish. If you keep this up, I'll tell the Pesky brother that you're putting on an act. Oof. Peyton Yukang seized her antics. Subsequently, the two sisters divided the gifts. As Cao Cheng had mentioned, they held little monetary value. Yet they were filled with heartfelt intention. The sisters had spent nearly every moment with Cao Cheng in recent days, oblivious to when he had actually carved these pieces. It was likely while he secluded himself in his bedroom, undoubtedly a labor-intensive endeavor. Such a gift could not have been crafted in haste. It required considerable effort and thought. Having encountered various handcrafted items such as Sioux embroidery, carpets, and various garments, they understood that handmade creations are true luxuries. Top-tier handcrafted items command astronomical prices and are often unattainable. They are time-consuming and labor-intensive. Therefore, in comparison to the gifts they had prepared, Cao Cheng's offering was evidently worth more. In a sense, it was priceless, for the items they purchased could be acquired by anyone, whereas this wooden sculpture was one of a kind. This gift resonated deeply with them. It was a piece to be cherished and admired, growing more exquisite with each handling. Why are there only two? You should have carved a family portrait to display at home. That would be truly beautiful, Rin Yuega remarked casually. Rin Yuchong rolled her eyes at her. This clearly took considerable thought. He has never met our eldest and second sisters, nor our mother. How could he possibly create something of this caliber? Do not be ungrateful. I am not ungrateful. I merely feel a twinge of regret. Regret over what? We will see them eventually. We can always gather a complete family portrait sculpture. The sisters held the concept of home in high regard. Thus they began to anticipate the day when a family portrait would be carved, alongside that of their pesky brother. When they thought about it, they could gaze upon it more often. By mid-September, Cao Cheng found himself engulfed in a tempest of online vitriol. After the sisters departed, his earnings plummeted, which was an unavoidable circumstance. He certainly could not take up a profession as a masseur, catering to wealthy women. If only they were somewhat attractive, it might be tolerable. Yet how many truly are? And those that are often possess an abundance of flesh. It was inconceivable for him to offer massages to men. After the sisters departed, Cao Cheng redirected his attention towards the secondary market and various local forums, including those within the province and city. In a brief span, many online participants became aware of a rather audacious individual who proclaimed himself as the stock god Albeit. He held a disdainful view of others, exuding an air of superiority that offended countless seasoned investors. The exchanges of insults were fierce, with victories determined by the daily fluctuations of the market. For instance, on that day, the market surged from its long-standing level of over 1,600 to surpass 1,700, marking an increase of 186. This prompted a flurry of responses and mockery directed at stock god Albeit, silencing many critics. As the weekend approached, the market enjoyed a two-day respite. Upon the arrival of Monday, it rose again by 0.69, further inciting ridicule towards the investors. On Tuesday, a modest increase of 0.13 was noted, which triggered some retaliatory remarks. However, Wednesday saw a decline of 0.16, allowing adversaries to resurface and counterattack stock god Albeit. Thursday brought a rebound with an increase of 0.49, prompting Albeit to strike back. Yet, on Friday, the market plummeted. After another two-day intermission, Monday continued the downward trend. Tuesday followed suit, marking a three-day streak of declines that delighted the investors, who then unleashed their frustrations upon Cao Cheng as negative sentiments surged. Cao Cheng found amusement in the situation, yet he was perplexed by the mentality of these investors. With the market in decline, did they not incur losses? Was their exuberance truly warranted? Was this not foolishness? This was a troubling mindset that needed addressing. Chapter 55. Even Jesus cannot stand in the way, I say. In this flurry of activity, Cao Cheng amassed over 600,000. October marked a pivotal month, witnessing the market surge from 1,600 in September to 1,800 in October. It was during this time that a plethora of so-called experts emerged online, issuing various warnings about risks and proclaiming that this was not a bull market, but merely a false breakout destined to fall. The verbal sparring continued unabated, with layers upon layers of negativity accumulating among the retail investors, who erupted in disdain at the mere mention of the stock god, Ao Tian, regardless of the substance of his posts. Cao Cheng found himself standing in opposition to these investors. During the National Day holiday, he garnered significant emotional capital. Not only did the retail investors contribute to this, but also Ling Ling, who returned home for the festivities at the end of September. Cao Cheng frequented his grandmother's house, offering her shoulder massages, given her advanced age and frail health. With a modicum of knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine, he found it quite effortless to help her. After all, she was Ling Ling's grandmother, and it was only natural for him to care for her well-being. Seizing another opportunity, he also massaged Ling Ling, knowing well the addictive nature of such care. Thus, during the extended holiday, Ling Ling nearly ascended to the top of the leaderboard. On the 27th day since the departure of Sister C, he found himself missing her. On this day, Ling Ling too was leaving, reluctant to part. and Cao Cheng accompanied her to the station. After a warm embrace, her face flushed, she said, "Chungo, make sure to come visit me in the capital." He nodded in affirmation. Shortly thereafter, he re-entered the fray of verbal conflict. The past few months have been critical, from 1,600 points in September to surpassing 1,800 in October. Yet, at this juncture, few perceive the impending bull market, especially the experts aligned with America, who continued to sing a dirge of despair, leaving the retail investors bewildered. By November, the market broke through the 2,000-point threshold. At this moment, a small fraction of individuals began to grasp the severity of the situation, sensing that a bull market might indeed be upon them. However, the majority remained skeptical and fearful, haunted by the harsh bear market of previous years, leading them to believe that this was merely a trap designed to lure them in before a downturn. As the weather gradually turned cooler, Cao Cheng's heart burned with fervor. He had seized a volatile stock, with his capital pool exceeding 10 million. Gradually, he exited this position and entered into two other promising stocks, poised for further gains. Not only did he accumulate wealth, but he also garnered a wealth of negative sentiment. When the stock god Cao Cheng shared his capital chart, his detractors erupted in fury. Many had not yet recouped their losses, or were still holding empty positions, questioning why he alone was able to profit, doubling his gains at that. At this juncture, a renowned expert emerged to respond to Cao Cheng's post. Previously, this expert had ignored him, deeming him merely a small trader unworthy of attention. However, the tides had turned. With public ire directed at Cao Cheng, the expert felt compelled to intervene, not only to uphold his reputation, but also to rally his followers and draw them into his circle. The expert remarked, "The young man shows promise. Yet in the realm of stocks, it is the one who laughs last who truly rejoices. Beware of potential avalanches." Though seemingly well-intentioned, his words dripped with sarcasm. Proud Tian retorted, "You can take your avalanche and shove it." This infuriated the expert, who felt that such insolence was utterly unwarranted. The fans were equally enraged. Cao Cheng, uninterested in engaging in a verbal sparring match with the expert, opted for a direct insult instead. In this day and age, many financial influencers are merely spouting rhetoric for the sake of others, hurling accusations with little consequence. Even if they misstep, what of it? The adversarial nature of the market is simply a matter of me profiting from your losses. There is no room for cordiality. As time passed, the number of so-called experts increased, both renowned and obscure, all casting disdain upon the stock god Cao Cheng. Nevertheless, the market remained impervious to their opinions. After breaking through the 2,000 mark in November, by December, especially towards the end, it surged to 2,600. At this juncture, even the most oblivious could discern that a bull market was upon them. In just 3 short months, Cao Cheng's investment had multiplied tenfold, reaching an astonishing 50 million. The experts fell silent, as did the retail investors. Aside from a few unfortunate souls still lamenting their losses and occasionally clashing with Cao Cheng, most either ceased their commentary or adopted new aliases to express their newfound admiration. The comment section transformed into a realm of politeness, filled with calls of Big Boss and fatherly mentor. Yet, human nature is peculiar. While everyone recognized the bull market, few dared to invest their entire capital. Many felt that having missed the opportunity at 1,600, arriving at 2,600 seemed belated after 3 months of gains. A correction must surely be on the horizon. They planned to wait for a dip before entering the fray. Only Cao Cheng understood that a decline was not on the cards, at least not for the coming year. There might be a brief adjustment, but that would be fleeting before the market catapulted upwards again. Those who hesitated now would find future opportunities elusive. The arrival of such opportunities would signal the onset of a market avalanche. Thus, young Master Cao decided to stoke the flames further. He posted a bold statement. "Next month, we shall hit 3,000. Neither Jesus nor anyone else can stop it. Mark my words." The headline was designed to shock. Upon delving into the content, it was even more audacious. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Those 6 words sent pulses racing. What audacity was this? Formerly lurking adversaries could no longer contain themselves, erupting in indignation. Most experts had warned of a recent downturn, predicting a potential correction down to 2,300. Yet here he was, proclaiming 3,000? Was he truly opposing the market? Was he courting disaster? These individuals were eagerly awaiting a dip to enter the market. But according to Cao Cheng's perspective, a correction was out of the question. Such a notion was infuriating, primarily due to their despair. For all the insults exchanged, the detractors had to concede that Cao Cheng possessed genuine prowess. This was undeniable. Transforming 5 million into 50 million in just 3 months? That was a significant feat worthy of headlines. Thus, there exists a palpable trepidation among individuals, fearing that the assertions made may indeed hold true. Many have yet to embark on this journey. Should there be no correction, these individuals would be left merely as spectators, witnessing others reap the rewards. As for the hesitance to engage at this moment, it stems from the rebellious sentiments ignited by this discourse. Simultaneously, there lies a fear of potential downturns. What if a correction occurs? Would one not incur losses first before witnessing a resurgence? This scenario would merely equate to being ensnared in a predicament. Who else shall be the subject of ire, if not him? Indeed, there are many who voice their grievances, yet there are even more who ardently support him. Who would dare to oppose the allure of wealth? One must indeed question the sensibility of such an approach. Therefore, within the responses, numerous individuals express their admiration, while some do so cloaked in negativity. Clearly, these are the accounts of adversaries, displaying remarkable adaptability. The majority seek information regarding specific stocks. However, Cao Cheng refrains from endorsing any particular stock, a decision fraught with peril. Should missteps occur, one might even face admonitions from higher authorities. Hence, he can only comment on the market at large. In January, there was a day when the market plummeted by 3.68, prompting the adversaries to revel in glee for 2 days. Yet, upon the arrival of Monday, the market surged by 4.74. The naysayers were rendered speechless. The exuberance of the weekend was met with the agony of Monday. Cao Cheng began to address each of these adversaries from the weekend, stating, "I am not targeting anyone. I am referring to all of you, mere insignificant entities." Subsequently, the market ascended further, surpassing the 3,000 mark, leading to widespread lamentations. In truth, when a bull market emerges, the number of individuals incurring losses often surpasses that of a bear market, and the magnitude of those losses can be even greater. This phenomenon significantly undermines confidence. It is likely that by the end of this year, many seasoned investors may choose to withdraw from the fray. Furthermore, it is conceivable that by 2025, they may still find themselves ensnared in a state of uncertainty. Chapter 56. The decision is made before leaving. I shall first drive you to despair, ding, after opening 10 diamond treasure chests, system upgrading. Please wait. Countdown. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 51 seconds, at last. Over the past few months, the accumulation of emotional value has been modest, primarily due to the constraints of scale. Although I have offended numerous individuals on the forum, many of them do not hail from this province. Nevertheless, the rate of collection, bolstered by multiplicative bonuses, has accelerated exponentially compared to before. It is also evident that the conditions for each upgrade vary. Previously, it seemed that one could upgrade after opening 100 chests, which meant acquiring a single diamond treasure chest. Now, the requirement has escalated to 10. For the next upgrade, it might necessitate opening 100 diamonds or even achieving a divine level. Who can tell? But now is not the time for such considerations. Let's first observe the changes brought about by this upgrade. As the day of the upgrade approaches, Cao Cheng continues to stir the pot. He has now amassed 3,000 points. Wails of despair and cries of jubilation fill the air, such as the kaleidoscope of life. Out Yin posts, title next month looking at 2,600. Even Jesus would suffer a loss, believe me. The content features a screenshot from Cao Cheng, showcasing a capital of 70 million. The accompanying text simply states, just one character, yet it inflicts immense discomfort. How could this be? Wasn't he the bull supposed to be charging forward? Last month at 2,600, this month at 3,000, and next month back to 2,600? Was it all for naught? Should one trust him? This question looms in the minds of many. Currently, the majority, including most adversaries, acknowledge this scoundrel's prowess, and many are searching for information about him, yet not a whisper of news has surfaced. This fellow is shrouded in mystery. It appears he is preparing to remain in cash for a while. Such indecision plagues many. Even some experts have been swayed. They are optimistic about a rise. Yet this individual seems to be going against the tide. Is he unwell? Once Cao Cheng has posted, he remains silent. As for taking a break in cash, that is simply out of the question. While the market declines, certain stocks rise. Cao Cheng begins to enter the market incrementally, diversifying his investments across various promising stocks. He awaits the end of the year and the dawn of the next, with capital poised to exceed 100 million, even reaching several hundred million. At that juncture, he plans to establish a gaming company and carve out a name in the commercial sphere. The stock market is a realm to dabble in occasionally. There is no need to remain entrenched within it. It resembles a lottery. What flows in capital? What actions to undertake? Engaging in a lottery when funds are scarce can yield a first pot of gold. But once wealth is attained, such frivolities must cease. Relying solely on the lottery to amass a fortune is an unrealistic endeavor. The same applies to the stock market. A few million or tens of millions can be played with, but once one surpasses 100 million or even 10 billion, the dynamics shift entirely. Cao Cheng then prepares to allocate several million, even tens of millions, into promising ventures for the future. After a decade, with such a modest investment, he could ascend to the status of a billionaire, becoming a true stock market savant, much like that fellow named Buffett, who persevered through trials and tribulations. Upgrade successful. Cao Cheng waited a day, eagerly anticipating the introduction following the upgrade. This time, the enhancement was not as extensive as the previous one, comprising merely two elements. The first was an augmentation of the treasure chest contents, yielding a more diverse array of items, bringing him closer to the cultivation techniques. As for the second, it did not expand to the entire nation. Previously, it had grown from a city to a province. This time, however, it extended from a province to a region. In an instant, Cao Cheng's consciousness seemed to transcend the confines of his physical form, elevating to a cosmic perspective. From this lofty vantage point, he could perceive the entirety of Huaxia and the Asia-Pacific region. Each locale was delineated by the system into numerous distinct areas. With a mere thought, Cao Cheng could transform any of these regions into a hub for emotional gathering among the 7 major regions of the country. After a brief moment of contemplation, he ultimately selected East China, solely due to its substantial population and its status as one of the most economically developed areas. What he required most at this juncture was a large populace. The greater the base, the more emotional value he could amass. Moreover, this inclusion would encompass Zhonghai as well. Sisters, they would be unable to escape. He casually composed a text message. For the new year, I will not go to Zhonghai. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ding, negative emotion 30. An invisible thread of emotion wafted towards him from an immeasurable distance. They had previously agreed to meet in Zhonghai during the new year in February, marking his first encounter with the family. This was a promise that Ren Yuega had persistently extracted from Cao Cheng over the past few months. Yet, with a simple text, Cao Cheng declared he would not attend. "You little rascal, are you trying to drive me to despair? I have fervently prayed before the Buddha." The phone rang. Ren Yuega was indeed a woman of action. Cao Cheng chuckled as he answered the call. Immediately, he was met with her outburst. "You little brother, your words are meaningless. Did you think I wouldn't dare to call you? We agreed to celebrate the new year together, and now you say you won't come? What do you intend to do?" Cao Cheng laughed aloud. "I was just teasing you." Silence enveloped the other end for 2 seconds. Bang! The call was abruptly terminated. "Oh, this little girl has quite the temper." Ding, almost instantly, another text arrived from Ren Yuega, stating, "Come if you wish or not." All right. She was genuinely angry now. This person, how could she be so easily provoked? Oomph. Another small wave of negative emotion washed over him. In truth, 30 was not a significant blow, especially for Ren Yuega, whose accumulated emotions could easily exceed 100. Nevertheless, he could indeed sense the advantages of distant emotional input. Nearly 1,000 kilometers away, and yet he could collect emotions at will. This system, aside from its inability to speak, was remarkably impressive. Perhaps he would seek out a few frog riders to scold later, as East China also included them. It is uncertain whether the women on her side become irritable, as emotions often run high in moments of anger. Young Master Cao harbors doubts about whether the frog will indeed deliver a critical blow. He must seize the opportunity to test this theory. Aunt Wang, what is it? Oh dear, such an audacious tone. Though they have reached a form of reconciliation. Occasional bickering still occurs, particularly when young Wang and young Zhou are not present at home. Cao Cheng tends to trouble Aunt Wang during those times. Young Zhou is still in high school, repeating a year. Moreover, during this period, the group of elder sisters and aunties has bestowed upon Cao Cheng a plethora of emotional experiences, primarily due to the bullish market. Previously, with the best of intentions, young Master Cao had cautioned them, yet remains unclear whether they ultimately dismissed his advice or if their husbands did. In any case, they missed the opportune moment and suffered considerable losses from chasing peaks and cutting losses. Recently, Aunt Wang, influenced by her surroundings, has taken to stock trading alongside the others. To her credit, she has indeed enjoyed a stroke of luck and has profited handsomely. Thus, it seems that wealth emboldens the impoverished with newfound riches. She has become rather audacious. Does she truly believe herself to be a deity of gambling? Young Master Cao, however, remains indifferent, chuckling softly as he cracks sunflower seeds. Aunt Wang, I will be leaving in a few days. Really? You won't return? Will you never come back? Aunt Wang's joy is palpable. Determined, she muses, before you depart, I shall surely infuriate you. Chapter 57. The joy of being a good person. Young Master Cao is about to depart. The news spread with the swiftness of a whirlwind. Stirring the streets, several elder sisters came to inquire about the situation. Although the people of Jiangbei did not hold any official position like Cao Cheng, he was nonetheless regarded as a spiritual leader, a true embodiment of chivalry. Naturally, there were many who were concerned. Later, it was revealed that he was merely going to Zhonghai to celebrate the new year and would return, though the exact timing remained uncertain. With this knowledge, the elder sisters ceased their inquiries. However, young Master Cao is a person of commitment. He ensured that everyone he knew was informed, including the elder sisters with whom he played mahjong. Furthermore, he made 2 visits to his godmother. This acknowledgement was not initiated by him. Rather, it stemmed from last month when the elderly lady celebrated her birthday, and her son and daughter returned, along with Lingling. Cao Cheng was invited, and in her joy, the elderly lady insisted on establishing a godparent relationship. Thus, he found himself with an additional godmother and younger sister. As he prepared to leave, he bid farewell to Director Li. The people of Jiangbei relied heavily on his support. It is said that Cao Cheng is meticulous, attending to every detail. Even the brothers, Quanglong and Meng Hu, were not overlooked. He concocted an excuse to visit their venue and delivered a beating to them. Quanglong felt utterly defeated. After a month of recuperation, just as his inner turmoil began to heal, another confrontation arose. These past months had seen him endure much. Now, Quanglong had abandoned any thoughts of apprenticeship or brotherhood. He no longer held them in high regard. Brother, when will this end? Meng Hu lamented, lying on the ground. Beside him lay Quanglong, whose injured ribs throbbed painfully. Yet, he felt numb, his gaze fixated on the crystal chandelier above. The chandelier was beautiful, but he wondered why it did not fall and crush him instead. This was absurd. I may be a thug, but must I be subjected to such humiliation? I possess rights too. There were times he contemplated calling the police to seek protection from Officer Hat. In the novels he had read, even supporting characters did not suffer such fate. Can't you just finish me off in one go? Why must you torment me? You're the protagonist, aren't you? So impressive? Brother, how about we leave? Wherever we go, it's still a life of drifting. It's exhausting to be visited and beaten every few days. We've changed venues twice. Yet we haven't even had a chance to speak. I've had enough of this life. Meng Hu sat up, filled with indignation, though his eyes conveyed a sense of weakness. Quanglong remained silent. Meng Hu continued, Brother, as the saying goes, change is vital for survival. If this continues, even if we are not beaten to death, we will inevitably suffer psychological scars, ones that doctors cannot heal. Indeed, why not leave? A glimmer of light began to shine in Guanglong's eyes. Suddenly, he sat upright, gasping at the pain in his waist. Where shall we go? How about Zhonghai? Why Zhonghai? Previously, did not my uncle go there? It can be considered that there is an acquaintance, and moreover, Zhonghai is prosperous, filled with many foreigners. I have heard that the establishments there are teeming with charming figures. Brother, I wish to ride a horse. Do you not wish to as well? You are truly. Guanglong smacked him on the back of the head and exclaimed, You rascal, your words excite me. The two brothers sat on the ground, grinning for quite some time. Finally, Guanglong declared, Elbow, you go prepare. Do you know what to prepare? Menghu nodded. I know, sell what can be sold, take what can be taken, and those little brothers who are willing to follow us, bring them along as well. We, the Longhu Brotherhood, shall bravely venture into Zhonghai. Brother, you shall be Su Wenqiang, and I shall be Ding Li. Guanglong delivered another slap. You, Ding, your grandfather, do you intend to betray me? Are you trying to steal my phone, Cao Cheng? No, brother. That is the plot of a television drama. I mean, we are destined to prosper. You had better genuinely think so. Otherwise, I shall strike you as well. Brother, please help me apply some ointment. It hurts so much. After being struck for the 7th time, the brothers finally resolved to distance themselves from Sanjiang City and from that demon. As the saying goes, the sky is high, allowing birds to soar, and the sea is vast, permitting fish to leap. The eagle spreads its wings to traverse the miles, while the giant carp leaps to seize the sails. The Longhu Brotherhood shall grow stronger and create new glories. February approached, drawing near to the new year. Every household was preparing for the festivities. Meanwhile, Cao Cheng shouldered his bag and stepped onto the platform, embarking on a solitary journey. Lingling saw him off at the station. Although reluctant, she wished to accompany him, citing the excuse of wanting to see Ren Yuega. However, with the new year approaching, she could not possibly travel far. In their farewell embrace, Lingling buried her head against Cao Cheng's heart, quietly inhaling his familiar scent, brother's scent, ever so pleasant. Cao Cheng patted her back, quickly releasing her. What are you inhaling? This is all the sin I possess. Once you have inhaled it all, what will others do? The little girl was rather greedy. Brother, after the new year, come visit me in the capital when you have time. Lingling's bright eyes sparkled with anticipation. Certainly. Cao Cheng ruffled her hair in agreement. Previously, their conversations had been merely perfunctory, but now their relationship had transformed. They were kin. Furthermore, he might indeed venture to the capital. Once he profits from the stock market, Cao Cheng intends to establish a company, invest, and even venture into the film industry, inevitably leading to opportunities to travel far and wide. Farewell. Departure. As the train set in motion, the city flickered past, and Cao Cheng felt an indescribable sense of homesickness arise within him. Not far from the soft sleeper section, in the hard sleeper compartment, Guanglong instructed his younger brothers to stow their luggage. Subsequently, the group settled into the lower berths, with both rows filled to capacity. This time, a total of 8 individuals were willing to accompany the brothers on their adventurous journey. Menghu gazed out at the scenery through the window, watching the city recede, his face alight with joy. They had finally departed. No longer would they fear being beaten. Damn it, it was all that wretched woman Zhou's fault. Had it not been for her, would he have offended such people? If it is not too offensive, can one endure being beaten at least once a month? Alas, last month I was struck 3 times. He is unwell. My own tooth, recently repaired, has begun to loosen again. I fear that with another blow, I might lose 2 incisors. Brother, the fierce tiger exclaimed, we have finally escaped from the Den of Doom. Although the wild dragon did not concur with the term Den of Doom, as they were merely being beaten without any serious consequences. Such a person, if they truly wished to harm them, could easily do so. Thus, the assailant seemed to revel in a new form of torment. Nonetheless, he refrained from correcting his brother's choice of words, secretly relieved, yet slightly regretful. He genuinely wished to take on a mentor and learn the craft. Opportunities in life are rare. If one does not seize them, they will surely regret it in old age. Unfortunately, they were completely disregarded by these individuals, who treated a beating as a mere formality. The wild dragon recalled a line from a book. What a loss to my life. At that moment, a bespectacled man observed the group of ruffians. 10 ruffians swiftly directed their gazes toward him. The bespectacled man, understanding the situation, declared, "It's yours now," and turned to leave. "Wait," the wild dragon stood up. "Brother, this lower bunk is yours. We are merely sitting here for a moment and will return it shortly. When out in the world, let's avoid trouble." The bespectacled man nodded. Thank you. No need for thanks. We help each other when out in the world." The wild dragon felt a sense of fulfillment. His mood significantly lifted. This was indeed a good deed. Truly, being a good person brings joy. "Brother, why bother with him? I could easily land a punch." Smack! The wild dragon swiftly slapped his younger brother on the back of the head, scolding, "What are you, a fool? Do you not know to keep a low profile when out in the world?" He then turned to the other younger brothers. "Listen up when in Zhonghai. Maintain a low profile. Until you have made a name for yourselves, lie low and do not attract attention. If any trouble arises, do not blame me for being unsympathetic." Chapter 58. Farewell to the fourth brother. The train journey spanned an entire night. By 10 o'clock the following morning, they arrived at Zhonghai after more than 10 hours. Unable to secure a Z-class ticket, they had to settle for a K-class, but fortunately, they merely spent the night sleeping on the train. Upon awakening, they tidied themselves up a bit and brewed a cup of tea just in time to disembark. "Hey, little brother, over here." At the arrival area, Cao Cheng stood out from the crowd, exuding an exceptional aura, easily spotted by Ren Yuega amidst the sea of people. Yet, it took Cao Cheng several minutes to locate her, suggesting that she was somewhat unremarkable. "Little brother." Upon seeing Cao Cheng, Ren Yuega was filled with joy. Even with a mask on, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Where's my third sister?" Cao Cheng inquired, a note of curiosity in her tone. "What do you mean by that? Is it wrong for me to come and pick you up?" Ren Yuega's expression soured slightly. She was about to give him a sisterly embrace when those words halted her in her tracks. "Embrace? Nonsense. Just a kick for you." "Not at all. I'm just curious. Didn't she say she would come yesterday?" Cao Cheng chuckled. She's unreliable. Don't trust her, trust me." Without hesitation, he threw some mud on the third sister's reputation. Cao Cheng shrugged. She probably got caught up with something. Ren Yuega scrutinized him. They hadn't seen each other in months, yet he appeared even more handsome. Had he grown a little taller? His demeanor seemed more refined as well. "But, you only brought one bag? Is that all?" "One bag is sufficient. I've checked in the rest," Cao Cheng replied. "If it weren't for the fear of standing out, I wouldn't even have bothered with a backpack. With my storage space, who needs luggage? Do you think I look down on anyone? Have you ever seen a cultivator boarding a train with an array of bags?" Ren Yuega, adorned with a mask and hat that obscured much of her face, still emanated an extraordinary presence, frequently attracting glances. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall with long hair cascading down her shoulders, she was undeniably striking, especially with such a handsome companion by her side. The logic was flawless. A striking young man could hardly be accompanied by someone unattractive. "Let us head home. Your father and my mother are waiting." "All right." Cao Cheng nodded and followed her out of the station. In the crowd behind them, Brother Tiger sensed something amiss. He gazed intently at Cao Cheng's silhouette, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Startled, Brother Tiger shook his head vigorously, rubbed his eyes, and glanced again, but the figure had vanished. Was it merely an illusion? Had he frightened himself? What's wrong? Guanglong, having handed off his luggage to a younger brother, turned to see his sibling's troubled expression. Brother Tiger hesitated. "Brother, I think I just saw that bastard." "Which one?" "The one with the surname Chow." Startled, Guanglong scanned the surroundings. "Where?" "He just disappeared in the blink of an eye." "Brother, do you think he might be following us? Did you see him clearly?" "I didn't see clearly, just had a feeling, damn it," Guanglong exclaimed, slapping his brother in annoyance. "You scare me to death. Next time, make sure you see properly before saying anything." The fierce tiger rubbed the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. "Brother, where shall we go now?" "Let us head directly to find Uncle. We can settle down first." Cao Cheng exited the station and received several notifications of negative emotions, including fear and anger. However, no names were indicated, leaving Cao Cheng unaware of who was experiencing such dread. Yet, it was of little consequence. Notifications would occasionally appear, and previously, Cao Cheng had adjusted the system to alert him only when the emotional value exceeded 20. Anything below that threshold would not trigger a notification. Otherwise, he would be inundated throughout the day with a barrage of emotional increments every few seconds. Such was the power of the stock god. Some newcomers had just now come across the posts, and upon reading the content, they harbored dissatisfaction and hostility towards Cao Cheng. How brazen! In this era, Zhonghai was bustling with life, far more prosperous than Sanjiang City in many aspects. Yet, compared to 30 years hence, it appeared somewhat dilapidated. In the dreams of 30 years into the future, Cao Cheng had resided in Zhonghai for a period, a time when the world had undergone significant changes. In a moment, Ren Yuega offered a reminder. When you see your second sister later, prepare yourself mentally. Just ignore her, regardless of her expressions or tone. Don't take it to heart. Your second sister isn't a bad person. Cao Cheng was aware that the second sister was adept at delivering harsh critiques and had a notoriously foul temper, seemingly discontent with both him and Lao Chao. Thus, it was highly probable that she would not present a pleasant demeanor. This was advantageous. The worse her mood and temper, the more beneficial it would be for Cao Cheng. Mutual benefit, after all. He nodded in acknowledgement without further comment, as he turned his introspection towards the system. Earlier, a notification had flashed unexpectedly. Ding! Range fusion successful. Emotions doubled. The name was somewhat cryptic to him. After a brief examination, he grasped its significance. Zhonghai, being situated in East China, was inherently a hub for emotional collection, and Cao Cheng possessed the ability to gather emotions from his home province. Thus, with his movement, an entire provincial area would become a collection zone. Now, as he arrived in Zhonghai, these two regions had merged, meaning that all emotional values within this range would be calculated at double the rate. Damn it! While Cao Cheng was elated, he also felt a twinge of regret. Had he known beforehand, he would have come here during the system's upgrade, sparing himself the wait until today. How much emotional value had been squandered? When would this cursed system ever learn to communicate? Sister. Ren Yuega narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Don't say I didn't warn you. When we were in Sanjiang, I didn't say anything, but here, you ought to show your sister some respect. Otherwise, With one hand on the steering wheel and the other forming a mock fist, she gritted her teeth in a mock threat. Cao Cheng chuckled. All right, I'll give you face in front of others, but privately. You shall address me as brother. Ren Yuega shook her head, pouting. That's not acceptable. I am older than you by a month, and that counts for something. Having known each other for quite some time, spanning over 6 months, she had never once called him brother. Ren Yuega harbored deep resentment regarding this. Cao Cheng was acutely aware of this dynamic. Hence, it was impossible for him to address her as sister. Otherwise, with so many layers of emotion accumulated, would it all come crashing down in an instant? Cao Cheng deftly shifted the conversation. Why don't you tell me about your family situation? I am not well acquainted with your side. By the way, what kind of person is your mother? You call me sister, and I shall divulge the details. Then forget it. Focus on driving, and refrain from talking. It could lead to danger. You insufferable little brother. Ren Yuega shot him an exasperated glance. Dingue negative emotions, 22. Cao Cheng chuka. Indeed, the joy derived from doubling such sentiments was a rare delight. It felt exhilarating. Even if it was merely 20 points of emotional value, the idea of it being doubled was undeniably pleasing, was it not? If a critical hit were to occur, the outcome would be extraordinarily magnificent. Chapter 59. If relations are deteriorating, it might be better to sever them. Ren Yucheng did not go to the station to greet him, primarily because her mother forbade it. Her mother instructed her to tidy up a room. It was hardly appropriate to leave that task to the second sister. Was it? As for the eldest sister, she was still at the office and would return by noon. Meanwhile, their mother and old Chow prepared a meal together, which could be considered a warm welcome. Ren Yucheng, however, harbored her own motives. She chose a guest room conveniently located near her own, establishing her territory while maintaining a distance from her 3 sisters. After arranging the room, she descended to the living room to lend a hand. The second sister, Ren Fanqing, lounged on the sofa, her long legs crossed, a pot of wine at her side. During her time off work, she relished drinking, never succumbing to inebriation. Instead, it heightened her clarity, enhancing her combat speed, agility, and resilience. Sister, would you like some fruit? Rin Yuchang approached her second sister and inquired quietly. Rin Fanqing cast her a sidelong glance. You seem rather pleased. Is it because that boy is coming? Not at all. Rin Yuchang replied, a hint of guilt creeping in. She was astounded by her sister's sharp intuition. How could her carefully concealed emotions be so easily discerned? Rin Fanqing scoffed, seemingly unwilling to delve deeper into the matter. I don't understand what you find so joyous. Mother is being overly extravagant. Do we really need such a grand reception? Except for the eldest, who's at work, everyone else has been mobilized for this occasion. Does he deserve it? Sister, Rin Yuchang gently reassured her. Uncle Cao and Mom have been together for 6 months now. This is our first time meeting our brother. It's only fitting that we make it special. A brother of the devil, I refuse to acknowledge him. The second sister recalled the unsettling events of the past. Her mood soured. Refusal or not, we must maintain our mother-esque dignity. Realizing the truth in her words, Rin Fanqing opened her mouth but ultimately exhaled a heavy sigh. Go attend to your business. Slice me some avocado, less soy sauce, more wasabi. Of course, sister. Rin Yuchang turned ahead to the kitchen. Before long, the eldest sister, Rin Chenxi, returned, clad in professional attire, trousers, and a tailor jacket. Upon entering, she exchanged her shoes for slippers, which appear to be made of silk. In this household, the eldest sister resembled their mother the most, embodying a strong woman's demeanor. Setting her bag aside, Rin Chenxi frowned slightly. You been drinking again? I'm feeling down. What's wrong with having a drink? The second sister, emboldened by the wine, would not typically speak to the eldest in such a manner. Rin Chenxi warned her, Mother is in a good mood today. Don't ruin it. Otherwise, regardless of whether you're a squad leader or even a department head, I will deal with you. The second sister, Rin Fanqing, exhaled in frustration. First, the third sister gives me a lecture, and now you're doing the same. Is there no place for me in this house? Should I just leave? Rin Chenxi chuckled softly, shaking her head, her tone laced with affectionate reproach. Stop playing the victim. Anyone in this house might spar with you in jest, but the third sister will never retaliate. You'd be fortunate if she doesn't get bullied by you. Sister Air chuckled softly and let out a burp. Sister De quickly waved her hand to disperse the scent of alcohol, then seized the wine flask from Sister Air's grasp. Stop drinking. Look at you, you've had enough. I have never been drunk, she asserted. Sister Air, feeling anxious, reached out, insisting, give it to me. I plan to enjoy it with avocado later. You little drinker, why is it only you who indulges in alcohol in our family? I can't fathom where you picked up such a bad habit. You should go for a checkup and ensure you don't drink yourself into a state of collapse. Sister Da's tone was laced with concern. I've never been drunk, Sister Air protested. Even if you haven't been drunk, it still harms your body. The less you feel intoxicated, the more you tend to drink. Listen to me, behave. Oh, don't take it away. Just a little more. Just a bit. 20 minutes later, a BMW pulled into the mansion. For the first time, Cao Cheng witnessed the grandeur of a luxurious residence. Despite dreaming of century, that century was merely that of an ordinary citizen. The future of housing was indeed technological, yet there remained a significant gap from the true essence of luxury. Stinky brother, we've arrived, get out. All right, fragrant sister, Cao Cheng replied as he alighted from the vehicle. Earlier, Rin Yuega had intended to take Cao Cheng to purchase some gifts, a gesture of courtesy. However, Cao Cheng mentioned he already had gifts prepared in his backpack, which saved them considerable time. Otherwise, it would have taken over half an hour. Where are the gifts? Take them out. Don't leave them in the backpack. Sure. Cao Cheng zet opening his backpack and transferring some change of clothes into a storage space. He then retrieved a pound of Ningxiang tea. This was ample as a gift, and he had plenty for himself. He could never drink it all. Purple tea? So much. Rin Yuega's eyes sparkled. Of course, I put in a great deal of effort to obtain this. Just this one canister weighs a full pound, and I have been reluctant to drink it, Cao Cheng fibbed. This is too precious. Rin Yuega was well aware of its worth. Despite her frequent claims of wanting half a pound, just a few grams would suffice to satisfy her. Moreover, she recognized the value contained within. The small amount she had previously gifted to her mother had earned the designation of priceless. Thus, This entire pound represented not merely monetary value, but also the potential to garner many favors. Since it's my first visit, I'll bring some for Aunt Run, and the rest you can share among yourselves. Cao Cheng had entirely forgotten about Lao Chao's presence. Does Lao Chao drink tea? I don't think so. Thanks, stinky brother. You're welcome, fragrant sister. Suddenly, Ren Yuega dismissed her earlier feelings of gratitude and playfully twisted Cao Cheng's ear. I warn you once more. Show me some respect at home, or I'll twist your ear off. Do you hear me? All right, just let go. We can talk this out. In truth, she never twisted his ear with much force. Yet Cao Cheng always played along, pretending it hurt, as if he were a child amusing a 3-year-old granddaughter, making her giggle heartily. The two engaged in playful banter for several minutes, settling their agreement. Subsequently, she took the tea leaves and ascended the elevator from the parking lot. Upon reaching the entrance, she changed into slippers and opened the heavy security door. This opulent mansion boasts 4 grand entrances, not including the outer gate, exuding an air of affluence. Residing here makes it easy to lose one's way. Second sister. Upon opening the door and walking through the corridor, she spotted a woman on the sofa in the hall. Ren Yuega instantly became obedient and offered a greeting. The second sister glanced back at Ren Yuega, her gaze swiftly shifting to Cao Cheng before her. Her eyes, sharp as swords, pierced through Cao Cheng, conveying a fierce expression. It was rather intimidating. This referred to her demeanor, not her physicality. Yet, one cannot deny the outstanding genetics of the Ren family. They are truly beautiful. Their lineage nearly rivals that of our young Master Cao. TSK. Ren Yuega subtly tugged at Cao Cheng's sleeve, her lips remaining still, yet she whispered, "Call her." "This is second sister." Cao Cheng smiled. "Hello, beautiful." Cao Cheng was deliberately provoking the situation, primarily to experience what it means to be struck hard, to encounter a truly severe blow. Besides, given her fierce expression, it was evident she wasn't fond of him. Why should Cao Cheng present his warm demeanor to a cold reception? If the relationship is strained, it may be better to sever ties altogether. One must always take a stance between affection and disdain. The most daunting relationship is one devoid of feelings. Ding, negative emotion 302. So, explosive? This visit has truly been worthwhile. Chapter 60 that year. The sun shone brightly. Humans are inherently inclined to seek benefits and evade harm. In the face of danger, one instinctively opts for avoidance. For instance, Ren Yuega, the fourth sister, retreated a step when Cao Cheng greeted her with "Hello, beautiful," sensing the ferocious wrath emanating from her second sister. However, instinctual reactions do not dictate final decisions. After stepping back, Ren Yuega gathered her courage to stand beside Cao Cheng. Tugging at his arm, she preemptively admonished him. "What nonsense are you spouting? Calling her beautiful? This is my second sister. Address her properly." The implication was clear. "I've already scolded him. You need not do so, dear sister." Despite frequently teasing her younger brother, Ren Yuega would fiercely protect him when necessary. This was evident from her interactions with Wang Haodong. Every time they met, Cao Cheng had no opportunity to speak, as she would promptly send Wang Haodong away. It was evident that Cao Cheng understood her intentions. With a sincere smile, he greeted, "Oh, second sister, hello." Ren Fanqing remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Cao Cheng. Ren Yuega hastily pulled him along, awkwardly stating, "Second sister, I'll take him to meet our mother." With that, she hurriedly led Cao Cheng away. Once they were out of the second sister's line of sight, Ren Yuega exhaled, her back damp with cold sweat. In exasperation, she pinched Cao Cheng's ear, asking, "Are you trying to get me killed?" Cao Cheng chuckled. "No. Are you that afraid of her?" "Of course. When she gets physical, she truly hits." "You think I enjoy this ear-pulling game?" "Listen here, dear brother, temper your attitude from Sanjiang City, especially in front of her. If she truly retaliates, I can't help you. I fear her too." Ren Yuega whispered, her timid demeanor endearing. Although her words were harsh, the concern was palpable. Got it. Thanks. "Dear sister," he replied. "Shut up, call me fourth sister." Navigating through a central hall, they arrived at an open kitchen, which featured a water bar, a wine cabinet, 3 refrigerators, and a balcony leading directly to the backyard. The environment was genuinely pleasant and spacious. "Mom, Uncle Cao, my brother is here," Ren Yuega announced. The busy individuals turned their heads in unison. In addition to Aunt Run and Uncle Cao, there were two other aunts and a cook assisting in the kitchen. "Little Cheng is here." Aunt Ren's voice was warm, her smile gentle, effortlessly fostering a sense of closeness. "Hello, Aunt Run," Cao Cheng replied earnestly, not in his usual days. He had previously conversed with Aunt Run during a phone call with Uncle Cao, so she was not entirely unfamiliar to him. Uncle Cao, observing from the side, interjected with discontent. "Kid, change how you address her. From now on, call her Mom." Aunt Run smiled softly. "It's all right. It's his first time meeting me." "Old Cao, don't concern yourself with this. I'll converse with the child." Uncle Cao reluctantly nodded. "Fine, then you two carry on." As he spoke, he shot a warning glance at Cao Cheng, seemingly cautioning him to be mindful of what to say and not to say, urging him to be discreet. Cao Cheng felt somewhat bewildered. Be discreet? The matter concerning the group of aunties from Sanjiang can certainly be discussed, correct? Yet, the situation involving Aunt Wang is off limits? Understood. Just watch closely. They seem intent on orchestrating a breakup, as if you yearn for a life of ease. I have yet to indulge in such a luxury. Why should you? Oof. Ren Yuiga stepped forward, presenting a gift. "This is tea brought by my brother, the same kind you enjoyed last time, a full pound of it." "Such a generous amount," Aunt Ren exclaimed, already aware of its value, surmising it must have taken considerable effort. The more she observed, the more she felt that Cao Cheng was indeed a fine young man. Removing her disposable gloves, Aunt Ren approached warmly, gently brushing aside his stray hair, whispering, "I've long wished to meet you. Today my wish is fulfilled. You are even more handsome than I imagined, truly a charming lad." Aunt Run, in her 40s, appeared youthful, yet the subtle signs of time's passage were evident upon closer inspection. It seemed Old Cao was not doing his part in nurturing her. Glancing towards Old Cao, who was not far off, Cao Cheng seemed to silently inquire, "Are you capable of handling this?" To which Old Cao responded with a glare, "Get lost." Aunt Ren was effusive in her warmth, engaging Cao Cheng in conversation about familial matters. Yet, the underlying message was clear. This home is also Cao Cheng's home. There should be no sense of estrangement, for we are all family. Her intent was to bridge any gaps of blood relation. From this, it was evident that Aunt Run and Old Cao shared a stable bond. Old Cao, on the other hand, appeared somewhat meek. Back in Sanjiang, he had carried himself with an air of superiority among the various aunties, as if they were reaching for him. But here, alas, as a son-in-law, life is not easy, and the comforts of such a life are far from satisfying. Soon after, they encountered the third sister and then the eldest sister. Through simple exchanges, tone, and body language, one could glean their personalities. Of course, these observations were merely surface level. It must also be noted that the genetics were undeniably favorable. Not only were they fair and beautiful, but their heights were commendable as well. The shortest, the third and fourth sisters, stood close to 1.7 meters. The second sister, the tallest, maintained a stoic expression while seated cross-legged on the living room sofa. Yet her form suggested she was well over 1.7 meters, possibly even reaching 1.75 meters or more. At last, after a thorough introduction, the father and son found a moment for private conversation in the courtyard. Cao Cheng produced a cigarette, offering it to his father, who waved his hand dismissively. "I've quit." Cao Cheng's hand, poised to extend the cigarette, froze mid-air. After over 20 years of smoking, one simply quits? Hadn't that previous indulgence been in vain? What purpose would life hold thereafter? "Ah, splendid," Cao Cheng remarked with a smirk. "Being a son-in-law is truly challenging. Shut up and stop rambling. My relationship with your stepmother is stable. We're even considering having a child, which is why I can't smoke," Old Cao retorted. "Are you serious this time?" Cao Cheng asked, taken aback. "Indeed, it is true. Regarding your stepmother, I have waited a full 20 years. In life, how many 20-year spans do we truly have? Do you not see how, like morning's dark tresses, evening transforms them into snow?" Father Cao continues to maintain his airs, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "The weather is rather mediocre. Today in Zhonghai, The fog is thick, somewhat diminishing Father Chow's grandeur, as the sunlight fails to grace his weathered yet handsome visage, rendering his complexion somewhat lackluster, with faint dark circles under his eyes. Oh, I trust there are no listening devices in the vicinity. Would you kindly speak properly? Cao Cheng glances around. Father Chow clears his throat. What I mean to convey is that your stepmother is of advanced age, and thus, time is of the essence. If we do not act soon, there will be no opportunity for children. From your words, it seems you have known each other for 20 years. Did you not meet in that dilapidated ancient town? Cao Cheng inquires with curiosity. Father Chow nods. Indeed, oh, it appears there is a story to tell. Do share it with me. Well, how should I put it? Your grandfather once conducted business in Zhonghai. You are aware of this, are you not? I have heard some tales. Was it not said that he later suffered significant losses and went bankrupt? Cao Cheng nods. Father Chow acknowledges with a sigh. My studies were conducted in Zhonghai, but after your grandfather's business collapse, we returned to our hometown. Cao Cheng furrows his brow. Could you not be more direct? Just state clearly that she was your classmate and your first love. Would that not suffice? Is this what you wish to convey? You are quite astute. No wonder you are my child, Father Chow praises. Cao Cheng rolls his eyes. Continue, please. That is all I had to say. No, what about the rest? How did you part ways? What was the reason? Come, unveil your melodramatic youth. Let me behold it as well. What sort of talk is this? Old Chow shoots a meaningful glance, and, filled with a desire to share, he also wishes to speak. He resumes, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, maintaining his silence for a while longer. Eventually, he begins to recount his tale of youthful drama. That year, the sun shone just right. I was clad in a white shirt, and she wore. Let me think, what was she wearing? You ask me? It must have been a floral dress, but never mind, that detail is insignificant. Chapter 61. A Call of Mother. Did it break the sister's defenses? The events are somewhat melodramatic, yet, in that era, they appeared rather commonplace. The Chow family once enjoyed considerable wealth. Later, their business expanded to Zhonghai. Although modest in scale, it did possess some assets belonging to the earliest wave of affluence, albeit a rather insignificant presence. Chow's father received an exceptional education, attending a prestigious high school followed by university. It was there that he met the youthful and naive Renani, who was a year his junior. Their romance was sweet, as they spent nearly every day in each other's company. Upon hearing this, Cao Cheng was struck by a horrifying realization. Wait a moment. Could I possibly be the illegitimate child of you and Renanti? Chow's father cast a glance at him. You wish. Relieved, Cao Cheng sighed. That would have been quite a predicament. Fortunately, it was not the case. The ensuing tale veers into the realm of melodrama. Renani's father was a wealthy local magnate, a legitimate businessman. He doted on his youngest daughter, allowing her a degree of freedom. Yet when it came to matters of marriage, he would not permit her to act recklessly. In short, he looked down upon the Chow family's modest means and actively sought to thwart their romance. Chow's father, still a university student at the time, was subjected to a lengthy discussion with Renani's father, who ultimately left him feeling disheartened. However, Chow's father was not one to easily bow to adversity. Youthful and somewhat audacious, he quickly recovered from the setback and dismissed the elder's words as inconsequential, continuing to pursue his relationship with Renani. This infuriated Renani's father, who confined her at home and introduced her to various affluent suitors. Gradually, rumors began to circulate in the community, suggesting that the Ren family looked down upon the Chows. Although the Ren family did not take direct action, those currying favor with them subtly undermined the Chow family's business. With their modest enterprise now under siege, it swiftly faced ruin. The elder of the Chow family fell gravely ill from the stress. He did not perish, but his health deteriorated significantly thereafter. Financially devastated, they were compelled to return to their hometown, where connections helped to secure a position for Chow's father in a cotton mill. This passionate love story became emblematic of a mismatched union. As the elder Chow's health continued to decline, he incessantly expressed a desire for grandchildren, prompting Chow's father to eventually marry a female factory worker. Before long, Cao Cheng came into the world. Thus unfolds the general narrative. There are certain details that Chow's father chose not to disclose. Over the ensuing 2 decades, the elder passed away, and the beleaguered Cao family grappled with the challenges posed by state-owned enterprise reforms and the accompanying wave of layoffs. That year, Cao Cheng was still in elementary school. Simultaneously, his mother fell gravely ill, likely due to the factory's working conditions, suffering from lung issues. The medical expenses were substantial, and she never returned, ultimately severing ties with her family. The household fell into poverty, and their financial situation deteriorated further. Consequently, it became a life of mutual dependence between father and son. Cao Cheng never anticipated that one day he would uncover such a wealth of stories. He had previously been oblivious to them, having always thought that old Cao was rather indiscreet with his words. Yet, he was astonished to discover that these matters had been concealed for so long. Cao Cheng inquired, "What of the elder Ren now?" "He has passed away." Chao's father chuckled, his laughter brimming with delight. After surveying his surroundings and ensuring no one was present, he exclaimed, "What a fitting end!" The animosity between the father-in-law and son-in-law had escalated to a grudge that transcended the mortal realm. Is it not a grave matter when one passes away, and yet you revel in such misfortune? Do you not comprehend the weight of death? I disdain you. You squandered 2 decades of my youth. Should he not be held accountable? Of course, I bear no hatred now. When shall the cycle of vengeance cease? Surely, I cannot resort to desecrating his grave. Thus, I shall let it be. I, your father, am magnanimous, declared Chao's father with an air of superiority. Cao Cheng found himself at a loss for words, momentarily rendered speechless. After all, these were matters of the previous generation and merely the perspective of old Cao, who could truly discern the events that transpired. However, one thing was certain. The bond between old Cao and Aunt Run was likely more profound than mere fleeting romance. It appeared they might indeed grow old together. A stark contrast to Cao Cheng's previous assumptions. No wonder Aunt Run held such admiration for him. This was undoubtedly the enchanting aura of first love at play. Cao Cheng mused himself. Previously, he had struggled to understand how such a woman could be drawn to old Cao, but now everything fell into place. What do you mean by that? Am I truly so lacking? He jested. Cao Cheng smiled silently. Soon enough, lunch was prepared, and the family gathered in lively spirits, save for the second sister, whose expression was amiss. At either end of the large table sat Aunt Run and Chao's father. Aunt Run raised her glass with a smile, declaring, "At last we are all gathered. Let's raise our first toast to welcome Cao Cheng back home." Such a gesture was undoubtedly warranted. Cao Cheng lifted his glass in response, saying, "Thank you, Mom." The sudden change in address nearly caused a ripple of surprise among the family. After hearing the entire story, Cao Cheng sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Once again, the possibility of them growing old together became apparent. Thus, the change in address was a natural progression. First, to honor old Cao, and second, to evoke a plethora of emotions. Indeed, this shift in address elicited immense joy from Aunt Run. Her happiness seemingly doubled. Chao's father felt a sense of pride. This son of his was quite considerate, which pleased him greatly. The eldest sister's demeanor remained the most composed, sporting a slight smile devoid of negativity or excessive enthusiasm. The third sister appeared joyful, while the fourth showed a hint of discontent. The most likely culprit was the second sister, Ren Fanqing, whose sudden surge of negative emotions overwhelmed Cao Cheng. Truly, she was a master of delivering a critical blow. The second sister clenched her fists, seemingly contemplating an exit. Ultimately, she was restrained by the eldest sister, who held her firmly beneath the table. The eldest sister then subtly shook her head at the second sister, conveying a clear message: show respect to Mom and spare her any embarrassment. The second sister relented, falling into a sullen silence as she lifted her glass. With a hearty gulp, she downed half a glass of red wine. A true hero in spirit. Throughout the meal, Aunt Ren frequently served Cao Cheng with dishes, her laughter resonating with joy. The second sister excused herself midway, claiming she was full, despite having consumed only 3 glasses of wine and no food. Shortly thereafter, the eldest sister also declared herself full, presumably to console the second sister. The remaining moments unfolded like a familial gathering, filled with dining, drinking, and laughter. Through this meal, Cao Cheng discerned the intricate dynamics within the household. The existence of a system rendered emotions akin to a form of mind reading, allowing him to capture the latent feelings of everyone with remarkable clarity, regardless of their outward demeanor. It did not alter Cao Cheng's assessment of the relationships at play. In fact, it could be posited that the most challenging individual in this household was not the second sister, but rather the eldest sister. The second sister's emotions were readily apparent. Her discontent was transparent, boldly displayed for all to see. Conversely, the eldest sister's thoughts were profoundly enigmatic. Whether during their earlier interaction or at the dinner table when she altered her stance, her outward demeanor was consistently warm and smiling. Yet, her subconscious emotions remained elusive, leaving her true attitude shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, it mattered little. With a century of experience behind him, how could he not manage a few young women? Ultimately, as long as Aunt Run was satisfied, she clearly held the reins in this household. Her genuine affection for him was evident, whether rooted in a fondness for the person or merely an appreciation for his handsome appearance, though the latter seemed more likely. In any case, there was no duplicity between her words and her actions, which fostered a favorable impression of Aunt Run in Cao Cheng's mind. He offered her positive emotions. Otherwise, he would not have so swiftly altered his tone. After the meal, Aunt Run also bestowed upon him a gesture of goodwill, presenting him with a car key, specifically for the newly acquired vehicle intended for young Master Cao. This address of mother was not in vain. Had he known about the car beforehand, he would have uttered that term with greater sweetness. Reflecting on his earlier invocation of mother, it seemed his emotions lacked fullness, and the progression of sentiment felt somewhat abrupt. He ought to have infused his tone with more nuance. A lesson for next time. Chapter 62. Is he strong? What use is strength anyway? How is our mother doing? Once the guest departed, Rin Yuega let out a soft hum. Cao Cheng was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that the young girl had been displeased when he had changed his words earlier. Although her negative emotions yielded a mere 10 points, doubling it only amounted to 20, it was sufficient to indicate her reluctance to see their relationship redefine itself as siblings. How vexing. Come on, I'll take you for a spin. Cao Cheng declared boldly, waving the keys in his hand. First, tidy up your own house, Rin Yuega retorted. Let us head upstairs. The residence comprised 2 stories, seemingly modest in height, but expansive in width. The first floor housed the living room, dining area, entertainment space, study, and restroom. The second floor contained various rooms. The third level featured a small outdoor park, encircled by greenery, with a helipad at its center, though it was evident there was no helicopter in sight, lest the gardens be blown away. One had to wonder who designed this. It was utterly ridiculous. With such a vast space above, why opt for a helipad that served no purpose? It seemed somewhat deranged. The estate also boasted a large swimming pool, while the basement was transformed into a training area and home theater. The second basement served as an underground parking lot, and there was an additional parking area within grounds. Meanwhile, in a private room of a small restaurant in Zhonghai, the fierce dragon and the mighty tiger were indulging in drinks, accompanied by their uncle, a middle-aged man whose fierce demeanor matched that of the family. This lineage was, indeed, comprised of born troublemakers. The younger associates occupied a separate room, careful not to intrude upon the elder's conversation. With a resounding crash, the middle-aged man slammed his glass onto the table, seething. This is intolerable. That fellow, what is his name? Cao Cheng, right? How dare he bully our family? Once I return, I'll settle the score with him. Wait. The dragon interjected, alarmed. Uncle, it's not worth it. Truly not worth it. Just look at your cowardly demeanor. How have you survived all these years? You call yourself dragon? Who gave you that name? The middle-aged man scoffed. Turning to the tiger, what about you? Are you also cowardly? Uncle, I'm not cowardly. The tiger boomed, his face flushed red from the 2 drinks, emboldening him slightly. The middle-aged man nodded in approval. Look at your brother, now that's a true son of the Yang family. Little tiger, I'll help you deal with that lad once I get back. Uncle, I'm fine. I hold no grudges. It's just 2 front teeth after all. Look, I have new ones now. The tiger grinned, displaying his teeth like a simpleton. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. What on earth was this? Were the ruffians of Sanjiang now of such a caliber? How could they still rake in profits from the underworld? What justified it? He recalled when he had left Sanjiang. The atmosphere had been much more volatile. Had it truly become so civilized now? The dragon, having a good tolerance for alcohol, remained sober and unperturbed. The fierce dragon noticed the displeasure on his uncle's face and hastily explained, "Uncle, it is not that we are cowardly. It is simply that this person fights with extraordinary ferocity. With just a dozen of us, armed with knives and clubs and adorned with tiger claws. He defeated us barehanded in a mere 10 seconds. The fierce dragon spoke the truth, without any embellishment. However, his uncle remained unconvinced. Having navigated through life for decades, he had encountered many skilled fighters. Had he not seen professional boxers from the black market? Had he not witnessed battle-hardened warriors from 20 years ago? Such individuals were well acquainted with bloodshed. Did it matter how proficient one was? Strength alone was of little consequence in the world. It was about power and influence. Look at your cowardly demeanor. Are you truly afraid? If 10 cannot prevail, what of 20? 30? 50? Is he some kind of Li Xiaolong? With a scoff, his uncle lit a cigarette, his expression one of disdain. Just wait. When I return to Sanjiang, I shall avenge you all. I am curious to see how capable he truly is. Enough of the long faces. Since you are in Zhonghai now, follow me and indulge in the finer things. Cool, let's drink. In the afternoon, Aunt Ren took some time to converse privately with Cao Cheng. Her primary concern was for his health and living conditions, as he had previously been alone in Sanjiang without anyone to care for him. Now that he was in Zhonghai, as a stepmother, she felt it necessary to establish a rapport. Additionally, they discussed his academic and career prospects. Aunt Ren remarked, there is a significant demand for skilled computer professionals, especially in first-tier cities. Various internet companies are in dire need of such talent, including our own family business. Little Cheng, why not come and assist your mother? The Ren family held a multitude of enterprises, encompassing hotels, real estate, diamond jewelry, and cosmetics. Their interests were vast, even after scaling back. They had previously ventured into agriculture, livestock, and textiles before divesting those sectors. Aunt Ren shared many thoughts with him, including insights into the future of the internet. Though she acknowledged the challenges of managing a large enterprise, major decisions could not simply be made on a whim. Meanwhile, Cao Cheng gazed at his beautiful stepmother, feeling at a loss for words, uncertain of how to express his thoughts. For instance, it was the beginning of 2007, and the new year was approaching. By the following year, a significant crisis would sweep across the globe, affecting all of the Ren family's industries without exception. He vividly recalled the sharp decline in real estate demand, the pervasive pessimism among consumers regarding the future, and the inevitable decrease in purchasing intent. Housing prices were plummeting, with reports indicating that over 26 of properties had experienced declines exceeding 10. Furthermore, 6 had seen drops ranging from 10 to 30. In Zhonghai, next year's peak price was projected to reach a record 17,000 per square meter, only to plummet back down to 10,000 thereafter, even in prime locations, leading to alarming declines that shattered market confidence. Additionally, bank lending would tighten, making it increasingly difficult for real estate companies to secure loans, constraining capital flow, halting land development, and potentially causing some enterprises to face ruptured financial chains. As for the hospitality industry, it faces a similar plight. The number of tourists has plummeted, leading to a significant decline in consumption, resulting in a stagnation of the hotel sector. Expansion is out of the question, and even possessing capital does little good if there are no sales. The jewelry market is also contracting. Cosmetics, while categorized as luxury goods, are relatively less affected compared to the aforementioned sectors. After all, the allure of consumerism among women persists, even in the face of a global crisis. Their inclination to purchase cosmetics remains undeterred. At most, we might witness the phenomenon known as the lipstick effect, where, during financially strained times, individuals may opt for affordable luxuries like lipstick to satisfy their desires. This encapsulates the essence of the situation. Furthermore, a significant crisis could usher in a new era of online shopping, as digital consumption proves to be more economical than traditional retail. In these frugal times, online shopping has become the norm. However, Can Cao Cheng express such sentiments? Certainly not. After all, he is not a maternal figure. Were he to possess such a relationship, he might straightforwardly say, "Mind your own business and follow my lead." A little charm could easily garner attention from a mother. Yet, in the presence of Aunt Run, such familiarity is out of bounds. There are 4 daughters at home. How might they perceive this? It could potentially disrupt Lao Chao's harmonious existence. Of course, Cao Gongzi is not a saint. He cannot take risks by offering unsolicited advice after a mere encounter. Relationships require nurturing, and one cannot expect to voice all thoughts upon first meeting. There is a danger that, should one lose credibility, they might be ridiculed, and when genuine crises arise, they may find themselves seeking assistance. This tactic strikes Cao Cheng as rather commonplace. Thus, these reflections remain mere musings, with concrete actions to be determined in the future. Chapter 63. The Gentle Stepfather. Hongwen's father, in response to her stepmother's invitation, Cao Cheng politely declined, although it was clear that the invitation was sincere rather than mere formality. Involving both a desire to nurture Cao Cheng and provide care, he was resolute in his decision not to engage in work. After a lifetime of dreaming, was it not time for a respite? Aunt Ren remained unfazed, ultimately responding with a gentle smile and a soft voice. "If you're not interested in our family business, that's perfectly fine. I have many acquaintances in Zhonghai. If there is a company you admire, I can certainly assist you in networking." She understood that not all children wish to work under the protective wing of their parents. Take the second child in their family, for instance, who had always reveled in the thrill of wielding swords and guns, determined to pursue a perilous career in criminal investigation, facing cases and the dead on a daily basis. While she may not comprehend this choice, she respected it. "Thank you, Mom. We are family. There's no need for formalities." Aunt Ren's gentle smile radiated affection. Who could resist the charm of a handsome, tall, and exceptionally poised younger relative? "What did your mother discuss with you?" After their conversation, Father Cao sought out Cao Cheng, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Yet, what was the source of the resentment evident in Father Chao's gaze? Not much. She merely inquired about the women you knew in Zhonghai. Cao Cheng zipli, how set stili. The resentment in Father Chao's eyes intensified, even revealing a hint of negative emotion. With narrowed eyes, he pressed, "And what did you say?" Cao Cheng responded, "I, of course, spoke on your behalf." Father Cao chuckled. "No surprise you're my son. How did you defend me?" "I mentioned that those women were the ones pursuing you. You simply did not refuse or take responsibility," Cao Cheng retorted. Father Cao was taken aback. Yet, upon witnessing his son's teasing expression, he realized he was being played. "You little rascal, you nearly scared me to death." He playfully slapped his son on the head. Cao Cheng dodged, exclaiming, "Keep your hands to yourself. If you dare to hit me, I'll tell her you had over 80 women back in the day." Father Cao swiftly covered his mouth. Through clenched teeth, he managed to utter, "You brat, what nonsense." There weren't that many, though he appeared robust in his son's eyes. Father Cao was pleased. However, he did not take kindly to such fabrications. Cao Cheng pushed Father Chao's hand away and countered. Surely there were at least 60 or 70. Not all. At most, there were 10. Cao Cheng scoffed. "You really have the nerve to say that." Father Cao insisted. "Only 10. Cao Cheng pressed. "During your absence, there were certainly more than 10 women inquiring about your whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Father Chao's expression betrayed a flicker of pride and satisfaction. "Ah, the charm of the old Cao family still endures. You still have much to learn, my son." With a mixture of pride and curiosity, Father Cao quietly inquired, "Is that so? Which ladies have been asking about me?" "Aunt Wang inquires daily. Her daughter claims she called your name 785 times in her dreams. You must owe her a considerable sum." In the midst of negative emotions, Father Cao wielded his anger like a sword, pursuing Cao Cheng throughout the house. Ultimately, it was under the mediation of his stepmother that Cao Cheng was spared from peril. Aunt Run, usually gentle, pointed an accusatory finger at Father Cao and reprimanded him sternly. "How can a grown man strike a child? Is this how one educates a child? Can you not speak calmly?" Cao Cheng nodded in agreement from the side. Father Chao's teeth ground in frustration. Aunt Run, brushing her hand tenderly through Cao Cheng's hair, softened her tone once more. Do not be afraid. Your mother is here. He dares not harm you. Mother, you are truly wonderful. The child's sweet words elicited a loving eye roll from Aunt Run. Her affection for Cao Cheng was evident, yet her demeanor turned serious as she confronted Father Cao. Now, explain why you struck the child. Father Cao hesitated at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? Although they had previously discussed matters openly, and Aunt Run was aware of Father Chao's past, it was better left unsaid. Bringing it up would surely stir discomfort and provoke a scowl. People, after all, are often delightfully muddled. However, Cao Cheng, lacking in fortitude, divulged the truth unprompted, stating it was because of Sanjiang. Cough, cough. Father Cao interrupted with a fit of coughing. It was Sanjiang. Cough, cough, cough. It was San. Cao Cheng rolled his eyes in exasperation. So you don't want me to speak, do you? Aunt Rin glared. What is with the coughing? Let the child finish. Father Cao, with an awkward smile, conceded. Forget it. It's not such a big deal after all. I promise not to strike the child again. Let this matter pass. He is my son from now on. As he spoke, he exchanged glances with Cao Cheng, their unspoken communication flowing between them. 10,000, 5,000, 8,000. Deal. The monetary value was irrelevant. What mattered was the victory. Father Cao hastily clarified. Actually, it's regarding that purple tea. This boy somehow got his hands on it, and I've never had the chance to taste it before. Old Cao, weaving a web of deceit, presented his arguments with apparent logic. This was indeed a matter of concern for Cao Cheng. You only had it after you left, Cao Cheng retorted. Who would believe that? Father Cao cast a resentful glance at Cao Cheng, his earlier irritation stemming from the purple tea. He had never tasted it. Had Cao Cheng not brought it, he would have never had the opportunity. He had spent quite some time in the restroom, simmering in thoughts that only fueled his anger. This son is a waste of my efforts. Previously, Lao Si had given 10 grams to their mother, under the assumption that Father Cao had already tasted it. A misconception shared by Aunt Run, which led to a communication gap. Regarding the purple tea, Aunt Rin remarked, Cao Cheng, this tea must be quite rare, correct? You must have expended considerable effort and money on it. Mother will cover the expenses. Your thoughtfulness has not gone unnoticed. It is indeed expensive, but it's not about the money. It's about the sentiment, Cao Cheng replied with a smile. I'll repay the sentiment in due time. Oh, this child. Aunt Rin tenderly stroked Cao Cheng's head once more, gently saying, why be polite with your mother? If anyone has a need, you must tell me. I will. Cao Cheng was not one to be overly polite, understanding that there would inevitably be times when assistance would be required. Subsequently, the father and son engaged in further conversation, first securing the 8,000 as a form of hush money. Even the smallest mosquito is still a source of sustenance. Cao Cheng inquired about his elder and younger sisters. Yet old Cao was regrettably uninformed, leaving one to ponder if the past 6 months had been wasted. However, old Cao did reveal one significant detail. While these daughters were not biologically related to Aunt Run, there existed a blood connection. Cao Cheng was not at all astonished. After all, he had sensed discrepancies regarding the timeline of separations and the ages of the children, initially dismissing it as old Chao's exaggeration. Given the previous claim of having met in an ancient town, now contradicted by a statement of acquaintance spanning 2 decades, was there ever a shred of truth in old Chao's words? As for the specifics, when Cao Cheng pressed further, old Cao merely shook his head, opting for silence, possibly due to his own ignorance. After all, could one expect old Cao to keep a secret? That evening, a family dinner awaited. The second sister was absent, citing work obligations. Whether this was the truth or mere pretense was inconsequential. The Cohen family understood one another well enough. Moreover, the absence of one individual did not diminish the dining atmosphere. In fact, it seemed to enhance the joviality. The elder sister maintained her maternal demeanor. However, beneath her seemingly gentle exterior, she did not evoke a favorable impression in Cao Cheng. This girl was quite difficult to manage. The phrase not favorable did not imply malice, but instead conveyed a palpable sense of rejection that she did not outwardly express, reminiscent of a cunning 6th sibling. Unlike the bluntness of the second sister or the straightforwardness of the 3rd and 4th siblings, the elder sister's demeanor was more complex. Aunt Run, too, exhibited a range of emotions. Her gentleness and assertiveness were genuine, embodying the essence of a real middle-aged woman, capable of laughter and anger alike. Yet, the elder sister diverged from this norm. Upon careful observation, Cao Cheng was convinced that she had meticulously studied her mother's every action, mastering nearly all the favorable traits: gentleness, warmth, elegance, rendering her a true reflection of her mother, albeit an amplified version, devoid of any negative emotions. However, this seemed akin to donning layer upon layer of masks. In a word, false. But how keen was Cao Cheng's perception? He could discern the essence beneath the surface. She was unwell. She lacked a sense of self. After the meal, old Cao and Aunt Ren took their leave. Before departing, Aunt Ren lingered, engaging in a tender conversation with Cao Cheng that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Cao Cheng could sense her genuine fondness for him. Alas, this cursed charm of his was universally appealing, captivating both young and old alike. The same was true in Sanjiang, where he was exceedingly well-liked. It had been a day since his departure, and he wondered if Aunt Wang missed him. Meanwhile, far away in Sanjiang, Aunt Wang sneezed several times. As she prepared dumplings, she muttered to herself, "It must be that little scoundrel Cao Cheng who is scheming behind my back. I hope he doesn't return. Otherwise, just wait and see if I don't give him a piece of my mind. I am formidable now, unmatched by anyone." Humph. From the living room, Sister Zhou's voice echoed, "What are you cooking? Spitting out nonsense? Are you in a position to lecture me? Do I need your guidance in my own affairs? If you find me displeasing, then don't eat." Aunt Wang, embodying an extraordinary dominance, felt unrestrained since Cao Cheng's departure. Her authority had swelled to unprecedented levels. "How dare you disdain me after I have raised you siblings with my own sweat and toil? You are no better than that little rascal Cao Cheng. Despite nurturing you to this age, I have never seen a return on my investment. At least that little brat had the decency to buy me a box of milk and some fruit." She lamented, "I don't even know why I raised you at all." Aunt Wang was full of vigor, chattering incessantly for a whole half hour without pause until the dumplings were finally ready, at which point silence enveloped the house. Chapter 64. Cao Cheng, what about you? Are you doing nothing? The following day, the first day of young Master Chao's life as a wealthy heir. Comfort, awakening on a vast bed spanning 6 million square kilometers, though devoid of 800 monkey servants. The air was filled with an enchanting fragrance. The room had been tidied up by his third sister the previous day. Perhaps she had spritzed some perfume on the mattress, for it was imbued with her essence. Cao Cheng had no desire to rise. He remained reclined, primarily due to the chill. Though the house was equipped with heating, the warmth of the blankets was undeniably more inviting. Moreover, the beds of affluent families possess an inexplicable enchantment, seemingly binding both body and soul, rendering one incapable of rising. This impeded the resolve of young Master Cao. In truth, he was not lazy. He genuinely yearned to secure a modest job to make ends meet, to earn a little money, marry an ordinary woman, and live a life of simplicity. However, this bed's enchantment prevented him from seeking employment. Oh well, perhaps he could indulge in a little more slumber. As for early morning training, that could wait. Having arrived in a new environment, was it not reasonable to allow oneself time to adjust? At long last, at 10 in the morning, Cao Cheng finally arose, tousled hair and all. True to the nature of a wealthy heir, he grasped an ivory toothbrush, rinsing his mouth with deep-sea water from the Mariana Trench. His washcloth was trimmed with gold, and the toilet adorned with diamonds. The above, of course, was pure fabrication. Cao Cheng resolved that once he began earning, he would indulge in such extravagance, lest it contradict his newfound identity. It was imperative to adapt swiftly. After enduring poverty for one, or perhaps 2 lifetimes, it was time to master the art of being a well-to-do heir. Upon completing his morning routine, he gazed into the mirror, beholding the visage of a dashing heir. Handsome and affluent, how could others possibly compete? Ah, the young master has finally risen. If you had delayed any longer, I might have had to call the authorities. Came the voice from the living room, where the fourth sister sat with her legs crossed, engrossed in a book. She was attempting to embody the persona of an artsy young woman. However, her attire today was quite commendable. A white cashmere sweater, snugly fitted against her form, paired with tight jeans accentuating her curves. The ensemble exuded youthful vibrance, a simplicity that concealed a pure essence. Cao Cheng grinned, now that the young master is awake. Are you not going to attend to breakfast? What else with the book? You're holding it upside down. She instinctively glanced at the book in her hands, casting a languid eye in his direction. Are you trying to fool me? Cao Cheng chuckled nonchalantly. Is it just you here? Whereas the third sister. She went to the company. The food is in the kitchen. Choose whatever you desire, and just have the aunt warm it up for you. Truly, it was the privilege of the wealthy. The breakfast spread exceeded his expectations. Light dishes, greasy options, stews, sauces, even selections featuring beef. Of course, coffee, milk, goat's milk, soy milk, and juices were all available. Everything one could wish for. The kitchen staff was exceedingly courteous, displaying a particular respect for the suddenly arrived young master, a testament to the age-old preference for sons over daughters. In a household where the male heir inherits the family fortune, it appears to be an unspoken norm of authority. Even though Cao Cheng is a later addition, he is still regarded as the young master, particularly as he dined. The fourth brother chattered incessantly beside him, offering various explanations that seemed overly attentive and obsequious, which only served to heighten the aunt's caution towards this young master. Who knows what temperament he possesses? Cao Cheng perceived the aunt's apprehensive emotions, a subtle anxiety that left him utterly bemused. What were they imagining? After this meal, Cao Cheng gleaned some insights from the fourth brother. For instance, the eldest sister was the busiest in the family, often more so than Aunt Ren, rising early to manage documents or having a quick breakfast before heading straight to the company. She was mostly absent throughout the day. As for the second sister, during particularly hectic periods, she might be invisible for days on end, so engrossed in her work that she would stay in the dormitory instead of returning home. When not occupied, she would either meet friends for shopping. What? She has friends? How astonishing. Or engage in fitness activities, boxing, and martial arts in the training area downstairs, embodying a true warrior. The third sister, while seemingly lacking a prominent occupation, effectively assumed the role of the household steward. She managed various matters, including assisting the eldest sister with her company duties. For instance, today she was at the office, busy with year-end tasks and preparing for holidays and bonuses. Everyone was occupied. So what about you? Are you the only one with nothing to do? Cao Cheng pondered in confusion. The fourth brother replied with a frown, I am busy too, just not at the moment. Upon explanation, Cao Cheng understood. Although she appeared leisurely each day, she diligently practiced the piano for at least 3 hours daily and participated in music events and behind-the-scenes productions when opportunities arose. It seemed she had no aspirations to become a star. Otherwise, with her background and appearance, she would have already achieved fame. Ah, that essay relief. Cao Cheng nodded in satisfaction. The fourth brother questioned, what do you mean, relief? I mean, everyone has something to occupy themselves with, which is wonderful. After all, idleness can lead to trouble. How dull it would be to spend every day merely playing. A life devoid of purpose is indeed dreary. Being busy is far more fulfilling. Cao Cheng Zepplet. Indeed, it was fortunate that everyone was engaged in work. In this family, so young, who would dare to be idle? What pleasure could one derive at such a tender age? Only through hardship can one savor the sweetness of enjoyment. They were far from the time of indulgence. Thus, in this household, only young Master Cao could afford a rest. After all, having toiled endlessly in dreams, does he not deserve a moment of enjoyment in this life? It is about time he received his due. Isn't it? How can anyone dare to suggest otherwise? In this family, presently, he was the only one with the luxury of leisure. What utter nonsense! Cao Cheng let out a hum. I am quite busy as well. I have merely just arrived in Zhonghai and have yet to find a place. Once I secure a location, I shall commence my endeavors. What place are you looking for? A square? Lao Si bluntly exposed Cao Cheng's intentions without a hint of decorum. Taken aback, Cao Cheng stammered in defense. I have graduated from university. After toiling through over a decade of studies, isn't it time for me to retire? Lao Si laughed in disbelief. Is that what you call human conversation? TCH, what do you even understand? Cao Cheng, disinterested in explaining further, leaned back against the sofa in comfort. Having just finished a meal, He felt it was time for a brief respite. Dining was exhausting, after all. One might not realize that the act of chewing and swallowing also consumed considerable energy. To be honest, this sofa is remarkably comfortable, he mused. It appeared rather formal, a long rectangular shape lacking a lumbar support cushion. Yet leaning back against it was truly delightful. The adage, you get what you pay for, certainly applied here. This sofa must have been expensive. Observing Cao Cheng's demeanor, which radiated contentment, Lao Si couldn't help but admire him. No matter the setting, his disposition remained unchanged, unaffected by his surroundings. This mental fortitude was something to be emulated. The daily interactions between these siblings left the cleaning ladies in awe as they witnessed how the young master was treated. Had they not seen Miss C constantly indulging him? She accompanied him through meals and engaged in conversation afterward. This young master was indeed impressive. Chapter 65. Is it too superficial? The fourth brother, unaware of the aunt's sentiments, tentatively suggested, "Shall we go out for a stroll?" "No," Cao Cheng replied, eyes closed, relishing the moment. "Are you out of your mind? Isn't it cold outside? It's drearily chilly indeed. Stepping out feels like facing a magical assault. I practice martial arts, not Taoism, and cannot manifest a protective aura. Afraid of the cold in winter and the heat in summer. Is that it? You've never been to Zhonghai. Allow me to show you around." "I don't want to. Are you aware of the old Changwang temple? It's quite lively." "I'm not going." "Why are you so lazy? How about we buy a few pieces of clothing? It seems you didn't bring much with you." "Not going." With growing frustration, the fourth brother exclaimed, "Are you really giving me no face?" "Umph. I won't serve you anymore. If it weren't for your looks, considering you are my brother, I'd kick you out with a single kick. You could just stand there like a statue. I'm going to practice the piano. I initially wanted to accompany you, but since you missed your chance, don't blame me." Fuming, the fourth brother stormed off. "What's with the act? You're furious over such trivialities? It's so superficial, lacking any depth." Cao Cheng felt vexed as well. As their relationship deepened, her immunity seemed to have significantly increased. Now, it was quite challenging for him to breach her defenses. The third sister was even more tolerant of him, genuinely kind, making it difficult for Cao Cheng to take advantage of her. As for the eldest sister, their unfamiliarity suggested she too was not easily swayed. Thus, within this household, only the second brother held any value. Unfortunately, he was not home. Damn it, this visit clearly felt like a loss. In Sanjiang, at least Aunt Wang provided a safety net. "Master, would you like some fruit?" At that moment, an aunt brought forth an exquisite fruit platter. Cao Cheng opened his eyes, casting a sharp, penetrating gaze that swiftly illuminated the room. Ah, so she is also an aunt. Notably, their emotional responses were quite substantial. His earlier introspection had evoked negative sentiments, indicating potential for value extraction. Regrettably, the emotional currency was rather meager. Spending an entire day with them yielded less than simply calling out "beautiful lady" in front of the second sister. "Master, should you require anything, do call for me. My surname is Zhang." "Very well, Aunt Zhang, do attend to your tasks." Cao Cheng nodded politely, his gaze softening. However, Aunt Zhang was left in a state of fright. That fierce glance had been terrifying. In that instant, she felt as if he had seen through her, revealing her thoughts and everything she sought to conceal. This was a sensation the four young ladies had never before brought with them. Even Mr. In lacked such piercing eyes. Feeling intimidated, Aunt Zhang returned to the kitchen, whispering with a colleague as they tidied up. In summary, this young master was not to be trifled with. The melodious strains of a piano were non-existent. The soundproofing in the piano room was remarkably effective. For 2 hours, not a single note escaped. Thus, it is evident that the fourth sibling is merely putting on a fade, having practiced the piano not at all. Most likely, she is clandestinely indulging in movies or playing games within the confines of the music room. Empathizing with her, young Master Cao is all too familiar with the art of slacking off. Cao Cheng retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Grandma. I've arrived. Zhonghai is decent, a tad warmer than our place. Would you care to stay for a while?" He continued cheerfully, "Oh, please, don't be so formal with me." Good. Lingling, I'm here. Yesterday was hectic, as you know, with so many people at her house. I had to meet them one by one. exhausted. I went to bed early, and upon waking, I thought of you. After the new year, there's time. You can come to Zhonghai for a bit before heading to the capital for school. I'll take you out for a stroll. Are you familiar with the old city god temple? It's quite lively. I'll also take you shopping for a few outfits. To be honest, you're beautiful, but your fashion sense is rather lacking. Don't worry, I'll design for you. Just trust me to help you embrace your inner princess. All right, wait a moment. Pass the phone to Grandma. I have something to discuss with her. Hello, Grandma. I must report a grievance. Indeed, Rin Yuega is shirking her responsibilities. I witnessed it firsthand. She claimed she was going to practice the piano, yet for over 2 hours, there was not a peep, indicating she was likely engrossed in gaming. I tell you, she doesn't heed my words, and she uses her status as an older sister to intimidate me. You know well, Grandma. She has a penchant for physical tussles. This is her domain, and I cannot contend with her. I implore you to assist me. Furthermore, as your esteemed disciple, how many aspiring pianists would envy her opportunity? It is a disgrace for her to squander such talent and chance. You must have a serious talk with her. I assure you, Grandma, I am not sowing discord. She has gone too far. Very well, I will have her return your call shortly. You must speak to her, and it would be ideal if you were to give her a good scolding. If you cannot reach her physically, it matters not. I am here, after all. Entrust the task of discipline to me, and can she truly rebel against that? Even if she were the Monkey King, she could not escape your five-fingered mountain. Could she? After concluding the call, he felt quite satisfied. Cao Cheng pondered that he could not remain idle for long. Such monotony was indeed a recipe for illness. Therefore, he rose and decided to take a stroll outside. Summoning an aunt, he had her assist with the fingerprint lock, entering his own fingerprint for future ease of access. He opted not to drive. Upon his arrival the previous day, he had noticed a large, affluent neighborhood with a lake surrounded by a clump of bamboo. Noble bamboo. He directly gathered some slender bamboo shoots, and upon returning home, he bound them together with string. Young Master Cao was quite the craftsman, and his handiwork with the bamboo looked rather appealing. During lunchtime, the fourth sibling descended, while the others had yet to return. Were they truly that busy? Surely, they were not avoiding him? Just wait, he mused. Once I become accustomed, I shall seek each of you out. Upon encountering Rin Yuega, Cao Cheng promptly extended his phone toward her. What is this for? Rin Yuega inquired, perplexed. Rin Yuega dialed her teacher's number, recalling the earlier call in which her teacher had requested a follow-up after her piano practice. Oh, with a fleeting sense of curiosity about why she needed to use another's phone, she quickly dismissed it, picking up the device without much thought. Before long, she connected with the elderly lady. Hello, teacher, you were looking for me? What? No, that's not true. Who said that? I practice the piano, yes. Every day, Rin Yuega turned her head slightly, squinting at Cao Cheng from a distance. Ding negative emotions. Cao Cheng, Lai Su Pipa Ding Di, seemed oblivious to her presence, maintaining an air of composed diligence. With a casual air, he savored the fragrant brew. What exquisite tea! This aromatic blend never grows tiresome. Conversely, he found the longevity tea rather scarce, reluctant to indulge himself. He contemplated sharing it with the younger siblings in the future. Naturally, he reciprocated kindness only to those who offered him goodwill, dismissing thoughts of the eldest and second siblings for the moment. As for Aunt Rin, time would tell. Chapter 66. The second sister delivers critical hits. While you are merely a little firecracker, no, I truly haven tea. Teacher, Rin Yuega exclaimed in desperation. The elderly lady on the other end chuckled. You little monkey, how could your teacher be unaware of your antics? When you lived at my house, weren't you always devising ways to shirk responsibility? Now that you are on your own, do you truly expect to be diligent? There was no refuting that statement. Yet, who among us was not mischievous in our youth? Who genuinely relished the tedium of mastering the fundamentals? In any profession, be it football, basketball, table tennis, or esports, the practice of foundational skills is invariably dull. None of it is entertaining. However, as one matures, practicing the piano transforms from a chore into a delightful endeavor. Moreover, after years of practice, one becomes accustomed to it. Teacher, do not heed his nonsense. I genuinely practice. Ren Yuega responded with an exasperated smile, uncertain how to articulate her defense. The elderly lady laughed. Your teacher knows you practice, but the little rascal speaks the truth. You indeed require someone to spur you on. Do you realize how much Lingling has progressed? What? Ren Yuega was baffled. The teacher elaborated, though that little rascal is quite mischievous, much like you were. His teaching abilities are commendable. He has guided Lingling 5 or 6 times, and even I am astonished by her progress. Is that true? Would the teacher deceive you? Thus, this is your opportunity. That little rascal is still your brother. Such opportunities are rare, and Lingling is fortunate to bask in your light. Suddenly, Lingling's sweet voice echoed through the phone. Thank you, senior sister Yuega. Ren Yuega chuckled. There is no need for such formality. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the call ended. Returning to the sofa, Ren Yuega narrowed her eyes at Cao Cheng, remaining silent as she fixed her gaze upon him. Learning from the second sister? It does not seem so. The second sister delivers critical hits, while you are merely a little firecracker. Cao Cheng, too, remained quiet, pushing a cup of tea toward her. Drink. Ren Yuega did not touch the tea, her voice low. Did you report me? Did you tell the teacher that I Haven tea practiced? Indeed, it was I. Cao Cheng proclaimed with pride. Why are you so smug about being a snitch? Ren Yuega found herself at a loss for words. Cao Cheng continued. I cannot abide by anyone cutting corners. You claim to practice, yet for 2 hours, I heard not a single note. Thus, I had to inform the teacher. Ren Yuega was both amused and exasperated, retorting, I have soundproof walls. Who knows how effective they are? I certainly did not hear anything. Cao Cheng replied, his expression one of feigned innocence, thoroughly vexing her. Finally, he had provoked a hint of negative emotion within Ren Yuega. How delightful. We have returned to our original state. Just you wait. Do not threaten me, Cao Cheng countered, shaking his head as he pointed to the bamboo stick on the coffee table. The teacher instructed me to discipline you properly, so you'd best lie down. How dare you? Ren Yuega's temper flared. I fear not, but I represent the teacher. Thus, I am a teacher now. Please address me as Teacher Cao Cheng. Do you dare disregard the teacher's words? He glared. Recalling what the teacher had just said, Ren Yuega hesitated for a few seconds before timidly speaking up. This thing hurts. Let us change it. Cao Cheng raised his hand. Shall I use my palm then? Ren Yuega stammered. That works too. What? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Cao Cheng exclaimed. Who is taking advantage of whom here? Have some dignity, will you? Amidst their banter, Cao Cheng could not truly strike, yet he had to maintain appearances, giving a light swat with a bamboo stick. Through the denim. It was hardly painful, just a mere sting. However, Ren Yuega's cry was quite loud, leaving the ants astonished. The young master is so imposing, they thought. Among the 4 young ladies in the household, even Ren Zong would not resort to violence. Well, that was not entirely true. The youngest had been mischievous in childhood and would receive a reprimand. But as she grew older, such discipline ceased. They never expected the young master to be so fierce. Indeed, he was not someone to be trifled with. Consequently, the flavor of lunch improved significantly. The chef unleashed her full potential, seemingly anxious to please the young master. Ren Yuega inquired, Are you truly not planning to go out? Just staying home to sip tea? Most likely, Cao Cheng replied. After the new year, I will be quite busy. For now, I need to conserve my energy and rest well. This was indeed the truth. After the new year, he intended to find someone to establish a company, setting up the framework before seeking a professional manager. Thus, he would be occupied for a while. Hey, you eat. Unaware of Cao Cheng's plans, assumed he would simply be playing chess in the square after the new year. She felt a mix of exasperation and affection for her brother. He was admirable in many ways, yet exceedingly lazy. Time passed swiftly, and a week later, as the new year approached, Cao Cheng contemplated slacking off, but the circumstances did not permit it. Aunt Rin directly sought him out, personally bringing him to 2 social gatherings, seemingly intent on introducing him to all her business partners. Soon, the circles buzzed with news. Ren Qingqing, the formidable woman of Zhonghai, had a son, whom she cherished dearly. From the moment she arrived at the banquet until its conclusion, her attention remained fixated on her son, as if fearing he might come to harm. She was almost inseparable from him. This was not limited to the banquets. During the new year, gifts were presented to well-connected partners, to some individuals at the bank, and to higher-ups, all accompanied by Cao Cheng. In this brief span of a week, he astonishingly acquired the title of heir to the Rin family. This momentum was entirely thanks to Aunt Run, who seemed eager to help Cao Cheng forge connections and build his network. A mother's dedication reached remarkable heights. Surely, even her biological son would not receive such treatment. Young Master Cao felt this genuine affection and was grateful. With this backing, he had seamlessly integrated into a small circle, affording him greater advantages for future investments. Moreover, due to Aunt Ren's efforts, he felt too embarrassed to be lazy, diligently accompanying her to social engagements. Occasionally, his elder sister would join them. Aunt Run, with her son and daughter in tow, wore a smile far more radiant than before. This week's experiences led Cao Cheng to a small, yet significant decision. In the face of an impending storm, it is prudent to extend a helping hand to Aunt Run, at least by making preliminary arrangements. Ultimately, whether she chooses to heed the advice is a matter solely for her to decide. The only course of action available to Cao Cheng is to empathize with her situation. This sentiment explains why he refrains from provoking Aunt Ren's ire. He is not truly irrational. Take, for instance, Grandma Gone. Cao Cheng has never intentionally upset her, as she has always treated him with kindness. Reflect on how, during his time in Sanjiang, he did not instigate conflict with anyone except for Aunt Wang, who was the first to tease him. Such is the nature of a true hero, one who neither seeks trouble nor fears it. This week, after completing his visits, there is no need for him to actively seek out others. Rather, he can await their arrival. For instance, today, members of the Wang family have come to visit. Chapter 67. Your words are truly offensive. The Wang family arrived. Mr. Wang appeared noticeably aged, slightly plump, clad in a traditional Tang suit, and twirling a string of beads in his hands. He clasped his hands together, saying, "Boss Run, allow me to extend my early New Year wishes to you. May prosperity be yours." Wang Haodong trailed behind his father, flashing a pair of large, gleaming white teeth, while carrying an array of valuable gifts. "Mr. Wang, Happy New Year to you as well. Please come in, come in." Little Dong is becoming increasingly handsome. Aunt Rin beamed, exchanging pleasantries. Mr. Wang laughed heartily. "My son has been quite. Wait, what are you doing here?" Before Mr. Wang could finish his sentence, Wang Haodong exclaimed, letting slip a curse. Realizing the gravity of his outburst, Wang Haodong immediately sensed trouble as he observed his father's expression darken. Such a lack of manners. Cursing upon entering? Do you wish to provoke me? It's the new year. Do not push my patience. Dad, I apologize. I was just greeting my brother, joking around. Wang Haodong hastily retreated, clutching his gifts and sidling over to Cao Cheng, his tongue stumbling over itself in embarrassment. Cao Cheng shot him a sidelong glance, thinking, "Who exactly are you calling your brother? I am but a young man." Mr. Wang scrutinized the unfamiliar young man beside his son, his anger slightly abated as he inquired, "And who might this be?" Aunt Rin smiled and replied, "I was just about to introduce him to Mr. Wang. This is my son." In truth, Mr. Wang was well aware. The social circle was rather small, even if he had not met them. He knew that Boss Rin had been out and about with his son these past few days. He feigned surprise, then laughed heartily. "Ah, splendid. This young man seems exceptional. Far superior to my own son. Congratulations, Boss Rin. You are truly blessed with both a son and a daughter." Aunt Rin waved her hand. "Cao Cheng, come here. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Wang. You should address him as Uncle Wang." "Hello, Uncle Wang." Good, good. "Hello, Cao Cheng." Mr. Wang smiled, and then turned his gaze back to Wang Haodong, his expression darkening once more. He looked again at Cao Cheng, his demeanor brightening again. "Cao Cheng, do you know my son? We've met before. As for our relationship, we are quite close." Wang Haodong quickly interjected, "We are like sworn brothers." Cao Cheng nodded in agreement. Mr. Wang chuckled, "Well, that is wonderful." Shortly thereafter, old Cao appeared. Though somewhat nominal as the head of the family, he was one of the only two men in the household. As a peer of Mr. Wang, the couples engaged in light conversation over tea, exchanging auspicious words, while the younger generation conversed among themselves. Wang Haodong's eyes darted around mischievously. but he felt let down when he did not spot the Ren family's twins. He then leaned closer to Cao Cheng, whispering furtively, "Hehehe, is Yu Chong not home? When did you get your teeth fixed?" Ding, negative emotion, 52, do refrain from mentioning my teeth. Suppressing his anger, Wang Haodong recalled the butler's words and found them to be quite sensible. Wang Haodong whispered, "Young man, is this your first visit to Zhonghai? Once the year turns, I'll take you to some delightful places. I assure you, there will be girls of all shapes and sizes, tall, short, plump, slender, fair, dark." Cao Cheng was taken aback. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting we engage in illicit activities?" "Goodness, your words are truly distasteful. Do you possess no culture whatsoever? Such an elegant affair, and yet you speak of it in such a vulgar manner?" Wang Haodong silently cursed but nodded, raising an eyebrow. "So what do you think? Rest assured, it's completely clean and safe, with health reports to boot. We'll set sail on a yacht. I'll cover the expenses, but in return, you must assist me." Suddenly, a sharp reprimand echoed through the air. Wang Haodong felt his hair stand on end. Unbeknownst to him, Ren Yuega had appeared beside him, as if conjured from thin air. Like a protective hen, she rushed in front of Cao Cheng, shielding him and glaring furiously at Wang Haodong. Wang Haodong was at a loss for words. "You was Jun. Leave. Zhenzu di Fedet Cao Cheng. Dare to lead my brother astray, and you will face my wrath." No, I was truly jesting. I was wrong. Whether you're right or wrong is not for me to judge. You know your own character well enough. Do not speak to my brother again. Ren Yuega offered no kindness, turning to take Cao Cheng's hand, leading him away. Hand in hand. What a torment. Wang Haodong felt a wave of negative emotions swell as he watched their intertwined hands. No, how can I hold hands? Where's the decorum? The restraint? I'm filled with envy and resentment. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Am I to blame? Did you not notice that your brother was equally excited just moments ago? If you hadn't intervened, perhaps we would have organized an outing tonight. Do you truly believe your brother is a good person? Ugh. Cao Cheng shared his discontent. Just as he had begun to feel a spark of excitement, Ren Yuega had interrupted him. "This is so frustrating. We, grown men, were discussing yachts. It's not some gala event." Ren Yuega led Cao Cheng to the backyard. Lao Si, his face stern, cautioned, "From now on, do not befriend Wang Haodong." Cao Cheng, with a look of innocence, replied, "But he is not a bad person. He simply wants to show me around since it's my first time in Zhonghai, helping me integrate into the social scene, much like how you plan to take me to the city god temple to experience the local culture. The customs." Ren Yuega laughed in disbelief. "Are you pretending? I refuse to believe you're truly that Navi. I genuinely don't understand. I grew up in the factory and Haven tea scene much of the world." "TCH." Ren Yuega scoffed. Though she hadn't experienced such things herself, she was aware that they existed within their social circle. "It's a wild scene over there. My second sister used to warn the girls at home to stay away from those places. Trouble is bound to arise sooner or later. Regardless of whether you are feigning ignorance or truly do not comprehend, you are not to associate with him. My second sister warned of inevitable trouble." "Inevitable trouble? Then I suppose I shall go at noon." Ren Yuega raised her hand and lightly tapped, playfully scolding, "Don't be so glib. Come, help me grill the meat." Oh, the backyard was alive with a barbecue. The eldest sister was at work, and the second sister was occupied with her duties. Only the third and fourth siblings remained. Their mother and Mr. Chow were entertaining guests in the front, rendering the others unnecessary. If it weren't for Ren Mama's desire to introduce Cao Cheng to more people, he wouldn't even need to greet guests to the front. The fourth sibling was fuming. While grilling, she recounted the earlier incident to the third sister. The third sister, known for her good temper, found her demeanor darkening after hearing the tale. She dropped the tongs in her hand and muttered, "Just help me with the grilling." With that, she left the backyard, heading to the front hall, seemingly intent on confronting Wang Haodong. The third sister was the most protective in the family, even fiercer than the fourth. However, she typically remained unprovoked by trivial matters. Upon encountering Ren Yuchong, Wang Haodong first assessed her identity and ultimately confirmed that she was the third sister, Ren Yuchong. His expression brightened slightly as he prepared to approach her. Yet, before he could muster his politeness, he sensed an impending crisis. Ren Yuchong's face was dark. radiating an intense aura of negativity. Wang Haodong, where do you intend to take my brother? Ah, no, I didn't tea. Don't listen to the rumors. I wouldn't tea. The elders nearby also took note of the situation. Wang Haodong was drenched in cold sweat. I was wrong. I'll leave now. Chapter 68 now. Who is unaware that at home, mother dotes on Cao Cheng? Wang Haodong hurried away, not even waiting for his father, but instead running off directly. He had no choice but to flee. He could not allow Rin Yuchong to disclose the matter, for if his father learned of it, a beating was inevitable. It was not that Wang's father was particularly righteous, but rather that he would be embarrassed in public. Generally, fathers relish the opportunity to discipline their sons outside, as it projects an image of dominance. Quickly, hurry up, he urged as he boarded the vehicle. Today, the butler was in charge of driving and turned back in surprise. Young master, what is the matter? Did you not just enter with the boss? Where's the boss? It's all your fault. Wang Haodong shot back, his eyes narrowing. The butler's expression darkened. Darn it, it's the new year. Young master, you truly are a beast. I didn't even go in. How can this be blamed on me? Wang Haodong snorted. You were the one who suggested a roundabout strategy to coax my little uncle. I had just told him about the yacht club's grand banquet when Rin Yuega overheard. She will undoubtedly report it. Stop dawdling and drive. The butler understood the situation, but retorted, can this truly be blamed on me? When I suggested you charm your little uncle, did I imply you should take him to indulge in karaoke? Use your brain, will you? If I suggested you please your future father-in-law, would you also take him to the yacht banquet? Such nonsense. All your fault, Wang Haodong muttered as the car started. The butler nodded. Yes, it's all my fault. Just as you say, it's good that you realize your mistake. Wang Haodong also nodded in agreement. Darn it, the butler thought. Perhaps I should simply drive the car into the sea. This job might not be worth it. But then he reconsidered. The young master had a peculiar nature. He would soon be fine again. The young master never held grudges, and he had no need to remember any against him. What else could he do? As his devoted butler, assistant, and secretary, he was merely indulging his father. Sigh, young master, will your mind ever mature? You cannot simply grow in height and weight. It is truly worrisome. On the 11th day of young master Chao's affluent lifestyle, comfort enveloped him. Today was New Year's Eve, featuring a festive dinner and the Spring Festival Gala. Over the past few days, he had met everyone he needed to, delivered all necessary gifts, and completed all social obligations. Finally, he could relish a moment of respite. This year's festivities brimmed with the essence of the new year. Vibrant red decorations adorned every corner. Couplets, decorative strips, the character foo, window flowers, and lanterns. At the temple fair, dragon and lion dances were performed, and fireworks and firecrackers filled the air with merriment. Interestingly, the Cao family and the Rin family had no significant relatives. Old Master Run, having survived the ravages of war, saw many of his kin flee abroad for safety, while others perished. The Rin family had one son, Rin Ai's brother, but he too had passed away. Otherwise, it is likely that Rin Ai would not have been able to command the entire enterprise. As for the Cao family, they had relatives, but the ties had long been severed. When old Master Cao fell into bankruptcy and returned home, it nearly resulted in a complete rupture of relations. Later, due to medical expenses and borrowing money, the final ties were irrevocably broken. As the saying goes, in poverty, no one cares in the bustling market. Even now, the Cao family remains impoverished. At least, this is the perception of others. They are still seen as a family of humble means. The aroma of marinated dishes wafts through the air, mingling with the enticing scent of oil. The delightful fragrance of dumplings simmers in the boiling water. This is the essence of a new year. The evening meal is a celebratory feast, yet the second sister has not returned. Aunt Ren's expression grows somewhat displeased. She understands her daughter's demanding job and supports her in it. However, is it too much to ask for her to return on New Year's Eve? It's not as if she is far away. A drive would suffice for a brief visit. Wouldn't it? Surely, the family wouldn't truly impede her work. Would they? Is she genuinely that busy? Noticing their mother's discontent, the eldest sister quickly interjects, Mom, I'll call the second sister. No need. Entrain replies tersely. Her tone silences the room, her anger palpable, and even the eldest sister hesitates to move. Uncle Cao casts furtive glances at Cao Cheng, who comprehends the unspoken tension. Dad, perhaps you should call the second sister, Cao Cheng suggests. Absolutely not. Uncle Cao rolls his eyes, exasperated. That is not what I meant. If you can't interpret my signals, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Do you think I can just call her? We've exchanged fewer than 10 words in all this time. Ha. Uncle Cao chuckles awkwardly, adding, ahem, I need to use the restroom. And with that, he makes his escape. Truly, you're something else, old Cao, you sly fox. Cao Cheng, understanding the underlying message, chuckles and shakes his head. Turning to Aunt Run, he says, Mom, the second sister may genuinely be busy. I'll pack some food and dumplings in a thermos and take them to her at work. It will serve as a family reunion of sorts for our New Year's dinner. It is common knowledge that Aunt Rin dotes on Cao Cheng at home. Whenever they meet, her demeanor is exceptionally gentle, concerned that he might not be comfortable, eat poorly, or sleep soundly. Despite her hectic schedule these past few days, she frequently visits, personally cooks, and instructs the kitchen staff to prepare nourishing soups for her son. Her actions clearly demonstrate her affection for Cao Cheng, treating him as her own. Thus, when he offers advice, it holds more weight than the eldest sister's, primarily because she is timid. She truly fears crossing their mother when she is angry. Consequently, she constantly cautions her younger sisters to avoid provoking Aunt Run, as she harbors a lingering fear. Although she often plays the role of a mother exceptionally well, so much so that even Aunt Rin cannot discern the pretense, she does not possess the same formidable strength. Her portrayal is merely superficial, capturing a hint of maternal essence without embodying it entirely. In contrast, the third sister, who appears gentle and unassuming, possesses an inner strength that belies her demeanor. Cao Cheng senses a resemblance between her and Aunt Run, an innate quality that remains concealed due to her youth and lack of experience. In 20 years, when you look at her again, she will undoubtedly resemble Aunt Run. Cao Cheng's gaze is akin to a ruler, remarkably precise in his observations. The chill outside is biting. Do not concern yourself with her, for soon we shall dine and enjoy the Spring Festival Gala concurrently. Aunt Run is worried that Cao Cheng might catch a chill. Although it is already mid-February and the temperatures outside, even at night, are not excessively cold, a mother's heart is always tender. Fear not, mother, I shall drive. It will be a swift round trip, Cao Cheng reassured with a smile, calling out elder sister. Rin Chenxi also secretly exhaled in relief upon hearing Cao Cheng's call. She nodded, understanding his intent, and promptly rose to fetch the insulated food container. During this period, Cao Cheng and Rin Chenxi have accompanied their mother in delivering gifts, and their relationship has improved somewhat. While it cannot be said that they share an exceptionally close bond, a subtle synergy has developed between them. Moreover, she now perceives that having a younger brother might not be so bad after all, as he seems capable of tempering their mother's anger. In the past, when their mother was upset, no one could quell the tempest. It was a terrifying storm, casting darkness over the home. Yet now, with a brother present, a single word from him can clear the skies. Elder sister finds this quite agreeable, albeit with a tinge of jealousy. Her mindset has undergone various transformations, finally beginning to thaw, yielding emotional responses. Even if they are modest, they are nonetheless delightful. Chapter 69. Move aside, for I am about to shine. Soon, the meals were prepared, filling 3 large containers, accompanied by a sizable takeout box brimming with dumplings. The abundance was intended to allow the colleagues at work to savor the flavors of the new year as well. The elder sister remained attentive, advising to take it easy on the road, to depart and return early. Just before leaving, their mother offered a reminder and adjusted Cao Cheng's collar, finally nodding in satisfaction. The handsome young man of the family only seemed more pleasing to her with each glance. The family watched as Cao Cheng drove away, the 3 generations of the G series departing with a rumble. Rin Yuego wished to follow, but was gently denied by her mother. In Aunt Rin's heart, there was a desire for the children's relationships to soften, as harmony within the family brings prosperity. This was especially true for Cao Cheng and the second sister, Rin Fanqing. Their silence was palpable, and the second sister's indifference was noted by their mother, who felt anxious. Thus, it was left to Cao Cheng to deliver the meals. How could he not understand her sentiments? Yet, he could not indulge in flattery. Delivering meals was not an act of appeasement, but a means to nurture a formidable spirit akin to Cao Cheng. During the New Year's Eve meal delivery, one would eat until tears flowed. Whoever brought dumplings would be met with gratitude, a customary practice. In the Criminal Investigation Division, the second sister was quite occupied. There was indeed a case at hand. A recent massacre, occurring just before the new year, had cast a dire shadow, preventing the local populace from enjoying a peaceful holiday. While news had not yet circulated online, it was only a matter of time. Consequently, the higher-ups were taking it very seriously, imposing strict deadlines for resolution. The case was assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division, with several subordinate teams involved, and experts have been summoned for assistance. This unfortunate situation hindered many from celebrating the new year. The case remained enigmatic, with significant challenges in tracking down leads. As of now, no suspects have been identified, and frustration was palpable among the team members, their eyes weary from sleepless nights. Since receiving the case yesterday, Ren Fanqing had not managed to close her eyes. At that moment, Ren team, a team member called out, having just hung up the phone from a distance of several meters. Ren Fanqing, her expression grave, set aside her documents and looked up coldly. What did the surveillance reveal? It's not about the case. It's the security at the entrance. They called to inform that your family has brought you New Year's Eve dinner, the team member explained. A warmth filled Ren Fanqing's heart, though her demeanor remained unchanged, understood. She was aware that her absence would undoubtedly upset her mother, but after all, she was her own mother. Anger aside, the meal needed to be delivered. This realization lightened her spirits considerably, for the case was exceedingly challenging with no progress, leaving her in a low mood. Her team was currently reviewing surveillance footage, while other teams were conducting inquiries. There was no rest even on New Year's Eve. Thus, the warmth of the meal from home swept away her melancholy until young Master Cao, flashing a bright smile, arrived at the office area, carrying several containers. At the sight of him, Ren Fanqing felt a wave of depression wash over her. Why was he the one delivering the food? Was there no one else at home? Second sister, it's time to eat. I know you have a big appetite. This should be enough for you, right? Cao Cheng raised the food container and large meal box in his hand, his smile radiant. The tension had hardened. For the past 10 days, the two had barely crossed paths. Typically, Ren Fanqing, the second sister, enjoyed ample time to rest at home when her work was not demanding. She would either relax at home or train in the underground facility. However, the recent weeks had been exceedingly busy as the year drew to a close, with every unit occupied, especially given the major case they were currently handling. This whirlwind of activity had made Ren Fanqing forget that there was a man at home. Now, upon unexpectedly seeing him, she was unsure whether to feel joy or irritation. The New Year's Eve dinner was warm, yet why was it he who brought it? Sigh. Ultimately, he was considered family. Over the past 6 months, Ren Fanqing had accepted Chao's role as a father figure, though her mindset could not shift overnight. Coupled with her unfavorable first impression of Cao Cheng, her emotions were indeed complicated. Particularly upon witnessing Cao Cheng's demeanor now, she thought, were you here to stir trouble? What do you mean I eat a lot? Is this intentional? Cao Cheng, seemingly at ease, greeted everyone upon entering, addressing this brother and that sister, even offering cigarettes to the middle-aged captain. Most were unaware of Ren Fanqing's family circumstances, only knowing that the vice captain came from a well-off background with some financial means. Yet, no one knew the number of siblings she had, with many mistakenly believing him to be her biological brother. Ren Fanqing chose not to clarify, preferring to keep family matters private and not expose the underlying tensions to outsiders. After the round of greetings and everyone returned to their tasks, Ren Fanqing coldly murmured, "Who allowed you to come?" "Our mother," he replied. "That is my mother." Ren Fanqing frowned. "Yes, your mother." Ren Fanqing clenched her fists, feeling overwhelmed. Cao Cheng chuckled lightly. "Hurry and eat. There is so much food here. Share a bit with your colleagues. After you finish, I'll take the container back." "No need, just leave. I can wash it and take it back myself." "That won't do. My mother insisted on watching you finish. The container must come back." Cao Cheng was fabricating excuses, yet Ren Fanqing believed him. "Then keep your distance from me. I don't mind your eating habits, It's you I find distasteful." Cao Cheng scoffed, turning away. Her attitude was infuriating. "Am I a mere delivery guy?" After exhaling in frustration, he resolved to endure. "Just wait, second sister. Let us see if I can turn the tables on you, you rascal." Ren Fanqing laid out the meal, 3 containers of food and a large box of dumplings, filling the table with an inviting aroma. She beckoned her teammates to join. With over a dozen people, it was clear there wouldn't be enough to go around, but they could sample the food and satisfy their appetites somewhat. After all, delivering the New Year's Eve dinner was not a singular event. Soon, the captain's wife, affectionately known as everyone's sister-in-law, would bring more dumplings, ensuring everyone would have their fill for the day. "Ren, your family's cooking is truly delightful. Delicious, particularly these dumplings. Though they're somewhat sticky, the flavor is simply exquisite. Truly, one could say it is flattery in its finest form." In the distance, Cao Cheng shook his head and chuckled. "Can sticky dumplings really be that delectable? I've tasted them before. They are merely average at best. How delightful indeed. Happy New Year, Captain Run. Oh, if only there were a bit of wine to accompany this feast." "Wine, you say? Just enjoy your garlic." The group indulged in merriment, as if the shadows of the case were entirely dispelled by this meal. Even though second sister and young Master Cao maintained a certain distance, the warmth within their bellies and hearts was palpable. Glancing at Cao Cheng, he appeared somewhat more agreeable. Yet, there are still 99 parts of him that are less than pleasing. Young Master Cao lit a cigarette, seated nearby, gazing distantly at the information displayed on the blackboard. Some of the images were rather gruesome. The board was positioned a bit far from Cao Cheng, yet his eyesight was remarkably keen. In the photographs, the corpses were charred. A 7-person murder case? So, this is the case in question. I am quite familiar with it. Step aside, for I am about to shine. Chapter 70, there exists a phrase whose appropriateness I ponder. This case had previously garnered media attention, subsequently being adapted into a subplot of a crime drama. The adaptation bore little resemblance to the original, merely borrowing a name, as is often the case with television productions that demand a higher degree of artistic interpretation. This case has since been dubbed the first tragedy of a new year. The designation of first is primarily attributed to its occurrence around the Spring Festival, which had a profound societal impact. Furthermore, this case was destined to stray from the truth, remaining unresolved for 3 years, perplexing even the most astute experts, thereby elevating its status significantly. The true perpetrator remains utterly unimaginable. Even Conan would be at a loss. The case is riddled with coincidences that are not of human design, rendering it particularly iconic. A detective who could solve such a case would have ample tales to tell for a lifetime. Were it not for the true culprit committing another crime 3 years later and subsequently revealing this case, it would likely have remained a cold case indefinitely. It is worth noting that, in this era, criminal investigation largely relies on human effort. Many regions lack comprehensive surveillance systems. While Zhonghai is somewhat better, it still lacks full coverage, especially in the older districts where electrical wiring is chaotically arranged. This case unfolded in such an old neighborhood. A family of 7, comprising 2 elderly individuals, a middle-aged couple, and 3 children. A massacre of unimaginable proportions. The word tragedy is an understatement. All lives were extinguished, and the house was engulfed in flames, leaving 7 charred bodies unrecognizable, obliterating any evidence at the scene and affecting numerous neighbors. The entire building became known as a haunted house. Property values plummeted by half. Cao Cheng stroked his chin, increasingly resembling a child of destiny. However, each moment demands individual creativity to fabricate, which is rather irksome. There is a distinct lack of fluidity. Moreover, there was no antagonist to confront. For instance, Cao Cheng surveyed the surroundings. Everyone was indulging in their meals, savoring every bite. Had they never tasted food before? Before him stood an exquisite beauty. It is undeniable that, though the second sister exuded a chilling demeanor, cold enough to rival the lifelessness of a neighbor's great-grandmother, she was indeed a beauty. Cold, you understand? Yet, this group of gentlemen seemed solely focused on their meals. Why was there not a single young detective envious of Cao Cheng? Logically, there should be at least one. Someone ought to have harbored secret affections for Sister Ren Fanqing, leading to jealousy toward Cao Cheng, who could then retaliate, ultimately using the case as a wager to naturally involve himself. One might argue that Cao Cheng had assumed the identity of a younger brother, but jealousy defies logic, especially for an antagonist. It is simply a matter of seeking conflict for the sake of exhilaration. Thus, regardless of the logic behind such narratives, I must ask, have you ever encountered such a storyline? Alas, the outcome yielded nothing. How does one feign arrogance? Must one force it? What purpose does that serve? If forced, the emotional value would likely be minimal. TSK, how vexing. Soon, the meal was consumed entirely. The young detectives present were remarkably polite, voluntarily taking the dishes outside to wash them, returning with everything neatly packed. This left young Master Cao with no grounds to lose his temper. Who asked you to wash the dishes? Are you being overly conscientious? They smiled. Oh, how genuine, how courteous, how gentle. But truly, does no one harbor a secret affection for this icy figure? Are you all blind? In the end, Ren Fanqing personally came to hand the packed lunchboxes to Cao Cheng, escorting him out of the office. To outsiders, this appeared to be a close sibling relationship. However, once Ren Fanqing exited, she coldly remarked as she handed him the items, "In the future, do not come to my workplace." Hey, this woman truly treats me like a younger brother, giving me a poor review after the meal. Huh? How come you didn't skip a bite while eating? Pretending with me? Cao Cheng lifted his chin with pride. Let us make a wager. At that moment, he felt like the favored child of fortune, as it is well known that such individuals love to gamble, especially with women. Ren Fanqing frowned, looking utterly bewildered. A wager? On the case you hold in your hands? Insanity, she exclaimed, turning away. This isn't how the script goes. Cao Cheng raised his hand, pointing at her retreating figure. All right, you want tea? Give me a chance. Will you? Hey, second sister. Ding, negative emotion 302. Ren Fanqing halted, turning back, a wave of anger radiating from her. Cao Cheng said, I was referring to you. Second sister. Wait, there is something I'm unsure whether to say or not. Do not. Ren Fanqing re-entered the office, completely ignoring him. Damn, not playing by the rules. Ultimately, Cao Cheng left. Pretending in such a manner truly did not suit him. Forget it. After all, this case seemed unsolvable. There was no rush. It wasn't as if they were dealing with a deranged serial killer threatening the lives of innocents. Aside from this single incident, no other ordinary lives were at stake. No worries. A mature man is not devoid of anger or sadness. Rather, he simply adjusts his mood more swiftly. Thus, upon returning home, Cao Cheng became cheerful once more. After all, he had gained something from his second sister, no matter how one looked at it. It was not a loss. Son, you've worked hard. Come and eat. Start with some soup to warm your stomach, his mother said, showing her concern. Cao father interjected. What soup? Have some white liquor to warm your stomach. Ren mother shot him a sideways glare. Is that how you, as a father, behave? If you want to drink, do it yourself. Cao father chuckled sheepishly. The table was filled with laughter and joy, resembling a true family. At 8 o'clock, the Spring Festival Gala officially commenced. They dined, watched, drank, and chatted simultaneously. After the meal, they began playing cards, reveling in the warmth of family togetherness. Young Master Cao actually found himself enjoying such an atmosphere. In the dream of a lifetime, one indulges in a life of luxury and revelry. At the age of 34, one marries due to impending parenthood, and gradually, the latter half of life is devoted to one's son and grandson, transforming into the most ordinary of beings. Once the son matures and ventures out independently, the home loses its vibrant atmosphere. In reality, the household of Cao Cheng seldom experienced such lively moments from childhood to adulthood. Naturally, young Master Cao is not one to dwell on sentimental reflections. He embraces the present, albeit with the awareness that such joy may not last into the coming year. The economic downturn casts a shadow over the future. Will one still be able to laugh so heartily? Furthermore, the days of fireworks are numbered, leading to a diminished festive spirit. The essence of the present diminishes with each passing year. Cherish it, young one. In 30 or 40 years, the warmth of human connection will wane further. Once the current generation of only children becomes parents and the older generation departs. The new year will merely become an ordinary event. After watching the Spring Festival Gala, one will forget it by the next day. For now, it is fortunate that such a lively atmosphere can endure for quite some time. Thus, during this Spring Festival, Cao Cheng appears rather earnest, refraining from engaging in online disputes. He allows them a day of respite. After all, with the stock market closed, there is little to criticize. He simply sends his best wishes to some classmates and friends in a chat group. Of course, he does not forget Ling Ling and the old lady. He also sent a message to Aunt Wang. "Happy New Year, Aunt Wang." After 5 minutes, a reply comes, TSK, a dog catching a mouse. Shortly after, another message follows. "No, it's a weasel wishing a chicken a Happy New Year, huh?" Cao Cheng chuckles in exasperation. "Just wait, Aunt Wang. I'll remember this. When I return to Sanjiang, we shall settle the score." Meanwhile, Aunt Wang is scolding her children. Upon receiving the text, she immediately shows her phone to her 2 kids. Muttering, "Since this morning, I haven't heard either of you say, Mom, you've worked hard, or Happy New Year. Look at how Cao Cheng wishes me a Happy New Year. Have you both lost your voices? Don't make me discipline you at your grandmother's house. Happy New Year, Mom. You've worked hard. You are the most beautiful." The 2 children quickly relent. Aunt Wang has become remarkably formidable lately. She tosses the phone to her son. "I can't type. You help me send a Happy New Year to your brother Cao Cheng." Oh, little Zhou begins to compose the message, secretly resenting, "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been suddenly scolded." TSK, a dog catching a mouse. Chapter 71. This secret I will relish for a lifetime. It was the 20th day of the affluent young Master Chao's life. Comfort at last. After a bustling new year filled with social engagements and gift exchanges, he finally found a moment to relax. The week following the new year was relentless until the stock market reopened, granting him a much-needed respite. Ling Ling had also come to visit, spending 3 days with him before departing for the capital as the school term was about to commence. Unbeknownst to all, as the market reopened post-holiday, a bull market officially commenced, soaring for a remarkable 8 months. Although there was a 2-month period of stagnation around the 4,000-point mark, the overall trend was one of soaring ascent. During this time, refraining from trading proved to be the most lucrative strategy. The greatest concern lay with the so-called smart individuals, who, in their pursuit of quick gains, would ultimately incur losses during the market's final downturn. Cao Cheng too began his daily hustle. As a retail investor, he possessed a considerable amount of capital, and trading required time and diligence. After all, his funds had now surpassed 9 figures. However, in the grand scheme, this sum was paltry compared to the major players, prompting Cao Cheng to proceed with utmost caution to avoid being outmaneuvered. That evening, Cao Cheng sought out Ramama. After nearly a month of interaction, a bond had formed between mother and son, whether due to the influence of old Cao or a natural affinity. In any case, Cao Cheng had come to accept this captivating lady with her leopard print attire. Rin Mama's villa, where she resided with old Cao, was far from the grandeur of a mansion, yet it exuded an air of refinement. When Cao Cheng arrived, old Cao exhibited clear disdain, frowning as he muttered, "What brings you here?" Cao Cheng raised an eyebrow. "I wish to discuss matters concerning Aunt Sanjiang with my mother." Old Cao gritted his teeth in frustration. "I've already given you 8,000 yuan. What more do you want?" "What? 8,000? How could that possibly suffice? This secret, I will savor for a lifetime." Old Cao withdrew a belt, and Cao Cheng swiftly retreated into the villa, taking refuge behind Rin Mama. "Mother, look at him. What are you doing?" Rin Mama demanded, her demeanor commanding. Old Cao, visibly cowed, stammered as he clutched the belt. "I just thought this belt was a bit short. I was considering replacing it with a new one." Rin Mama rolled her eyes and scoffed. "I've told you repeatedly, do not strike the child. Can't you communicate properly?" Old Cao felt aggrieved. "You have no idea how infuriating he can be." After a moment of contemplation, he managed to retort, "A doting mother often spoils her child." Rin Mama chuckled lightly, shaking her head. She understood that excessive indulgence was not always beneficial, yet with Cao Cheng now grown, how much further could he possibly stray? Had he been much younger, she would not have indulged him so visibly. After a brief commotion, Cao Cheng clarified his intentions. He sought to borrow money. Before Rin Mama could respond, old Cao erupted. "What about the 100,000 I gave you before? Have you squandered it all? I will teach you a lesson, you spendthrift." Do you have any idea how long I saved that money? Give me your life. As Ren Mama pressed down with her hand, Lao Chao instantly became obedient, helplessly glaring at Cao Cheng from the side. Then, with a smile, Ren Mama asked Cao Cheng, "Tell me, what do you need the money for? If it's a legitimate matter, I won't pry. You can borrow as much as you need." When Cao Cheng arrived, he was carrying a bag, for which he now retrieved the computer. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided to earn some money alongside Ren Mama. It wasn't out of a sense of altruism, but rather due to the warmth she had shown him, which stirred a feeling of gratitude within him. To be honest, after a century of witnessing the ebbs and flows of human nature, the sorrows of life and death, he had seen the elderly send off the young in dreams, losing both a son and a grandson. Blood ties were not so fervent. It was not easy to be moved. However, the absence of maternal love since his mother passed away in his childhood left an enduring void in his life. Ren Mama's presence filled that gap. Notably, she was not an ordinary aunt, but someone deeply entwined with his life for decades, unlike the acquaintances Lao Chao had later met. The existence of Lao San and Lao Si only strengthened their bond, while the relations with Lao Da and Lao Er, though somewhat indifferent, bore no animosity. Taking everything into account, Cao Cheng resolved to take her along. This venture could yield some profit and help him navigate the impending crisis next year. Of course, it was not out of sheer benevolence. There would certainly be commissions for managing the trades. Furthermore, borrowing money could expose his elder sister's vulnerabilities while conveniently allowing him to reap some emotional dividends. It was a win-win situation akin to leveraging safely. Cao Cheng brought up the software, positioning the computer towards Ren Mama. He refrained from sharing the intricacies of the trading process or historical transactions, displaying only the total asset icon. Total assets, 102, 887, 631. 38, daily profit and loss. 6, 102, 233. 95, both of them were taken aback. Lao Fu murmured 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. Wait, is that 100 million? Do you really have 100 million? And you deceived me out of 100,000 for retirement? Cao Cheng retorted impatiently. I first borrowed 100,000 from you. No, I should say I asked you for 100,000 before I accumulated this 100 million. Who would believe you? Lao Fu rolled his eyes dramatically. Just check the historical transactions. I turned your 100,000 into 100 million in half a year, Cao Cheng asserted solemnly. He avoided mentioning the lottery, deeming it unnecessary. The initial capital was indeed 100,000. Anyone could start with that amount. Lao Fu scoffed. When you took that 100,000, didn't you say you were going to start a business? Cao Cheng pointed at the computer. Isn't this my business? Full-time stock trading. What is wrong with that? Lao Fu grimaced. Didn't you study computer science in college? Cao Cheng pointed again at the computer. I'm trading stocks using my computer skills. What is the issue? I studied computer science and can trade stocks. Seems perfectly reasonable, right? Lao Fu's cheek twitched then. You've earned so much money, and you don't think about honoring your father? You previously deceived me out of 8,000. Cao Cheng gestured towards the computer. Isn't this preparation to honor you? Besides, the money is still in there. How can I honor you with it not in hand? Moreover, the sum of 8,000 is attributed to the numerous matters in Sanjiang. Never mind. Mr. Cao hastily waved his hand, expressing indifference towards money. He remarked that he had scarcely spent any and held no particular interest in it. He suggested that the funds should be retained for personal use. Old Cao, have you lost your senses? This amount is indeed striking. While the father and son engaged in banter, Mrs. Ren casually perused the historical transactions. Each entry was meticulously clear, yet she could not finish her review due to the extensive data accumulated over several months. Merely skimming through, she found herself at a loss to convey her emotions. The Ren family possessed wealth far exceeding this amount, but one must consider the origins of their fortune, which had been amassed over generations, at least 3, having endured various historical events, including a division of assets. Currently, their wealth stands at several billion, but it does not reach the 100 billion mark, with much of it not in liquid form. According to last year's billionaire rankings, they were positioned around 60 or 70 in the nation. In contrast, Cao Cheng has achieved a remarkable milestone in just 6 months, 100 million. As for cash flow, while it has yet to be finalized, it is already a foregone conclusion. Even with a frantic sell-off, there would still be several thousand available, especially considering the recent favorable market conditions. This asset holds the potential for further appreciation. Did you not notice today as profits? Over 6 million in a single day. Mrs. Rin inquired, "Son, are you seeking a loan for stock trading?" "Mother, let's discuss this in the study. Some matters are best kept private." "Very well." Mrs. Rin rose. "Old Cao, please prepare some tea." "Mr." Cao shot her a scornful glance. Chapter 72. Young Master Chao's bravado, daily earnings of 6 million. Mother Rin is acutely aware of the implications of such figures. Her own enterprise likely falls short of this benchmark. Take real estate, for instance. Even the leading giants like Longting and Longbi achieve annual revenues in the hundreds of billions. And that is during prosperous times. Breaking it down, their daily profits barely reach that sum. Smaller real estate firms are numerous, each with daily earnings in the thousands. Likewise, in the cosmetics industry, global brands like Olay and PG boast daily profits in the tens of millions, surpassing this figure. However, smaller cosmetic companies often report annual revenues of only a few million. The hotel sector mirrors this scenario. For instance, without even discussing the market leaders or smaller establishments, just a handful of Rin's hotels, with over 1,000 rooms and an average occupancy rate of 60%, yield daily profits of merely a couple of 100,000. Of course, this is a calculation based on annual revenues. Stocks cannot consistently generate such amounts daily. Yet, it does indicate that Cao Cheng possesses some merit. Mother Rin understands the secondary market and recognizes the high level of psychological acumen required therein. Knowing how to buy is not a skill. Knowing how to sell marks one as a true expert. Holding on to investments while continually profiting is the hallmark of a master. Achieving a profit of 100 million in half a year. What else could one call it if not mastery? The average individual, entering with 100,000, might double their investment and flee, lacking the courage to hold due to the fear of profit loss. Thus, she is genuinely astonished by Cao Cheng's stock-picking prowess and his ability to transform a modest capital into 100 million in just 6 months. She realizes that she herself lacks such capability, and those who possess it globally are indeed few and far between, truly a select few. Moreover, those individuals are often the most esteemed investors in the field. One can only imagine that once he secures his profits, he will undoubtedly make a name for himself within this circle. Previously, Mother Rin had always regarded Cao Cheng as a child, her tone imbued with affection and softness. However, now her attitude has shifted drastically. She perceives him as a potential business partner and the pillar of the family. With the door closed, the mother and son sit across from each other at the desk. "Are you borrowing money to continue investing?" Mother Rin inquires. "You've already made such substantial profits. Do you not plan to exit the market?" "It is not yet time," Cao Cheng replies, shaking his head. "Are you quite optimistic?" "Indeed, I believe a bull market is on the horizon." Cao Cheng may not have a lifelong understanding of finance, but that does not hinder his learning. If the system does not provide financial skills, he resolves to acquire them on his own. His time on the computer is not solely spent in idle chatter. He has delved into financial theories, particularly regarding global monetary systems. He possesses an exceptional memory, allowing him to grasp these complex concepts far more swiftly than the average individual, capable of absorbing and assimilating the knowledge over time. With decades of financial foresight backing him, Cao Cheng's understanding, while not overtly professional, permits him to present himself as a theoretical expert, at least able to construct logical arguments. Hence, in their ensuing conversation, Cao Cheng confidently asserts that a global economic crisis looms on the horizon, likely within the next year. He further supports his claims with data from abroad. Regardless of acknowledgement, the economy of the West undeniably influences the global landscape, and, consequently, it has a significant impact domestically, particularly in these times. Moreover, the signs of a major crisis were already apparent last year, in July of 2006, though they were subdued. The average person struggles to discern the looming crisis amidst the overwhelming volume of global data, as the sheer abundance of information is daunting. However, Cao Cheng possesses foresight. allowing him to effortlessly extract data that supports his logic from the vast sea of information. Omens, after all, are often recognized only in hindsight. Few can foresee events before they transpire. For instance, the housing market in America experienced an extraordinary boom, with prices surging for nearly 6 years, far outpacing the growth of public income. Yet, in July of last year, certain regions began to witness pressure on housing prices. Additionally, there were concerns regarding the quality of subprime loans, as numerous banks extended loans to individuals with poor credit histories. This data is readily accessible. One merely needs to engage with foreign communication platforms and invest a small sum to obtain relevant statistics. Furthermore, American institutions held substantial amounts of subprime loans and financial derivatives, having raised interest rates 17 times over the past 2 years, escalating from 1 to 5.25. These figures represent but a fraction of the vast data available. Who would connect these dots? Turning to the domestic scene, the robust growth of the overall environment is well known, maintaining a double-digit level since the turn of the millennium. Additionally, the reform of property rights initiated in 2005 has largely reached completion by this year, 2007, signaling an impending market shift. Moreover, the easing of bank loans has facilitated liquidity, with ordinary investors exhibiting heightened confidence and enthusiasm, coupled with a series of policy measures across various regions promoting monetary leniency. The critical factor remains that stock market prices are sufficiently low and the bearish trend has persisted for an extended duration. Cao Cheng embodies the essence of an ancient general. The role of a great commander is not merely to charge in a battle with fervor, but to exercise control. Amidst the multitude of personnel and the overwhelming battlefield information, he discerns the most crucial insights, distinguishing truth from falsehood, and subsequently devising the most suitable course of action. He then arranges his forces, leveraging the situational advantages of time, geography, and human resources. The entire market resembles a battlefield in which Cao Cheng maneuvers with ease. Their conversation extended for a full hour, leaving Chao's father bewildered, sipping tea in silence, hesitant to reveal his ignorance. He felt he had gleaned something valuable, a knowledge he could later flaunt. Conversely, Ren's mother and Cao Cheng grew increasingly animated in their discussion, her gaze shifting from scrutiny to a hint of admiration. She had never anticipated that a humble father could produce such a remarkable son. Reflecting on their own family, she sighed. The eldest son could indeed inherit the family business. Yet if he merely maintained the status quo and followed the established path, substantial challenges would likely be avoided. However, when faced with reform or significant market issues, the leader appears somewhat inadequate. The second in command is unreliable. The third is promising, albeit a slow starter, worthy of cultivation. As for the fourth, he is as foolish as a naive deer. Ultimately, Renmama inquired, "How much would you like to borrow?" "The more, the better," he replied. With a smile, Renmama stated, "The maximum cash I can provide now is 100 million. Cao Cheng chuckled. His earlier words were not in vain. That would suffice. Yet, there's a prerequisite. What is it? If you incur losses and do not wait for a bull market, then promptly cut your losses and come work at my company." A rare cunning glimmer appeared in Renmama's eyes. Typically, she treated Cao Cheng with gentleness and indulgence, as one would a child. Now, this gaze signified that she no longer regarded him as a naive youth. Cao Cheng pondered. "If I earn profits, I expect a 30% commission." Renmama shook her head. "This is termed a loan, not an investment. Thus, all profits belong to you. I only require the principal. However, should you incur losses, after timely mitigation, any losses will be counted against me. You shall work for me in the future. What do you think?" This, calling her mom, doesn't seem too unreasonable, does it? That is how a real mother would treat her child. I agree. Cao Cheng had no reason to refuse, and he envisioned sharing the profits, at least receiving a substantial bonus. Furthermore, next year, if he had the capability, he would assist her in overcoming difficulties. After all, empathy is essential. Cao Cheng's father finally grasped the situation. Wait, you're just giving him 100 million like that? What if he loses? Even if he doesn't lose at all, hundreds of thousands or even millions is still a considerable sum. Aren't you concerned? Cao Cheng shot him a sidelong glance, You truly are a biological father. Not only do you not offer assistance, but you also hinder me? Rin Mama rolled her eyes. If there are losses, they are mine to bear. What concern is it of yours? Cao Cheng's father was speechless. So, I am merely an outsider? I also want to borrow 100 million. Rin Mama scoffed. You know nothing. Just be a dutiful house husband. Your soup-making skills are commendable. I protest. Cao Cheng's father exclaimed. His protest fell on deaf ears. Amidst their quarrels, there was an underlying affection. Yet, Cao Cheng felt exasperated. For an entire evening of boasting, he ended up inundated with their affectionate banter. Have you two had enough? Collectively, you are approaching 80 years. ISNT that rather tiresome? It truly vexes me. Chapter 73. Why is the disparity between sisters so vast? The borrowing debacle. The eldest sister's defenses crumble. For the first time, negative emotions surged to over 1,000, soaring to an astonishing 2,002, far surpassing the second sister. The eldest truly is a concealed, formidable force. It is not difficult to comprehend. The eldest has managed the finances and has consistently prioritized the family's interests. There is no dichotomy of good and evil here. It is merely a matter of one's position and the pursuit of governance. One need not even consider the offspring of affluent families. Even the children of ordinary households would be displeased if their parents, with a mere 200,000 in savings, were to lend out 10,000. How much more significant is the sum of 100 million? The eldest approached their mother, who was unsupportive of the matter. Yet, the mother, resolute in her stance, seemed almost brainwashed, not only endorsing but also expressing great optimism regarding Cao Cheng's ventures with this 100 million. Her face aglow with anticipation. What on earth? The eldest then sought out young Master Cao. During the New Year festivities, they had spent considerable time together accompanying their mother, thus building a rapport. Upon the arrival of the eldest, Ren Chenxi, Cao Cheng beamed with delight. He had already considered this aspect when asking for the loan. So upon meeting, he immediately assumed the guise of a favored child of fortune. How about a wager? Wager what? Let us bet on this 100 million. Can I turn it into double within 3 months? Are you out of your mind? This phrase flashed through the eldest's mind. She acknowledged the existence of geniuses in this world. Undoubtedly some could indeed double 100 million in a few months. Though rare, it was not impossible. Yet, did her brother possess such capability? It was not apparent at all. The eldest was entirely at a loss. After their interactions, her understanding of Cao Cheng remained superficial. Limited to his impressive height, well-proportioned figure, distinguished demeanor, chiseled features, and his deep, enigmatic eyes, akin to a figure from a painting. Beyond that, what else was there? What was he truly made of? Furthermore, if one could double $100, it was an easy feat. 8,000 was manageable. 10,000 was also feasible. But 100 million? Doubling that? Do you grasp the magnitude of this concept? Ordinary folk wouldn't dare boast so audaciously. The eldest's defenses faltered, her impatience and skepticism bubbling to the surface. After a long contemplation, she steadied her emotions. What do you wish to wager? Let us wager. A massage. If you lose, you shall give me 10 massages. It must be this. Otherwise, what was the point of studying traditional medicine? The eldest deemed it reasonable, not overly excessive, albeit slightly embarrassing. She inquired, and what if you lose? If I lose, I shall give you a massage 10 times. No, as a man, if I were to lose, I shall face a greater punishment. I will give you 1,000 massages. The eldest suddenly exuded a hint of allure, casting a lingering glance at him. Your calculations are quite audacious, smacking me squarely in the face. 1,000 massages? Even if it were just one a day, by the time I finished, I would be old and frail. Let's change that. The elder sister shook her head, letting out a soft huff. Her demeanor, having broken through her defenses, was evidently more vibrant than before. Initially, she had worn a gentle and warm smile, mirroring her mother perfectly. Now, however, there was a hint of the emotions that a girl ought to possess. Change the topic? Why don't you propose one like, if I lose, I'll leave this house? Cao Cheng, a confirmed bachelor, spoke with an air of authority. The elder sister was at a loss for words. That was not her intention. Perhaps, at the onset, Everyone had harbored disdain for Uncle Cao, reluctant to accept this hastily arranged marriage. Yet, 2 months prior, their mother had summoned her and the younger brother for a conversation. While the details were not explicit, it was implied that this was not a mere impulsive marriage, but rather a reunion after being separated due to unforeseen circumstances. After years of wandering, they had returned to the starting point. Consequently, the younger brother ceased his hostility towards Uncle Cao and would even address him as uncle, albeit reluctantly. As for the elder sister, she had naturally come to terms with the situation and had no desire to evict anyone from the house. Moreover, if she wished to, she could indeed drive him out. Their mother had expressed her desire to have a child with Uncle Cao, and it was evident to everyone that she favored this younger brother. Could they truly be separated? Such thoughts were mere fantasies. Should she wager on this, and the outcome reached their mother, it would undoubtedly infuriate her. After some contemplation, the elder sister spoke. If you lose, any future requests for family funds must be discussed with me beforehand. Only after our agreement can you approach mother, perhaps fearing reprimand or misunderstanding. She elaborated. You lack insight into the company's operations. There are numerous financial needs. If you suddenly require a loan of 100 million, part of which is mother's money, that could be managed. However, some of it would be borrowed from the company. If such substantial loans are requested abruptly, it could severely disrupt the company as projects and plans. Therefore, I need to be informed in advance. If your request is legitimate, I will not refuse and will be better prepared. Was this wager acceptable? This demand was not unreasonable. Furthermore, it was a foolproof arrangement. Since it was a loan, it was likely to be a one-time occurrence. Cao Cheng nodded in agreement. All right. The elder sister sighed in relief. Then it's settled. I am curious to see how you intend to double it. Although her words lacked sarcasm, the skepticism in her eyes was palpable. Most people, let alone 100 million, had never even seen a million. Suddenly possessing such wealth would bewilder anyone. How could one invest? They would likely be at a loss as to where to direct their funds to yield profit. Thus, her disbelief was understandable. People tend to measure others by their own standards. She certainly could not fathom turning 100 million into 200 million within 3 months. If she possessed such prowess, she would have already taken over her mother's responsibilities, allowing her a well-deserved respite. By the end of February, the younger sister was on vacation. The case had a 10-day deadline, and despite not being solved, a suspect had been identified. During this period, the focus has been on the pursuit and apprehension of the suspect. Regrettably, the suspect seems to have vanished as if into thin air, disappearing within the depths of the Central Sea. There are no records of entry or exit. Investigations into various transportation routes, railways, highways, and waterways have yielded nothing. The suspect has simply gone missing, presumably hiding in some obscure corner of the Central Sea. The subsequent responsibilities will be delegated to local police stations, while the Criminal Investigation Unit will stand down. Although the military warrant remains unfulfilled, the discovery of the suspect means that no one shall face repercussions. It has merely been a taxing endeavor. Upon her return, the second sister appeared somewhat fatigued, yet her spirit remained intact. Initially busy, she found ease after locating the suspect, allowing her to rest and indulge in meals as she wished. Entering the living room, she found Cao Cheng sprawled across the sofa, engrossed in last year's acclaimed drama, The Cao Family Courtyard. Quite enjoyable. Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating a surge of negative emotions. The second sister has returned? Cao Cheng doing that way, sitting up straight and glancing back. Indeed, upon seeing him, her irritation was palpable, a sure sign of the second sister's presence. He soon realized that her envy stemmed from a sense of injustice. While everyone else was busy, he seemed to be enjoying leisure. She was irked by it. TSK. Oh, sister, your Japanese name will be petty. As the youngest brother in the family, am I not entitled to a little enjoyment? Such pettiness does not suit an elder sister. Look at the third sister. Upon seeing me watching television, she worried I might grow weary and kindly prepared a cup of coffee to keep my spirits up while watching the show. How can there be such disparity among sisters? Chapter 74. Do you take me for a fool? The second sister has returned. Are you watching television? This drama is quite excellent. truly deserving of last year's title of the best series, especially the lead actor, Old Chun. Cao Cheng pointed at the screen. You have no idea how famous Old Chun will become. He can even sing. Today is a weekend, and the market is closed, allowing Cao Cheng the rare opportunity to indulge in a television show. The second sister wore a cold expression. Cao Cheng, taken aback, asked, not a fan? Then perhaps you'd prefer Soldier Assault? It just premiered. Likely to be this year's top drama. Trust me, I have a keen eye for these things. How about a wager? The second sister inhaled deeply and walked away, ignoring him. Cao Cheng sopti. Thinking to himself how peculiar she was. Haven't they apprehended the suspect yet? Has he vanished suddenly? Cao Cheng suddenly guidit. The second sister slammed on the brakes, the soles of her shoes screeching against the smooth floor, indicating her abrupt stop. She turned to look at Cao Cheng. He smiled and turned back to the television, choosing to disregard her. As she gazed at the back of his head, her emotions became tumultuous, and a thought struck her. She recalled how he had brought her food on New Year's Eve. At that time, he had also mentioned a wager concerning the case. This implied that while she was eating, this fellow must have seen the case files. Although Cao Cheng had not been wandering around, the office was filled with numerous documents. A jumble of case files lying about. Perhaps he had discerned something? Sometimes, it is precisely in such instances that the participants are confounded while the observers see clearly. Many cases, the more one watches, the more bewildered one becomes. Yet an outsider might glance and utter a casual remark that sparks clarity. Have you seen young Bao Qing Tian? It follows this very formula. The same goes for Conan and Sherlock Holmes. They all do. What do you know? The second sister stepped forward, taking the initiative to speak. However, her tone was frosty, cold as ice. Not a fan. Ignoring him. Cao Cheng took a sip of his coffee and continued to lean back, engrossed in the drama. The murderer would not strike again. Thus, Cao Cheng felt no urgency. It was she who was anxious. Every citizen has a duty to assist the police in their investigations, the second sister stated solemnly. Cao Cheng cast her a sidelong glance and scoffed dismissively. So, you wish to play the card of official business? My apologies, but I know nothing, sir, no. I should say, madam. Master Cao has always preferred gentleness over force. His stomach has never been robust. For 2 lifetimes, it has been this way. Consequently, he cannot handle anything too harsh. Moreover, Cao Cheng has always empathized with others. He remembers those who treat him well and is unreserved with those who do not. Flattery is out of the question. Even if the second sister stands at 175 centimeters, with legs longer than most people's lives, perfectly aligning with Master Chao's aesthetic, long and straight, this does not provide grounds for adulation. The second sister, incensed, fell silent. Cao Cheng gestured around. This is a home, not the venue for discussing official matters. If the officer believes I am connected to the case, then please take me in for questioning. If not, kindly refrain from disturbing my television viewing. Cao Cheng chuckled softly, recalling the opportunity he had offered on New Year's Eve, only to have you walk away without a backward glance. How carefree you were at that moment. However, my memory is quite sharp, and I have not forgotten this incident. You squandered your chance, yet now you wish to inquire so easily? What do you take me for? Do not act as if I owe you anything. When seeking assistance, one must adopt a humble demeanor. Can you speak kindly? Will you offer a smile? Where is your sincerity? Spring has arrived, and winter has faded. Who are you trying to appear cold for? To me? Am I to indulge you? Cao Cheng's voice was not loud, nor was his tone particularly harsh. Yet every word struck deeply. After such a lengthy acquaintance, he discerned her true nature. To put it charitably, one could describe her as resolute, but one might also say she is insatiable, demanding nothing less than the utmost respect. Meanwhile, the housekeeper observed the apparent discord between the young lady and young master. Feeling alarmed, she hurried upstairs to find the fourth brother. Yet could he impose any order? He himself was wary of the second sister. Upon hearing the commotion, he stealthily slipped out of the music room, crouching at the corner of the second-floor staircase, ready to flee at any moment, fearing the repercussions. He even took out his phone, considering sending a message to their mother or the eldest sister. However, he hesitated, realizing that escalating matters to their mother would only complicate things further. It was wiser to assess the situation first, and if it truly escalated, he could contact the eldest sister and then their mother. In truth, there was no real quarrel. The second sister was not a shrew, and Cao Cheng had little inclination to engage in disputes with women. The words exchanged may have been unflattering, but the tone remained amiable, ultimately only serving to send the second sister away in frustration. In her anger, she retreated to the basement gym, striking the punching bag with vigor. After she departed, the fourth brother approached Cao Cheng. What prompted the argument? He inquired, relief washing over him. I am so glad you are safe. Thank God. A look of trepidation crossed his face. Cao Cheng laughed softly. Why thank God for this? Can he control our interactions? You ought to express gratitude to the Jade Emperor instead. The fourth brother waved his hand dismissively. That is unimportant. Tell me, what was the cause of the disagreement? Cao Cheng furrowed his brow. Why do you appear so gleeful about this? Do you revel in the chaos, hoping for a confrontation between us? The fourth brother did not deny it. Rather, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, she deserves a good reprimanding. I have tolerated her for over 20 years. Do you know how many times she has struck me? It is countless. Can you not feign a bit more sincerity in your distress? Yet it was evident that the fourth brother had suffered greatly. Could you not resist? He retorted, I am the youngest. How could I possibly resist? You say that. But when it comes to age, I am the youngest, and yet I have stood my ground, he countered. Thus, it seems you have a charmed life. I am relieved you are still here. I feared she might strike you, for when she lashes out, she does so without restraint. Old C patted his chest, which was only moderately developed. Cao Cheng squinted and retorted. So you saw everything just now, yet you chose not to help me? Were you merely waiting for me to be beaten, so you could emerge later to mock me? Old C, flustered and slightly guilty, chuckled sheepishly. No. How could I bear to watch you get hurt? I would never ridicule you. You are my dearest brother, and I support you. Enough with that, Cao Cheng replied irritably, giving her a gentle shove. Old C tumbled onto the sofa, then sat up straight with a grin, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she softly inquired, Tell me, what caused the argument between you two? Sighing deeply, young Master Cao let out a heavy breath. Old C furrowed her brow, pressing for clarity. What was it really about? Cao Cheng shook his head in exasperation, gesturing towards the television. I claimed that Old Cheng would become quite famous and even sing. He seemed to have aspirations of sleeping in the limelight. Second sister dismissed my words, berating me for being blind, and then she got angry, which led to the quarrel. Old C rolled her eyes. Do you take me for a fool? Would I believe such nonsense? If you don't want to share, then don't. You troublesome brother. Chapter 75 Sister San was the most obedient, not angry at all. Air practiced a bout of violent boxing, essentially just flailing about with some inclination toward aggression. Afterward, drenched in fragrant sweat, she lay on the training mat, staring vacantly at the ceiling. She pondered over where the case had gone awry, or rather, she contemplated what exactly Cao Cheng had witnessed. He had only spent a little over 20 minutes delivering lunch, without wandering around, merely seated, smoking, at a distance from a pile of documents. So what could he have possibly seen? Was he merely deceiving himself? Air felt lost. Previously, during her time off, she had been quite relaxed and joyful. Yet now, she abstained even from alcohol, needing to maintain a clear mind to contemplate various issues. In the afternoon, Cao Cheng lounged in the living room, watching a variety show with a laptop beside him, occasionally fiddling with it. Lao Si sat nearby, occasionally popping fruit into his mouth, embodying tranquility and contentment. This serene atmosphere shattered upon the arrival of Jia, who entered with an aura of coldness, her mere gaze rendering Lao Si timid. She fixed her eyes on him and slightly shook her head. Lao Si understood immediately and slipped away like a mouse fleeing from a cat, leaving Cao Cheng alone. Without a hint of loyalty, Cao Cheng, unfazed, glanced at her with a smile. Have you figured it out? Irritated by this young man's demeanor, the reason eluded her. Perhaps it was simply a clash of energy. Regardless, the moment she laid eyes on him, she lost control of her feelings. Normally, while she maintained an air of aloofness, she was not one to treat everyone with disdain. She understood social nuances and could navigate them well. However, in Cao Cheng's presence, She found it impossible to restrain herself, which was peculiar. How much do you know about this case? Jia endeavored to soften her tone. If you truly possess any information, please share it. This case is perilous. The murderer brutally slaughtered a family of 7, and if he continues to evade capture, it is highly likely that another innocent group will soon suffer harm. Her tone had improved significantly, and she was now capable of constructing longer sentences, a notable shift from her previous economy of words. Her ability to reach this point indicated that she had engaged in some psychological preparation, clearly softening her demeanor. However, Cao Cheng pointed to the fruit platter on the coffee table. Lao Si has been chased away by you. I would like to eat some fruit, but my hands are quite occupied. Saying this, he pretended to be busy, placing his laptop on the keyboard as if to emphasize his preoccupation. Could you be any more insincere? Jia took a deep breath, pursing her lips, her breathing slightly heavier. Yet, she ultimately lifted the fruit platter and presented it to Cao Cheng. He opened his mouth wide. What do you mean? Eva Zolmovat perplexed. Cao Cheng continued. Feed me, my hands are quite busy. Lao Si just did that. Did he still want to be fed? Jia instinctively considered slapping the fruit platter against his face. How utterly outrageous. Old Fourth, second sister turned sharply, yet found no trace of him. Are you waiting for Old Fourth? Have you ever indulged him like this? Feeding him fruits? Have you lost your mind? Second sister pondered. What do you wish to eat? Oranges, perhaps? Cao Cheng's mouth gaped wide. So much so that second sister could see the uvula in his throat. A surge of negative emotions erupted. Yet, she bore the humiliation and, with a toothpick, pierced a piece of orange and offered it to him. Splendid, truly splendid. It tastes sweeter than what Old Fourth delivers. You are quite suited for this role. Second sister, Cao Cheng, was unreserved in his praises and compliments. When one performs well, they ought to be commended. That is a principle. Where is the merit in a suppressive education? Some parents need to learn. They should refrain from imposing constant setbacks, as it is detrimental. Ding, is that sufficient? Second sister, gritting her teeth, set down the fruit platter and inquired. Cao Cheng, perplexed, replied, What is sufficient? Second sister clenched her fist. Now you can tell me what you know, can't you? When did I ever claim I would tell you? Cao Cheng fell silent. You. Second sister rose in indignation. Cao Cheng chuckled. I mentioned that soft words should be spoken, smiles should be given, and sincerity should be present. Now you've softened your tone. This brings me great comfort. I see your sincerity, but what of your smile? Surely you do not approach someone seeking a favor with a scowl. Are you asking for help or declaring enmity? Don't tell me you cannot smile. I refuse to believe it. Second sister pressed her lips together and managed a rather forced smile. Though reluctant, it marked a breakthrough from 0 to 1, a monumental achievement. This person, once their defenses are breached, will continue to unravel. Everyone possesses a weakness. The eldest sister's is money, while the second sister's is pride. That must be the case, right? As for the third sister, she is the most obedient. Let us not provoke her. Old Fourth can be disarmed by anything, which is quite advantageous. Versatile in sweetness, saltiness, tenderness, strength, and dominance, she embodies the essence of a hexagonal female warrior. Please, have a seat. Second sister complied. Cao Cheng, no longer pressing her, understood the need for gradual progression. Young Master Cao spoke. Well, I brought you your meal previously. I noticed the materials on the blackboard. This was his way of explaining how he came by his knowledge. One must establish a reasonable logic, mustn't they? In a household of 7, with the female's parents, the couple, and 3 children, the eldest being 16 and the youngest merely 9, is that correct? Cao Cheng had an excellent memory. Second sister nodded. At this point, she began to believe that Cao Cheng indeed possessed some knowledge. At the very least, he had seen the case files. His perception was quite astute. In a family annihilation case, followed by arson, it could be directly inferred that this was not a random act of violence. Such brutal measures could only stem from deep-seated grievances. Cao Cheng, diluted. Second sister nodded once more. They had approached the investigation in the same manner. The first step was to eliminate the possibilities of robbery and random murder. The primary inquiries revolved around passionate crimes, economic disputes, and vendettas. The likelihood of passionate crimes and economic disputes was also minimal, leading to their eventual exclusion. Ultimately, The investigation narrowed down to a case of vendetta. However, upon further inquiry, it was discovered that the family of 7, despite not having the best of relations with their neighbors, did not have any significant grievances. They were ordinary individuals, and their disputes were limited to trivial altercations. The escalation to a complete annihilation of the family, culminating in arson and the incineration of remains, indicated an extraordinary level of animosity. Regrettably, despite extensive background checks on their past, colleagues, and neighbors, as well as investigations in their hometown, no substantial evidence of such deep-seated hatred could be uncovered. Ultimately, through surveillance footage and the testimony of a middle school student, a suspect emerged. This individual had visited the victim's home, meaning that on that fateful night, there were 8 individuals present, of whom 7 met their demise, leaving only 1 survivor. This individual became a person of significant interest. Progress had been made. However, subsequent investigations revealed that this individual, namely E, had a cordial relationship with the couple, frequently dining with them and exchanging gifts, and was also a former colleague. The dilemma arose from the fact that, outwardly, no hatred was apparent. Yet, Li vanished post-incident and remains elusive to this day. The scope of suspicion has broadened considerably. It is highly probable that he is the perpetrator, and locating him could nearly equate to resolving the case. Chapter 76. Solving cases is as simple as this. Cao Cheng opened his mouth, but Erji shot him a glare. Nevertheless, she prodded at the toothpick and offered him an orange. Winter oranges are truly delightful, juicy, and sweet. During the New Year's dinner, the suspect had not yet been confirmed. The case file contained no introduction regarding Li Yi. Theoretically, Cao Cheng was unaware of this individual's existence. However, this case was no longer a secret, as it involved a massacre and local forums were already ablaze with discussions. Particularly, the neighbors of the victims affected by the fire had become homeless. Their lips were loose, and they recounted their experiences as if they had witnessed the murderer in action. The speed at which posts were deleted could not keep pace with the eruption of public opinion. We are currently in an era of internet wilderness, where supervision is not particularly stringent. Furthermore, a wanted notice had been issued. Although the notice did not explicitly link Li Yi to the case, it did not hinder the speculations of online sleuths. The internet is not lacking in intelligent individuals. Opinions varied widely. Some suggested a crime of passion. Others spoke of financial disputes, and some recalled old grudges. In short, even though Li Yi had yet to be confirmed as the culprit and had not been apprehended, online detectives had already branded him as a remorseless mass murderer. Currently, your progress is at a standstill. Without locating Li Yi, the case cannot advance, correct? Indeed, Erji nodded. Cao Cheng smiled. Have you staked out Li Yi's home? Of course we have. Li Yi owns a house in the suburbs, and there are observers present around the clock. The moment he appears, he cannot escape. However, it has been quite some time, and he shows no signs of returning. He is undoubtedly intent on fleeing from Zhonghai, Erji asserted confidently. As the conversation continued for several minutes, Erji's emotions gradually stabilized. The dialogue returned to normal, and she felt that she could indeed communicate with this younger brother. Yet, he could be quite annoying at times, especially now. Cao Cheng opened his mouth. Just as her emotions had finally settled, they were instantly disrupted. Erji felt like tossing the toothpick into his mouth. Does he lack hands? Furthermore, just when she had regained her composure, he had to let out an exaggerated sound, perfectly timed to irk her. She handed him another orange. Cao Cheng, munching, inquired, has anyone gone to Li Yi's hometown? Yes, they have. His parents remain unaware of the situation, and we have not made contact, merely keeping watch. Erji replied with a roll of her eyes. Can you refrain from asking such trivial questions? Do we really need your confirmation on our investigative methods? We are no less professional than you. It's just an orange. Why get upset? Cao Cheng understood that her remark was merely a means of venting her frustration. Cao Cheng did not indulge her, scoffing, indeed, you must have considered many aspects, but there is one point you might have overlooked. What? Second sister furrowed her brow. Has a post-mortem been conducted on the entire family of 7? Can we confirm it is truly a family of 7? Cao Cheng inquired. This statement caused second sister to pause momentarily, somewhat perplexed. What do you mean by not being a family of 7? Could it possibly be Li Yi? Second sister's pupils constricted. Are you suggesting that Li Yi is among the deceased? Cao Cheng remained silent. However, second sister instantly shook her head. No, that can't be right. The autopsy has been carried out, and the identities were confirmed. The deceased is not Li Yi. The middle-aged corpse is the head of the household, Song Yujie. Cao Cheng countered, let us conduct a more thorough autopsy. What do you mean by that? Second sister felt her thoughts lagging behind Cao Cheng's logic. Cao Cheng continued, you should apply again to compare the NBA of the middle-aged deceased with the CBA of Li Yi's parents to see if there is any familial connection. What nonsense are you talking about? Yet, second sister grasped the implication. DNA, was it? She contemplated a rebuttal, having conducted prior investigations. But as the words teetered on the tip of her tongue, a realization struck her, prompting her to rise abruptly and leave in haste. Her long legs swiftly disappeared from sight. She ascended to change into another outfit, and then proceeded directly to the underground parking garage via the elevator. Within 3 minutes, a car sped away. Cao Cheng resumed his work on the laptop. Now all that was left was to await news from second sister, as well as her admiration for him. For Cao Gongzi, this case was a mere trifling matter. He was quite adept at matters concerning the English lace. Regarding this case, armed with his skills, Cao Cheng could swiftly discern several issues. Cao Cheng possessed carpentry skills. While carpentry may not directly aid in solving crimes, his talent in sculpture signified his exceptional artistic abilities, particularly in portraiture. The features of individuals evolve with age, yet these changes are traceable. This means that one can ascertain whether children are biological offspring by examining their facial features. The 3 children, comprising both boys and girls, bore resemblance to their deceased mother. Yet none mirrored their father. What does this imply? The 3 children are not his biological offspring. Previously lacking photographs of Li Yi, once the wanted notice was released, Cao Cheng could assert with certainty that Li Yi was indeed the biological father of the 3 children. Thus, even without prior knowledge of the case, Cao Cheng could identify the discrepancies and approach the matter from this angle, leading to a swift resolution. Cao Cheng's intellect had evolved, enabling him to perceive the essence of many matters with a mere hint. Moreover, his array of skills, including reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, rendered him as formidable as any top-tier criminal investigation master, if not superior. The amalgamation of numerous skills resulted in a qualitative transformation. Time passed swiftly. 10 hours later, Ren Fanqing had yet to return that evening. Until the early hours of the morning, the criminal investigation team was still diligently working. At 1 o'clock, an urgent forensic report was released. The middle-aged deceased was indeed Li Yi. In an instant, an electric shock of realization coursed through the entire investigation unit. The suspect they had been pursuing for half a month, Li Yi, was none other than the charred corpse lying in a morgue. All eyes turned towards Ren Fanqing, filled with admiration, curiosity, astonishment, and surprise. The myriad of emotions made her feel slightly uncomfortable. She understood that this was not her achievement alone. Yet at that moment, everyone comprehended that the prime suspect was most likely Song Yujie. Everything seemed to fall into place. The purpose of the cremation was to obliterate evidence at the crime scene and conceal the identity of the deceased. Of course, there had been a mix-up during the autopsy, mistakenly identifying Li Yi as Song Yujie. However, it would be unfair to blame the forensic team for lack of diligence, as the autopsy report was based on evidence collected from the crime scene, along with biometric and genetic identification. In the interest of expediting the investigation, the forensic team had compared the DNA of the middle-aged deceased with that of 3 children to confirm a familial relationship. After all, the fingerprints had been incinerated, and no further examinations were conducted. Furthermore, as the case was confidential, the parents of the suspect and the relatives of the deceased had not yet been notified, making this method of identification the fastest and most accurate. Who could have anticipated that the children were not biologically related? This led to the misidentification of the middle-aged deceased. Moreover, even if the relatives of the deceased were informed now, there would be no further identity confirmation, as such considerations had never been entertained. Impressive. Your ability to contemplate this is truly commendable. The team leader gave a thumbs up to Deputy Ren Fanqing. Chapter 77. Do you wish to betray me? The forthcoming case had become rather simple. All that was required was to investigate Song Yujie, his social connections, his spending habits, everything about him. The following morning brought promising news. In a neighboring city, a suspected sighting of Song Yujie had occurred. That very afternoon, the local police apprehended him, and by evening his identity was confirmed, subsequently transporting him back to Zhonghai. This case was virtually resolved. In the interrogation room, Song Yujie offered no resistance and confessed outright. He even mentioned plans to undergo cosmetic surgery and assume a new identity. Fortunately, he was captured early. Otherwise, he might have successfully evaded capture. In this day and age, while altering one's identity is not as effortless as it was 2 decades ago, it remains feasible for those willing to invest the necessary funds. With Song Yujie's revelations, the case became clearer. The motive was unmistakable. The 3 children were not his, but rather belonged to Li Yi. Song Yujie had long harbored suspicions, yet he had continuously deceived himself, clinging to a semblance of hope. Ultimately, feeling that the children showed him little filial respect, repeatedly disregarding his role as a father, he was driven to fury, compounded by the scornful glances of their maternal grandparents, who looked down upon him. He secretly conducted a paternity test and confirmed the painful truth. They were not his biological offspring. Thus, the seeds of hatred were sown. What truly ignited his murderous intent was the night before the incident. His wife claimed to be going to the salon, and upon her return, they engaged in intimacy, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. It was akin to awakening in a warm bed, sensing that someone had been there before him, the warmth still lingering. The following day, Li Yi arrived bearing gifts, visiting his elder brother and sister-in-law. The 3 children were affectionate towards him, and his in-laws welcomed him warmly, especially his wife, her gaze. This completely enraged Song Yujie, leading to the tragic event. In truth, it was not a mere spur-of-the-moment decision. Rather, he had long entertained various fantasies of vengeance, repeatedly simulating scenarios in his mind to alleviate his resentment. Yet he had always hesitated to take action, until this moment when he could no longer endure it. After committing the murder, he set the place ablaze. Clad in Li Yi's clothes, wearing a hat, and driving Li Yi's car, he fled the scene, inadvertently leading investigators to believe that Li Yi had committed the crime and departed. It was all a series of coincidences. In reality, Song Yujie was not particularly astute. He had not contemplated the possibility of forensic errors. His decision to incinerate the body stemmed from vengeance and hatred. He despised the existence of that household and everything associated with it, desiring to obliterate it. Additionally, he believed that destroying evidence would delay the investigation. He thought he could escape or hide, and if apprehended, so be it. It mattered little to him. What he failed to foresee was that through a series of coincidences, he nearly transformed the case into a cold one. While the entire affair evoked a sense of melancholy, and indeed some individuals merited their fate, wrong remains wrong. It was evident that Song Yujie had found a form of release. He feared not death, answering all inquiries with a smile, which appeared somewhat deranged, yet upon reflection, it was clear that his psyche had long since twisted. For him, perhaps, this was the most favorable conclusion. On that particular morning, Cao Cheng, as was his custom, rose at 10 o'clock. Alas, this place was so delightful that the thought of rising to cultivate one's skills was utterly unappealing. However, with the support of a system at his disposal, why exert oneself unnecessarily? He chose to indulge in slumber. Upon waking, his 3rd sibling prepared a cup of warm milk for him, while the 4th practiced the piano. To his surprise, his 2nd sister was at home, seated in the living room, sipping wine. She had returned the previous night and was enjoying a 5-day vacation, making up for her annual leave. Without hesitation, Cao Cheng took his milk and settled onto the sofa. His sister cast a glance in his direction, devoid of any negative sentiment. Instead, her eyes brightened, and she inquired, "Waking up so late? What business is it of yours?" He retorted. Yet, as he observed the wine in her glass juxtaposed with his milk, an awkwardness lingered in the air. He offered her his cup, Care for a sip of milk? She shot him a sidelong glance. That's something for children. Cao Cheng chuckled, shifting the subject. So how's the case? Has it been solved? She raised an eyebrow. Thank you. Oh, you can express gratitude? That's quite a rarity, he remarked, sensing the underlying sarcasm. However, her good mood diminished any trace of resentment. He felt no concern. Her notorious temper meant that a single ill-timed word could easily provoke her wrath. For now, he resolved to let her enjoy the moment. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "How did you discern that? Don't tell me you think merely glancing at the data would suffice. I find that hard to believe." After reflecting on the situation, standing from Cao Cheng's perspective, she perceived nothing remarkable. Even if his eyesight allowed him to see the information on the blackboard, it was merely preliminary data, still pending thorough investigation, with suspect identities yet to be established. He couldn't possibly infer anything from such scant information. Cao Cheng smiled. "You're unaware? I have a nickname in Sanjiang City." "What nickname?" she inquired, bewildered. "They call me the honest and fortunate little painter, particularly skilled at portraiture, especially of the human form." "And what of it?" she pressed. "Would you like me to paint a full-body portrait for you? It could serve as a nostalgic reminder of your youth when you grow old," he said earnestly. She stared at him intently until he lost his composure. Clearing his throat, he redirected the conversation. "Hence, I can ascertain from the photographs of the 3 children that they bear no blood relation to their apparent father." Her brow furrowed in skepticism, yet she found herself unable to refute his claim. Cao Cheng chuckled. "Every individual's features convey information. For instance, the 4 of you share a bloodline with Mother Ren." He mused internally about the certainty of their biological connection. "But that's not all. I know someone who is blind, yet could discern blood relations solely through voice. Unfortunately, that individual met an untimely fate." His sister's expression morphed, the character forming on her brow, as though she had stumbled upon a myth. She understood that some seasoned criminal investigation experts possessed remarkable skills, but surely there must be limitations to those talents. Is this truly a case of clairvoyance and acute hearing? Yet, if you claim it is false, how can one explain Cao Cheng's ability to see through everything? At this moment, Lao Si finished practicing the piano and quietly descended the stairs, only to witness something extraordinary. Were they seated together, drinking and conversing? What a calamity! Had his piano practice conjured illusions? What was their situation? Lao Si approached Sanjie Renyu Chong and whispered query. Sanjie shook her head. "I am equally in the dark." Lao Si muttered, "What on earth? Have the weasel and the chicken become allies?" Sanjie nearly burst into laughter, for her sense of humor was already quite delicate. She cautioned, "Be careful not to let them overhear you. Neither the weasel nor the chicken harbors good intentions. If they decide to conspire against you, I shall be powerless to intervene." Upon hearing this, Lao Si shivered, glancing nervously at Sanjie. "Are you contemplating betrayal?" Sanjie retorted sharply, "You are overthinking it." Lao Si exclaimed, "I am not overthinking. You are simply a tease. While they say I am cunning, in truth, you are the most devious of all. Should you dare to report me, sleep will elude you tonight, as I shall serenade you with the wild buzzing of bees in your chamber." Chapter 78. The apology of the second sister. It is evident that the second sister's attitude towards Cao Cheng has shifted. This transformation is quite understandable. The unfavorable first impression stemmed from Cao Cheng's laziness and idleness. Half a year ago, he exuded an aura of ineptitude, perceived as utterly worthless. Consequently, when this seemingly ineffectual individual experiences a sudden metamorphosis, it is only natural for her preconceived notions to crumble, leaving even the second sister feeling a twinge of guilt. Provided she is a person of conscience and morals, at the very least, she would feel remorse. She may realize that she has been overly hasty in labeling someone without truly understanding them, thereby misjudging him. Perhaps she values her pride too much to offer an apology outright. Yet, her demeanor will undoubtedly improve. This phenomenon can be likened to a form of behavioral manipulation known as PUA, pick-up artist tactics. There are numerous schools within this genre. In this particular instance falls under the 5-step trap, which comprises 3 phases: image subversion, emotional resonance, and the creation of uniqueness. Currently, we find ourselves in the initial phase, image subversion. Once this first stage is successfully traversed, the subsequent steps become considerably easier. As the adage goes, well begun is half done. Of course, when it comes to the fourth brother, he embodies an entirely different school of thought, the humoristic approach. First and foremost, one must possess a sense of humor, or at least be perceived as humorous by others. This allows for playful banter with women, where subtle jabs and mockery do not incite anger, but instead render one charmingly amusing. The use of the five-step method is subtly woven into this as well. For instance, playing the piano serves as a means of image subversion. The tactics are manifold and can be employed in various combinations. Cao has mastered at least half of these techniques. Meanwhile, Cao Cheng, possessing a wealth of experience and knowledge, has seemingly grasped them all. What a joke. In reality, he remains blissfully naive. At least in the eyes of the third sister, Cao Cheng appears remarkably well-behaved. Aren't you studying computer science? You truly possess artistic talent? I also have skills in carpentry. Carpentry? Cao Cheng retrieved a wooden figurine from his pocket and presented it to her. Behold my craftsmanship. The second sister took it and was immediately struck with delight. This was a carving of their mother, vivid and lifelike. The palm-sized wooden sculpture was exquisitely crafted. Did you carve this? Of course. The second sister was enamored. However, it was clear that this was intended as a gift for their mother. Feeling the tension in her relationship with Cao Cheng, she hesitated to voice her thoughts. Cao Cheng seemed to sense her hesitation and remarked, currently, I have carved one for my mother, as well as for the third and fourth brothers. And what about the eldest sister? The second sister inquired curiously. The relationship isn't strong enough. Without genuine sentiment, I cannot pour my heart into the carving, and the result would not be satisfactory. Cao Cheng replied with a shake of his head. This statement was quite clear. He only carves for those who treat him well, reserving such gifts for those with whom he shares a meaningful bond. Thus, without a gift for the eldest sister, there would naturally be none for her. A flicker of disappointment crossed the second sister's face. She genuinely adored this little piece. It was beautiful and could serve as a fidget toy. During moments of problem-solving, having this to manipulate could enhance her cognitive speed. Negative emotions began to surface. Although not outright anger, it nonetheless resulted in a palpable sense of frustration. Recently, young Master Cao has gathered a considerable amount of emotions, yet he has refrained from utilizing them for any draws. He is saving them, likely anticipating the next system upgrade that will unlock a divine treasure chest. Moreover, having been cooped up at home lately and avoiding conflicts, he feels no urgency to enhance his strength through draws. At this point, he should be able to unlock 7 diamonds, needing only 3 more to merge into a divine one, which means he requires a mere 20,000 emotion points, an endeavor that will come to fruition swiftly, perhaps within mere days. Sister Air is on a 5-day holiday, yet she remains industrious, as she must attend a municipal bureau and a commendation conference. The case has been solved, but has left ample room for further discussion. This investigation nearly engaged half of the criminal investigation team and even enlisted several seasoned experts from the provincial level. Collaborative efforts from the police force and local precincts exceeded 300 personnel. Given the sensitivity of the case's timeline, it is noteworthy that it remained unsolved for 10 days. Not only was it unresolved, but it also deviated from the correct path from the outset. It is natural for humans to err, yet it is crucial to recognize one's mistakes, learn from them, and elevate one's self-awareness thereafter. Conferences, both large and small, will continue in following the resolution of the case. Findings will be disseminated to various precincts and criminal investigation teams, including police forces from other cities in the province, to foster learning and expand thought processes. In essence, Ren Fanqing has gained recognition. Promotion is inevitable. However, this does not imply an immediate elevation in rank. Solving a single case does not instantly merit promotion. Instead, it counts towards merit. The possibility of attaining a collective second-class merit award seems likely, and she may even have a chance at individual accolades. During the annual assessment, these accomplishments, combined with the resolution of significant and complex criminal cases, are essential for promotion. Without such merits, progress will depend on routine work performance, necessitating at least 3 years in the same position before any upward mobility is achievable. Thus, solving cases acts as an accelerator rather than a direct promotion button. Sister Air also traveled to the province and city to deliver reports, meeting numerous leaders. When discussing the case, she refrained from claiming sole credit, emphasizing the collective effort involved. Moreover, she humbly stated, in front of the leader clad in a white shirt, that the key to the case was her brother's insightful hints. Acknowledging his brilliance and attributing significant credit to him, this display of humility and responsibility showcased the poise expected of a modern female police officer, earning nods of approval from the white shirt leader. His acknowledgement resonated with the surrounding officials, and such commendation will surely lead to internal recognition this year, positioning Ren Fanxing as a role model for female officers throughout the province. With this newfound identity, she is poised to embark on a rapid ascent. Should she resolve several more high-profile cases, her name will echo nationally. Sister Air, Ren Fanxing, is no novice. She is acutely aware of the challenges that lie ahead. She never anticipated that one day she would reap such substantial benefits from the worthless brother she had previously scorned. A sense of guilt enveloped her even more. Had she truly judged him solely by his appearance? The instructor had once remarked, without investigation, one has no right to speak. How could she have been so resolute in her assumptions? She had even boldly declared her disavowal of this brother. Upon reflection, he was not a bad person at all. At worst, he was merely a bit lazy and unemployed, wasn't he? Now, as she pondered, she found it perplexing why she had harbored such disdain for him. Logically, it should not have been the case. Her sister, Ren Fanxing, understood herself well. She was an entity that could not coexist with evil and would not tolerate any injustice. Yet, this brother had not committed any transgressions, had he? He was simply a tad indolent. However, he possessed talents, artistry, carpentry, and even computer skills. Currently, the Bureau and their team were in dire need of computer experts. Such individuals were considered high-tech talents. Whenever a computer expert reported to the Bureau, every department would vie for their attention, including their criminal investigation team. The deeper she delved into her thoughts, the more she realized how overly subjective she had been in her previous judgments. As for the matter of an apology, her sister hesitated. She, too, valued her pride. An apology could indeed be somewhat humiliating. Nevertheless, among family, it seemed less significant, did it not? At worst, she could offer a discreet apology, ensuring that the third and fourth siblings did not witness it, thus preserving her dignity as the second sister. Yet, upon returning home, she was struck with an overwhelming blow. Ding Negative Emotions 1002, Chapter 79. Sister, you are corrupted. Upon returning home, the second sister, Ren Fanxing, erupted with a wave of negative emotions. As soon as she stepped inside, she spotted Cao Cheng on the sofa, engrossed in a military drama, Soldier Assault, which had recently gained considerable popularity and was being replayed on various channels. This was not the crux of the matter, nor was it merely Cao Cheng's laziness in watching television every day. Rather, it was the sight of the fourth sibling, resembling a little maid, sitting beside Cao Cheng, massaging his legs and feeding him fruit. For reasons unknown, this sudden display of affection triggered a surge of negativity within the second sister. Cao Cheng was taken aback. The divine treasure chest was complete. Was it the return of the second sister? The only one capable of delivering such an inexplicable blow was indeed the second sister. The eldest sister might also react, but only when money was involved. Without turning around, Cao Cheng discerned the identity of the newcomer. He feigned indifference and continued watching television. The fourth sibling remained oblivious to the presence of the second sister, still diligently massaging Cao Cheng's legs, a result of her defeat in a game. Moreover, she had a favor to ask. She needed her bothersome younger brother to teach her piano. Despite his shortcomings, his proficiency in teaching piano was truly commendable. Clearing her throat softly, the second sister interrupted. Startled, the fourth sibling withdrew her hands and turned to face her. Sister, you're back," she exclaimed with a face full of ingratiating charm. "What are you two doing?" The second sister inquired coldly. Well, my annoying younger brother, his legs were a bit sore, so I was just helping him," the fourth sibling stammered, forcing a smile. Cao Cheng turned around and nodded in agreement. Indeed, sitting for too long can lead to discomfort. It might be due to poor circulation causing a venous thrombosis. Massage and relaxation can invigorate the blood flow. You must have misunderstood, thinking we were engaged in some inappropriate activities, but that is not the case. The records of massage in traditional Chinese medicine trace back to the Huangdi Neijing. In the Suan, it is noted that when the meridians are obstructed, illness arises from insensitivity, and it can be treated through massage. This is profound wisdom. Dear sister, you have sullied it. The fourth sibling felt she had learned something valuable. Although she was unfamiliar with Suan, she had heard of the Huangdi Neijing, which seemed rather impressive. Moreover, the skillful counterargument showcased her younger brother's wit. The second sister was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to retort. After a brief pause, she subtly shook her head at the fourth sibling, who instantly understood and hastily departed. The living room was left with only the two of them. In the distant kitchen, the maids had discreetly hidden themselves away. The second sister narrowed her eyes. Leg discomfort? Allow me to assist you. I may not be well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine, but I have some knowledge of trauma care from my days of practicing martial arts, where injuries were common. Her tone and gaze bore an ulterior motive. Yet, what did Cao Cheng have to fear? He was not afraid of her applying pressure. Rather, he feared her not taking action at all. Once there was a first time, there would inevitably be a second. Sooner or later, he would transform this aloof sister into a cool little kitten. Equally aloof, yet the outcomes would be vastly different. Beneath the facade of the aloof demeanor lay a wild temperament. The aloof little cat indeed possesses a knack for stepping on others' toes. Ah! Cao Cheng let out a cry. His second sister, with a furrowed brow, halted her graceful hand mid-air, grinding her teeth. I haven't even pressed yet. Her outburst echoed throughout the household, leading everyone to believe she had done him some harm. That scoundrel! Oh, you haven't pressed yet? My apologies, I spoke too soon. Cao Cheng chuckled awkwardly and straightened his posture. Come now, showcase your skills. With a hiss, one could immediately discern the expertise in her touch. She truly understood the art of bone setting. While she may not be versed in traditional Chinese medicine or be able to treat ailments, she certainly grasped the fundamentals of meridians and acupoints. At the very least, her pressure was not arbitrary. Her approach transcended mere muscle relaxation, embodying the finesse of injury treatment. Now, that is what one calls professionalism. Compared to her, the fourth brother was utterly insignificant. The pain was genuine, yet it paled in comparison to what he had anticipated. The second sister was clearly relishing the moment, her strength formidable and her precision remarkable. If it were an ordinary IT professional, accustomed to long hours and baldness, one press might render them entirely numb. The agony would be excruciating. Such malicious intent. It was truly alarming. Fortunately, he was Cao Gongzi, not an IT worker, having never held a job, and blessed with robust health. Thus, as long as her pressure wasn't arbitrary, the discomfort was manageable and even somewhat pleasurable. Yet, Cao Gongzi feigned distress, exclaiming, Gentle, gentle, gently now, lightly. The more he protested, the more delighted his second sister became. A rare smile, albeit mischievous, graced her otherwise icy visage. Sweat began to bead on Cao Cheng's forehead. He intentionally held back, producing a few drops of perspiration, lest he show disrespect for her efforts. Suddenly, the second sister queried, Am I mistaken? Mistaken about what? Cao Cheng was taken aback. Was this truly the opportune moment for such a question? Did she think he was being interrogated? Just tell me, am I wrong? What could I possibly be wrong about? Ah, it hurts. Well, am I wrong or not? You must enlighten me on where I have erred. The second sister pressed on. Is it not disrespectful to me? In what way have I disrespected you? Cao Cheng was bewildered, feigning pain, steadfastly refusing to concede. How could we, the righteous, be coerced into a confession by such tactics? The second sister remained oblivious. Their mother returned, with old Cao trailing behind. Upon entering, they beheld the two in their current state. Have their relations improved? Their mother felt a sense of relief, as did old Cao. Truly my son, like me, and surpassing me, no less. It is worth noting that for more than half a year, the second sister had scarcely acknowledged him, uttering no more than a handful of words, perhaps a mere 10, throughout their interactions. And then there was Xiao Chao. Ah, what a sight! They seemed inseparable. Burp. Old Cao let out an unexpected burp. The second sister, with her frosty demeanor, momentarily froze, her laughter abruptly stifled. Turning to look, she was instantly mortified. Cao Cheng, with tears brimming in his eyes, lunged toward Mother Ren. "Mom, she is bullying me, I can't go on like this." Yet before he could reach her, old Cao obstructed his path. Cao Cheng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. "What do you mean, old Cao? Is it acceptable to be cautious of a gentleman, but to be wary of your own son as well?" Ren Mama swiftly brushed old Cao aside and gently tousled Cao Cheng's slightly damp hair, smiling as she said, "Your second sister is just teasing you. She doesn't usually act this way, which indicates her fondness for you." With that, she ascended the stairs. The second sister left behind a hasty remark before darting away, her demeanor betraying a touch of fluster. Ren Mama chuckled softly and asked, "Shall I prepare some dompa pork for you this evening? Would you like that?" "Yes, I'll assist you," he replied. "When has it become your turn?" "I shall be the one to help," old Cao interjected. Ren Mama shot him a disapproving glance and stated, "Let my son handle it. You can step aside." Chapter 80. Opening the divine treasure chest. Unveiling divine items. "Mother, I have a gift for you." Ding, 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 a wooden carving. It was exquisite. Ren's mother instantly took a liking to it, her smile radiant. "Did you have someone carve this for you?" From her words, it was evident that the secrecy maintained by the third and fourth siblings was commendable. The wooden carvings previously gifted to them were secretly stashed away, unbeknownst even to their own mother. "This is a piece I carved myself," Cao Cheng declared with gravity. "You must be joking," old Cao muttered under his breath. Ren's mother believed Cao Cheng's words, yet old Cao remained skeptical. After all, he knew his son all too well. Would he possess the skill to carve wood? Not a chance. Upon hearing old Chao's retort, Ren's mother shot him a glare. "Is that any way to speak about your own son?" Old Cao recoiled, slightly intimidated. It was not merely Ren's assertiveness. She had waited for old Cao for over 20 years. She still occasionally wore the bracelet he gifted her 2 decades prior, until he reappeared. But old Cao, he was either involved with this aunt or that lady, married and with children. While it was true that Ren's father had wronged old Chao's father first, Ren's aunt had never wronged him, having waited for 2 decades. How many women could endure such a wait? Justice must be served. In the dynamics of their relationship, Ren's mother undoubtedly held the upper hand, while old Cao remained submissive. This emotional debt would take a lifetime to repay. "I truly adore this gift. Don't heed your father's words. He is merely envious." Ren's mother attempted to alleviate the tension between the father and son. Old Cao nodded, his curiosity piqued. "Indeed, where is my statue? I've never learned to carve men." "Mi apoli, Cao Cheng stut apoletia." Old Cao, both amused and exasperated, pointed at him. "You little ingrate. Don't speak nonsense. My son is quite exceptional." Old Cao lamented. "No one spoils a child like you do. He has been insatiable since childhood. He will be spoiled. Do not label my son. I have a better grasp of character than you. He will not be spoiled," Ren's mother asserted confidently. However, Cao Cheng disagreed with her assertion. He himself might not be spoiled, but others could easily become arrogant if indulged. Although age could temper one's tendencies, there would inevitably be some traits typical of the affluent. Besides, Cao Cheng did not share Ren's mother's confidence in her judgment. If she were astute, would she have ever chosen old Cao? Her discerning eye seemed somewhat flawed. The 5-day holiday of the second sister had come to an end. Cao Cheng felt she had scarcely rested. The first few days were spent in meetings and award ceremonies, while the latter part saw her out shopping with close friends. Cao Cheng remained curious about the nature of her friends. Those who could befriend her were either psychologically robust or somewhat unhinged. Yet upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Qin Huai had 3 close friends, and their quartet was infamous for their misdeeds. Thus, it was entirely plausible for the second sister to have a single close friend. It is estimated that this close friend is also a woman who does not quite fit in. She may not be icy, but her circle of friends is undoubtedly small. After all, who would willingly engage with Renfanching? On this particular evening, Cao Cheng turned off his phone and then indulged in a fragrant bath. He spent 10 diamond treasure chests to synthesize a divine-grade item. The remaining assorted treasure chests could combine to form a diamond, yet Cao Cheng chose not to pursue that. He intended to open the divine-grade chest first, while the others would be opened normally. His primary aim was to acquire some daily consumables, such as fragrant tea. It wouldn't do to open only diamond chests, even though the chance of obtaining skill from them was somewhat higher. However, enjoying life remained his foremost priority. At present, he wasn't lacking in skills. Furthermore, after 2 upgrades, the items obtainable from the treasure chest had also been enhanced, and the fragrant tea had undergone a name change. It was now called Purple Flame Fragrant Tea. The description had changed as well. It was said to originate from the scorching Purple Flame Plateau, with leaves as translucent as jade and a brew that bubbled like a dream. Consuming it could enhance one's mystical comprehension. This tea, born from the heat, possessed remarkable efficacy in healing chaotic energy and internal injuries. A lengthy introduction. In any case, it was 2 levels superior to its predecessor, providing a more delightful drinking experience and hastening the cultivation of inner strength. Hasten forth, as if commanded by an edict. In the void, ethereal energies swirled. Fortunately, only Cao Cheng could perceive the scenery within this void. Otherwise, should a miracle manifest, others might mistakenly believe that spiritual energy had revived. Hurry up! Is this urban life, or mere trifling fantasy? At long last, the moment of chest fusion was extraordinarily radiant. Have you ever witnessed the entire universe gleaming for you? The dazzling brilliance surpassed even the most exhilarating atmosphere of a nightclub. 10 diamond chests fused together, producing a divine-grade treasure chest, resplendent in its myriad colors. Ding, congratulations, host, for witnessing a miracle. You have drawn a divine-grade treasure chest and received a revival card. What the heck? What does the system mean by this? Is it suggesting that I am destined to be slain? Cao Cheng was astonished, truly astonished. He had longed for a cultivation technique, even a rudimentary one. The miracle chest held great promise in that regard. Who would have thought it would yield a revival card instead? This item is invincible, though it comes with restrictions, such as being useless when the end of one's life arrives, essentially when one dies of old age. At any other time, should an unexpected demise occur, revival would be assured. Am I to play the role of Jesus? Even if a chubby child were to blow me up, obliterating the entire city, Cao Cheng could simply resurrect and eliminate all negative states. Is this the essence of the divine grade? Only gods could achieve such feats? Cao Cheng understood. Holding this card in his hand, his fingers trembled with excitement. Only those who have experienced death can truly comprehend the significance of life. Moreover, this card is not merely about being fearless in the face of death. It enables one to dispel all negative states upon revival. For instance, should one contract cancer or suffer from injuries so grievous that even the system cannot heal them, be it through poisoning or being subjected to experimentation, leaving one battered and bruised, once perished upon resurrection, one would return to their prime state. Invincible. The patterns adorning this card are exquisitely beautiful. Although the meanings of these designs elude my understanding, their allure is undeniably captivating. I could crush it with a mere grasp. The twinkling starlight infuses into my being, granting me what feels like an additional life. What do I have to fear now? Though I possess but a single card, there are countless divine treasure chests awaiting in the future. Cao Cheng feels as if he is immersed in a game, reminiscent of the classic Super Mario, where consuming a life-giving mushroom allows for carefree demise. This marks my inaugural encounter with the divine. Following this line of reasoning, Cao Cheng muses, if divine treasure chests contain extraordinary items, then surely cultivation techniques, elemental powers, or even the essence of divinity could be within reach, right? What mundane urban existence? This is pure fantasy. The fact that I alone can embrace the fantastical is rather splendid. Of course, accumulating wealth remains essential, for even ascension to divinity necessitates the enjoyment of life. Young Master Cao feels a sense of elation. The only regret is the conditions for a system upgrade were not triggered this time. After opening the divine treasure chest, there has been no further response from the system. Is one divine treasure chest insufficient? Must I wait for 10? How long must I bide my time? No, I cannot solely rely on these few sisters. While they possess a modicum of critical strike capability, their numbers are too scant. The support of the masses is still required. Though the emotional value of the crowd may be low, their sheer numbers are invaluable. Chapter 81. Let the bullets fly a little longer. After amassing assets exceeding 100 million, Cao Cheng chose not to disclose income screenshots any further. Various factors were taken into account, but ultimately, it was his decision not to reveal. Eventually, others would expose it. Wealth cannot be concealed, nor can fame. At this juncture, there was no need for him to feign superiority, which would be beneath him. Influential figures would naturally convey his narrative. Moreover, given Cao Cheng's technical prowess, it was improbable for the average individual to uncover his identity. However, as his financial reservoir surged, even local oversight would begin to take notice. Although categorized as a retail investor, one must consider the caliber of such investors. If one invests $500 million, one is undoubtedly a significant player. When one utilizes $5 million in capital to earn $100 million, even local pension funds would cast a concerned gaze. Banks and securities firms would reach out to him. Recently, Cao Cheng found himself in a bit of a predicament. After injecting another $100 million, both banks and securities firms began to call. Their tones were laced with a blend of flattery, obsequiousness, and servile admiration. Their primary aim was to introduce margin trading services. They had also lowered the fees and assigned a senior broker or investment advisor to him. This individual could assist high-net-worth clients like Cao Cheng in fulfilling their every desire. From providing the latest market insights to in-depth market analysis, tailored investment strategies, and even running errands for lunch. Should he have a need, a mere phone call would rouse them from slumber to fulfill his request, with no salary required from him. In essence, wealth elevates one's status. A multitude awaits the opportunity to serve. In contrast, previously, Cao Cheng had resisted leveraging his investments due to limited capital and a superficial understanding of the market. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic losses. However, he now possessed the qualifications to do so. Not only was his capital ample, but he had also acquired a significant depth of knowledge. Coupled with the market's momentum, the prevailing trends were unlikely to shift. As long as he selected premium asset allocations, blue-chip stocks, micro-cap stocks, and speculative stocks, catastrophic losses were out of the question. Indeed, when the crisis hits next year, certain major stocks could serve as safe havens. Merely reaping high dividends could yield greater returns than bank deposits. The essence of wealth is straightforward. The more assets one possesses, the greater the operational latitude and resilience one enjoys. Thus, it becomes evident that during every major crisis, while the world grapples with repercussions and asset devaluation, it is often the middle class that suffers the most. They possess wealth, yet it is not abundant. Much like gambling with sufficient funds, one can continuously raise the stakes until victory is achieved. Conversely, when funds are lacking, one loses even the opportunity to see the final cards and is swiftly ejected from the table, rendering all prior investments futile. Such is the stark reality of wealth. In a CAF, Cao Cheng arranged to meet his broker. In Zhonghai, a coffee meeting is customary. Upon encountering his investment advisor, a middle-aged man, Cao Cheng was taken aback. What happened to the promised child of fortune? Shouldn't he, the broker, be a young woman with long legs clad in black stockings, freshly graduated? Instead, he was confronted with this balding man. However, it must be said that they are indeed professionals. Upon arrival, they presented a plethora of materials, many of which could only be accessed by internal experts. These market analysis reports encompass both domestic and international insights, with a significant majority sourced from abroad. It appears they intend to entice Cao Cheng to venture overseas, given the limited scope of opportunities within the domestic market. Cao Cheng perused the documents with remarkable speed, absorbing extensive content. Among the materials were insights regarding American housing prices and mortgage rates. Yet, no one has foreseen the impending crisis of the following year. Nevertheless, from the evaluations within the documents, one could ascertain the high risks associated with MBS and CDS, as well as credit default swaps. Although the three major rating agencies in America have classified them as AAA, the inherent risks remain. Everyone is acutely aware of this. Yet when confronted with profit and the allure of currency, greed prevails. In the shadow of greed, the darker facets of human nature are laid bare, revealing a profound irrationality. Consequently, a severe economic misjudgment permeates the collective mindset. While all acknowledge the presence of risk, they collectively perceive it to be manageable. This includes all American investment firms, the Treasury Secretary, and the Federal Reserve, among others. Even certain domestic institutions have made significant investments in this project. When the inevitable fallout occurs next year, the losses will be most acutely felt not only by America, but also by these domestic financial entities. Note, this is merely a cursory mention. Those who understand, understand. And those who do not, cannot be elucidated in just a chapter or two. This matter has been in deliberation for several days. The leverage from bank loans and institutions has transformed $200 million into $800 million, with very low fees and commissions negotiated. Certain conditions were also agreed upon, such as future funds being deposited into the bank that facilitated the loan. After all, this time, the bank's loan to him came with virtually no interest, with only slight interest accruing from securities leverage, which is negligible. In a bull market, even a modest increase renders these interest fees inconsequential. Naturally, with increased capital, Cao Cheng has also employed professional traders, merely needing to issue tasks and commands. Unlike the narratives in novels where hired traders oppose the boss, claiming ignorance, these professionals are solely motivated by their commission, who would jeopardize their relationship with the employer. As long as they execute their strategies, they receive their remuneration, indifferent to whether the outcome is a loss or profit. With assistance at hand, young Master Cao has found leisure, often engaging in spirited debates on forums. By mid-March, the market remained at 3,000 points. The trader's influx of capital was remarkably smooth, accumulating sufficient shares within a reasonable range of increase. It was from this juncture that Cao Cheng initiated a post entitled, "Commence." The content stated, "In a short term, 4,000 points are on the horizon. Not even Jesus could suppress it. Mark my words." A user responded, "What nonsense you speak. Cao Cheng Vito, Cao Ju Fun." The four members, accustomed to playful banter, exchanged friendly jests about each other's ancestry. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. By the end of May, after capitalizing on 3 soaring stocks, profits flowed abundantly. Simultaneously, the emotions collected were exceedingly tumultuous, while the four sisters at home experienced a decline in their rankings. This was primarily due to the erratic behavior of those indulging in monetary pursuits, whose emotional fluctuations exceeded even Master Cao's wildest imagination. There were moments when Cao Cheng awoke to find that, without any effort on his part, he had acquired a diamond treasure chest. Since mid-March, his post had ascended to the pinnacle of prominence, witnessing a frenzied surge each week. Even during the most dismal week in the market, there was still a remarkable increase of 2. By the end of May, it had surpassed the 4,100-point mark, solidifying the post's legendary status. Following its elevation, the term explosive popularity adorned it, attracting hundreds of thousands of replies. Such occurrences are rare. The number of detractors dwindled, yet complaints proliferated. Many lamented their missed opportunities, expressing regret for their lack of faith, their anxiety manifesting in a flurry of grievances. Some criticized stock god Ao Tian for his arrogance, which led him to make a rebellious decision to liquidate his holdings in March, opting instead to hold cash and observe the market, an indecision that ultimately rendered him foolish. This type of individual incessantly radiated negative emotions daily, weekly, and monthly. It seemed that merely contemplating their empty holdings or witnessing others profiting handsomely triggered an avalanche of adverse feelings, compounding relentlessly. Their plight enriched Master Cao. Amidst these 2 months, another event unfolded. On April 2nd, the American New Century Financial Company, burdened with a debt of $8.2 billion, declared bankruptcy. This marked the onset of a crisis. Yet, reality often plays cruel tricks. Perhaps a decade hence, everyone will comprehend the significance of New Century's collapse. Yet, in the present, there was no reaction, or rather, a widespread belief that salvation was still possible, particularly as Bell Stiding, the Vanguard, continued to fervently purchase these bonds. The index surged by over 20 in a short span. All semblance of crisis seemed to dissipate into thin air. People continued to sip wine, savor steak, and sing merrily. Let the bullets fly a while longer. Chapter 82. Young Master Cao's facade crumbles. The revelation, Cao Cheng initiated a new thread, the most verbose one to date. Previously, his post barely exceeded a few words. But this time, he crafted a heartfelt essay to convey his emotions and sentiments. Sincerely, he yearned to share his feelings and perspectives on the future with his comrades in the forum. Despite the months of criticism, bonds formed in adversity persist. Many share a sense of camaraderie. Brother, you've lost weight. Did you suffer losses again yesterday? The weariness of your journey cannot conceal that foolish visage of yours. Thread title, Taking a Breather. Content. After 2 months of intense struggle, my finances have reached a 10-digit figure. Alas, this sudden wealth has sapped my motivation. Money now feels like a mere string of digits. I envy you all, truly. I envy those who have not boarded the train, those who do not make substantial profits. At least your emotions fluctuate, allowing you to feel human. Unlike me, whose emotions have become stagnant. Whether today, earnings are in the millions or merely hundreds. It all feels like a monotonous sequence of numbers, mindlessly accumulating, endlessly multiplying. I no longer feel like a person, but rather a deity, devoid of human emotions. Thus, I require a respite to contemplate how to spend this fortune. It is indeed distressing. The inability to spend money is a torment. Wealth is transient, neither brought into this world nor taken from it in death. Surely, you can empathize with my plight, right? Alas, how I envy you all. In the forum, humanity blossomed like flowers, with everyone eloquently expressing themselves. Naturally, one cannot perpetually hurl insults. It becomes tiresome. Hence, many lurking brothers began to emerge. Despite Cao Cheng's daily confrontations, he has garnered quite a following with hundreds of thousands of admirers, an early internet celebrity. Stock God, is it time to enter the market now? Will there be further opportunities? Stock God, will it not decline? Stock God, will the market reverse to pick up stragglers? Please, grant us direction. I implore you. I have an 80-year-old mother, a 3-year-old child, and over 30 dependents. I must provide for my family. I have only earned a little, barely enough for sustenance. This is quite evident.